Great Emperor Myriad Chapter 1328 to Chapter 1412. Whoosh, 10 black iron warriors and 3 silver warriors appeared in front of Xianxia. All of them were more than 10 feet tall and looked like they were made of metal. They looked very lifelike and each of them held a battle spear. The appearance of the black iron warriors and silver warriors gave Xianxia, Yap Liangchen, Fengye, and Yin Tiansong a shock. These are the opportunities that I obtained in the Great Void Secret Realm. The Black Iron Warriors can unleash the combat power of the complete True God Realm while the Silver Warriors can unleash the combat power of the complete Heavenly God Realm. With them charging for us, we will be able to kill all the demonic wolves in the shortest time possible. Xianxia smiled as he briefly explained the Black Iron Warriors and Silver Warriors to them. It can only be used once? That's such a waste. This is the legendary Tao of puppetry from the ancient times. Brother, why don't you give one to me? Yap Liangchen laughed shamelessly. Don't worry. Once I find out how to replenish the energy of these silver warriors, I will give each of you one. Xianxia smiled. He had a total of 9 silver warriors. Once he solved the problem of the energy core, he could give them to Yap Liangchen and the rest to protect themselves. Ha ha ha. Brother, you are so generous. Let's charge and then. Those wolf cubs are dead meat. Yap Liangchen's eyes lit up as he said eagerly. Kill. Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent as he led the charge towards Sky Wolf Mountain. Rumble, their auras exploded. With the Black Iron Warriors and Silver Warriors paving the way, Xianxia and the other 4 charged up Sky Wolf Mountain. Enemy attack. A sharp voice resounded through the Celestial Wolf Mountain. Following which, the demonic chi churned. Numerous figures shot out from the Celestial Wolf Mountain and pounced towards Xianxia and the others. The experts of the demonic wolf clan were more than 3 meters tall. They had the head of a wolf and the body of a human. Their faces were very ugly, but their bodies were very strong. Their muscles were bulging and their blood was boiling. Their eyes were full of cruelty. Despicable humans. How dare you invade Skywolf Mountain? You are courting death. My children, kill them all and offer them to the Lord as food. The leader of the demonic wolves had the cultivation of the complete heavenly god realm. He was more than 10 feet tall and covered in golden fur. He held a huge axe in his hand and his eyes were filled with cruelty and bloodthirsty killing intent. Rumble, he was the first to pounce on Xianxia and the others. The experts of the demonic wolves looked at Xianxia and the others as if they were looking at food. They roared and charged at them. Rumble, under Xiao's command, the 3 silver warriors charged towards the leader of the demonic wolves. The 3 silver battle spears shone brightly, as if they could penetrate everything. They directly penetrated several powerhouses of the demonic wolf clan in front of him. The terrifying power burst out and turned them into a bloody mist. Then, the spears continued to stab at the leader of the demonic wolf clan. Clang, sparks flew in all directions as the spear collided with Lang Kaishan's axe, causing a rumbling sound. The 3 silver warriors remained unaffected, while the demonic wolf clan powerhouse retreated several steps in succession. What? His eyes were filled with disbelief. The 3 silver stone golems in front of him were actually no weaker than him. Despicable human, you're courting death. He was not stupid. He could tell at a glance that the silver warriors were just puppets, and the one who was commanding them was Xianxia. Therefore, he stomped his feet and shot up into the sky like a cannonball. He bypassed the silver warriors and smashed his huge axe at Xianxia. Open! Xianxia did not dodge when he felt the dangerous fluctuation from the leader of the demonic wolves. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. He also wanted to test how his current physical body was compared to the demonic wolves. After all, the demonic wolves were only middle-level demons. There were high-level demons above them, and even the legendary saint-level demons. The black dragon sword shone brightly. Xianxia activated the 7 moves of judgment with the power of the immortal war body. He rose into the air and slashed at the leader of the demonic wolves. Boom, the black dragon sword and the mountain-splitting axe collided. Xianxia felt an unparalleled force coming at him. His arm was slightly numb, and he could not help but take a few steps back. The leader of the demonic wolves also staggered and retreated. How is this possible? The leader of the demonic wolves widened his eyes, and his face was filled with disbelief. This human ant's aura was much weaker than his, but his physical body was so strong that it was not any weaker than his. However, before he could think further, the 3 silver warriors' battle spears had already pierced through the air at lightning speed. Bang! The leader of the demonic wolves felt the danger and suddenly blocked behind him with his huge axe. Although he blocked the attack of the battle spears, his back was exposed in front of Xianxia. Boom! Xianxia punched out, and a golden fist mark exploded like the sun. It was unparalleled in strength, and it directly hit the back of the leader of the demonic wolves. Xianxia's punch was filled with the power of the immortal war body. It was extremely terrifying, and it directly sent the leader of the demonic wolves flying. He suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! 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 At this moment, the silver battle spears in the hands of the 3 silver warriors instantly pierced through his glabella, heart, and dantian, nailing him to the ground. The most powerful person of the demonic wolves was directly killed, and the remaining demonic wolves were all terrified. They lost half of their fighting spirit in an instant. In addition, the black iron warriors and silver warriors were invincible and fearless. They killed a demonic wolf expert with a single spear strike, causing the demonic wolves experts to wail and flee in all directions. Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, Fengya, and Yin Tiansong originally thought that there would be a big battle, but they did not expect the demonic wolves experts to be defeated so quickly. They followed behind the black iron warriors and silver warriors, constantly reaping the lives of the demonic wolves experts and extracting the demonic crystals from their bodies. It was extremely easy for them. Hundreds of demonic wolves experts were killed just like that, and a small number of them escaped. When Xianxia killed his way to the top of the Sirius Mountain, he saw an ancient stone pool at the top of the mountain. Demonic chi rose from it, and it contained an extremely evil and corrosive power. In the stone pool, there was a black worm that was about 10 feet long. It had a pair of wings on its back, a hideous head, and blood-red eyes. It stared at Xianxia, and demonic lines intertwined around its body, wrapping a man and 3 women in it. It looked like the man and 3 women would be swallowed by the black demonic worm at any time. It's actually a defective world-etching bug? Xiao's eyes flashed. The Tiger Demon clan had defective world-etching bugs, and the Demonic Wolves clan also had defective world-etching bugs. Xiao suddenly felt that something was wrong. Who had brought the defective world-etching bug? There was no time for Xiao to ponder. The insect let out a sharp shriek and dozens of black demonic lines shot towards him. The black demonic insect seemed to have sensed Xiao's threat and made the first move. The sharp howl contained a powerful attack of the soul, as if it wanted to pierce through Xiao's forehead. The black demonic threads wanted to wrap around Xiao, before devouring all of Xiao's flesh and divine power. Although the black demonic insect looked like a larva, it wasn't weak at all. However, Xiao was prepared for it and had already caught a black demonic insect. Rumble, the black dragon sword in Xiao's hand was incomparably sharp. He slashed down and rays of holy light filled the air, shattering the black lines. Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed the black demon bug. Like a bolt of lightning, he pinched the black demon bug and knocked it out with a few slaps. Then, he suppressed the black demonic insect in the wordless heavenly tome. Eh? Xiao's eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise. He suddenly saw that the black demonic insect from before had disappeared from the wordless heavenly tome. To be more precise, it was devoured by the divine skymend butterfly. He didn't know when Xianxia and the divine skymend butterfly had both woken up. Xianxia's red dress fluttered in the wind. Her complexion was beautiful and her skin was whiter than snow. However, her snow-white hair made her seem somewhat weathered. Her eyes were filled with indifference and confusion. It was as if she didn't know where she was and was casually walking around in that space. The wordless heavenly tome was a world of its own. The divine skymend butterfly emitted 9 colors of light. It looked ethereal, gorgeous, and incomparably mysterious as it floated on Xianxia's shoulder. Xiao could sense a trace of the black demonic insect's aura on the divine skymend butterfly. Clearly, the black demonic insect had been eaten by the divine skymend butterfly. Moreover, the divine skymend butterfly's strength seemed to have increased as well. It actually emitted a trace of danger that made Xiao feel somewhat threatened. However, Ling Xiao didn't care about the divine sky-meant butterfly. His gaze fell on Xianxia. Ling Xiao felt his heart tremble slightly. Seeing Xianxia's indifferent and unfamiliar eyes, he felt an incomparable pain in his heart. Had she lost all her memories in the end? Ling Xiao's heart was filled with apprehension. He didn't know how to face Xianxia. Is this a junior from Aries College? Thank you, junior brother, for saving us. We can't thank you enough. At this moment, a weak voice pulled Ling Xiao back from his thoughts. The black demonic lines were broken, and the black demon bug was captured by Ling Xiao. The trapped man and 3 women immediately broke free. The 3 of them were dressed in white robes, and a small sword was embroidered on their sleeves with golden thread. It was obvious that they were from the Imperial Academy. The man was tall and slender, and his face was handsome. His eyes were pure and deep, and his temperament was as gentle as jade. He was like a modest gentleman. At this moment, he bowed deeply to Ling Xiao, and his expression was very sincere. He was a late-stage heavenly god, and the 3 girls behind him were all mid-stage heavenly gods as well. They were all beautiful, but they seemed rather cold. I'm Long Outyan from Aries College. These 4 are my juniors. We didn't expect to meet you at Celestial Wolf Mountain. You don't have to be so courteous. Ling Xiao smiled at the man in white robes before introducing Xianwang and the rest. As the 2 sides exchanged greetings, Ling Xiao also learned about the identities of the man and 3 women. The man in white robes was called Fang Chong, and the 3 women were called Ming Jing, Ming Xian, and Ming Yu. They were all disciples of the Imperial Academy. The 4 of them were also here to hunt demons, but they didn't expect to fall into the trap of the black demon bug and be trapped by the demonic lines. If Ling Xiao and the rest hadn't saved them, they wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. Junior. Brother Long, do you know where Lang Shan from the demonic wolf clan went? Fang Chong suddenly smiled and asked. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Oh? Senior brother Fang, do you know? Fang Chong nodded. That's right. I heard from the demonic wolf clan that Lang Shan and Hu Gun went to the Sky Devil Valley to fight for the Demon Saint's corpse. Sky Devil Valley? Demon Saint's corpse? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly remembered the news that the burly man told him in the ancient city. It seemed like the Demon Saint's corpse really existed. That's right. It is the Demon Saint's corpse. Junior brother Long, are you interested? Why don't we work together? As long as we can get the Demon Saint's corpse, the resources we can exchange for will be enough for us to cultivate to the God King realm. Fang Chong looked at Ling Xiao expectantly. Although Long Outyan was only at the middle true god realm, Fang Chong didn't underestimate him. He could feel that Long Outyan's true battle strength wasn't any weaker than his. He was a true peerless genius. Saints were blessed by the heavens and earth, and their entire body was full of treasures. Even a strand of hair was the best refining material, not to mention the flesh, bones, and even the small worlds of the saints were supreme treasures. Senior brother Fang, have you been to the Sky Devil Valley? I heard that the Demon Saint's corpse in the Sky Devil Valley is guarded by a God King realm demonic beast. There are even demon God Kings coveting the Demon Saint's corpse. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to get the Demon Saint's corpse, right? Ling Xiao glanced at Fang Chong and smiled. Fang Chong nodded and said, Junior brother Long is right. The Sky Devil Valley is indeed filled with danger, but aren't cultivators like us fighting against the heavens and defying the heavens? A Demon Saint's corpse is a supreme treasure. As long as we plan carefully, we still have a chance to get it. Ling Xiao thought for a while and said, I still need to think about this matter. Senior brother Fang, 3 senior sisters, you should hurry up and heal your injuries. The Demon Saint's corpse was of great importance, but it was worth the risk. If they could get their hands on a Demon Saint's corpse, Ling Xiao wouldn't be lacking in the energy of the flowing time temple. A Demon Saint's corpse could allow Ling Xiao to cultivate in the flowing time temple for at least 100 years. What Ling Xiao lacked the most now was time. He needed to establish a firm foothold in the divine world before the 100 years were up. He needed to have enough strength to protect himself, and only then could he take the next step to protect his family and friends. The experts of the demonic wolf clan in the Celestial Wolf Mountain range were quickly eliminated. All the demonic crystals in the bodies of the demonic wolves were dug out. The harvest this time was even greater than the one in the demonic tiger clan. After careful calculation, they had at least earned over 5,000 contribution points. They had only been in the divine devil space for a day or two, but they had already made such a huge harvest. Xian Wang and the others were also very excited. Ling Xiao used the excuse of needing to go into seclusion to find a secret chamber in the demonic wolf clan and laid down several layers of restrictions and arrays. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and a complicated look appeared in his eyes. No matter what, it was time to face Xianxia, but, did Xianxia still recognize him? P.S. We still have to work overtime tonight. There are only 3 chapters left for today. Everyone, rest early. Ling Xiao didn't let Xianxia out immediately. Instead, he entered the void temple and turned the wordless heavenly book into a speck of dust. Only then did he enter the wordless heavenly book without worry. After all, there were many experts above the sage realm who were paying attention to the whereabouts of the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao didn't dare to casually reveal the wordless heavenly book. He felt more at ease in the void temple. Ever since he broke through to the divine spirit realm, although he still couldn't fully control the wordless heavenly book, he could already use some of its effects. The wordless heavenly book formed a world of its own. Xianxia's red dress fluttered in the wind. Her white hair fluttered in the wind. Her face was indifferent. A butterfly with 9 colors of light circled around her. She wandered freely in this unfamiliar world. Buzz. A light flashed in the void and Ling Xiao appeared in front of Xianxia. Xianxia, do you still recognize me? Ling Xiao looked at Xianxia with a hint of nervousness in his eyes. His heart was incomparably nervous. Xianxia stared at Ling Xiao. Her eyes were filled with confusion and indifference. After a while, she shook her head and said, I don't recognize you. Who are you? Why did you call me Xianxia? Where is this place? Why am I here? Xianxia's words were very cold. They exuded a coldness that kept people at 1,000 miles away. Ling Xiao's heart ached. Although he had expected this, he was still incomparably disappointed. Xianxia, you still don't remember me. Ling Xiao sighed and said slowly, it's a long story. Let me tell you slowly. We both came from the longevity sect of the God of War realm. 10,000 years ago, Ling Xiao's voice was very low and slow. He started from how the two of them met 10,000 years ago, all the way to how Ling Xiao found Xianxia 10,000 years later, how Xianxia was poisoned by the 7 souls dissipating soul light, and how Xianxia lost her memories and was cleansed by the supreme emotion forgetting water. The current Xianxia was like a blank piece of paper. Although her cultivation hadn't changed and was still at the early divine spirit realm, she had forgotten everything. After seeing Ling Xiao, the divine skymend butterfly seemed very happy and excited. It danced around Ling Xiao. When Ling Xiao gave it the black demon bug he just obtained, the divine skymend butterfly became even happier. Ling Xiao told Xianxia everything that had happened. After listening to Ling Xiao's story, Xianxia's expression was still as cold as ever. There was a slight ripple in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. Jinx, I'm not lying at all. I can open up the memories of my primordial spirit and let you check them. That way, you will know everything. Ling Xiao said seriously to Xianxia. Afterwards, he opened up the sea of memories in his soul and allowed Xianxia to search. Xianxia thought about it and shook her head, no need, I believe you. From today onwards, my name is Xianxia. But before I regain all my memories, I'm afraid I won't be able to treat you like before. I hope you can understand. Ling Xiao smiled, as happy as a child. No problem. Xianxia, you've waited for me for 10,000 years. Now let me wait for you. I'll wait until you remember everything. Now, let's get to know each other again. Hello, I'm Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao smiled. Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then nodded lightly, hello, I'm Xianxia. She had a cold personality, and the Ling Xiao in front of her was like a stranger to her. However, she also had a feeling that they had known each other before. That strange familiarity gave her a strange feeling in her heart. Ling Xiao smiled, Xianxia, how about this? When you return to the mythical space with me, I'll tell you that you're a friend of mine. You can come with me to Aries College temporarily. Then, I'll think of a way to let you join the Taishang Dao Palace. Alright. Xianxia nodded calmly. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. Although Xianxia had lost all her memories, it was fine as long as Xianxia was by her side. He also believed in the emperor's words. The Taisheng Dao scripture would definitely help Xianxia regain her memories. Ling Xiao could feel that Xianxia seemed to be in a state of absolute indifference at all times. The emperor had also said that Xianxia had the legendary Taisheng Daoist body. She was a peerless genius of the Taisheng Daoist palace that only appeared once every 10,000 years. She was most suited to cultivate the Taisheng Daoist scripture. However, Ling Xiao still needed to think carefully about how to let Xianxia safely join the Taisheng Dao palace. He had to ensure that nothing went wrong. Ling Xiao brought Xianxia out of the wordless book world and returned to the mythical space through the heart realm. The secret room Ling Xiao chose was very cheap. He did not tell Feng Chong, Xian Wang, and the others. Therefore, when Ling Xiao returned from the celestial wolf mountain with a beautiful woman in a red dress and white hair, everyone was extremely surprised. Junior sister Ji, please keep this a secret. Among everyone, only Ji Feishuan recognized Xianxia. The others were very curious. Ling Xiao explained to Ji Feishuan through telepathy, and Ji Feishuan nodded tacitly. Everyone, let me introduce you. This is my friend, Xianxia. She came to the mythical space with the elders of her family. However, due to some reasons, she will be working with us in the future. Ling Xiao introduced her to Feng Chong, Yi Liangchen, and the others. Good friend? Big brother, could this be sister-in-law? She is indeed a peerless beauty. She has an extraordinary temperament. Brother, you have good taste. Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up as he winked at Ling Xiao. Get lost. You talk too much. Ling Xiao glared at him and said angrily. Xianxia's face was cold. She nodded slightly at everyone without saying anything. Although everyone was very curious about the relationship between Xianxia and Ling Xiao, they knew better than to ask too much. Junior brother Long, have you thought about it? That is the corpse of the great demon saint. There might even be the inheritance of the great demon saint. It doesn't matter if we can get it or not, we can't let it fall into the hands of the demon race. Feng Chong said to Ling Xiao. All right. Senior brother Feng, I agree. Let's go to the Heavenly Devil Valley together. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His eyes shone with a bright light. When he was in the Great Void Temple, he asked Uncle Su about it. A great demon saint's corpse contained a vast amount of energy. It was enough to keep the flowing time temple open for a long time. If Ling Xiao could get his hands on the great demon saint's corpse, he would have more time to cultivate. With a time acceleration of 30 times, Ling Xiao was confident that he could become a sage within 100 years. In the divine world, only those who had attained the Tao and become a sage could be considered a big shot. Otherwise, under the sage realm, even a divine king was just an ant. Ling Xiao, Feng Chong, and the others left the celestial wolf mountain and headed towards the Heavenly Devil Valley. The Heavenly Devil Valley was actually a huge abyss that covered an area of tens of thousands of miles. It was shrouded in fiend god qi all year round. Not only were there all kinds of ferocious and powerful demonic beasts, but there were also many demons gathered there. Therefore, few people would come to the Heavenly Devil Valley to hunt demons. However, ever since the news of the demon saint's corpse in the Heavenly Devil Valley spread, more and more human experts came to the Heavenly Devil Valley in hopes of obtaining the demon saint's corpse and inheritance. However, the demon saint's corpse was located in the deepest part of the Heavenly Devil Valley. It was covered by an extremely powerful ancient formation and was guarded by a demonic beast. Therefore, many people only wandered around the periphery, trying to find a way to enter the ancient formation. Over the past few days, many battles had broken out between the human and demon experts, and both sides suffered casualties. However, as the ancient formation was about to open, the experts of both races restrained themselves and prepared to fight for the demon saint's corpse. Boom! On top of a black mountain, there was a dazzling light and purple lightning lingering around it. A huge spatial gate had appeared. A figure in a purple robe walked out of the spatial gate, exuding an extremely terrifying aura. It was a young man in a purple robe. He had a slender figure and a jade-like face. There seemed to be purple lightning flashing in his eyes, making him look majestic and mysterious. There were already dozens of figures with powerful auras on top of the mountain. They were all in the true God realm and celestial God realm. They were all disciples of the Great Zhou Academy, and Wang Chong was among them. When the young man in purple robe appeared, the eyes of all the disciples revealed a hint of fanaticism as they bowed in unison. "Greetings, senior brother." The young man in purple robe was the strongest of this generation of the Great Zhou Academy, Ji Yuanlong. He was in the great circle of the celestial God realm, but his aura was as vast as the ocean, far surpassing the celestial God realm. He was not much weaker than a God King realm expert. It was rumored in the Great Zhou Academy that senior brother Ji Yuanlong could have broken through to the God King realm long ago, but he had been suppressing his cultivation in order to cultivate a peerless technique. Although he was only in the great circle of the celestial God realm, he had killed more than one God King. Ji Yuanlong had already caught the eye of a saint-old ancestor of the 9 imperial gates, and he would become a direct disciple immediately after he entered the gates. "Get up. How's the situation in Sky Devil Valley?" Ji Yuanlong glanced at the crowd and said. "Reporting to eldest senior brother, there are many experts gathered in the Heavenly Devil Valley. Tiger Gun, Lang Shan, and Ying Ju of the Devil Clan have arrived with their experts. It is said that a saint-level Devil Clan will arrive soon." Wang Chong immediately stepped forward and respectfully reported. "Saint-level demons? Very good. As long as I kill the saint-level demon, my divine firmament dragon king transformation will be complete. Keep a close eye on the devil race. Inform me immediately if there is any news about a saint devil race." A sharp glint flashed across Ji Yuanlong's eyes as he spoke indifferently. "Yes. Eldest senior brother, other than the demons, we have also found traces of the Heroes Alliance." Wang Chong was a little hesitant, but he still reported. "Hero Alliance? They were just a bunch of vicious criminals. How dare they call themselves the Hero Alliance? Do you know who came from the Hero Alliance?" Ji Yuanlong's eyes revealed a trace of disdain. In the divine world, there were many abandoned disciples and criminals who fled to the mythical space after being hunted down. Most of them gathered in the Hero Alliance. The various sacred grounds had sent experts to hunt down the Hero Alliance, but the Hero Alliance's base was extremely secretive. In addition, it was rumored that the leader of the Hero Alliance was a saint. Thus, the sacred grounds could not do anything to the Hero Alliance. Although the mythical space rejected saints, that saint had relied on a supreme treasure to make a name for himself in the mythical space. He had even stirred up trouble in the divine world. The saints of the various sacred grounds had set up traps several times, but he had escaped each time. It is said that the Sword Saint came from the Hero Alliance. Wang Chong replied. "Sword Saint? When did the Hero Alliance have a Sword Saint?" Ji Yuanlong's expression changed slightly. Could it be that this was also a saint-level expert? Even if he was only a half-saint, his true strength far surpassed that of a God King expert. However, in the mythical space, even if a saint concealed his aura, he would only be able to exert the strength of a God King at most. "I'm not sure. It is said that he just joined the Hero Alliance. Although he is only a celestial god, he has already comprehended the sword of Saint Dao. His strength is extremely terrifying. He once killed a God King and is now considered the future leader of the Hero Alliance." Wang Chong reported. "A mere celestial god dares to call himself a sword saint? The Hero Alliance is indeed a bunch of lunatics. Pay attention to his whereabouts. Did the other 4 academies send anyone?" Ji Yuanlong asked indifferently. "I haven't found any traces of the other 4 academies yet." Wang Chong replied honestly. "Very good. Disperse for now and wait for the Heavenly Devil Valley to open." Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed. He leaped up and flew toward the Heavenly Devil Valley. After several days of travel, Ling Xiao and Feng Chong finally arrived at the Heavenly Devil Valley. In the past few days, they had been ambushed and attacked by the demons several times. However, they had calmly dealt with them. In the end, the demons were turned into demon crystals that could be exchanged for contribution points. Ling Xiao had refined 10 drops of the sacred liquid in the milky white crystal, and as cultivation had finally broken through to late-stage true God realm, there were still 9 drops of sacred liquid left in the crystal, which was not enough for Ling Xiao to continue breaking through. He had wanted to give the sacred liquid to Jin's first, but Jin's had refused. Ling Xiao discovered that Jin's was able to extract energy from the void. Her aura was getting stronger almost every day. This peerless talent made Ling Xiao sigh in amazement. Junior brother Long, our academy's senior sister Qinglian has arrived. Feng Chong's eyes lit up with joy when he received this news. Senior sister Qinglian? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He had heard of Qinglian from the Imperial Academy. Qinglian was the #1 person in the Imperial Academy, the eldest senior sister of all the disciples. Her talent was unparalleled, and she was especially proficient in swordsmanship. It was rumored that she had already cultivated the Green Lotus sword force. She was a peerless sword cultivator. As soon as Feng Chong's voice fell, a green sword light came from the void in the distance. Sword Chi rose, revealing a few peerless figures. They instantly landed in front of Ling Xiao and the others. The leader was a woman in a green dress. She was extremely beautiful, and her skin was whiter than snow. However, her temperament was extremely cold. She carried an ancient sword on her back, and her body exuded a sharp sword chi fluctuation. One look at her would send chills down one's spine. Her eyes were like swords, extremely sharp. Ling Xiao felt an extreme love for the sword from her. Behind her were 4 beautiful women in white robes. They also carried ancient swords on their backs. Their temperaments were ice cold. They were all late-stage heavenly gods. Greetings, great senior sister. Feng Chong hurriedly brought his 3 junior sisters to greet her. Greetings, senior sister Qinglian. Ling Xiao, Yi Liangchen, and the rest also bowed to Qinglian. Although the 5 great colleges were of the same branch, Aries College and Imperial College were relatively closer to each other. As for Tyrant, Dezhou, and Heaven's Sword, these 3 colleges Overlord and Tyrant belonged to the 9 Imperial Gates and were closer to each other. Are you guys from Aries College? Is Big Dipper here? Qinglian looked at Ling Xiao and the rest and asked. We didn't see Senior Big Dipper. We came by ourselves. Ling Xiao smiled. Nonsense. Qinglian said coldly, the Heavenly Devil Valley is filled with demons. The Demon Race, the Heroes Union, and the Great Zhou College have all sent experts here. I'm afraid even the God King Realm experts will appear. Entering the Heavenly Devil Valley with your cultivation is simply courting death. Now that Sky Devil Valley hasn't opened yet, you guys better go back quickly. Although Qinglian's words were tough, Ling Xiao could still hear the concern in her voice. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Senior sister Qinglian, don't worry. We can protect ourselves. The main purpose of our trip to Sky Devil Valley is to kill the demons. We won't participate in the fight for the Great Demon Saint's corpse. That won't do. You. Eh? What's your name? Qinglian still wanted to say something, but when her gaze fell on Xianxia, she suddenly revealed a trace of shock. Senior sister Qinglian, she is my friend. Her name is Xianxia. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he replied. Xianxia? You are. Qinglian's eyes revealed a trace of excitement, but the words that were about to come out of her mouth immediately stopped. She instantly rushed over and grabbed Xianxia's arm. Under Ling Zhao's signal, Xianxia didn't resist. Qinglian's fingertip sent a strand of divine power into Xianxia's body. Her face was filled with joy. It was indeed the Supreme Taoist body. The Supreme Taoist body was the most suitable body for the Supreme Taoist Palace's martial arts. To the Supreme Taoist Palace, it was much more important than the legendary divine body or sage body. Every generation sect master of the most Supreme Tao Palace had the most Supreme Tao body, and only those with the most Supreme Tao body could cultivate the most Supreme Tao scripture to the extreme. It was just that the Supreme Taoist body was too rare. The Supreme Taoist Palace often searched the entire God realm, but it was difficult to find someone with the Supreme Taoist body. Therefore, many elders and disciples of the Taishang Dao Palace had ways to search for the Taishang Dao body. As long as they could find someone with the Taishang Dao body, they would definitely receive extremely precious rewards. Take Qinglian for example. If she were to tell the people of the Taishang Holyji Palace about this, she would probably become a true disciple immediately. The news of the great Supreme Taoist physique was too important, so she didn't mention it at all. Feng Chong and the others looked at Qinglian curiously. They didn't know what senior sister Qinglian had discovered to make her so excited and lose her composure. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He guessed that Feng Chong had probably discovered the secret of the great supreme Taoist physique. However, this was good news for Ling Xiao. He was originally worried about how to send Xianxia to the supreme Taoist palace naturally without arousing suspicion. Now that Qinglian had discovered that Xianxia had the supreme Taoist physique, she would definitely think of ways to take her into the supreme Taoist palace. Junior sister, aren't you a disciple of the Aries College? Are you willing to join the Imperial Academy? Qinglian smiled faintly at Xianxia. Xianxia glanced at Ling Xiao, and Ling Xiao immediately replied, Senior sister Qinglian, Xianxia originally wanted to enter the Imperial Academy through the Great Void Trial, but she was delayed by something, so she missed the Great Void Trial. If she could enter the Imperial Academy, she would naturally be more than willing. That's great. Junior brother Long, junior sister Xianxia can follow me for the next few days. I will protect her. Qinglian smiled faintly at Ling Xiao, but her voice was filled with an undeniable tone. She had already thought of a way to inform the Imperial Academy's principal, Lu Shuling. Presumably, Lu Shuling would immediately contact the Supreme Taoist Palace, and soon, there would be experts from the Supreme Taoist Palace directly descending into the mythical space. During this period, the only thing she had to do was to protect Xianxia. Although the Great Devil Saint's corpse was important, compared to Xianxia, it was not worth mentioning. All right. Then I will have to trouble senior sister Qinglian. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and agreed on behalf of Xianxia. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao calmly and didn't say anything. Instead, she stood beside Qinglian. Boom! At this moment, a loud sound suddenly came from the Sky Devil Valley, like the rumbling of thunder, and countless amounts of demonic qi instantly rose into the sky. The devil qi turned into a huge black vortex in the void, and many ancient and mysterious runes and characters could be vaguely seen. The Sky Devil Valley has opened, everyone, charge! Someone exclaimed, and suddenly, countless powerful figures from all directions rushed into the depths of the Sky Devil Valley. Let's go and take a look. Even if we can't get the Great Devil Saint's corpse, we can't let it fall into the hands of the demonic clan. Qinglian's eyes flashed sharply, and the ancient green sword behind her back was unsheathed. Rays of sword light separated, and in an instant, Ling Xiao and the others were surrounded, and at the same time, shot into the depths of the Sky Devil Valley. In the depths of the Sky Devil Valley, endless demonic light flickered as a black altar appeared. On top of it sat an old man in a black robe. He looked very similar to a human. Other than his blue pupils and a mysterious rune between his eyebrows, he looked no different from a human. Sitting on the altar, he looked very lifelike, and his whole body exuded a powerful aura. If not for the death qi surrounding him, people would have thought that the Great Devil Saint had come back to life. That's right, this old man in a black robe was the Great Devil Saint's corpse. Below the altar, there was a huge black snake as thick as a bucket. It was hundreds of feet long, and its body was covered in black scales that shone with a cold light. There was a sarcoma on the top of its head, and its eyes were blood-red and cruel. Its tongue flicked in and out of its mouth as it stared at the people in front of it. This huge black snake was the demonic beast guarding the Great Devil Saint's corpse, and it had the combat strength of a divine king. At this moment, the ancient array that enveloped them was broken, and the Great Devil Saint's corpse and the huge black snake appeared in front of them. There were 3 demonic clan experts closest to the altar. One of them had the head of a tiger, the other had the head of a wolf, and the last one had the head of an eagle. All of them were in the great circle of the heavenly god realm, and they were staring at the people in front of them. They were Hu Gun from the Tiger Demon clan, Lang Shan from the Demonic Wolf clan, and Ying Ju from the Shadow Devil clan. P.S. Third update, please rest early. Demonic Qi filled the heavenly Devil Valley. Roar, a loud roar shook the void like thunder. Everyone could vaguely see the figure of a giant black snake that was over 100 feet long emerging from the shroud of demonic qi. Its eyes were blood-red, and its body was surrounded by a murderous aura. It coiled around the altar and stared at the many demon race and human race experts outside the valley. Welcome, Lord of the Sacred Clan. Hu Gun, Lang Shan, and Ying Ju knelt down at the same time. Their eyes were filled with reverence. In front of them, the void shook, and a strange spatial door opened in an instant. A powerful figure stepped out of the spatial door, exuding a monstrous demonic qi. It was extremely evil and terrifying. It was a young man in black armor. He looked very similar to a human, but his eyes were blue, and he had long blue hair that surged like lightning. His blue eyes seemed to contain a whirlpool that could suck a person's primordial spirit into it. Is he from the Heavenly Devil clan? Xianxia stared at the young man in black armor and said slowly. The Heavenly Devil clan was a saint-level demon clan. They were far more powerful than low-level, mid-level, and high-level demons. Their status in the demon world was equivalent to the immortal sacred grounds in the divine world. They were extremely powerful. This young man from the Heavenly Devil clan was equivalent to a disciple of an immortal sacred ground. Although his cultivation was only at the complete devil realm, which was equivalent to the complete heavenly god realm, his aura was extremely terrifying. Even Xianxia felt a strong sense of danger. It's really lively here. Are the people from the Hero Alliance, Grand Supreme Academy, and Great Zhou Academy all here? Since you're here, leave your lives behind. The young man from the Heavenly Devil clan glanced at the people from the Hero Alliance, Ji Yuanlong, and Xianxia. His expression was indifferent as he looked down at the crowd. Arrogant. So what if he's from the Heavenly Devil clan? These demon bastards must be tired of living. Ji Yuanlong and Xianxia are both here. Let's kill all of these demon bastards today. Hee, the great demon saint's corpse is ours. The lives of these demon bastards are also ours. Many human race experts were filled with righteous indignation as they cursed at the Heavenly Fiend clan youth. There were only a few dozen devil race experts here, and the strongest were the Heavenly Devil race youth, Hu Gun, Lang Shan, and Ying Ju. However, there were over 1,000 human race experts, and among them were supreme experts like Ji Yuanlong and Xianxia. You're courting death. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Fiend race youth. Instantly, 7-colored divine light shot out from his eyes. It turned into several terrifying rays of light and shot into the glabella of the few humans who had just spoken. Rumble, it was as if the 7-colored divine spear had pierced through their foreheads. Their foreheads were shattered, and blood filled the air. Even their primordial spirits screamed as they were enveloped by the 7-colored divine light. They were instantly reduced to nothingness. This is the 7 souls dispersing light? Ling Zhao's body trembled, and his gaze instantly became extremely sharp. The 7-soul dispersal light was one of the most powerful abilities of the Sky Fiend clan. If it wasn't for the Sky Fiend clan, Xianxia wouldn't have ended up in this state. Seeing the Sky Fiend clan's youth torturing the human race so unscrupulously, a trace of burning killing intent arose in Ling Zhao's heart. Junior brother Long also recognizes the 7 souls dispersing light? The 7 souls dispersing light is the innate divine powers of the Heavenly Fiend race. It is extremely vicious. It directly attacks the primordial spirit and disperses the soul. Everyone must be careful. Xianxia looked at Ling Xiao in surprise before instructing the rest of the group. Xianxia also looked at the Heavenly Fiend race youth with a strange look in her eyes. Junior sister Xianxia, this guy from the Heavenly Fiend race is too arrogant. How about we get rid of him first, and then we will think about fighting for the great demon saint's corpse. Ji Yuanlong suddenly transmitted his voice to Xianxia. All right. Xianxia thought for a moment and agreed. Ants of the human race, if you are not afraid of death, then come in. After the Heavenly Fiend race youth killed a few humans with the 7 souls dispersing light, he sneered and led Hu Gun, Lang Shan, Ying Ju, and the others directly into the Heavenly Fiend Valley. Boom, the Heavenly Fiend Valley was filled with dense demonic chi. Although the giant black snake looked extremely ferocious, it did not attack the Heavenly Fiend race youth and the others. The Heavenly Fiend race youth muttered something, and black runes flew out from his body. Then, the glabella of the giant black snake lit up, and a golden rune on it became dazzling. The giant black snake actually allowed the Heavenly Fiend race youth to stand on its head. No one had expected such a change. The Heavenly Fiend race youth could actually control the giant black snake. Could the great demon saint be the great demon saint of the Heavenly Fiend race? After thinking of a certain possibility, the expressions of the human race experts suddenly changed. Junior sister Xianxia, the situation has changed. Let's attack together. We must not let the Heavenly Fiend race obtain the great demon saint's corpse. Ji Yuanlong's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Boom, Ji Yuanlong's palm shone brightly, and in an instant, a purple-gold long spear appeared. It was surrounded by purple lightning and contained an incomparably sharp light. Ji Yuanlong suddenly threw the purple-gold long spear into the heavenly fiend valley. Immediately, it turned into a long purple rainbow and shot towards the giant black snake. At the same time, Ji Yuanlong also rushed forward and slapped his palm towards the heavenly fiend race youth. Kill! Qinglian's eyes were cold. The ancient sword behind her was unsheathed, and like a cold light illuminating the void, it instantly split into billions of sword chi and shot towards the heavenly fiend valley. Qinglian's clothes fluttered, and the sword aura around her surged, causing the void to shake violently. It was incomparably vast and pure. Under the leadership of Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian, many human race experts rushed towards the heavenly fiend valley. Stop them. We must not let them affect the sacred clan lord's plan. Hu Gun sneered, and his eyes were filled with cruel killing intent. Demonic light rose around his body, and his blood chi surged. He, Lang Shan, and Ingju all exploded with the strongest fighting spirit. They led the elite experts of the three clans and charged towards the human race experts. Rumble, a great battle was about to break out. Ji Yuanlong's purple-gold long spear shone brightly, and a layer of purple sacred light flowed around it. This was also a half-saint treasure, and under Ji Yuanlong's control, it had the power to threaten the Divine King realm experts. Roar! The giant black snake's eyes were blood-red, and suddenly, a loud roar erupted from its mouth. It shook the void in all directions, and like a storm, it rushed towards the crowd. At the same time, its huge snake tail whipped towards the purple-gold long spear like a black lightning bolt. The sound of metal colliding rang out, and the purple-gold long spear was instantly sent flying back. You overestimate yourself. The young man from the Sky Devil clan sneered and clasped his palms together. Boom! Between his palms, a black divine light suddenly erupted. It was like a huge sky curtain that shrouded the area in front of him. Ji Yuanlong's expression changed slightly. His purplish gold spear was invincible, but when it pierced the light screen, it seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Moreover, an unparalleled divine power erupted, and his entire body was instantly repelled. Qinglian's billions of sword chi were also blocked by the black screen and dissipated into nothingness. The young man from the Sky Devil clan actually blocked Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian's attacks at the same time. His powerful strength was evident. Stop them! The young man from the Sky Devil clan said indifferently to the black snake, Hu Gun, Lang Shan, and Ingju. Then, he turned into a ray of light and flew towards the altar. Damn it! Ji Yuanlong's expression was ugly. He never thought that the young man from the Sky Devil clan would be able to control the demonic beasts guarding the great demon saint's corpse. A divine king demonic beast was enough to pose a great threat to Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian, not to mention the three great demon clan experts who were comparable to great circle heavenly gods. Boom! Ji Yuanlong held his purplish gold spear and rushed towards the depths of the Sky Devil Valley. However, the black snake had its eyes fixed on Ji Yuanlong. Demonic chi filled the sky as it spat out a black demonic ball from its mouth and shot towards Ji Yuanlong. Boom! The void trembled violently as the black demonic ball exploded. Ji Yuanlong was enveloped in endless demonic light as streams of fiend god chi rushed into his body. Crackle! Although the black snake was a divine king, it was not as if Ji Yuanlong had not killed a divine king before. The black snake had completely enraged him, causing him to erupt with all his combat strength. Ji Yuanlong wasn't afraid of the giant black snake, but the heavenly devil race's young man was already flying towards the devil saint's corpse. If this continued, the devil saint's corpse would fall into the hands of the heavenly devil race's young man. How could he not be anxious? Crack! Purple divine light surged around him. The purple gold spear seemed to have turned into a purple gold divine dragon at this moment. Endless lightning surrounded it as it pounced toward the giant black snake. Ji Yuanlong, on the other hand, suddenly moved and lunged at the heavenly fiend youth on the altar. Where do you think you're going? Tiger Gun let out a furious roar as a tiger's roar erupted from his mouth. At the same time, the two mountain-splitting axes in his hands chopped down at Ji Yuanlong. Get out of my way! Ji Yuanlong's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He punched out, and his fist landed directly on the mountain-splitting axe. A terrifying divine power exploded, causing Hu Gun's body to tremble. He's tough, let's go together. Hu Gun roared. Immediately, Lang Shan and Ying Ju charged towards Ji Yuanlong. Clang, sword chi surged. Qinglian wielded her ancient sword and instantly killed a few demon experts. However, the giant black snake was extremely powerful. It quickly struck down the purple-gold divine dragon that Ji Yuanlong had transformed into and pounced towards Qinglian. Although the number of demons was small, under the leadership of the giant black snake, Tiger Gun, Lang Shan, and Ying Ju, many human experts were forcefully blocked outside, unable to advance even an inch. Senior Brother Long, what should we do? Xian Wang and the others looked at Ling Xiao and asked. Of course, we'll kill the demons. These are all contribution points. You guys be careful and protect Jin Se. I'll go and see if there's a way to snatch the great devil saint's body. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said to Xian Wang and the others. Whoosh, he retracted his aura and sneaked into the heavenly devil valley. Now that the giant black snake, Hu Gun, Lang Shan, and Ying Ju had been stopped by Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian, the other demon race warriors were no threat to Ling Xiao. Furthermore, he had 3 silver-ranked warriors with him. If they were caught off guard, they would definitely be able to produce a miraculous effect. As more and more human experts rushed into the valley, Ling Zhao's cultivation was only at the late true immortal realm. He did not attract any attention at all. Hence, he smoothly approached the altar. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that the young man from the heavenly devil race did not leave after snatching the great devil saint's body. Instead, he sat down on the altar with his legs crossed. Boom, as he cut his arm, streams of black blood flowed out and was smeared on the altar. Then, he drew mysterious runes on the altar. The great devil saint's body buzzed and trembled. In an instant, an incomparably terrifying aura burst out from it. At this moment, the entire altar underwent a strange change. As if some mysterious power had awakened, the altar exploded with brilliant light. In an instant, a layer of black mist gushed out and covered the entire area. An evil, ancient, and mysterious aura spread out. It emitted waves that made one's primordial spirit tremble. Bang, 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 it was like a beating heart or the beating of a drum. A mysterious rhythm surged in everyone's heart. It even made them feel as if their blood was boiling. It was as if their entire body was about to combust. Black light lingered on the altar. A black demonic bug flew out and floated on the altar. It emitted an ancient and terrifying wave. The black demonic bug had 4 pairs of wings and 8 wings on its back. It was only a foot long. Its head was ferocious, and it had sharp fangs. Its eyes were blood red. When the young man from the heavenly devil race saw the black demonic bug, his eyes were filled with excitement. It really is the world-etching bug. The old ancestor has suppressed it here for thousands of years. Now, it has finally become a great fortune for me. The young man from the heavenly devil race muttered to himself. His breathing became rapid. Buzz, he formed a seal with both hands. Runes floated up from the altar and imprinted on the world-etching bug. At the same time, the great devil saint's corpse began to emit powerful saint aura that suppressed the world-etching bug. The world-etching bug trembled slightly. Although it was resisting, it was more afraid. It could only allow the black runes to drill into its body. So, his target wasn't the great devil saint's corpse. It was the world-etching bug. Ling Zhao's body trembled. A look of understanding appeared in his eyes. No wonder there was a great devil saint's corpse and an altar here. It was all prepared for the world-etching bug. Of course, this black demonic bug couldn't be called a world-etching bug because a complete world-etching bug would have 12 wings on its back. It could corrode thousands of worlds and was extremely powerful. However, this black demonic bug was different from the defective ones Ling Xiao had encountered before. It had the potential to become a complete world-etching bug. As long as it grew 4 more wings, it would become a true world-etching bug. Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian finally felt that something was amiss. They thought that the young man from the Sky Fiend race would snatch the demon saint's corpse, but they did not expect a world-etching insect to appear on the altar. The young man from the Sky Fiend race's real target was the world-etching insect. Thank you for your blessings, ancestor. I, Boji, will inherit your legacy and cultivate the real world-etching insect. The young man from the Sky Fiend race kowtowed respectfully to the demon saint's corpse. Damn it, get out of my way. Ji Yuanlong's eyes were filled with killing intent and his face was ugly. He felt that he had been tricked. Not only did he fail to snatch the demon saint's corpse, he even let Boji obtain the world-etching insect. He instantly felt that something was wrong. When Wang Chong, Feng Chong, and the others saw the world-etching insect, their eyes were filled with fear. Back in the Tiger Demon Clan and Celestial Wolf Mountain, a mere two-winged defective was enough to put them in danger, making them wish they were dead. So how terrifying was this world-eclipsing insect before them? Boom! The purple gold spear in Ji Yuanlong's hand exploded with terrifying divine power. Streaks of purple lightning swept across the area and swept Hu Gun, Lang Shan, and Yingju away. They were about to attack Boji, who was on the altar. Don't overestimate yourself. In order to welcome the arrival of my world-etching insect, you should be honored to become its food. Buishuan sneered as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Boom! The world-etching insect's body trembled slightly as its 8 wings flapped in the air. In an instant, a terrifying demonic aura exploded. At the same time, it let out a sharp and terrifying cry. Pft! 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 The terrifying sound wave swept out in all directions. It contained a power fluctuation that could destroy one's soul. The glabella of some of the weaker cultivators instantly exploded. Their primordial spirits were directly reduced to nothingness. They were directly killed by the sound wave. Even Yi Liangchen, Feng Ye, Yin Tiansong, and the others felt a sharp pain in their glabella. If King Xian had not protected them in time, they would have been severely injured. What a terrifying world-etching insect. Damn it, its cry is so unpleasant. Yi Liangchen opened his eyes wide as he stared at the world-etching insect and Boji on the altar. Whoosh! Whoosh! At that moment, the world-eclipsing bug spat out thousands of black lines from its mouth. The black lines intertwined and intertwined, forming a huge net that enveloped the entire Sky Devil Valley. In an instant, the fiendish chi of the demonic god exploded out. Furthermore, an extremely powerful corrosive power enveloped the crowd. Everyone was horrified to find that the divine power in their bodies was rapidly draining away, as if some mysterious power was eroding their bodies. Even Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian couldn't help but change their expressions, because they also felt the energy in their bodies rapidly depleting. Open! Ji Yuanlong angrily roared. The violet gold divine spear in his hand turned into a 10,000 zhang long divine dragon and soared into the sky, wanting to break through the black net. However, the moment the purple gold divine dragon came into contact with the giant black net, it was instantly annihilated and turned back into a purple gold divine spear, which flew back into Ji Yuanlong's hand. Clang! Green Lotus was also surrounded by sword intent. Her ancient sword soared into the sky, trying to break through the giant black net, but she failed in the end. It's useless. In this inescapable net, there is only one outcome for all of you, and that is death. Boji looked indifferently at the human race experts and said. In just a moment, a few more human race experts were invaded by the fiendish chi of the demonic god and exploded to death. Under Bo Sun's command, the black giant snake, Tiger Gun, Lang Shan, Eagle Ju, and the other demon race experts charged toward Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian. For a moment, the human race experts were in danger. Ling Xiao stood near the altar, surrounded by fierce battles. He stared at Bo Sun and the world-eclipsing bug on the altar with a strange look in his eyes. He still had 3 silver warriors. If he was caught off guard and attacked together, it would be enough to make Boji panic and even force him to retreat. As long as Boji was forced to retreat, Ling Xiao would naturally be able to obtain the Great Devil Saint's body. However, the most important thing was how to deal with the world-eclipsing bug. Ling Xiao felt that the world-eclipsing bug was extremely dangerous. It was incomparable to the defective ones. If he couldn't deal with the world-eclipsing bug, he would be in danger under the combined attacks of the world-eclipsing bug and Boji. Buzz, however, just as Ling Xiao was pondering, a 9-colored light suddenly appeared on the altar. It was so fast that even Boji couldn't react in time. It was a butterfly with 9-colored light flowing around it. Its wings were as thin as silk and looked extremely beautiful. It emitted a mysterious fluctuation as it charged toward the world-eclipsing bug. It was the divine sky-patching butterfly. Ling Xiao was slightly stunned. He didn't expect the divine sky-patching butterfly to charge toward the world-eclipsing bug at this moment. Moreover, the two of them instantly engaged in a fierce battle. The world-eclipsing bug let out an extremely sharp cry with a hint of fear. After all, it was only a defective world-eclipsing bug. When facing the divine sky-patching butterfly, it naturally felt instinctive fear. The world-eclipsing bug suddenly spat out black demonic lines in an attempt to trap the divine sky-patching butterfly. However, the 9-colored light around the divine sky-patching butterfly was extremely mysterious. The black demonic lines immediately dissipated. The divine sky-patching butterfly flapped its wings and a 9-colored divine needle appeared in its mouth. It suddenly pierced toward the world-eclipsing bug. Boji was slightly stunned when he saw the scene on the altar. However, he immediately flew into a rage and slammed his palm toward the divine sky-patching butterfly. Although he didn't recognize the divine sky-patching butterfly, he couldn't tolerate the fact that the divine sky-patching butterfly wanted to destroy his world-eclipsing bug. Good chance. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he instantly soared into the sky. Unparalleled divine power erupted from his body as he punched toward the world-eclipsing bug. The 3 silver-ranked warriors instantly appeared in the void. The terrifying aura around them exploded as 3 silver spears pierced through the void and pierced toward Boji's vital points. Bastard, who are you? Buishuan was shocked and angry. Demonic chi surged around him as a black saber appeared in his hand. He suddenly slashed toward the 3 silver-ranked warriors in front of him. Boom, the void trembled as the silver spears and the black sabers collided and exploded with resplendent light. However, because Boji had acted hastily, the silver-ranked warriors were indestructible and had divine power. They directly sent Buishuan flying. Bang, Ling Xiao also punched the world-eclipsing bug. At the same time, a powerful devouring divine power was injected into the world-eclipsing bug's body. The world-eclipsing bug's body trembled violently. The devouring divine power was like adding oil to a fire. Instantly, an incomparably chaotic energy exploded within the world-eclipsing bug's body. Boom, the world-etching insect screamed as a strange sound wave radiated in all directions. It contained an extremely powerful primordial spirit attack. The surrounding people were caught off guard and felt dizzy as they felt a sharp pain in their glabella. After the devouring divine power entered the world-etching insect's body, it began to devour the divine power within the world-etching insect and grew stronger. The world-etching insect trembled violently as its 8 wings flapped, emitting a powerful spatial power. It instantly broke through the void and tried to dodge the divine sky-patching butterfly's attack. Buzz, the divine sky-patching butterfly was faster than it. Beams of 9-colored divine light wrapped around the world-etching insect like divine chains of order. Even the spatial power could not stop it. In an instant, the world-etching insect was entangled and pulled toward the divine sky-patching butterfly. You're courting death. Boji was shocked and enraged when he saw this. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had spent a lot of effort to obtain this world-etching insect. As long as the world-etching insect could reach perfection in the future, it would be a great help to him. He would kill any god or devil that stood in his way. Although he did not recognize the divine sky-patching butterfly, he could feel that it was a great threat to the world-etching insect. Whoosh, 7-colored divine light flashed in Boji's eyes as it pierced through the void and shot toward the divine sky-patching butterfly. The 7-soul dispersal light was activated again. Stop him. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he ordered the 3 silver-ranked warriors to attack Boji. The silver-ranked warriors did not know pain and were fearless of death. Their bodies were invulnerable. Although they did not know any martial arts, their attacks were extremely sharp and had strong battle instincts. The 3 silver spears were aimed at Boji's vital points. Clang, Boji's eyes flashed fiercely as he chopped down with his palm and collided with the silver spears. There was a burst of bright light. Then, he swept his leg and swept the 3 silver-ranked warriors away. Rumble, Boji's body exuded an ancient, mysterious, and terrifying aura. Demonic light gushed out and formed a terrifying demonic realm behind him. Endless demonic chi was attracted to him as he punched at the divine sky-patching butterfly. The punch was extremely terrifying and contained a mysterious power that could annihilate the void. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Clang, at this moment, a snow-white sword light was unsheathed. To be exact, it was the light of a blade. Ling Xiao used the Xianxia sword to display the 7 styles of judgment. The Xianxia sword was a flawless holy treasure. It contained a vast amount of holy aura. Under Ling Zhao's control, it instantly absorbed all the divine power in his body. Then, it turned into a sword radiance that split the heavens and the earth. It was as if the heavenly emperor was judging all living beings. It slashed towards Bo Jia. This slash was extremely fast, and Ling Xiao could be said to have reached Bo Ji first despite making a move later. Holy treasure? A trace of shock appeared in Bo Ji's eyes. A flawless holy treasure was extremely precious. Because his cultivation was not high enough, he only had a half-step holy treasure in his hand. However, this sword actually made him feel a strong threat. Rumble. Bo Ji clenched his teeth and immediately activated the vast devil realm behind him. Figures of devil kings appeared as though they were surrounding him and worshipping him. His fist became increasingly dark and terrifying. Finally, it abruptly collided with the saber light. Gotcha. The void trembled as the saber light and the fist print exploded. It was as if a small sun had exploded, setting off a divine light storm. Ling Xiao felt his arm go numb. The Xianxia sword flew back and landed in his hand. It had even injured his internal organs. That was the backlash of the holy power. Even though his physical body was unparalleled, he still suffered some injuries. On the other hand, Bo Ji was sent flying by Ling Zhao's slash. The devil light around his body dissipated, and a deep wound appeared on his fist radiance. His face was extremely ugly. If he had not used a forbidden move in his last punch, Ling Zhao's slash would have destroyed one of his limbs. "Ant, how dare you injure me? Leave the sword in your hand behind." Bo Ji's eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. At the same time, he also looked at the Xianxia sword in Ling Zhao's hand. Swoosh. Swoosh. However, at the same time, the three silver-tier warriors charged towards Bo Ji without any fear of death. They surrounded Bo Ji and kept attacking his vital parts. Bo Ji was unable to break free from the encirclement. All he could do was to roar in anger. At this moment, the world-etching insect was completely trapped by the divine butterfly. A 9-colored divine needle emerged from the divine butterfly and pierced the world-etching insect. Chirp. The world-etching insect let out an extremely shrill cry. However, it could not move at all. The 9-colored divine needle seemed to be devouring its life essence. The world-etching insect actually began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the end, the world-etching insect turned into a pile of ashes and scattered with the wind. No. Bo Ji's eyes instantly turned blood red. He let out a roar of unwillingness and anger. His entire body emitted a terrifying devil light. His aura also increased in an instant. He directly blasted the 3 silver-ranked warriors away. Then, he slammed his palm towards the divine butterfly. Wang! The divine butterfly flapped its wings and a 9-colored mist spread around its body. Threads intertwined and formed a 9-colored cocoon around its body, enveloping it completely. When Bo Ji's palm landed on the cocoon formed by the divine butterfly, his entire body trembled violently. Then, as if he was struck by an unparalleled divine force, he was instantly sent flying backwards. A strange fluctuation was emitted from the divine butterfly's body. There seemed to be a celestial melody floating around, mysterious and unfathomable. Is it going to evolve again? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. Previously, the divine butterfly was only in its infant stage. Now that it had swallowed the defective world-etching insect, was it going to evolve into its adult stage? Just the divine skymend butterfly in its infancy was already so terrifying. Once it evolved again, just how strong would it be? Ling Zhao's heart was filled with anticipation. Rumble. As the world-etching insect was swallowed by the divine butterfly, the black net that originally enveloped Sky Devil Valley completely dissipated. The suppressive threat in everyone's hearts disappeared. Everyone couldn't help but feel relieved. Whoosh! Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The purple-gold spear in his hand repelled Hu Gun, Lang Shan, and Ying Ju, who were charging towards him. He turned into a bolt of purple lightning and shot towards the altar in an instant. After the world-etching insect died, the Devil Saint's corpse finally became an ownerless object. Ji Yuanlong wanted to snatch the Devil Saint's corpse first. A light flashed in Ling Zhao's palm as he kept the Demon Saint's corpse into the wordless heavenly book. The Demon Saint's corpse contained the power of the holy path. Normal divine weapons and half-step holy treasures were unable to contain the Demon Saint's corpse. Only complete holy treasures could. Only the wordless heavenly book could contain the demon saint's corpse. Everyone's target was the demon saint's corpse. Only by keeping the demon saint's corpse would they be safe. Hand over the demon saint's corpse. When Ji Yuanlong saw that a mere late true God realm brat had actually kept the devil saint's corpse, his face turned cold and he shouted angrily. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. To be able to keep the demon saint's corpse meant that this kid from Aries College must have a complete spatial holy treasure on him. One had to know that the Xianxia sword in Ling Zhao's hand had already attracted the attention of countless people. In addition, he had a spatial holy treasure on him. This meant that this kid had two complete holy treasures on him. Even Ji Yuanlong's eyes revealed a trace of greed. I was the one who obtained the demon saint's corpse. I'm afraid the senior brother is too late. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said calmly. Junior brother, the demon saint's corpse is not something you can take away. Hand it over to me. Whether it's god stones or god crystals, I can satisfy you. Ji Yuanlong's eyes were cold as he stared at Ling Xiao. I'm sorry, but there's no reason for me to hand over something that's already in my hands. Senior brother, if I hadn't gotten rid of the world-etching bugs, I'm afraid you would still be trapped in the black net. Aren't you repaying kindness with enmity by doing this? Ling Xiao said indifferently. His expression was extremely calm. You think you can get rid of the world-etching bugs? You overestimate yourself. Since you don't know how to appreciate kindness, don't blame me for being impolite. Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed with killing intent as he slammed his palm down on Ling Xiao. You despicable humans. You killed my world-etching bugs. You all have to die. Boji's eyes were spitting fire, filled with intense killing intent. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. If it weren't for Ling Xiao and the divine butterfly, his world-etching bugs wouldn't have died. He suddenly exploded with an unparalleled demonic light, causing the 3 silver-tier warriors to retreat. Then, he summoned the black giant snake to attack the 3 silver-tier warriors while he himself charged towards Ling Xiao. Ji Yuanlong wanted to snatch the demon saint's corpse, and Bo Jiao wanted to kill Ling Xiao. The two experts of the human race and the demon race actually attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. Ling Xiao was about to fall into a dangerous situation. When Qinglian saw this scene, her gaze immediately turned cold. She shouted at Ji Yuanlong, dealing with the devil race is more important. Could it be that you want your loved ones to suffer and your enemies to be happy? At this moment, she was being blocked by Hu Gun, Lang Shan, and Ying Ju. Although her battle prowess was extremely strong and she had already suppressed these 3 great demon clan experts, she was still unable to break free. Green Lotus voice reverberated in the void, but Ji Yuanlong acted as if he hadn't heard anything. Rumble, a sharp light flashed in Ling Zhao's eyes. He instantly swallowed the 2 drops of saint liquid in his mouth. The majestic divine energy that was originally depleted was once again replenished. The Xianxia sword once again became dazzling, and a powerful Saint Path sword intent erupted. Streaks of black divine light surged violently, and a black ocean seemed to appear behind Ling Xiao. The Xianxia sword soared into the sky, and with a monstrous wave, it slashed towards Ji Yuanlong and Bo Jia. Kill! Ji Yuanlong's gaze was gloomy. The purple gold divine spear in his hand pierced through the void, and streaks of purple lightning exploded in the void, colliding with the Xianxia sword in front of him. Rumble, the blazing light was dazzling. This strike of the Xianxia sword was incomparably terrifying. Although Ji Yuanlong and Bo Jia both exploded with extremely powerful strength, they were still repelled by this strike. Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a trace of helplessness. It was a pity that his cultivation base was still a little weak, and he could only rely on the power of the Xianxia sword. However, the Xianxia sword consumed too much saint liquid. If this continued, he was afraid that after a few more strikes, he would use up all the saint liquid he had obtained. No, I have to leave now. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He directly stored the cocoon formed by the divine butterfly into the wordless heavenly book, and turned to fly out of Sky Devil Valley. Where do you think you're going? Stay here for me. Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and the purple gold divine spear instantly pierced through the void, piercing towards Ling Xiao. Despicable human, die for me. Bo Jia also roared. Murderous intent surged from his body, and his aura was monstrous. The black demonic saber seemed to be wrapped in a monstrous wave, and it also slashed towards Ling Xiao. "Block it for me." Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He was prepared to let the 3 silver-ranked warriors block the attack of Ji Yuanlong and Bo Jia, and then he would be able to escape successfully. However, before the 3 silver-ranked warriors could make a move, the sky seemed to have lit up at this moment. Boom, it was an incomparably resplendent sword ray that exploded in the void. It seemed to contain an immeasurable amount of light that illuminated the immeasurable world. At the same time, a majestic vitality surged forth and turned into a heavenly river that seemed to separate the heaven and earth, as well as Ji Yuanlong, Bo Jia, and Ling Xiao. Everyone could see that in the dazzling light, a black-cloaked figure surrounded by endless sword aura slashed towards Ji Yuanlong and Bo Jia. "This is the sword of Sage Dao?" Ji Yuanlong roared, his eyes filled with disbelief. That sword aura was like an eternal sun that contained exuberant vitality, like the earth in spring, and was about to bury Ji Yuanlong and Bo Jia within it. Divine Firmament Dragon King Transformation. Chaotic World Heavenly Demon Art. Ji Yuanlong and Bo Jia both felt a strong sense of danger from this terrifying sword strike. Immediately, they roared crazily and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Purple aura rose around Ji Yuanlong, and lightning filled the air. His entire body transformed into a purple divine dragon, exuding a monstrous divine aura. Lightning filled the sky, and it blasted towards that sword aura. On the other hand, demonic aura surged around Bo Jia. The void behind him trembled, and an incomparably illusory figure appeared. That figure seemed to have come from endless time and space, and it smashed its fist towards that sword aura. Rumble, dazzling sword aura exploded, as if it was going to destroy all life. The purple divine dragon that Ji Yuanlong had transformed into exploded in an instant, and his entire body flew backwards. He coughed up blood, and his face became extremely pale. On the other hand, Boji was in an even more miserable state. Both of his arms suddenly exploded, and his entire body flew out. "This is the Life Sword Dao?" Amidst the dazzling divine light, a middle-aged man in a black robe strode over. His expression was very calm, and his appearance was very ordinary. However, his eyes were extremely sharp, and they seemed to contain 2 divine swords that could reach the heavens. They were proud, sharp, dignified, and domineering. He was like the emperor of the sword, and his might dominated the world and suppressed the world. He was surrounded by 2 opposite sword intents. One was full of vitality and majestic while the other was dark and cold, containing endless destructive and murderous intent. However, the 2 sword intents formed a perfect balance on his body, making him appear extremely mysterious. They were the Life Sword Dao and the Destruction Sword Dao. The middle-aged man in a black robe was Dugu Chobai. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. Dugu Chobai was the second old friend he had met in the divine realm other than Ji Feishuan. Moreover, what shocked Ling Xiao was that Dugu Chobai's cultivation had reached the complete heavenly god realm. He was only 1 step away from attaining the divine king realm. This kind of horrifying cultivation speed shocked even Ling Xiao. Senior Dugu has placed his primordial spirit in the longevity grass for hundreds of thousands of years. He has also comprehended the sword of the divine path. I'm afraid he has no bottlenecks before reaching the saint realm. He will be able to break through as long as he has enough resources. But, this kind of cultivation speed is a little too terrifying. Ling Xiao muttered to himself as he smiled bitterly in his heart. It had only been 2 years since they entered the divine realm from the lower realm, but Dugu Chobai had already broken through from the divine spirit realm to the great circle of the heavenly god realm. This speed was probably unprecedented. Greetings, Sword Saint. The moment Dugu Chobai appeared, the human experts of the Hero Alliance bowed and greeted him with fanatical admiration in their eyes. Dugu Chobai was the Sword Saint of the Hero Alliance. Ling Xiao had heard about the Hero Alliance. It was a powerful force that existed in the mythical space. Most of the members of the Alliance were abandoned disciples of the various sacred grounds. Some of them were even evil people. They relied on the various opportunities in the mythical space to grow stronger. Even the 12 immortal sacred grounds had failed several times when they wanted to eliminate the Hero Alliance. It was rumored that the leader of the Hero Alliance was a powerful saint. He was extremely powerful and had powerful divine skills. Dugu Chobai had no lack of resources after becoming the Sword Saint of the Hero Alliance. However, his cultivation speed was still shocking. What was more shocking was his strength. Dugu Chobai's sword had defeated Bo Jia of the Sky Demon Tribe and Ji Yuanlong of the Great Zhou College. You are the Sword Saint of the Hero Alliance? This is a matter between the Great Zhou College and Ares College. Could it be that you want to interfere? Ji Yuanlong's expression was ugly as he stared at Dugu Chobai. He was both shocked and furious, and a trace of deep fear appeared in his heart. It must be known that the sword strike just now had contained Saint Wei sword intent. Divine Emperor Dugu Qiao? Divine King, Divine God Emperor, Saint, Divine, the Divine Saint Dao, Saint. Once a Divine Emperor Dugu Chobai comprehended his own Divine Dao, he would be able to embark on the path of Divine Dao and work towards becoming a legendary Saint. However, it was extremely rare for a Divine King to comprehend a Divine Dao. Even in the 12 immortal sacred grounds, almost all of them were true disciples. This Sword Saint was only in the great circle of the heavenly God realm, but he had comprehended his own Divine Dao. No wonder he was called the Sword Saint. He was qualified. However, if Ji Yuanlong knew that Dugu Chobai had comprehended his own Divine Dao when he was in the Divine Spirit realm, he would be even more shocked. Dugu Chobai could no longer be described as a prodigy. He was a demon that was hard to come by in a million years. Dugu Chobai glanced at Ji Yuanlong and said, "Who do you think you are? You joined forces with the demon tribe to deal with your own kind. You are worse than pigs and dogs. Everyone has the right to kill you." Dugu Chobai's voice was very calm, but it reached everyone's ears in an instant. Everyone was slightly startled and looked at Ji Yuanlong with a strange expression. No matter how the human race fought, they had to work together to fight against the demon tribe. This was the iron law of the human race. Ji Yuanlong's attack on Ling Xiao, whether it was intentional or not, was indeed suspected of joining forces with Bo Jia. Ji Yuanlong's expression changed immediately. If he was really accused of joining forces with the demon tribe, he would not be able to enter the 9 imperial gates in the future. He would probably be captured and interrogated as soon as he returned. He would not even be able to keep his identity as a disciple of the Great Zhou Academy. Bastard! Don't you dare slander me. I did not join forces with the demon tribe. I was only looking for this brat to take back what was mine. Ji Yuanlong stared at Dugu Chobai and said coldly. He hated Dugu Chobai to the core. If he did not feel that he was not a match for Dugu Chobai, he would have attacked Dugu Chobai directly. The demon saint's corpse is an ownerless item. Since this friend has it, it naturally belongs to him. How dare you shamelessly say that it belongs to you? Even the demon tribe would have to admit that they are inferior to such shamelessness. All of you, get lost. I will protect this friend of mine. Dugu Chobai said indifferently. His expression was very calm, and he did not even look at Ji Yuanlong. His tone was as casual as if he was sweeping the dust off his body. He did not care about Ji Yuanlong at all. This kind of disregard caused Ji Yuanlong's face to turn incomparably red. Ling Xiao blinked his eyes as if this was the first time he had met Dugu Chobai. Not only was this person from the war god realm a natural sword cultivator, he was also very eloquent. With just a few words, he had caused Ji Yuanlong to fly into a rage. Even Ling Xiao felt inferior to him. Ha ha ha. The human race is just like what the ancestors said. They only know how to bully others. No wonder they can only become food for the sacred tribe. You don't have to fight anymore. Today, all of you will die. Bo Jia suddenly laughed loudly, his eyes filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Boom, behind him, black demonic light surged, and the void trembled violently. Black runes lit up, and a spatial gate slowly opened. Ancient and evil demonic light spread out, and one figure after another stepped out of the void. There were a total of 3 figures. Each of them had a terrifying aura that shrouded the sky. A pair of blood-red eyes were filled with cold and cruel light. The 3 figures were shrouded in endless demonic light. They were ancient and mysterious. Although their faces could not be seen clearly, the cold killing intent and evil aura caused everyone's expression to change greatly. Not good. There are 3 demon God Kings? We're done for. Damn it. This was originally a trap set by the demon race. It's natural for the demon God Kings to arrive so quickly. What should we do? Let's hope that the seniors in the ancient city can sense the situation here and rush over in time. Looking at the three demon god kings before them, the faces of the human experts changed drastically. Each and every one of them revealed an incomparably terrified expression. The auras of these three demon god kings were incomparably terrifying. They covered the sky and covered the earth as they pressed down on the crowd. They were cold and evil. Some of the human experts with lower cultivation levels even felt their legs go soft. They had an impulse to kneel down. Ji Yuanlong's face changed as well. He even forgot about his argument with Dugu Chobai. His gaze was incomparably solemn. He could sense that the three demon god kings before him were not ordinary divine king experts. Their true battle strength was probably equivalent to the strength of a late divine king. Such demon god kings were not something that Ji Yuanlong could deal with. Even if he could barely hold on, he would still be defeated after a long time. Another three experts from the heavenly devil race? Looks like Bo Jia's status is not low. I wonder what's his relationship with demon god king Bo Sun. Ling Zhao's eyes flickered. When Bo Jia used the chaotic heavenly demon technique, he had already thought of the relationship between Bo Jia and demon god king Bo Sun. The demon god king Bo Sun's strength had left an extremely deep impression on Ling Zhao. In Ling Zhao's opinion, the three demon god kings before him were not as strong as Bo Sun. My three uncles, kill all the humans. Capture that human brat alive. The old ancestor's corpse is with him. He also has a divine bug on him. That divine bug killed my world-etching bug. Boji looked at the many human race experts in front of him and said coldly. When he saw Ling Xiao, his eyes were filled with unforgettable hatred. It was because of Ling Xiao that the world-etching bug he had been planning for a long time had been destroyed. His hatred for Ling Xiao was greater than anyone else's. Young master, don't worry. They will all die. The demon god king in the middle said indifferently. His voice was like divine thunder that shook the void. Rumble. The three demon god kings instantly took action. Two demon god kings charged towards the human experts while another demon god king grabbed at Ling Xiao, trying to capture him. Clang. At this moment, a dazzling sword light cut through the darkness, containing boundless light. Dugu Chobai made his move. An extremely ordinary-looking sword appeared in his hand. He radiated with boundless light as strands of sword chi converged into a resplendent streak of sword chi, slashing towards the demon god king who was charging towards Ling Xiao. What? The demon god king's eyes also shook, revealing a look of disbelief. Obviously, he had also noticed the terrifying sword intent hidden in Dugu Chobai's sword. It was the aura of a Saint Path sword. The golden light was sharp and indestructible, and it made him feel a sense of danger. Clang. Suddenly, his palm turned into a fist, and black scales appeared on his arm. Mysterious runes circled around his arm as he slammed it towards Dugu Chobai. The sword light was extremely bright and finally exploded on the demon god king's arm, shattering a few of the scales and causing a trace of blood to flow out. Human ant, how dare you injure me? You are courting death. The demon god king's eyes flashed with killing intent. The demonic light around him dissipated, revealing his true appearance. It was a figure that was more than 10 feet tall. Although he looked similar to a human, he was covered in black scales and had a long tail behind him. This demon god king was not a pure sky demon tribe member. His bloodline was not pure, so he could only be considered as Bo Jia's subordinate. However, his attack was extremely powerful. A resplendent black lightning ball formed in front of him and shot towards Dugu Chobai. The ball of lightning contained a dense destructive power, which was terrifying to the extreme. Break! Dugu Chobai's eyes flashed as he uttered a single word. In the next moment, the sword light around him seemed to be dyed pitch black, and it was instantly enveloped by a layer of destructive light. He slashed his sword forward and directly slashed the black ball of lightning into pieces. The terrifying destructive force was devoured by Dugu Chobai's sword. The sword light expanded and slashed towards the demon god king's head at an even faster speed. The speed of this sword was too fast. Destructive sword Dao. Even the demon god king only managed to move his body slightly. He was unable to dodge the attack completely. Therefore, one of his arms was chopped off by Dugu Chobai's sword. Bastard, I'm going to kill you. The demon god king was completely enraged. A mere human in the great realm of the heavenly god realm had chopped off one of his arms. He could not tolerate this at all. He immediately charged forward and attacked Duguchobai in a frenzy. On the other side, the two demon god kings were also blocked by Ji Yuanlong, Qinglian, and the rest. However, there was still a giant black snake demonic beast that was eyeing them covetously. Many of the human experts had suffered heavy casualties. Bo Jia had even broken free from the encirclement of the three silver-ranked warriors. His eyes were burning with killing intent as he charged towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. Just as he was about to draw out the Xianxia sword and give Bo Jia a stab, Kacha, dazzling light shone in the void as golden runes formed a void gate. Three powerful figures appeared in the sky above the heavenly Devil Valley in an instant. Another three godly king realm experts had arrived. However, when everyone saw the three figures, their eyes were filled with excitement. That was because the three figures were the godly king experts from Ares College, Imperial College, and Great Zhou College who were stationed in Ancient City. Demon bastards, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Since you're here, then stay here. The godly king expert from Ares College was a middle-aged burly man with a head full of red hair. His dark golden skin looked like it was made of metal. His entire body exuded a wild and unruly aura. He laughed loudly as his gaze was extremely sharp. He threw a punch towards a demon god king. The Imperial College's godly king expert was a young woman with an arrogant and cold aura. The Great Zhou College's godly king expert was a middle-aged man in a black dragon robe. The two of them also charged towards the demon god kings. With the addition of the three godly king experts, the human race's morale was greatly boosted. What? They're here so quickly? Bo Jia's eyes revealed a trace of shock. His expression was extremely ugly. With the addition of the three godly king experts, he instantly felt that something was amiss. He felt as though he had been schemed against and a trace of retreating appeared in his heart. Rumble, heaven and earth shook as the three supreme god realm experts joined the battle. Unparalleled divine power erupted. Although the three demon god realm experts were strong, they were stopped by the three supreme god realm experts. An intense battle broke out between them. Black demonic light shrouded the entire Sky Devil Valley. However, the middle-aged man from Ares College punched out. His fist print soared into the sky like a blazing sun. The blazing light instantly dispersed the layers of demonic light as it charged towards one of the demon god realm experts. Clang, the arrogant girl from Imperial College wielded a divine sword. Sword chi spread out for 30,000 feet. It shot towards the forehead of a demon god realm expert. Like a bolt of lightning. The last middle-aged man in a black dragon robe had a dignified expression. Purple light rose around him. A purple divine dragon swept across the sky as he punched towards the last demon god realm expert. The battle between the six supreme god realm experts erupted in an instant. At this moment, Qinglian, Ji Yuanlong, and Duguchobai were free. Even though Hugan, Lang Shan, and Yingzhu led many demons to fight desperately, they were no match for the six supreme god realm experts. Not long after, the three of them were killed by Duguchobai's sword. Their souls were completely scattered. Oh no! Boji's expression changed. Duguchobai's gaze fell on him, causing his heart to beat wildly. He was confident that he could defeat Ji Yuanlong and Qinglian. However, he had no confidence in defeating Sword Saint Duguchobai at all. Brat, I will remember you. Sooner or later, I will capture you personally and torture you to death. Boji glared at Ling Xiao before turning around to escape from the Sky Devil Valley. He hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. If it weren't for Ling Xiao, his plan would have succeeded. Not only would he have been able to capture all the geniuses of the human race, but he would also have been able to escape with the world-etching bug. However, Ling Xiao had caused his plan to fail. Even the world-etching bug had been devoured by the divine butterfly. Whoosh, demonic light gushed out from Boji's body, causing the void to tremble slightly. A powerful talisman was emitted from his body. An ancient teleportation talisman appeared in his hand and turned into a ray of light that enveloped him. He was about to disappear into the void. You'd better stay here. A strange light flashed in Duguchobai's eyes. A dazzling divine sword appeared along with his voice. It seemed to illuminate the entire sky with an eternal light. Crack, that sword actually broke through the void at an extremely fast speed. Before Boji's body could completely disappear, it directly split him into two halves. Sword chi swept through the void, wanting to completely obliterate Boji. However, an ancient, mysterious, and terrifying aura erupted from Boji's body, instantly blocking Duguchobai's sword energy. Then, it wrapped around Boji and completely disappeared before everyone's eyes. Saint Dao protection? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He could see that the last burst of power from Boji was the power of the divine path. This meant that there was at least an unblemished saint behind Boji to be able to cast such a terrifying divine path protection on Boji. It seemed that Boji's identity was indeed extraordinary. Retreat. Seeing that Boji had successfully escaped, the three demon god kings also had the intention to retreat. They exchanged glances and instantly rushed out of Heavenly Devil Valley. Where do you think you're going? The three divine kings' eyes were filled with murderous intent as they chased after them. This time, it could be said that they had schemed against the devil race. Even if the three demon kings could not kill all of them, at least one or two of them would be left behind. Therefore, the three divine kings had no intention of giving up and continued to pursue. In Heavenly Devil Valley, all the devil race experts were slaughtered. Even the giant black snake was killed by Duguchobai's sword. The air was filled with a thick smell of blood. In the past, Heavenly Devil Valley could be said to be an important stronghold of the devil race. However, because of this battle, it was completely uprooted. Junior brother Long Outyin, hand over the devil saint's corpse. That's our spoils of war and should be shared equally. Don't tell me that you want to keep it for yourself? Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed as he looked at Ling Xiao indifferently. That's right. Long Outyin, hand over the devil saint's corpse quickly. If it weren't for our bloody battle, you would have died in the hands of the devil race. How could you have obtained the devil saint's corpse? Hand it over quickly. And the 9-colored butterfly that swallowed the world-etching insect is also ours. Under Ji Yuanlong's instigation, the eyes of many human race experts lit up as they berated Ling Xiao. Among them, the people from the Great Zhou Academy were the loudest. They were even interested in the divine Skymend butterfly and wanted Ling Xiao to hand it over. After all, they had suffered heavy losses in this battle and almost fell into the devil race's trap. Everyone was here for the devil saint's corpse. How could they be willing to return empty-handed? If the devil saint's corpse fell into the hands of Qinglian, Ji Yuanlong, or Duguchobai, no one would dare to make a fuss. However, when it fell into the hands of Ling Xiao, who was only at the late true god realm, they immediately became restless. The greed in their hearts overcame everything. Do you have any shame? If it wasn't for my brother who killed the world-etching insect and saved all of you would have become food for the world-etching insect. How could you still have the energy to make a fuss here? Yi Liangchen couldn't help but jump out and scold the crowd. That's right. The devil saint's corpse is Senior Brother Long's spoils of war. It's fine if you don't thank Senior Brother Long for saving your lives, but you still have the face to ask for a share of the spoils of war? How shameless! Yin Tiansong sneered. This guy had been with Yi Liangchen for a long time and had become sharp-tongued. No matter who it was, he would dare to stand out and scold them. Ji Yuanlong said calmly, you can't say that. If it wasn't for everyone holding back the experts of the devil race, Long Outyin wouldn't have the chance to get the devil saint's corpse. If you don't hand it over, I'm afraid it won't make sense, right? Wang Chong sneered and said, Big senior brother, this Long Outyin is the most despicable person. Previously, when we were at the tiger demon race, he snatched our treasures. He is despicable and shameless. In my opinion, he is no different from those bastards of the devil race. Ling Zhao's expression was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. He glanced at the people who were making a fuss and said calmly, the devil saint's corpse is with me. If anyone is not afraid of death, come and take it. TSK. You are just at the late true god realm. What are you acting for? Let's all attack together and kill this kid. The devil saint's corpse will be ours. A middle-aged man at the peak of the true god realm sneered. Ling Zhao's face was calm, but his eyes were cold. He was filled with killing intent towards Ji Yuanlong and Wang Chong. As the saying goes, a man's wealth is his own ruin. If Ling Xiao had the same cultivation as Qinglian and Ji Yuanlong, these people naturally wouldn't dare to say anything. However, it was because Ling Xiao was only at the late true god realm that he was easy to bully. Everyone was envious when they saw him monopolizing the demon saint's corpse. Ling Xiao only had one word for such a situation, and that was to kill. Kill until no one dared to make a sound, kill until no one dared to touch him. Ling Xiao's body was filled with cold killing intent. At this moment, Du Guqiubai spoke. Long Outyen is my friend. Whoever dares to touch him will die. Du Guqiubai's expression was calm, and his voice was indifferent. However, everyone's expression changed the moment he spoke. The Sword Saint of the Heroes Alliance was too powerful. He suppressed the entire crowd and severely injured the genius of the Sky Demon race, Bo Jia. Qinglian and Ji Yuanlong were overshadowed by him. In the end, he even killed the Divine King Realm giant Black Snake with a single slash and won everyone's respect. Who would dare to say no when such a powerful person wanted to support Long Outyen, even Ji Yuanlong's face turned ugly. Sir, are you really going to meddle in our business? Ji Yuanlong said coldly. Although he knew that he was no match for Du Guqiubai, he was more confident now. The Divine King Realm experts of the Great Zhou Academy had arrived and could return at any time. By then, they would be able to deal with a mere complete Heavenly God Realm expert. I've said it before. If you're not afraid of death, come and try. Du Guqiubai said indifferently. His eyes were deep and unfathomable, and he did not even look at Ji Yuanlong. Ji Yuanlong, if Long Outyen did not save us, we would have been dead by now. Therefore, the demon saint's corpse should belong to him. At that moment, Qinglian also spoke. Ji Yuanlong's face turned even uglier when he saw Du Guqiubai and Qinglian speaking up for Long Outyen. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but his fear overcame his impulse to attack. Very well. Long Outyen, if that's the case, I'll leave Demon Saint's body with you for the time being. However, this matter is not over yet. Ji Yuanlong stared deeply at Ling Xiao before turning around and leaving with Wang Chong and the others. Without the Great Zhou Academy leading the way, the human experts naturally gave up and left one by one. They didn't dare to stay any longer. Junior brother Long, I just received news that the Supreme Dao Palace is taking this matter very seriously. An elder has already arrived at the ancient city. He should be bringing Miss Jin's back to the Supreme Dao Palace. Qinglian glanced at Ling Xiao and said apologetically. She felt apologetic for acting on her own and reporting to the Most Supreme Holy Ji Palace. However, the Most Supreme Holy Ji body was too important to the Most Supreme Holy Ji Palace, and this matter had to be reported. One could imagine that once Jinsei entered the Taishang Palace, she would immediately become a true disciple and be thoroughly protected. Her future would be bright. Jinsei glanced at Ling Xiao, her expression extremely calm, but there was a strange look in her eyes that quickly disappeared. Senior Sister Qinglian, it is Jinsei's wish to enter the Supreme Dao Palace to cultivate. Don't worry, I'm also happy for her. Ling Xiao was shocked, but on the surface, he still smiled faintly and said without showing it. That's good. Junior brother Long, don't worry. Given Miss Jin's talent, she will definitely be nurtured by the Supreme Dao Palace. If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave and return to the ancient city. Qinglian said with a faint smile. Okay. Ling Xiao nodded, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. He transmitted to Jinsei, I know that you might still have doubts about what I said before, but I believe that you will remember. Remember me, remember everything you've forgotten. We will definitely meet again. Ling Xiao's voice was very firm, as if he was speaking to Jinsei, but also as if he was speaking to himself. Jinsei said nothing, only calmly nodded. Ling Xiao took out the cocoon formed by the divine butterfly, and it immediately turned into a stream of light and merged into Jinsei's arm, forming a 9-colored cocoon pattern. The divine butterfly had already recognized Jinsei as its master. It could be expected that after this evolution, it would possess even more terrifying power. With the protection of the divine butterfly, Ling Xiao could rest assured even if Jinsei entered the Supreme Dao Palace. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, then looked at Xian Wang, Yap Liangchen, Feng Ye, and Yin Tiansong, and said, after the battle in Sky Devil Valley, the mythical space will be in turmoil. With the nature of the demon race, they will definitely seek revenge. So, you should all return to the academy for now. All the contribution points have been given to you. Here are 12 drops of sacred liquid. I hope that you can all become stronger as soon as possible. In the battle in Sky Devil Valley, many demon race experts were killed. There was even a demonic beast that was a black snake. Its demonic crystal was also given to Ling Xiao by Dugu Chobai. Qinglian also collected some demonic crystals and gave them to Ling Xiao as thanks for allowing Jin Sei to enter the Supreme Dao Palace. All in all, they had earned more than 30,000 contribution points from this battle. In addition to the contribution points and sacred liquid, the contribution points and sacred liquid were enough to increase the cultivation of Xian Wang and the other three. Senior brother Long, aren't you coming back with us? Xian Wang naturally recognized Dugu Chobai. She looked at Ling Xiao and asked. I still have something to do. You all can go back first. Ling Xiao said. Then, big brother, be careful. Don't get tricked by the demon race. Yap Liangchen chuckled. You jinx. Senior brother Long will be fine. Fengye glared at Yap Liangchen. In the end, Xian Wang and the others returned to the supreme ancient city under Qinglian's lead. With a great expert like Green Lotus around, Ling Xiao felt much more at ease in his heart. Ling Xiao, come with me. Dugu Chobai sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao. Then, the two of them flew into the sky and left Sky Devil Valley. As for the members of the Hero Alliance, they had already left under Dugu Chobai's orders. Ling Xiao and Dugu Chobai flew tens of thousands of miles away from Sky Devil Valley and finally landed in a valley. Wang, an ancient jade talisman appeared in Dugu Chobai's hand. Instantly, it turned into a powerful array in the void and enveloped the two of them. Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to join Ares College. This is a good choice for you. Dugu Chobai said with a smile. They were very cautious. Even when they were talking, they had to conceal their aura to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Ling Xiao said with a smile, Senior Dugu, I did not expect you to become the Sword Saint of the Heroes Alliance. In just 2 years, your cultivation has reached such a high level. I'm afraid you are the first in history. Ling Xiao exclaimed in his heart. Dugu Chobai's cultivation speed would make countless geniuses in the divine world blush with shame. You know it. I have entrusted my primordial spirit to the longevity grass for hundreds of thousands of years. That's why my cultivation is a little special. There are no bottlenecks for me before the Saint Realm. Dugu Chobai said with a faint smile. It was indeed a happy thing to be able to meet an old friend of the War God realm in the mythical space. As Ling Xiao and Dugu Chobai talked, Ling Xiao learned about Dugu Chobai's experience in the past 2 years. It turned out that Dugu Chobai had appeared in the mythical space 2 years ago when they were separated in the passageway of the divine world. By chance, he had joined the Heroes Alliance and displayed his unparalleled talent. He continued to kill demons and with the help of the resources provided by the Heroes Alliance, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. Dugu Chobai looked at Ling Xiao and said slowly, Ling Xiao, Miss Shui Wei also appeared in the mythical space with me. Shui Wei? Where is she? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. When she entered the mythical space, she was taken away by a group of powerful women in white. Unfortunately, I was not strong enough to save her. Later on, I heard that the group of women in white were from the Reincarnation Palace. Shui Wei should be in the Reincarnation Palace now. Dugu Chobai said slowly. Ling Xiao was a little anxious at first. However, when he heard about the Reincarnation Palace, his heart skipped a beat. Like the War God Temple, the Reincarnation Palace was one of the 12 immortal sacred grounds. They had dominated the divine world for hundreds of millions of years. Shui Wei had the sacred reincarnation constitution. She was the most suitable person to cultivate the skills of the Reincarnation Palace. If she was in the Reincarnation Palace, she would definitely be nurtured as a true disciple. Ling Xiao felt a little relieved at the thought of this. If she really entered the Reincarnation Palace, I will definitely be able to find her. There's no hurry. Senior Dugu, have you seen anyone else? Ling Xiao asked. For example, the whereabouts of the old goat and the white dragon horse were still unknown. However, they were with the Black Tortoise King. Perhaps they were already in the demon realm. I haven't seen the others. I've also asked around for news in the past 2 years, but I haven't heard anything about them. Du Guqiubai shook his head. He then looked at Ling Xiao and said, Ling Xiao, you should be cultivating the War God Temple's undying battle body, right? I see that you have already cultivated to the 3rd level. Next, you should be refining the Xianhuang Qi to be able to cultivate the 3rd level to perfection, right? Du Guqiubai also knows about the indestructible battle body? Ling Xiao was slightly surprised. Du Guqiubai smiled faintly and said, the immortal war body may be a martial art from the War God Shrine, but don't forget that there are people from all walks of life in the Hero Alliance. We even have a few disciples from the War God Shrine. Therefore, I know something about the indestructible battle flesh. Besides, I know a place with rich Xianhuang Qi, which is perfect for you to cultivate. Oh? Where is it? Ling Xiao asked. It's in a valley less than 10,000 miles away from here. The Xianhuang Qi is intertwined there, and it's covered by an ancient formation. It's perfect for your cultivation. Here's the exact location. Du Guqiubai said slowly, and then sent Ling Xiao a set of coordinates. Ling Xiao, work hard on your cultivation. If you don't become a sage, you'll always be an ant. If you want to have enough power to protect yourself, the sage path is just the beginning. I hope you can go further. Who knows, maybe we'll have to fight in the future. Du Guqiubai said as he looked at Ling Xiao meaningfully. Senior Dugu, don't worry. I'll try my best to catch up. I can't fall too far behind you, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile. You're ambitious. This is the hero's token of the Hero Alliance. As long as you enter the mythical space, you can use it to contact me. I'll go back first. Be careful, especially after the battle in the Sky Devil Valley. I'm afraid this area will be in chaos for some time. Du Guqiubai reminded. Thank you, Senior. Ling Xiao nodded and waved goodbye to Du Guqiubai. Du Guqiubai rose into the sky and left the place. Ling Xiao followed Du Guqiubai's instructions and flew toward the valley. Now that he had obtained the demon saint's corpse and the Xianhuang Qi, Ling Xiao was ready to enter the Shrine of Time to cultivate. He wanted to break through to the celestial god realm in one go. Ling Xiao's current cultivation was still a little too high. Facing a great perfection celestial god like Ji Yuanlong, he could only rely on the Xianhuang Kuan sword to fight. However, the Xianhuang Kuan sword was just an external object. His own strength was the foundation. Big senior brother, are we just going to let it go? That's the demon saint's corpse. How could Long Outyan deserve it? Wang Chong said to Ji Yuanlong, his face filled with unwillingness. Let it go? How can we let it go? Don't worry. Du Guqiubai won't be able to follow Long Outyan forever. Furthermore, Royal Uncle is about to return from chasing the demon god king. This time, even the Hall Master is in the mythical space. The demon saint's corpse can only belong to our great Zhou Academy. Ji Yuanlong sneered. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. At the same time, his heart was filled with greed. Long Outyan had at least 2 perfect holy treasures and an unknown butterfly that could kill the world-eclipsing bug. These were all unimaginable treasures. A mere late-stage true god realm Long Outyan actually had so many treasures. He was simply courting death. Ha ha ha. Big senior brother is right. I have long found that Long Outyan an eyesore. This time I will kill him with my own hands. Wang Chong sneered. Let's go. Let's meet up with Royal Uncle and the others. Ji Yuanlong said indifferently as he led the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy into the sky. It wasn't just Ji Yuanlong's group. There were many people in the mythical space who were asking about Ling Zhao's whereabouts. These were the experts of the human race who had participated in the battle at Sky Devil Valley. There were also some extremely vicious people who coveted the demon saint's corpse in Ling Zhao's possession and wanted to take a share of the loot. Other than the experts of the human race, there were also experts of the demon race who had their eyes on Ling Xiao. Moreover, after Boji issued the bounty, the experts of the demon race in the mythical space were in an uproar. They began to take revenge on the experts of the human race and hunt them down while searching for Ling Zhao's whereabouts. Right now, Ling Xiao was like a moving treasure trove, attracting the greed of everyone. Wang. In the depths of the valley, Ling Xiao dug out a dwelling and laid down several dozen defensive formations and ore-concealing formations. Afterwards, he used the power of his world of heart to connect with the distant Great Void Divine Hall and enter it. Heart Realm was the foundation of the Heart Realm. Ling Xiao could feel it but could not touch it. It was very illusory. Only when he reached the 6th level of the Great Void Charm Scripture could it become a real existence. Therefore, the Heart Realm and Heart Realm did not bring much help to Ling Xiao's combat strength. However, it was very useful for him to comprehend the Talisman Tao and the heaven and earth. Ling Xiao cultivated the essence, Qi, and Spirit Tao at the same time. He had the Ancestral Dragon Secret skill for his physical body and the Indestructible War body for his Qi. He had the Heaven Devouring Secret skill and the Aries art for his Qi. The cultivation of the Primordial Spirit was the most difficult. However, the Great Void Charm Scripture was not as simple as cultivating Heart Realm. It was also very useful for Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. Therefore, Ling Xiao was cultivating 4 Daos at the same time, which increased the difficulty of his breakthrough. Uncle Su, I have obtained the corpse of the Great Devil Saint. It should be enough to activate the Flowing Time Temple, right? Ling Xiao said with a smile when he saw Uncle Su in the Great Void Temple. The corpse of the Great Devil Saint? If it is the complete corpse of the Great Devil Saint, it should be enough for you to cultivate in the Flowing Time Temple for a long time. Moreover, the Divine Path energy is very useful for cultivating the Great Void Temple. Uncle Su's eyes lit up. It is indeed the complete corpse of the Great Devil Saint. I will take it out for you to see. Ling Xiao smiled and was about to take out the corpse of the Great Devil Saint from the wordless heavenly book. However, in the next moment, his face turned green. Bastard! Ling Xiao gritted his teeth and quickly took out the head and arm of the Great Devil Saint from the wordless heavenly book. As for the other parts, they were all devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao had forgotten that the Great Devil Saint's corpse was irresistible to the wordless heavenly book. Therefore, the wordless heavenly book silently devoured more than half of the Great Devil Saint's corpse. If Ling Xiao did not remember it now, he would not know that the Great Devil Saint's corpse had been completely devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding. That was the complete corpse of the Devil Saint, enough for him to cultivate in the Flowing Time Temple for a long time. But now, most of it had been devoured by the wordless heavenly book. However, what made Ling Xiao a little less depressed was that the wordless heavenly book had devoured more than half of the Holy Devil's corpse, and its energy reserves had once again reached 99%. As long as it was perfected again, it would be able to manifest a secret technique. Should I let it continue to devour and manifest a secret technique? Ling Xiao thought to himself, but after thinking for a while, he rejected this idea. According to the past behavior of the wordless heavenly book, the secret arts that were randomly manifested were mostly secret arts on the Earth Carnage Proclamation. They were all the innate abilities of those powerful demonic beasts. Ling Xiao already had the secret arts of the 5 directional sacred beasts and did not have much desire for the Earth Carnage secret art. What he desired the most was the Heaven Dipper secret technique, because every Heaven Dipper secret technique was incomparably powerful and contained unfathomable power. It seems like I have to strive to find a fragment of the Heaven Dipper secret technique. Only then will I be able to manifest a complete Heaven Dipper secret technique. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Just like when he first obtained the Heaven Devouring secret technique and the Ancestral Dragon, it was because he had the fragments of those 2 secret arts that he was able to obtain the complete secret arts. Ling Xiao gave up on the idea of manifesting the wordless heavenly book and decided to leave it for the future. Uncle Su, how long can this Devil Saint's head and arm operate the Flowing Time Temple? Ling Xiao asked expectantly. Only the head and arm? That's really a pity. I'm afraid these 2 things can only keep the Flowing Time Temple open for 2 years at most. If it was the complete Devil Saint's corpse, I'm afraid it would be able to keep the Flowing Time Temple running for at least 100 years. Uncle Su's face was also full of regret. Hearing Uncle Su's words, Ling Xiao's heart was bleeding. 2 years it is. 30 times the flow of time, that's 60 years. I must break through to the heavenly God realm in 60 years. Ling Xiao was also determined. Although his cultivation speed was not slow, it was still too slow compared to Qinglian, Ji Yuanlong, and even Du Qiubai. He needed to break through to the heavenly God realm to be able to protect himself. There was also the immortal war body. Since he had found the heaven and earth Qi, He needed to cultivate it to the peak of the 3rd level and then break through to the 4th level of the 5 organs divine palace. If he could break through to the 4th level of the immortal war body, Ling Xiao's physical body alone would be enough to sweep through the heavenly god realm. There was also the great void charm scripture. Although the progress was slow, as long as he continued to cultivate, he would be able to break through to a higher realm in 60 years. Although 60 years was a long time, it was still not enough for the martial arts that Ling Xiao needed to cultivate. There are still 80 million divine stones, 1,500,000 divine crystals, and 8 drops of saint liquid. These should be enough for me to break through to the heavenly god realm. Ling Xiao thought to himself as he took out all the resources he had. These resources were enough for a person to cultivate all the way to the divine king realm from birth. However, to Ling Xiao, it would be difficult to break through to the next realm. Rumble, Ling Xiao sat down in the flowing time temple with his legs crossed. He was surrounded by boundless primal chaos. There was no time or space. Only a hazy light enveloped him. As time flowed 30 times faster, Ling Xiao also began to cultivate in seclusion. A golden sea appeared behind him. It was vast and surging, containing the power to devour everything. It was the devouring divine sea. At this moment, it had completely erupted. In the Great Void Temple, Ling Xiao could naturally use the devouring divine skill without fear. His cultivation speed was more than 10 times or even 100 times faster than before. In the Flowing Time Temple, Ling Xiao used 10 years to devour all the energy in the 80 million divine stones. His cultivation had finally reached the complete true God realm. In the next 20 years, 1,500,000 divine crystals and 8 drops of saint liquid were all refined by Ling Xiao. However, his cultivation remained at the complete true God realm. He had reached a limit, but there was no way for him to break through. In the past 30 years, Ling Xiao was multitasking. He was also cultivating the great void charm scripture. Although the growth of his heart force was very slow, he still broke through to the 2nd level. In the following time, Ling Xiao did not continue to cultivate in seclusion. Instead, he collected a large amount of Xianhuang qi from the valley and began to refine it. The 3rd level of the undying war body required him to refine a large amount of Xianhuang qi. It would allow his limbs to possess divine strength and be refined like divine weapons. The more abundant the Xianhuang qi was, the faster he could cultivate the 3rd level. Dugu Choubai had told Ling Xiao that there was a large amount of Xianhuang qi in this place. As Ling Xiao continued to refine it, his undying war body gradually became stronger and stronger. Furthermore, Ling Xiao discovered a very interesting change. The indestructible battle body and the ancestral dragon's secret skill actually showed signs of complementing each other. As the indestructible battle body grew stronger, Ling Xiao's divine dragon body actually showed signs of reaching perfection. Could it be that the undying war body and the divine dragon body have something to do with each other? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. However, he immediately suppressed all the distracting thoughts and continued to cultivate in seclusion. After Ling Xiao went into seclusion, the whole mythical space became more and more turbulent. Many people were looking for Ling Xiao's whereabouts. They wanted to get the holy devil's corpse, the flawless holy sword, and even the strange butterfly that could kill the world-eclipsing bug. Both the human clan and the demon clan experts were looking for Ling Xiao's whereabouts in the mythical space because they knew that Ling Xiao had not returned to the ancient city. The battle in the Heavenly Devil Valley had thoroughly intensified the conflict between the human clan and the demon clan. A large number of experts from both sides had entered the area near the ancient city and started a fierce battle, with casualties on both sides. However, the demon clan seemed to have no regard for their lives. A large number of low-level, mid-level, and even high-level demons surged over, and there were even signs of them wanting to flatten the ancient city. The main reason why the demon clan was so crazy was that in the battle in the Heavenly Devil Valley, the holy devil Boji had been severely injured by Dugu Choubai, and the 3 great demon kings that Boji had brought with him had been killed and 1 great demon king severely injured under the scheme of the 5 great academies. For this reason, although the 5 great academies had sent out more than 10 divine king experts, nearly half of them had been seriously injured. One must know that the 3 demon god kings were experts of the Heavenly Devil clan. Their strength was incomparably terrifying. In the devil world, although the strength of the Saint Devil clan was extremely terrifying and stood at the apex of the devil world, it was extremely difficult for the Saint Devil clan to reproduce. It was simply impossible for the Saint Devil clan to reproduce like locusts. Every Holy Devil clan expert was incomparably precious. This time, 2 great demon kings had been killed in the mythical space, and one was unknown whether he was dead or alive. This naturally infuriated the Heavenly Devil clan. As a result, the 5 great academies led a fierce battle with the demon army in the area where the ancient city was located. Although such a fierce battle had caused the 5 great academies to suffer heavy losses, a portion of the genius experts had rapidly grown in the battle. In the blink of an eye, 2 years had passed. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 3 figures flitted across the barren mountains and rushed forward like lightning. They were 3 young men in black robes. They looked very pale, and the corners of their mouths were full of blood. The blood even dyed their clothes red, and their chi appeared to be quite chaotic. Faster, faster! We must hurry back to the ancient city and pass on the news of that demon god king. The leader was a handsome man with a resolute face. He was at the mid-heavenly god realm. His body was resplendent like glass and contained a vast amount of vital energy. He was the strongest of the 3, the other 2 were at the early heavenly god stage. Judging from their attire, the 3 of them were disciples of Ares College. Hee, you want to run? You'd better stay here obediently and become this old man's food. A gloomy voice sounded out. Demonic light filled the void as a tall old man with long blue hair appeared. His entire body was covered in strange scales, and even his eyes were blue. He chased after the 3 of them on a demonic light. Not good. Senior brother Feng, the demon god king, has already caught up. What do we do? We're no match for him. The expressions of the 2 young men changed drastically. Their faces were filled with incomparable anxiety as they hurriedly spoke. You guys go first. I'll stop him. Fangxing's eyes revealed a trace of determination as he said coldly. This Fangxing was the Fangxing that Ling Xiao had met when she first entered Ares College. 2 years ago, he was still at the full true god realm. Now, he had reached the mid-heavenly god realm. Moreover, with the powerful immortal body, his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he had become a rising star in Ares College. No. Senior brother Feng, although that demon god king is severely injured, his true strength is still extremely terrifying. You're no match for him. If you want to leave, we'll leave together. The 2 young men said anxiously. Don't talk so much nonsense. Let's go quickly. The most important thing is to pass on the news here. We can't let those juniors die in vain. Fangxing suddenly slapped out, sending the 2 Ares College disciples flying thousands of feet away. Then, he gritted his teeth and charged at the demon god king behind him. War god king fist. Fangxing's eyes blazed with divine light, and his body exuded a glass-like light. He suddenly threw a punch at the demon god king, like a small sun rising into the sky. The war god king fist was a martial art that went hand in hand with the Ares art. It could be said that it was easy to learn but difficult to master. Many disciples had learned it before, but the initial stage of the war god king fist was not considered strong. Moreover, it was too difficult to cultivate to the full mastery realm, so most people would choose to change martial arts. But Fangxing was different. He was a person with perseverance. When he was building the foundation for the immortal body, the only martial art he cultivated was the war god king fist. Now, after hundreds of years of hard work, he had cultivated the 9 styles of the war god king fist to the full mastery realm. When he threw out a punch, it was like the birth of a god of war, exuding an invincible aura. A disciple of Ares Temple? Your fist technique is not bad, but your cultivation is too weak. It's your honor to be able to become my food. The demon god king was slightly shocked, but he also threw out a punch. Kacha, demonic aura filled the void, and the heavens and earth trembled. The demon god king's punch was terrifying and instantly destroyed Fangxing's fist. The terrifying power exploded, and Fangxing was directly sent flying by his punch. Let's go. The 2 Ares College disciples' eyes were red, but at this moment, they could only stare at the demon god king, then turn around and leave at top speed. You want to leave? Leave this old man's food for me. The demonic god king's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent. He reached out and grabbed at the air. Instantly, two black divine lights pierced through the air. Like two bolts of silk, they directly bound the two Ares College disciples and pulled them over. It's over. The two Ares College disciples did not have the slightest ability to resist, and their eyes revealed a trace of despair. Rumble, but at this moment, a golden light suddenly exploded in the void. It was an extremely bright light, like lightning and also like a rainbow. It wrapped around a mysterious figure and shot over at high speed. The golden light illuminated the sky and turned into an incomparably huge fist, eternal and invincible. The power hidden in the fist caused the demon god king's face to change drastically. Who is it? Gotcha, the golden and black lights collided. It was as if the heavenly thunder had exploded, causing the void to rumble. The demonic god king was sent flying by the punch. War god king fist? Your junior brother Long Out Yen? Fangxing's face was full of shock, but he recognized it immediately. This was the War God King fist, but it was more than 10 times or even 100 times stronger than when he used it. And the figure shrouded in the golden light was heroic. His clothes were whiter than snow, and his eyes were bright and deep. Who else could it be but Long Out Yen? That's the champion of the Great Void Trial, the new disciple, Long Out Yen? How can he be so strong? The two students from Ares College were also stunned. They were all senior disciples, and each of them had been through many battles in the mythical space. They had always been extremely proud, but this new disciple who had just entered the sect had given them a huge blow. Long Out Yen had actually sent the demonic god king flying with one punch. This made them feel like they were dreaming. Senior brother Fang, long time no see. Ling Xiao smiled at Fangxing. Indeed, it's been a long time. In just 2 years, junior brother Long has such terrifying combat power. I'm really ashamed. Fangxing was a little emotional. He could see that Ling Zhao's cultivation had reached the early stage of the heavenly god realm. He was even one stage higher than him, but for some reason, he felt a strong sense of threat from Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked very calm at this moment, and his aura was also faintly discernible. However, no one could deny how terrifying that powerful punch was. Another disciple of the War God Temple? You're just an early stage heavenly god, but you have such a strong physical body? But that's good too. With such a strong physical body, your vitality must be incomparably vigorous. As long as I devour you, my cultivation will be able to recover quickly. The demonic god king's eyes revealed a hint of shock, but then they became extremely greedy. In the Battle of the Sky Devil Valley 2 years ago, the 3 demonic god kings were trapped by the deity kings of the 5 major colleges. 2 of them were killed, and even he suffered unimaginable injuries. In the end, he escaped by the skin of his teeth. He had also been cultivating in seclusion. It had taken him a full 2 years to prevent his injuries from worsening. The moment he came out of seclusion, he had encountered a disciple from Ares College. Thus, he had conceived the idea of devouring Ares College's disciples to recover from his injuries. Although he was severely injured and could not even maintain his combat power of a deity king, it was easy for him to deal with a group of the Ares College disciples. 7 or 8 people were killed by him, and their flesh and primordial spirits were devoured. Only Fangxing and the other 2 elders escaped. On the other hand, Long Out Yen was only an early heavenly god. Yet, he was able to push him back with a single punch. His physical body was ridiculously strong. The demon god king could already sense the vigorous vital energy within Ling Zhao's body. He even felt an irresistible temptation. He immediately made up his mind to completely devour this guy. You want to kill me? I'm afraid you don't have the ability. The demon crystal in your body is damaged, and your primordial spirit is cracked. With your remaining combat power, if you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao said calmly, his eyes calm. No one could imagine how much he had changed in the past 2 years. The flowing time temple's 30 times faster flow of time gave him 60 years of cultivation time. Not only did he break through to the peak of the early heavenly god realm, but his indestructible war body had also reached the peak of the 4th level. His 5 viscera divine palaces were all occupied by gods, giving him a terrifying physical strength. His other improvements were even more unthinkable. Even his great void heart rune scripture had been cultivated to the peak of the second level. Moreover, he had opened another rune hall, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of rune doctrine. Xianxia could now make talismans with the help of his heart force. He had even successfully made a divine escape talisman. It could be said that in these 2 years, Xianxia had undergone a complete transformation. A severely injured demonic god king was nothing in his eyes. "You can actually see my injuries? Very well. I'd like to see if your strength is as strong as your eyes." The demonic god king was slightly surprised. His demon crystal was damaged, and his primordial spirit was cracked. It was his fundamental secret. He didn't expect Xianxia to expose it so easily. Rumble, black light surged around the demonic god king, and dozens of arms appeared behind him. Each arm surged with demonic light, and they formed fist seals, whistling toward Xianxia. It was as if dozens of fist seals came at Xianxia in an instant, like a tsunami, containing unparalleled divine strength. Although the demonic god king was severely injured, his attack still surpassed that of an ordinary complete heavenly god realm expert. Good timing. Xiao's eyes revealed a strong fighting spirit. His indestructible war body had reached the 4th level, and it could be considered a great success. It also gave his physical body a terrifying strength. Even if he didn't use the ancestral dragon's secret technique, he could still defeat heavenly gods with his indestructible war body alone. Rumble, rings of light erupted from Xiao's body. His heart was beating violently, and with every beat, a majestic aura of qi and blood would surge forth, forming a faint blood-red glow around him. It was still the power of the war god king fist. He punched toward the demonic god king, the world shook, and it was like an ancient divine mountain, containing a formless and vast divine strength, and it blasted toward the demonic god king. Those dozens of terrifying fist seals that came from all directions were blocked by his punch, and then the fist seals exploded at the same time. In the end, Xianxia and the demonic god king collided violently. It was like 2 volcanoes erupting, emitting an earth-shattering rumble. Xiao's body only shook slightly, but the demonic god king was suddenly sent flying. Is this the power of the 5 Viscera Divine Palace at the 4th level of the indestructible war body? Junior brother Long is truly a god. Fangxing watched Xianxia and the demonic god king battle in amazement. One had to know that Long Outyen had only joined Ares College 2 years ago, and that was when he started cultivating the indestructible war body. In just 2 years, he had cultivated the indestructible war body to the pinnacle of the 4th level. This could be said to be unprecedented. After all, even the number 1 on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, Big Brother Big Dipper, spent more than 100 years to cultivate the indestructible war body to the pinnacle of the 4th level. And Big Dipper and Xianxia were both peerless powerhouses who had achieved godhood with their physical bodies. Fangxing was even worse. Because he didn't achieve godhood with his physical body, just the 1st level of the perfect foundation had troubled him for almost 60 years. But fortunately, he had perseverance and persevered. In the end, he soared into the sky. But he felt that compared to Long Outyen, he was really like a firefly to the moon. They couldn't be compared at all. The demon race's physical body was incomparably strong, not to mention a demon god king. His physical body alone was probably comparable to some powerful divine beasts. However, the demon god king in front of him was sent flying by Xiao's punch. Fangxing was shocked. Perhaps even the legendary Big Dipper senior brother could not compare to him. The martial arts of the war god temple? Human ant, I'd like to see how strong your physical body is. The demon god king was also shocked, his eyes filled with disbelief. He could recognize that Xiao cultivated the war god temple's indestructible war body, but Xiao's terrifying physical strength still shocked him completely, and it also aroused his greed. As long as he could devour the blood essence of such a strong human, not only would his injuries be healed, but he would also be able to improve. Boom, demonic light surged around the demon god king as his eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Mysterious inscriptions appeared on his black scales, causing his body to radiate with a heavy and ancient pulse. Thousands of arms appeared behind him in an instant, and his aura also increased by several times in an instant. 1,000 arms demonic fist. As the demon god king roared, he instantly pounced towards Xiao. Although he was heavily injured, he was still a demon god king, and a saint realm demon. Although he only had the battle strength of a great circle heavenly god, his physical strength was still very strong. The Thousand Arms demonic fist could be said to be his innate ability. He wasn't a pure Sky Devil race, but a descendant of the Sky Devil race and the high-level multi-armed Devil race. Therefore, he had inherited the multi-armed Devil race's innate divine ability, manifesting 1,000 arms at the same time. This was his true combat power. Good timing. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and his battle intent rose. Streams of golden blood surged, and he seemed to have turned into a golden god of war. He could feel a strong pressure from the demon god king in front of him, but it also aroused a strong battle intent in his heart. Boom, he punched out and the power of the god of war filled his entire body. The god of war king fist was completely unleashed. A golden fist print blasted towards the demon god king, as if an ancient mountain had materialized in the void. Using the energy of the god of war to activate the divine battle king fist, and using the divine battle king fist to unleash the power of the immortal battle body, these three martial arts complemented each other and formed a perfect balance on Ling Xiao's body. Crack, Ling Xiao's terrifying fist imprint exploded, as if it was going to completely suppress the demon god king. However, the 1,000 arms of the demonic god king threw out 1,000 punches at this moment. Each punch was like a black star, as if the entire world had turned into a dark starry sky. The terrifying fist imprint exploded, directly dispersing the demonic god king's punch. At the same time, the demon god king charged forward, rapidly approaching Ling Xiao. Afterwards, his fists rained down, constantly attacking Ling Xiao. As the saying goes, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, but how could the demon god king only have 4 arms? Thousands of fist imprints smashed down in a dense, airtight formation. Moreover, they contained extremely terrifying power, as if they were going to completely smash Ling Xiao into smithereens. However, Ling Xiao's eyes were incomparably bright. An extremely mysterious aura seemed to flow around him. His fist imprints were ancient, but they actually drove the power of heaven and earth around him. Waves of mysterious laws flowed along his fist imprints, overflowing with an ancient aura. He constantly clashed with the demon god king, and at this moment, the speed of his punches was extremely fast. It was as if Ling Xiao had turned into a god of war with thousands of arms, and countless afterimages appeared in the void. Bang, 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 every collision was like an avalanche. Ling Xiao completely unleashed the power of the immortal battle body, and the demon god king was also infuriated by Ling Xiao, using the innate ability of the 1,000 arms demonic fist. The battle between the two was extremely intense, and Fangxing, who was watching from the side, was dumbfounded. Junior brother Long's combat strength is really terrifying. I wonder who's stronger between him and senior brother Big Dipper. Fangxing swallowed his saliva, and his eyes were filled with shock. If it was before this battle, he would definitely say that Big Dipper was senior brother Big Dipper without hesitation. However, after seeing the battle between Ling Xiao and the demon god king, he was a little hesitant. After all, Ling Xiao was only in the early stages of the heavenly god realm, and he could actually fight against the demon god king. Once his cultivation reached the great circle of the heavenly god realm, wouldn't he surpass Big Dipper? Fangxing didn't dare to imagine it. Boom, Ling Xiao's arms hugged the void, and there seemed to be chaos flowing in front of him. It was as if heaven and earth were under his control, and in an instant, the thousands of fist imprints in front of him disappeared. Ling Xiao's eyes were filled with divine light, and then he suddenly pushed out, a wave of divine power exploded. Even the demon god king couldn't react to this terrifying power, and was actually hit in the chest. Boom, a black bloody hole appeared in his chest, and he was sent flying for thousands of feet, smashing into a barren mountain in the distance. Fangxing and the other 2 students from Aries College were stunned. They seemed to be evenly matched just now, so how did Ling Xiao send the demon god king flying with one strike? Since when did Ling Xiao's combat power reach such a terrifying level? Ling Xiao stood in the air. His body was surrounded by rays of glazed light, and 5-colored light surrounded his body. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and his body glowed. His eyes seemed to contain the stars in the sky, and they were incomparably dazzling. He carefully comprehended the power of that punch just now, and he had a lot of understanding in his heart. Ling Xiao's punch just now could be considered the upgraded version of the Great Void Imperial Fist Sky Hammer. In order to hide his identity, Ling Xiao tried his best not to let others find out, so he couldn't even use the Great Void Imperial Fist. However, the Great Void Imperial Fist was too terrifying. In these few decades of cultivation, Xianxia combined the power of the immortal body and the sky hammer to comprehend a pure fist technique. That punch could be called the nameless fist technique, but the power that exploded in an instant was even more ferocious than the sky hammer. After all, the sky hammer was the peerless sky emperor's peerless fist technique that controlled the laws of heaven and earth to suppress all. With Xiao's current cultivation level, he naturally couldn't use it. However, Xiao used a trick. He used his terrifying physical strength to trigger the laws of heaven and earth to form this punch, and then instantly exploded with several times the power, making this punch incomparably terrifying. At this moment, even the Talisman King who cultivated the Great Void Imperial Fist wouldn't be able to recognize that this was the sky hammer in front of Xiao. The power of this attack was incomparably terrifying, so it directly sent the Demon God King flying. Boom. Despicable human, I'm going to kill you. The Demon God King's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He was furious to the extreme. Previously, the 3 Demon God Kings were besieged by the Demon God Kings of the 5 great academies. 2 Demon God Kings died in battle, and he had to pay a huge price to escape. He even killed many humans and devoured their blood essence to stabilize his injuries. But this punch of Xiao's actually made his injuries show signs of worsening. If this continued, he would probably become weaker and weaker. In the end, he might really die in Xiao's hands. He had to end the battle quickly and finish off this human brat in front of him. Just you? Demon scum, you will die today without a doubt. Xiao sneered. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He could sense that the Demon God King in front of him was surrounded by resentment. Although it was very weak, Xiao could sense that it was resentment left behind by human powerhouses after they died. If the Demon God King was at his peak, this bit of resentment would naturally be nothing. However, he was currently heavily injured and had no way of dispelling this resentment. Xiao could sense that the resentment around the Demon God King was extremely strong. It meant that many human powerhouses had probably died in his hands recently. No matter what, this Demon God King had to die without a doubt. Die. The Demon God King's eyes were cold. His killing intent was almost tangible. An extremely terrifying aura instantly erupted from his body. Boom, like a muffled thunderclap, demonic chi surged. The black scales around his body actually floated up at this moment. The black runes on them intertwined as demonic chi surged, forming a huge black net. 1000 Demon Attraction. The Demon God King began to go all out. With a roar, the huge black net came crashing down on Xiao. The 1000 Devil Guide was the foundation of the Demon God King. According to legend, it was a flawless saint art that pointed directly to the supreme saint path. It used one's own demonic energy to trigger the laws of heaven and earth, forming a net of 1000 Devil Guide. All living beings that were enveloped by the 1000 Devil Guide would have their vitality devoured and assimilated into mindless demonic puppets. The Demon God King had once traversed the Fiend God space with the 1000 Devil Guide secret technique, killing countless human powerhouses. He had even killed a powerful God King. Originally, in his current state, he would not have been able to use the 1000 Demon Attraction. However, this human brat in front of him was too evil, causing him to be incomparably fearful. Therefore, even if he had to suffer heavy injuries, he had to use the 1000 Demon Attraction to completely destroy Xiao. As long as he killed Xiao, he would be able to use the 1000 Devil Attraction to devour all of Xiao's energy and recover all of the backlash he had suffered. A strange look appeared in Xiao's eyes. He actually discovered that the so-called 1000 Devil Attraction was extremely similar to the power of the world-etching bug. It could even be said that they were exactly the same. It was the same way of devouring vitality and assimilating demonic puppets. If it were any other saint technique, perhaps Xiao would be a little apprehensive. However, since the Demon God King had used a secret technique like the 1000 Demon Attraction, it could only be said that he was courting death. Rumble, a huge net of black demonic light enveloped the sky. Streaks of black light interweaved, and many mysterious runes appeared from within. Every rune had the image of a demon god above it. The surroundings were filled with ghostly wails and howls. It was like an infernal hell. It was incomparably terrifying. It's over. Fangxing and the two disciples of the war god Hall revealed a trace of despair in their eyes. In front of the Thousand Devil Attraction secret technique, the two of them did not have the slightest ability to resist. They could not even stand up. Fangxing suddenly glanced at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze was calm and indifferent. For some reason, a trace of hope appeared in Fangxing's heart. Perhaps this junior brother Long could create a miracle. When the huge net of Thousand Devil Attraction enveloped Ling Xiao, he was still very calm. It was as if he had accepted his fate and did not resist at all. A trace of cruel killing intent appeared in the demon god king's eyes. Was he finally going to kill another genius of the human race? What he loved the most was the thrill of killing human geniuses, rumble, but suddenly, the world seemed to stop at this moment. A resplendent light erupted from Ling Xiao's body. It was ancient, vast, mysterious, holy, and pure. It was like the most primordial light of creation, illuminating billions of lives, illuminating the endless darkness. It was eternal and indestructible, and there were countless heroes. Within that dazzling radiance, there was an incomparably terrifying devouring power. It was so vast that even the gigantic net formed by the thousand demon attractions started to crumble in an instant. The vast demonic energy melted like ice and snow. In the endless light, Ling Xiao's expression was calm and indifferent. His aura was vast and unparalleled. He was like an immortal celestial emperor, suppressing the world and eternally indestructible. That was the power of the heaven-devouring secret technique. However, Ling Xiao had wrapped it in his heart realm and concealed the mysterious aura. Even the demon god king did not know what method Ling Xiao was using at this moment. He was completely stunned. What? How could you possibly break the Thousand Devil Attraction? The demon god king's eyes were filled with disbelief. He even became extremely frightened at this moment. It was as if some kind of power was beyond his control. He felt a power from Ling Xiao that made his scalp tingle and his heart panic. Adjudication. Ling Xiao spat out a few words indifferently. He slowly raised his arm and then instantly slashed down. Boom, a snow-white blade light was born in Ling Xiao's palm. It was ancient and mysterious, containing a mysterious and vast fluctuation of laws. It suddenly slashed down at the demon god king. 7 styles of adjudication. Although the progress of this martial art was slow, Ling Xiao had cultivated it to the realm of great success. At this moment, it was even combined with Ling Xiao's killing intent to erupt with an incomparably terrifying power. With the Thousand Devil Attraction broken, the demon god king was in a panic and even suffered the backlash of this secret technique. However, Ling Xiao did not give him any time to react. The resplendent blade light slashed down like the Milky Way descending from the 9 heavens. It was extremely gorgeous. Puff, the demon god king was directly split into 2 halves from head to toe by Ling Xiao's blade. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying power erupted from Ling Xiao's body. Like a divine chain of order, it instantly entangled the demon god king's primordial spirit and then devoured it. An incomparably powerful demon god king was cleanly killed by Ling Xiao just like that. Black blood splattered everywhere. The corpse was in a tragic state. The void was filled with a thick smell of blood. Fangxing and the 2 disciples of the war god temple opened their mouths in shock. They were completely stunned. Before Fangxing and the 2 Aries college disciples could react, Ling Xiao had already started searching the demonic god king's body for spoils of war. But to Ling Xiao's disappointment, this demonic god king was practically a pauper. Other than a magic crystal, there was nothing else. Ling Xiao guessed that this guy was probably too heavily injured, and basically used all the precious treasures to heal himself. But this magic crystal could be exchanged for 10,000 contribution points, which was better than nothing. Senior Fang, why are you here? Ling Xiao kept the magic crystal, then walked over to Fangxing and smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao had a good impression of this Fangxing. Although his talent was not the best, his martial arts heart was firm, and he had great perseverance. To be able to use 60 years to perfect his foundation, and even not hesitate to delay his cultivation, this kind of talent was much stronger than those who were extremely talented but weak in temperament. Ling Xiao wanted to enter the War God Temple in the future, and needed such a team. Junior Long, I can't thank you enough. In the future, if there's anything you need me for, I won't hesitate to do. Fangxing said sincerely as he cupped his fists towards Ling Xiao. The two students from Aries College also thanked Xianxia. We're all from the same sect, no need to be so polite. What happened in the past 2 years? Xianxia waved his hand and asked curiously. He had been in seclusion for 2 years, but looking at this demonic god king, many things must have happened in the god and devil space. Junior Long, we also came to the god and devil space to train. Where have you been in the past 2 years? We almost thought that you had died in the hands of the demon race. Many things have happened in the god and devil space in the past 2 years. The human race and the demon race have gone through several wars. Fangxing slowly explained to Xianxia. With Fangxing's explanation, Xianxia understood what had happened in the god and devil space in the past 2 years. Speaking of which, the source was the battle in the Sky Devil Valley 2 years ago. Boji was heavily injured, and the 2 great demon gods were killed, which caused the demon world to be furious. In the past 2 years, the war between the human race and the demon race was very intense, and most of it was concentrated near the ancient city, so many disciples of the 5 major colleges entered the god and devil space to train. Although the human race and the devil race both suffered losses, but in this experience, the strength of the disciples of the 5 great academies increased rapidly. This time, Fangxing had brought a few of his junior brothers here to gain experience. Who would have thought that they would be so unlucky as to encounter this demon god king? His junior brothers were killed by him. Fangxing and the other 2 fled for their lives. If they had not met Xianxia, they would have died at the hands of this demon god king. After he finished speaking, Fangxing looked around vigilantly and said, "Junior brother Long, let's hurry back to ancient city. The battle just now was too intense. Perhaps the devil race has already discovered us. Oh right, take this demon god king's corpse with you. You can go to the ancient city of Extreme City to receive your reward." Good. We're leaving now. What do you mean by receiving rewards? Xianxia put away the demon god king's corpse, then sped in the direction of the ancient city of Extreme City with Fangxing and the other 2. Hearing about receiving rewards, Xianxia asked rather curiously. Fangxing explained as he hurried along, 2 years ago, this demon god king became a fish that escaped the net. During this period of time, he even killed quite a few human race powerhouses. Therefore, the 5 great academies issued a bounty in the ancient city of Extreme City. Anyone who kills this demon god king can obtain 100 drops of holy liquid as a reward. 100 drops of holy liquid? Xiao's eyes lit up. This demon god king was indeed very valuable. Did not expect that the 5 great academies would give out 100 drops of holy liquid right off the bat. Indeed rich and imposing. 100 drops of holy liquid was probably sufficient for a grand completion celestial deity realm powerhouse to assail the divine king realm. With these 100 drops of holy liquid, it could at least let Xianxia advance another minor realm. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. Xianxia 3 people had just left not long when several figures swept over through the air, appearing at the place where Xianxia and the demon god king fought. Those were 3 young men dressed in dark cyan long robes. Each and every one of them had robust figures, powerful auras, and incomparably cold gazes. They were all late-stage celestial deity realm powerhouses. Furthermore, these 3 people were all great Zhou Academy's disciples. This is the demon god king's aura? Could it be that someone killed the demon god king just now? Should be right. Someone killed the demon god king and even brought his corpse away. Looks like someone wants to take the demon god king's corpse to claim the reward. Then what do we do? Could it be that we give up just like this? That's 100 drops of holy liquid. I heard that that demon god king was heavily injured and his forces are very weak now. Maybe someone took advantage of it. Let's chase after and take a look. If it's really someone with powerful cultivation, then we can only forget it. If the forces are very weak, then snatch the demon god king's corpse and we'll go claim the reward. Good idea. It's decided then, hurry up and go. The 3 great Zhou Academy's disciples conversed with each other for a while, their eyes all revealing incomparably greedy looks. That was 100 drops of holy liquid. Even if it was divided equally among the 3 of them, it would be enough to push their cultivation to the great circle of the heavenly god realm. In the end, greed won over rationality. They followed the few auras and quickly chased after them, Although Ling Xiao and the other two were also flying towards the ancient city, their speed was not fast because Fangxing and the other two Ares Academy's disciples were injured. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He heard 3 air-piercing sounds coming from behind him. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, 3 youths in dark green robes with powerful auras and arrogant expressions instantly chased after them and blocked Ling Xiao and the other two. Ares Academy's disciples? You guys killed the demon god king? The Great Zhou Academy's disciple, who was the leader, looked at Ling Xiao and the other 3 indifferently with a strange look in his eyes. He could tell that among Ling Xiao and the other 3, Fangxing's cultivation was the strongest, but he was only in the mid-stage of the heavenly god realm. The other 3, including Ling Xiao, were all in the early stage of the heavenly god realm, and 3 of them were injured. Based on the bloodstains and auras on Ling Xiao and the other 3, he instantly deduced that the demon god king's corpse was most likely with them. Senior brother, why are you blocking our way? Fangxing looked at the 3 people in front of him calmly and asked. I'm not going to waste my breath with you. Hand over the demon god king's corpse and we'll leave immediately. Otherwise, I'm afraid you guys will suffer a little. The Great Zhou Academy's disciple said coldly with a condescending attitude. In their opinion, the 3 Ares Academy's disciples before them did not have high cultivation levels and were all injured. They did not have the ability to kill the real demon god king. The demon god king's injuries were probably too severe, and they took advantage of the situation. The demon god king's corpse? I'm afraid you're mistaken. We don't have the demon god king's corpse. Fangxing frowned and said coldly. He was incomparably furious. This group of Great Zhou Academy students was really arrogant. They actually dared to stop them from forcing the demon god king's corpse. He just didn't know how they knew that the demon god king's corpse was with them. Stop playing dumb. That huge battle just now was caused by you guys, right? We already sensed the demon god king's aura. He's already dead, and his corpse must be in your hands. You'd better take it the hard way. The leading disciple sneered with an unfriendly expression. The 3 of them revealed greed in their eyes. The demon god king's corpse represented 100 drops of sacred liquid. They had to get it no matter what. Although nominally, Ares College and Imperial College were the strongest among the 5 major colleges, and Skysword College, Overlord College, and Great Zhou College were slightly weaker, the disciples of Great Zhou College had always been incomparably arrogant. War God Temple, Imperial Dao Palace, and 9 Imperial Obelisk were among the 12 immortal sacred grounds. However, War God Temple was no longer as glorious as before. They were now ranked last, and could be said to be in danger. As for 9 Imperial Obelisk, it had surpassed War God Temple and Imperial Dao Palace. It was filled with experts, and even had some of the aura of the ancient heavenly court. As disciples of Great Zhou Academy, they were naturally arrogant and looked down on Ares Academy's disciples. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed. These 3 disciples in the late stage of the heavenly god realm actually dared to act as if they were sure they could defeat them. They even wanted to snatch the demon god king's corpse. In Ling Xiao's opinion, they were simply courting death. You guys dare to covet the demon god king's corpse? Get out of here immediately, or don't blame me for being rude. Ling Xiao said indifferently. He couldn't be bothered to say anything more to these Great Zhou Academy disciples. Even the demon god king had died in his hands. He really didn't care about these 3 experts in the late stage of the heavenly god realm. Brat, you're courting death. The eyes of the leading disciple from the Great Zhou Academy turned cold. He had never thought that a mere early sky god would dare to talk nonsense in front of him. Killing intent immediately rose in his heart. The 3 of them had already planned it out. Even if the 4 Ares College students in front of them handed over the demonic king's corpse, they would still kill them to prevent them from going back to complain and adding to their troubles. In any case, if they died in the god and devil space, as long as they kept their hands clean, no one would know that they were the culprits. Kill them all. Boom, the Great Zhou Academy's disciples' killing intent exploded. His eyes flashed with killing intent as he threw a punch at Ling Xiao. The fist print was unstoppable and contained boundless divine power. It enveloped Ling Xiao. He wanted to take Ling Xiao by surprise and kill him. Murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the other two great Zhou Academy disciples. One after another, they brandished two dark golden battle blades and charged towards Fangxing and the other two. "You're courting death." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed coldly. He had never thought that the three great Zhou Academy disciples would want to kill him for the demonic king's corpse. He no longer held back and threw a punch out as well. The golden fist print exploded with a strong battle intent. Bang, the two fists collided. It was as if thunder had exploded, and the surrounding void rumbled. Ling Zhao's figure did not change, but the great Zhou Academy disciple's expression changed drastically. He felt a terrifying force enter his body, and he had no way to resist it. Boom, his arm exploded into a bloody mist. His entire body was sent flying by Ling Xiao for dozens of feet. He crashed heavily into the ground in the distance, leaving a huge crater. What? The other two great Zhou Academy's disciples were shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. However, taking advantage of their hesitation, Ling Xiao threw out two fists. Two blazing fist prints enveloped the two of them. "Kill him." The two great Zhou Academy disciples felt the terrifying pressure from Ling Zhao's body, but they also knew that there was no room for retreat. They looked at each other and gritted their teeth. Their eyes were filled with ferocity as they raised their swords and slashed at Ling Xiao. What they used was the great Zhou Academy's saber technique. Although it wasn't too ferocious, it was incomparably profound. The two of them cooperated ingeniously, and under the stimulation of this life and death crisis, the saber technique actually had the power to transform something rotten into something magical. They did not hope to kill Ling Xiao. They only hoped to force Ling Xiao back so that they could have a chance to escape. With their experience and knowledge, Ling Zhao's previous punch had let them know how terrifying Ling Zhao's battle strength was. The Ares Academy disciple in front of them was too strong. They were no match for him. Clang, the sound of metal clashing could be heard. Ling Zhao's fists were blazing like an immemorial mountain. He did not dodge and collided with the two swords at the same time. Blazing divine light flashed and a crisp sound could be heard. The two swords were only supreme-grade divine weapons, but they were shattered by Ling Xiao. The power of his fist did not decrease. Under the shocked eyes of the two great Zhou Academy disciples, it landed on their chests. Bang, the two of them looked as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces turned pale and they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their auras became extremely weak. They were seriously injured in one blow, even though Fangxing and the two Ares Academy disciples already knew of Ling Zhao's strength. They were still shocked when they saw how Ling Xiao dealt with the three great Zhou Academy disciples so easily. "You. Who are you?" the great Zhou Academy disciple said as he glared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. The three of them felt a great sense of danger. They did not expect a mere heavenly god to be able to explode with such power. They had a bad feeling in their hearts. "The person who will kill you," Ling Xiao said calmly. His eyes revealed a trace of killing intent as he walked towards the three of them. These three great Zhou Academy disciples not only wanted to snatch the demonic god king's body, but they also wanted to kill them. Ling Xiao was instantly filled with killing intent. You can't kill us. We are disciples of the great Zhou Academy. Senior Ji Yuanlong is nearby. If you kill us, Senior Ji Yuanlong will not let you off," the youth in the lead said with a strong appearance. "What a senseless threat. Bastard. How dare you kill our great Zhou Academy's disciples? I'll remember you. You'll die, and no one will be able to save you." The leader's eyes were filled with anger. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so ruthless as to kill two great Zhou Academy's disciples. Whoosh, he directly crushed a golden jade talisman, and suddenly, a bright light surrounded him. The void trembled slightly, and a mysterious void gate seemed to appear out of nowhere. "Divine escape talisman? But you still have to die." Ling Zhao's gaze changed slightly. The light in his palm shone brightly, and the mysterious Kuan sword was activated. It turned into a blazing sword light, containing a terrifying power, and slashed towards the great Zhou Academy's disciple. The terrifying sword chi tore everything apart, containing an irresistible saint's aura. It tore the void gate apart, and then slashed the great Zhou Academy's disciple. No, his eyes were filled with incomparable horror as he let out a blood-curdling scream. However, his voice came to an abrupt end as he was directly killed by the Xianxia sword. Not even his bones were left, and his soul was scattered. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief. He didn't expect the Great Zhou Academy's disciple to have the Divine Escape Talisman. It was a treasure that could teleport him back to the ancient city no matter where he was in the mythical space. Unfortunately, even the Divine Escape Talisman was not invincible. Activating the Divine Escape Talisman required a few breaths of time. The disciple could only blame himself for being too talkative. Before he left, he wanted to say a few harsh words, which gave Ling Xiao time to attack. The mysterious Kuan sword was a perfect saint treasure. When it was activated by Ling Xiao, it broke the Divine Escape Talisman and killed the disciple. Boom! Ling Xiao activated a few heaven-devouring divine fires and burned the 3 Great Zhou Academy's disciples to ashes. The disciples of the 5 Great Academies worked together. Even in the mythical space, they would usually work together. Killing others for treasures was rare, and once it was discovered, they would be severely punished. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't even collect the spoils of war, and directly destroyed the 3 corpses. Fangxing and the other two's eyes twitched. They didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so decisive, directly killing 3 Great Zhou Academy's disciples. Junior brother Long, this is no small matter. You must not leak it, or there will be big trouble. Junior brother Chen Dong, junior brother Wang Xian, I hope the 2 of you can keep your mouths shut and not leak any information. Fangxing looked at Ling Xiao and laughed bitterly. Then, he turned to the 2 Aries College students. Senior Fang, junior brother Long is our savior. Moreover, these 3 Great Zhou Academy's disciples should die. We'll swear on our hearts as to keep it. Chen Dong and Wang Xian also knew that this matter was of great importance. Their faces were solemn as they swore the Great Heart Demon Oath. The Great Oath of the Heart Demon was even harsher than the Oath of the Heavenly Tao. Once one violated the Great Oath of the Heart Demon, one would immediately suffer a backlash from the Heart Demon. 2. Ling Xiao said. He didn't care. These 3 students of the Great Zhou Academy were courting death. They actually dared to rob Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, they were too stupid. Even the Demon God King had died in Ling Xiao's hands, yet they still dared to come and ask for the Demon God King's corpse. They must have been blinded by lard. Ling Xiao and the other 2 flew towards the great ancient city. At the same time, Ling Xiao secretly used the sky-devouring secret technique to erase the 4's aura. Perhaps the sages were powerful and could find some traces, but Ling Xiao could guarantee that no one below the sage realm would be able to see through it. After all, the strongest in the mythical space was only the Divine King realm. Ling Xiao and the other 3 were very fast. Although they encountered the demon race's experts along the way, they carefully avoided them. Soon, they returned to the great ancient city. Ling Xiao wanted to know more about Jinsei, Yi Liangchen, Fengye, and Xianwang. 2 years ago, Jinsei followed Qinglian. If there were no accidents, she should have entered the Supreme Dao Palace. However, Ling Xiao wanted to confirm it first. According to Fangxing, Yi Liangchen, Fengye, and Xianwang's cultivation had improved rapidly in the past 2 years. They often entered the mythical space to train. However, Ling Xiao didn't know where they were. Junior brother Long, you better go to the city lord's mansion and exchange the demon god king's body for 100 drops of holy liquid as soon as possible. Fangxing whispered to Ling Xiao. The city lord's mansion was located in the center of the great ancient city. It was the place where the 5 divine kings of the 5 great academies resided. In the past 2 years, there would be divine kings entering the mythical space to hunt the demon race. However, there would be at least 1 or 2 divine kings guarding the great ancient city. The reward of 100 drops of holy liquid for the demon god king was decided by the 5 great academies. As long as the demon god king's body was brought to the city lord's mansion, the reward could be exchanged. All right. I'll go to the city lord's mansion now. Bring me there. Ling Xiao smiled as he looked at Fangxing and the other 2. Although the demon god king was killed by Ling Xiao had a good impression of Fangxing, Chen Dong, and Wang Xian. He wanted to share some of the loot with them. Under Fangxing's lead, Ling Xiao arrived at the city lord's mansion. Although the city lord's mansion was where the divine kings of the 5 great academies resided, it was also a trading hall. Many people would bring the treasures they obtained from the mythical space to trade here. Even the 5 great academies would issue missions here. As long as the missions were completed, they would receive a certain amount of rewards. Can I trouble senior brother to inform the city lord that we are here to exchange for the 100 drops of holy liquid? Fangxing grabbed a Aries college disciple in black robes and whispered. He looked like a deacon here. What? You guys killed the demon god king? Although the Aries college disciple looked indifferent, he couldn't help but exclaim after hearing Fangxing's words. His eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. That's right. Fangxing said seriously. No one would dare to joke about such a thing. Alright, you guys come with me. The Aries college disciple calmed himself down and led Ling Xiao, Fangxing, and the other 3 into the depths of the city lord's mansion. That was where the divine kings lived. If they wanted to exchange for the holy liquid, they had to find them. In the depths of the city lord's mansion, Ling Xiao saw 2 divine kings. One of them was an old man in black robes. His hair and beard were all white. His face was hale and hearty, and his eyes were incomparably deep. His entire body emitted a vast aura. Looking at the aura and attire of the 2 divine kings, Ling Xiao could easily tell that they were experts from Overlord College and Great Zhou College. They should be vice principals or elders. Ling Xiao frowned slightly. If the divine king expert from Aries College was here, there shouldn't be a problem. However, the people in front of him were from Overlord College and Great Zhou College. It would be troublesome to exchange for 100 drops of holy liquid. Ling Xiao thought to himself, but he still walked up to the 2 experts. Greetings to the 2 elders. I am Aries College's disciple, Long Out Yen. I would like to exchange the demonic god king's corpse for 100 drops of holy liquid. Ling Xiao bowed slightly to the 2 people before him, then took out the demonic god king's corpse. You actually killed the demonic god king? The black-robed elder's eyes revealed a hint of surprise as he sized Ling Xiao up. In his opinion, Ling Xiao was only an early-stage heavenly god. Although the demonic god king was heavily injured, it shouldn't have been killed by an early-stage heavenly god disciple. The middle-aged man in dragon robes from Great Zhou College also suddenly looked at Ling Xiao with a glimmer of light in his eyes. Replying to the elders, I was just lucky. The demonic god king was already heavily injured. I happened to encounter him when he was chasing after my 3 seniors, so I took advantage of him. Ling Xiao replied calmly. That's right. Elders, this demonic god king did indeed die in the hands of junior brother Long. Fangxing also stepped forward and roughly explained the process of Ling Xiao killing the demonic god king. That's right. You are only an early-stage heavenly god, but you were able to kill the demonic god king. That's impressive. We have indeed issued a bounty. This demonic god king's corpse can be exchanged for 100 drops of holy liquid. The black-robed elder glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. The middle-aged man in dragon robes didn't say a word. He directly walked forward to inspect the demonic god king's corpse. No one knew what he was looking for, but Ling Xiao had already checked beforehand. There was nothing on the demonic god king's corpse. It could be said that it was poor. You are called Long Out Yen, right? I can give you 100 drops of holy liquid, but I hope that you will also hand over the things on the demon god king. That thing is not something you can have. The middle-aged man in dragon robes glanced at Ling Xiao indifferently. However, his voice carried a resolute tone that could not be refused. Ling Xiao frowned slightly, but he still replied calmly, Elder, I didn't find anything on the demon god king after killing him, and I can't open his miniature world either. If you want to obtain something from him, you'll know once you open his miniature world. The miniature world of a god king was naturally not something a god could open. However, this was not difficult for Ling Xiao. He had already secretly checked it before. The demon god king's miniature world was completely empty. There was nothing there. Ling Xiao had long suspected that all the useful treasures had been used up by the demon god king. Even if he still had some treasures, he probably didn't have them on him. The tone of the Great Zhou Academy's middle-aged man made Ling Xiao very unhappy. He was not a disciple of the Great Zhou Academy and had no obligation to listen to his orders. As it seemed, Ling Xiao was right. The exchange this time would not be so easy. Fengxing's face was rather ugly as well. Elders, I can testify that the demon god king has nothing on him. We've only come to exchange for the holy liquid. Can you give it to us now? He felt that the dragon-robed middle-aged man from the Great Zhou Academy wanted to make things difficult for them. There's no hurry. Long Outyen, Elder Ji is right. If you've obtained something from the demon god king's corpse, you better hand it over. That thing is extremely important. It's not safe for you to keep it. The black-robed old man and the middle-aged man looked at each other before smiling at Ling Xiao. Don't worry. As long as you hand it over, we will compensate you with the holy liquid. We can give you 200 drops of holy liquid. The black-robed old man went as far as to promise 100 drops of holy liquid. Long Outyen, that thing isn't something you can possess. If you don't hand it over, don't blame me for being rude. The middle-aged man's expression turned slightly cold as he stared at Ling Xiao. The black-robed old man and the middle-aged man were actually playing the good cop and bad cop, trying to force Ling Xiao to hand over something on the demon god king's corpse. Unfortunately, Ling Xiao really did not obtain anything. Moreover, when he heard the two old men's threats and promises, Ling Xiao became even more displeased. Let alone not obtaining anything, even if he did obtain it, he would not give it to them. I'm sorry. Elders, I don't even know what that thing is. How do you want me to hand it over? Ling Xiao said coldly. Kid, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. The middle-aged man's gaze immediately darkened as he stared at Ling Xiao. Moreover, a majestic god king's pressure enveloped Ling Xiao. The black-robed old man laughed bitterly. Long Outyen, I'll tell you the truth. It's a thunder source pearl, a treasure bestowed by the 9-layered imperial obelisk. It's jointly managed by the 3 great academies, but it was lost in the mythical space thousands of years ago. This time, we discovered that the thunder source pearl was on the demon god king. However, we just checked and found that there was no thunder source pearl in the demon god king's miniature world. If you can hand over the thunder source pearl or provide us with relevant information, we will definitely reward you with more holy liquid. He could also tell that Ling Xiao probably did not have the thunder source pearl, but he was not so sure. Instead, he told Ling Xiao about the thunder source pearl. Moreover, he thought that Ling Xiao probably did not know about the thunder source pearl. Otherwise, with the demon god king in his possession, a mere early heavenly god would definitely die. It's actually the thunder source pearl? Fengxing could not help but exclaim. His eyes revealed a trace of shock. Seeing Ling Xiao's doubtful gaze, Fengxing hurriedly explained in a low voice, Junior brother Long, the thunder source pearl is a flawless sacred treasure. It's a treasure bestowed by the 9-layered imperial obelisk to the Overlord Academy, the Heavenly Sword Academy, and the Great Zhou Academy. It can draw the power of the 9 heavens' divine thunder and can even devour the power of thunder. It's a treasure for cultivating the Thunder Emperor technique, but it was lost in the mythical space thousands of years ago. Ling Xiao understood. No wonder these two old things were so nervous about the demon god king's item. However, Ling Xiao was even more displeased. He said indifferently, Elders, I really did not see the thunder source pearl. Think about it, if the thunder source pearl was really on the demon god king, how could I be his opponent? I would have died at the hands of the demon god king long ago. It's even more impossible to kill him. Therefore, I don't know the whereabouts of the thunder source pearl. Perhaps he hid it somewhere else. If you want to exchange for 100 drops of sacred liquid, no problem. Let me search your pocket world. If you really don't have the thunder source pearl on you, I'll exchange it for you now. The middle-aged man in dragon robes looked at Ling Xiao coldly. Although he believed that the thunder source pearl was not with Ling Xiao, Long Outyen, who was merely an early-stage sky celestial, was not affected by his pressure at all. Furthermore, Long Outyen was still so arrogant. This made him extremely displeased. Search my pocket world? Impossible. Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold as he rejected the offer. At the same time, he was furious. The pocket world was the origin of a martial artist. It contained a martial artist's secrets. Through the pocket world, one could not only see the martial arts a martial artist cultivated and the laws they comprehended, but one could also grasp a martial artist's weakness. Even the closest people would rarely check the pocket world, let alone the two people in front of him. It was simply wishful thinking. Ling Xiao was furious. This elder from the Great Zhou College was obviously looking for trouble with him. Fangxing, Chen Dong, and Wang Xian were also furious. This middle-aged man in dragon robes was simply too much. Fangxing also suppressed the anger in his heart and said, "Elder, we can all testify that the Thunder Source Pearl is not on the demonic god king. You can't search Junior Brother Long's pocket world." The middle-aged man in dragon robes sneered and said, "You don't want me to search? Are you feeling guilty? Could it be that the Thunder Source Pearl is really on you? Kid, if you don't let me search your pocket world today, you won't be able to walk out of here." Boom, a majestic divine king aura spread out and suppressed Ling Xiao as if it wanted to force Ling Xiao to kneel down. If it was an ordinary early heavenly god realm expert, they might not be able to withstand his aura. However, this little bit of pressure had no effect on Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's gaze turned colder and colder. "Elder, you should know that the pocket world is the foundation of a martial artist. I can't let you search my pocket world. Since you're deliberately looking for trouble with me, I won't exchange for the demonic god king's corpse. Let's wait for Elder Han to return." Elder Han was the divine king from Aries College in Ancient City, Hanli. After Ling Xiao finished speaking, he kept the demonic god king's corpse and wanted to leave. "Want to leave? If you don't explain yourself today, you're not going anywhere," the middle-aged man said coldly. With a flash, he appeared before Ling Xiao. The tremendous pressure of a god king continued to press down on Ling Xiao. During this period of time, many of the Great Zhou College's disciples had died in the god and devil space. He was incomparably angry, so he wanted to humiliate the Aries College's disciples. Ling Xiao had bumped into the muzzle of a gun. "What? Elder, do you still intend to use force on me?" A cold light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and his voice contained a bone-chilling fluctuation. He was thoroughly enraged by this dragon-robed middle-aged man, so what if he was a divine king? If he was forced to use the Xianxia sword, even if he couldn't kill him, he would still be able to put him in a difficult situation. Long Outyen, Elder Ji is also anxious about the whereabouts of the Thunder Essence Pearl. Why don't you just let him search for it? It's not a big deal. The black-robed old man still pretended to be a peacemaker as he tried to persuade them. "If you don't let me search your small world today, then I'll have to use force. Long Outyen, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit." The dragon-robed middle-aged man's eyes were cold, but his voice was overbearing. "Use force? Ha ha ha. Old thing, don't be so shameless." Ling Xiao laughed out of anger. His eyes instantly became as sharp as a knife, and his voice became impolite. Divine light lingered around his body, exuding a heavy and ancient aura. His black hair flew in the wind, and his face was unruly. His eyes met the dragon-robed middle-aged man's without fear. A mere Great Zhou College dared to be so arrogant and despotic. Ling Xiao's heart was already filled with anger. However, his words instantly enraged the dragon-robed middle-aged man. "Brat, you're courting death." The dragon-robed middle-aged man's eyes flashed with killing intent. He was used to being high and mighty, and the disciples of the 5 colleges were all respectful to him. A mere early heavenly god stage Long Outyen dared to insult him, and it instantly triggered the killing intent in his heart. Boom, the light around him blazed as if there was purple lightning lingering around him. In an instant, an incomparably powerful dragon roar erupted, and he charged towards Ling Xiao. It was a purple lightning dragon that contained an incomparably terrifying destructive power that could turn any living thing into dust. No one expected the dragon-robed middle-aged man to actually attack. Ling Xiao's eyes also flashed with killing intent. Just as he was about to attack, a bright light suddenly shone in the void, accompanied by a wild and unruly voice that exploded in the void. "Ji Huang, you dare to attack a disciple of the Aries College? Do you really think I don't exist?" In the void, an incomparably blazing fist mark exploded, like a small sun, and a middle-aged man with a terrifying aura appeared. He punched towards the dragon-robed middle-aged man. "Hanli? You're actually back?" Ji Huang's expression changed slightly, but Hanli's fist mark was already in front of him. He had no choice but to clash with Hanli. Gotcha! Divine light blazed in the void, and lightning exploded. The purple lightning dragon was suddenly blasted apart by Hanli. Even Ji Huang's body swayed, and he abruptly took a few steps back, his face slightly pale. Bang! Han Li directly fell from the void and smashed onto the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. He looked like an immortal god of war. His entire body was enveloped in light, and his aura was majestic. His battle strength was powerful, and his eyes were filled with dominance and majesty. "Kid, you did well. You didn't embarrass the Ares College." Han Li grinned and patted Ling Zhao's shoulder, his face filled with incomparable satisfaction. "Thank you, Elder Han." Ling Zhao's expression did not change as he bowed slightly. He could feel that Han Li in front of him should have also cultivated the indestructible war body, and he had probably reached the 5th stage. His physical body was extremely terrifying, and his vitality was unparalleled. He was like a human-shaped divine beast. Your indestructible war body has actually reached the 4th stage, the 5 Viscera Palace? Good kid, your speed of improvement is really enviable. Han Li's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance, and he said with some astonishment. Only now did he realize that Ling Zhao's indestructible war body had improved so rapidly. One had to know that Tian Gang, who was known as the #1 on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard of Ares College, also took more than 100 years to cultivate the 4th stage of the indestructible war body. Han Li, this Long Out Yen was rude to me. I'll teach him a lesson on your behalf. Are you trying to stop me? Ji Huang's gaze was cold as he stared at Han Li. Ji Huang, don't act all high and mighty here. My Ares College's disciples have no right to be taught by you. If you're not convinced, let's fight. Han Li sneered, his eyes full of disdain. Ji Huang's expression instantly turned ugly. This Han Li in front of him was simply an idiot. His physical body was extremely strong, and he had cultivated the immortal body to the 5th level. His combat strength was extremely terrifying. He could be said to be the strongest person in the ancient city. Even if Ji Huang were to go against him, he would most likely lose. However, he was unwilling to take this lying down. He said coldly, Han Li, Long Out Yen said that he killed the demonic god king. I suspect that he has the Thunder Pearl. The Thunder Pearl is very important to us. I want to search his small world. I hope you won't stop me. After speaking, he glanced at the old man in the black robe. The old man in the black robe was called Jian Kuan. At this moment, he smiled and said, Elder Han, Elder Ji is right. The Thunder Pearl is very important. As long as Long Out Yen allows us to search, if we don't find the Thunder Pearl, we won't find trouble with him. You killed the demonic god king? Han Li's eyes widened as he stared deeply at Ling Xiao. That's right. Elder Han, this is the demonic god king's corpse. However, I didn't find any Thunder Pearl. Furthermore, my small world can't be searched by anyone. Ling Xiao took out the demonic god king's corpse and said calmly. It's really the demonic god king. Yes, I also believe that the Thunder Pearl can't be on the demonic god king. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to kill him. Perhaps he hid the Thunder Pearl somewhere. Ji Huang, could it be that you're deliberately trying to find trouble with Long Out Yen? Han Li nodded. Then, his eyes revealed a trace of sharpness as he looked at Ji Huang and sneered. Ji Huang said indifferently, I don't want to cause trouble for anyone, but Long Out Yen killed Demon God King, so I can't rule out the possibility that he's hiding the Thunder Source Pearl on him. I'm just taking precautions. The black-robed elder smiled and said, Elder Han, there's no need to be angry. We're just searching. If it's not on Long Out Yen, we'll compensate him with the Saint Liquid. Don't be so pompous here. Didn't you want to search? Very well, if you can't find it, you'll have to take out 1,000 drops of holy liquid as compensation. Do you dare? Han Li rolled his eyes and sneered. He then looked at Long Out Yen and asked, Long Out Yen, what do you think? Ling Xiao said calmly, everything will be decided by Elder. I have no objections. 1,000 drops of holy liquid? You really dare to demand an exorbitant price? Ji Huang was startled by Han Li and said with an ugly expression. The black-robed elder frowned. He could tell that with Han Li around, they would not be able to search Long Out Yen's pocket dimension. 1,000 drops of holy liquid is nothing compared to the Thunder Pearl. If you want to search, take out 1,000 drops of holy liquid. Otherwise, get lost. Han Li sneered, looking like a troublemaker. The black-robed elder and Ji Huang looked at each other and fell silent. They originally thought that the Thunder Pearl was not on Long Out Yin. They just wanted to dampen Long Out Yin's spirit. Ha ha ha. Elder Han, since you're the guarantor, we naturally believe you. Here are 100 drops of holy liquid. Long Out Yin, keep it well. If you find any clues about the Thunder Pearl, you can tell us at any time. At that time, you can choose from the holy liquid and various treasures. The black-robed elder, Jian Kuan, laughed and immediately took out 100 drops of holy liquid and handed it to Ling Xiao. He looked very amiable. If there's any news about the Thunder Pearl, I'll naturally tell the two elders. Ling Xiao took the 100 drops of holy liquid and said calmly. However, he had made up his mind. The demonic God King's primordial spirit was suppressed in the wordless heavenly book. He had to force the demonic God King to tell him the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl. No matter what, he would not give it to the two old men. After taking the 100 drops of holy liquid, Ling Xiao did not want to stay any longer. He turned around and left with Fang Xing and the other two. Ling Xiao gave 6 drops of holy liquid to Fang Xing and 2 to Chen Dong and Wang Xian. He also told them to bring Yi Liangchen, Feng Ye, Xian Wang, and the others to meet him in Ancient City. Ling Xiao planned to cultivate in Ancient City for a while. He was not in a hurry to return to Aries College. No matter what, he had to force the Thunder Pearl out first. Fang Xing, Chen Dong, and Wang Xian did not expect Ling Xiao to give them a share of holy liquid. At first, they were determined not to accept it. However, under Ling Xiao's insistence, they accepted it. They were extremely grateful to Ling Xiao and put in more effort to gather information about Ji Liangchen and the others. Ling Xiao chose to stay in an inn for the time being. In the wordless heavenly book, the demonic God King's primordial spirit was imprisoned by the book. Endless heaven engulfing divine fire surrounded him, constantly burning his primordial spirit. Ah! Kill me quickly, kill me, the demonic God King's primordial spirit was about to go crazy from Ling Xiao's torture. He began to roar crazily. Right now, he was living a life worse than death. He only wanted to die quickly. Living was too painful. If you want to die, it's very simple. Tell me everything you know about the Thunder Origin Orb. Ling Xiao's indifferent voice was transmitted into the demonic God King's primordial spirit. Under the burning of the heaven-engulfing divine fire, the demonic God King's primordial spirit's pain was magnified thousands of times. He did not dare to play any tricks. He immediately told Ling Xiao everything he knew. As it turned out, the Thunder Pearl was indeed in the hands of the demonic God King. In the Battle of the Sky Devil Valley 2 years ago, the other 2 demonic God Kings died in battle. It was because of the Thunder Pearl that he was able to escape death. The Overlord Academy, Sky Sword Academy, and the Great Zhou Academy were naturally ecstatic when they received the news of the Thunder Pearl. The main reason why they offered a bounty for the demonic God King was because of the Thunder Pearl. At the beginning, the Thunder Pearl was still with the demonic God King. However, he was afraid that the 3 academies would have a treasure that could locate the Thunder Pearl. Therefore, he hid the Thunder Pearl in the place where he was in seclusion. He wanted to hunt humans alone and devour their blood essence and primordial spirit to recover his cultivation. In the end, unfortunately, he encountered Ling Xiao and was killed by him. The Thunder Pearl was a supreme holy treasure. It was extremely powerful. If the demonic God King had the Thunder Pearl, Ling Xiao would not have been able to kill him. It's hidden in the Sky Thunder Sea? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The news he got from the demon God King made him a little excited. Since he got the news, he couldn't tell Jian Kuan and Ji Huang about it no matter what. Since those 2 old men cared so much about the Thunder Source Pearl, Ling Xiao would snatch it away. The Celestial Thunder Sea was very far away from the ancient city. It was at least 1,000,000 miles away. It was a boundless sea. However, it was filled with boundless lightning energy all year round. It was extremely terrifying. Not to mention the human experts, even the devil race rarely dared to approach it. No one would have thought that the demon God King would hide the Thunder Source Pearl in the Sky Thunder Sea. However, Ling Xiao didn't plan to go to the Sky Thunder Sea now. Jian Kuan and Ji Huang definitely wouldn't give up. They might have already sent people to watch Ling Xiao. 90 drops of saint liquid is enough for me to break through to the middle stage of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, with my current strength, I can already refine a divine escape talisman, but it's still lacking. I'll go by one first. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. His cultivation had reached the peak of the early heavenly god realm. 90 drops of saint liquid was enough for him to break through. Most importantly, during the 60 years of cultivation in the Flowing Time Temple, Ling Zhao's Great Void Charm scripture had reached the second level of perfection. He could already use his mental force to comprehend talisman Dao and inscribe talismans. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao could be considered a divine talisman master. For example, Ling Xiao had already studied the divine escape talisman. It contained a trace of space energy and was connected to the coordinates of the ancient city. Therefore, as long as he activated the divine escape talisman, he could immediately teleport to the ancient city. Now, Ling Xiao could even refine the divine escape talisman himself. However, he still needed to comprehend the divine escape talisman. The law of space involved in the divine escape talisman might be more complicated. In the ancient city, one divine escape talisman required 1 drop of saint liquid, and one divine escape talisman required 10 drops of saint liquid. After all, it was a life-saving item. No matter how expensive it was, people would still buy 1 or 2 to protect themselves. Ling Xiao left the inn and went straight to the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. The Talisman Treasure Pavilion was a place that specialized in selling various divine talismans. According to legend, there was a saint talisman master holding down the fort behind it. In the divine world, divine talisman masters and saint talisman masters were very rare, much rarer than alchemists and weapon refiners. The most important reason was that talisman Dao had been lost, and there were very few people who could truly master talisman Dao. Naturally, the value of all kinds of divine talismans and saint talismans increased. Esteemed guest, may I know what kind of talisman you need? We sell low-grade divine talismans to supreme-grade divine talismans, and they have all kinds of functions. They definitely meet your requirements. A middle-aged man in a green robe had sharp eyes. He immediately saw that Ling Xiao was not ordinary and immediately came forward to introduce him. What divine talismans do you have? Introduce them to me. Ling Zhao's expression was calm as he spoke in a noncommittal manner. Esteemed guest, please follow me. A glint flashed across the eyes of the middle-aged man in a green robe. He led Ling Xiao into the Talisman Treasure Pavilion and said with a slight smile, "We have divine fire talismans here that can mobilize sun divine fire. Those below Celestial Deity Realm will die upon contact. Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses will also die without a doubt if they don't have powerful defensive treasures. Ice Divine Talisman that can freeze all powerhouses below early stage Celestial Deity Realm. Although powerhouses above Celestial Deity Realm can break it open, it will also waste a lot of time. Thunder Divine Talisman that can mobilize 9 bolts of heavenly lightning and can severely injure early stage or even middle stage Celestial Deity Realm powerhouses. Furthermore, it's extremely easy to mobilize. It's a defensive supreme treasure, with divine talisman that can spawn thousands upon thousands of Dao divine vines to bind the opponent. Powerhouses below Celestial Deity Realm can only wait for death. Gold Divine Talisman that can mobilize golden heptachi to kill the enemy. The middle-aged man in a green robe began to introduce non-stop. Starting from the 5 elements divine talisman, there were all kinds of divine talismans. It was an eye-opener for Ling Xiao. However, these divine talismans were also extremely expensive. A Thunder Divine Talisman, Wood Divine Talisman, or other 5 elements divine talisman required 3 drops of saint liquid to exchange for. There were also powerful defensive divine talismans. The small Vajra talisman required 2 drops of saint liquid, while the great Vajra talisman could defend against a divine king's attack and required 10 drops of saint liquid. Ling Xiao also saw the divine escape heavenly talisman. It also required 10 drops of saint liquid. Ling Xiao was secretly shocked. These divine talismans were indeed extremely expensive. One had to know that these divine talismans were one-use treasures. Although their attack power was extremely strong, it wasn't something that ordinary people could afford. Ling Xiao could see that there weren't many people in the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Most of them were powerhouses above Celestial Deity Realm. Moreover, almost all of them hesitated for a long time before finally gritting their teeth and buying a divine talisman to protect themselves. Among them, the Divine Escape Talisman and 5 Elements Divine Talisman had the best sales. The Divine Escape Talisman could protect one's life while the 5 Elements Talisman could kill enemies. As for the Divine Escape Heavenly Talisman, very few people could afford it. Ling Xiao's gaze swept across the Divine Talismans. He couldn't help but nod his head secretly when he sensed the majestic power of law contained within them. Talisman Taoism was extensive and profound. It encompassed everything and contained the most fundamental law of heaven and earth. Moreover, the status of divine talisman masters and saint talisman masters surpassed that of alchemists and weapon refiners. Which divine talisman master didn't have hundreds of divine talismans to protect himself? Even if a divine talisman master was only in the celestial deity realm, as long as he had hundreds of powerful divine talismans on him, he could use them all against a divine king expert. Even the divine king expert would have a hard time dealing with him. After looking around, Ling Xiao understood all the divine talismans. He then said to the middle-aged man in green robes, "Give me 1 divine shield talisman, 1 5 elements divine talisman, 1 ice divine talisman, 1 thunder divine talisman, 1 sword divine talisman, 1 saber divine talisman and 1 small vajra divine talisman." As soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, the middle-aged man in green robes became excited. He knew that he had really met a tycoon this time. The divine talismans that Ling Xiao wanted were worth a total of 30 drops of sacred liquid. It was a huge fortune. Except for divine king experts, very few people in the celestial deity realm could take out 30 drops of sacred liquid. Esteemed guest, don't worry. I'll get the divine talismans for you right now. The middle-aged man in green robes said excitedly. How could he not be excited when he could get 3 drops of holy liquid as commission from this deal alone? Wait a minute. Do you have blank divine talismans and divine beast blood essence in your talisman treasure pavilion? If you do, give me some too. Ling Xiao stopped the middle-aged man in green robes. The middle-aged man in green robes was shocked. He asked in awe, "Esteemed guest, are you a divine talisman master?" "Of course, we have blank divine talismans and divine beast blood essence." "How many do you want?" A divine talisman master was the most honorable existence no matter where he went. Some people even said that the chances of a divine talisman master becoming a sage were much higher than ordinary warriors. The most important thing was that a divine talisman master could comprehend heaven and earth and had a deep understanding of the law. "I'm not a divine talisman master. I'm here to buy some talisman crafting materials for a few elders in my family," Ling Xiao said indifferently, appearing somewhat unfathomable. The reverence on the middle-aged man's face deepened. This Aries college disciple actually had a divine talisman master behind him. This was absolutely incredible. Although the Talisman Treasure Pavilion was somewhat famous in the entire divine realm, the Talisman Treasure Pavilion in Ancient City only had 1 divine talisman master. The status of a divine talisman master in the divine realm far exceeded that of an alchemist or a blacksmith. The middle-aged man's eyes revealed a trace of passion as he said respectfully, "Our esteemed guest's elder is actually a divine talisman master? Our Talisman Treasure Pavilion is willing to provide 500 sets of talisman crafting materials for our esteemed guest. We only hope that our esteemed guest can come to our Talisman Treasure Pavilion if you want to sell talismans in the future. The Talisman Treasure Pavilion will definitely give you a satisfactory price." Ling Xiao was also somewhat surprised. 500 sets of talisman crafting materials was almost equivalent to the value of 5 drops of sacred liquid. This Talisman Treasure Pavilion was really generous. They were willing to pay such a price just to rope in an unknown divine talisman master. Ling Xiao nodded and said, "You're right. My family's elders are planning to sell a batch of divine escape talismans. Does your Talisman Treasure Pavilion need them?" "Divine escape talisman? How many divine escape talismans do you have?" "Our Talisman Treasure Pavilion is willing to purchase 1 divine escape talisman from our esteemed guest at the price of 1 drop of sacred liquid." The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up as he spoke with incomparable excitement. The middle-aged man in the green robe was actually the shopkeeper of the Talisman Treasure Pavilion, Lin Song. He did not expect that a random esteemed guest would actually have a divine talisman master behind him. He immediately made up his mind to rope in this divine talisman master no matter the price. I have 60 divine escape talismans in my hands. But the Talisman Treasure Pavilion's divine escape talisman only costs 1 drop of sacred liquid, right? Aren't you afraid of losing money by giving me the price of 1 drop of sacred liquid? Ling Xiao asked with slight surprise. He did not expect Lin Song to be so generous. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lin Song smiled wryly and said, "Esteemed guest, you might not know, but the Divine Escape Talisman is the best-selling talisman in ancient Taijing City. Almost everyone has one. However, our Talisman Treasure Pavilion has encountered a situation recently, and our Divine Escape talismans are almost out of stock. If we're able to purchase Divine Escape talismans from esteemed customers, then even if we don't earn money, it's still a good thing for our Talisman Treasure Pavilion." Lin Song spoke very frankly. Ling Xiao had not expected that he would be able to tell the Talisman Treasure Pavilion's current situation. He had instantly won Ling Xiao's favor. Since that's the case, then I'll sell all 60 Divine Escape talismans to the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Shopkeeper Lin, in the future, the Talisman Treasure Pavilion will be given priority to the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he took out 60 Divine Escape talismans and handed them to Lin Song. The moment Lin Song saw the 60 Divine Escape talismans, he was immediately overjoyed. His entire body became somewhat agitated. He took a deep breath and said, "Many thanks, esteemed guest. May I ask for esteemed guest's name?" "I am Long Out Yen." Ling Xiao said calmly. "So it's young Master Long, please follow me. I'll go and prepare the divine talismans you need right now," Lin Song said with incomparable sincerity. Then, he led Ling Xiao into a quiet room in the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. Very quickly, Lin Song brought over the divine talismans and 500 sets of talisman crafting materials that Ling Xiao needed. Moreover, after deducting 30 drops of sacred liquid, Lin Song took out another 30 drops of sacred liquid and handed them to Ling Xiao. Not only did Ling Xiao not spend a single drop of sacred liquid on this trip to the Talisman Treasure Pavilion, but he even earned 30 drops of sacred liquid for free. Ling Xiao was very grateful for Lin Song's goodwill. Otherwise, he would probably only be able to sell the 60 Divine Escape talismans for 20 drops of sacred liquid at most. Ling Xiao brought all the divine talismans and sacred liquid back to the inn. A total of 120 drops of sacred liquid. It's enough for me to break through my cultivation realm. Moreover, I can also take the opportunity to study the crafting methods of the Divine Escape Heavenly Talisman and other divine talismans, Ling Xiao thought to himself. The Great Empty Heart Talisman scripture used the heart realm and heart force as the foundation. Therefore, Ling Xiao's method of crafting talismans was different from that of ordinary divine talisman masters. Ordinary divine talisman masters used their own bodies to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. Then, they used their primordial spirit to communicate with the power of the laws. They used the blood essence of divine beasts to carve magical rune lines and imprinted the power of the laws into the divine talisman. This process was extremely complicated and troublesome. The slightest mistake would cause a divine talisman to be destroyed. Therefore, to a divine talisman master, the success rate of crafting talismans was even lower than the success rate of refining elixirs and weapons. Ordinary forces simply could not support the consumption of a divine talisman master. However, the Great Empty Heart Talisman scripture that Ling Xiao cultivated used the heart realm as the foundation. He used his heart realm to outline the laws of heaven and earth and carve runes. It was far better than using his primordial spirit to craft talismans. As long as Ling Xiao's heart force was not exhausted, he could continue crafting divine talismans. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao was currently extremely lacking in sacred liquid. However, through the talisman Dao, he had found a way to earn large amounts of sacred liquid. The most important thing now is to break through my cultivation realm, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He set up a powerful formation boundary in the room and then connected with the heart realm to enter the great empty temple. 20 drops of sacred liquid can allow me to cultivate in the flowing time temple for 60 days. Only 2 days have passed in the outside world. 60 days is enough for me to break through my cultivation realm, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He gritted his teeth and poured 20 drops of sacred liquid into the flowing time temple. Rumble, It was as if the flowing time temple was shining brightly in the endless darkness of the starry sky. It was flowing with a mysterious luster, and an eternal wave of energy spread out. Ling Xiao sat down cross-legged in the flowing time temple and began cultivating. 100 drops of sacred liquid floated up from Ling Xiao's body like 100 small suns. In an instant, his body shone brightly. Endless sacred light flowed and mysterious light shone in all directions. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed and the engulfing deity ocean appeared behind him. Rumble, waves rose. They were all waves formed by divine power. They spread out in all directions, and the 100 small suns were instantly enveloped by the devouring heaven divine sea. In an instant, endless divine light gushed out and intertwined like thunder. The mysterious and ancient sacred light flowed with brilliant colors. It was incomparably dazzling. That was the majestic power of the divine path. At this moment, under the refinement of the devouring heaven divine sea, it quickly rushed into Ling Xiao's body. With the devouring heaven divine sea refining these 100 drops of sacred liquid, Ling Xiao's cultivation speed increased by more than 100 times. All of Ling Xiao's limbs and bones were flowing with divine light, emitting streams of auspicious qi. It was as if many mysterious gods were emerging from his meridians. His skin became more and more translucent, and his flesh and blood rose. Sounds like the roars of dragons and tigers erupted from his body, and the phantoms of the 5 sacred beasts appeared, causing his aura to skyrocket. City Lord's Mansion, Great Zhou College's encampment. Ji Huang sat high above, wearing a black dragon robe. His face was dignified, but his eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Below him was a young man in a purple robe. His face was like jade, his body was slender, and his aura was very strong. His eyes seemed to be filled with purple lightning. The young man in purple was the most outstanding disciple of this generation of Great Zhou College, Ji Yuanlong. Yuanlong, are you sure that the 3 of them died in the hands of that Long Outyin guy? Ji Huang asked with a gloomy face. Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed as he slowly said, Elder, I was searching for the whereabouts of the demonic god king with a few of my junior brothers. Feng Lin and the other 2 were quickly killed. According to my investigation, the place where they died was very close to the demonic god king, so it is very likely that they died in the hands of Long Outyin. Ji Yuanlong was also very depressed. In fact, he was also determined to obtain the 100 drops of saint liquid. Breaking through from the great circle of the heavenly god realm to the divine king realm was a threshold. Many geniuses would be trapped in this realm for many years. It would take a long time for them to break through. If he had the 100 drops of holy liquid, Ji Yuanlong would be able to break through much faster. He might even be able to obtain first place in the next large competition. However, what he did not expect was that Ling Xiao would intercept him on the way. He's courting death. Since he dared to kill my Great Zhou College's disciples, let him pay with his life. Although we did not find any clues about the Thunder Pearl on the demonic God King's corpse, I am sure that Long Outyin knows something. I will send people to keep an eye on him. As long as he dares to leave Great Ancient City to find the Thunder Pearl, we can follow the vine to find the melon, get the Thunder Pearl, and kill him. Ji Huang said with a murderous aura. His position in Great Zhou College could be said to be second only to Ji Guyuan. No disciple had ever dared to be impudent in front of him. But when he thought of Long Outyin's arrogance and disregard, he was incomparably furious. No matter what, that Long Outyin guy had to die. Anyway, the death of a genius from Aries College was extremely beneficial to Great Zhou College. Elder, why don't we just capture him directly? That way, we can naturally interrogate him to find out the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl. Ji Yuanlong looked at Ji Huang and asked. We can't alert the enemy. Han Li is a madman. Moreover, if we can find the Thunder Origin bead quietly, then the Thunder Origin bead will naturally belong to our Great Zhou Academy. It will have nothing to do with the Sky Tyrant Academy or the Sky Sword Academy. A glint flashed across Ji Huang's eyes as he sneered. Elder, are you not afraid that Long Outyin will tell Han Li about the Thunder Source Pearl? Ji Yuanlong asked. Probably not. I can see that Long Outyin's ambition is not small, and he is also very arrogant. If he has news of the Thunder Source Pearl, he will definitely go and get it alone. During this period of time, I will keep a close eye on him. I will not let him escape from my grasp. Ji Huang said coldly. Within the flowing time temple. Rumble, streaks of divine light intertwined as a powerful aura soared into the skies. After refining over 100 drops of holy liquid, Xianxia finally broke through to the middle stage heavenly god realm in one go. Moreover, the majestic saint energy contained in the holy liquid flowed throughout his body and nourished his 5 viscera and 6 bowels. It opened up the sacred 5 viscera palace and strengthened his physical body. The 4th level of the undying combat body, the sacred 5 viscera palace, was to open up the sacred 5 elemental palace in the 5 viscera. The 5 elemental energy flowed endlessly and could strengthen his physical body. Xianxia could feel that as long as there was enough holy liquid to nourish the sacred 5 viscera palace, he would be able to quickly push the undying combat body to the complete 4th level. If he could break through to the 3rd level of the dragon transformation realm, he would be able to defeat a divine king with his physical body alone, just like Elder Hanli, who was at the 3rd level of the dragon transformation realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. Only 20 days have passed? I can use the remaining time to study the refining method of the divine escape heavenly talisman. Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. If he could refine the divine escape heavenly talisman, not only would he be able to obtain a large amount of holy liquid, but it would also be extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the Great Void Charm Scripture. Xiao's cultivation of the Great Void Charm Scripture had reached the complete 2nd level. He only needed an opportunity to break through to the 3rd level. Boom! Xiao communicated with the heart realm and took out the 5 elements divine talisman to study the power of law within it. He was prepared to use the 5 elements divine talisman as a foundation before comprehending the divine escape heavenly talisman. The heart realm was formless and intangible and couldn't be captured by the naked eye. However, Xiao could feel the existence of the heart realm. This feeling was extremely subtle, but Xiao knew that as long as he cultivated the Great Void Charm Scripture to the 6th level of the prominent divine realm, the heart realm would be able to materialize and affect reality. When he thought about the magical effects of the heart realm after the 6th level of the prominent divine realm, he became extremely excited. Currently, Xiao could rapidly comprehend the power of law within the divine talisman through the heart realm. He could then use his heart force to draw the outline and inscribe the divine talisman. This efficiency far exceeded that of an ordinary divine talisman master. When he reached the 6th level of the prominent divine realm, Xiao could perfectly refine any treasure that could be projected into the heart realm, whether it was a divine talisman, elixir pill, or a sacred weapon, as long as he had sufficient materials. But now, the heart realm and heart force were still very weak. Xiao had to first comprehend the power of law within the divine talisman before he could use his heart force to refine the talisman. However, this process was extremely beneficial to Xiao's cultivation. He could rapidly comprehend the power of law of heaven and earth and increase his cultivation realm. It was also extremely beneficial to the cultivation of the Great Void Charm Scripture. Buzz, a divine fire talisman floated in front of Xiao. As Xiao's heart power spread out, the divine fire talisman actually began to disintegrate in the void, turning into a ball of resplendent light. Just like that, it abruptly disappeared in front of Xiao. In Xiao's heart realm, a new divine fire talisman was condensed again. The mysterious lines of the power of law flickered in it. It was as though the shadow of a divine king who controlled flames had appeared and was explaining the mysteries of flames to Xiao. With the heart realm, Xiao could directly feel the existence of the power of law. The power of law of flames, blazing, destruction, burning, life, and various other attributes, were gradually comprehended by Xiao. A drop of divine fire beast's blood essence and a blank divine talisman floated in front of Xiao. As Xiao comprehended the divine fire talisman, he used his heart force to guide the divine fire beast's blood essence to transform into mysterious lines of the power of law. He slowly drew the outline in the blank divine talisman. The blank divine talisman began to emit majestic power of law of flames, emitting a mysterious and ancient fluctuation. Xiao had been in seclusion for 60 years in the flowing time temple. Although he had spent most of his time improving his cultivation base, he had also spent some time comprehending Talisman Tao. Xiao could feel that Talisman Tao was a supreme great Tao that pointed directly to the laws of heaven and earth. Divine talismans and saint talismans were carriers of the laws of heaven and earth. They contained incomparably mysterious power. Those who could comprehend Talisman Tao would have a cultivation speed far surpassing ordinary cultivators. Ling Xiao used his mind realm to comprehend the laws of heaven and earth. The power contained in the divine fire talisman was fully displayed in front of Ling Xiao, allowing his comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth to reach a very high level. In just a moment, a divine fire talisman was successfully refined by Ling Xiao. This mind realm is really mysterious, but the consumption of heart force on talisman crafting is also enormous. If I want to increase the efficiency of talisman crafting, I must speed up the cultivation of the Great Void Talisman scripture. Ling Xiao took a deep breath, and his eyes revealed a trace of light. With his current heart force, he could at most refine 10 divine fire talismans before his heart force was exhausted. The second level of the Great Void Talisman scripture was still much lower. In this way, Ling Xiao began to comprehend the 5 elements divine talisman, as well as the variants of the Ice God Talisman, Thunder God Talisman, and Wind God Talisman, as well as the Blade Talisman, Sword Talisman, and Vajra Talisman, allowing him to have a deeper understanding of various laws. In a month's time, Ling Xiao had refined a total of over 100 divine talismans. These 100 divine talismans can be exchanged for at least 200 drops of saint liquid. It's simply a huge profit. Ling Xiao sighed softly. If these 100 divine talismans were thrown out by Ling Xiao, perhaps even a divine king powerhouse would be seriously injured. This kind of chain reaction would increase the power of the divine talisman by 10-fold or even 100-fold. It was incomparably terrifying. After the energy of 20 drops of saint liquid was exhausted, Ling Xiao also came out of the flowing time temple. However, he did not return to ancient Supreme City. Instead, he prepared to comprehend the divine evading heavenly talisman. The divine evading heavenly talisman contained strange laws of space, far surpassing ordinary divine evading heavenly talismans, so it could instantly teleport back to ancient Supreme City from anywhere in the God and Devil space. As the divine escape heavenly talisman appeared in Ling Xiao's mind realm, Ling Xiao started to comprehend the spatial laws contained within the divine escape heavenly talisman. For ordinary 5 elements divine talismans, Ling Xiao would be able to comprehend the laws of the 5 elements immediately with the power of his heart realm. But spatial laws were too profound. Ling Xiao used a full month's time and only comprehended a trace of superficial knowledge. However, he could already use his heart force to inscribe the God Evasion heavenly talisman. Boom! Ling Xiao took in a deep breath, and a divine light flashed in his eyes. Majestic heart force gushed out toward the blank divine talisman before him. As streams of mysterious lines drew out, it was as if the void space, the world, and the surroundings were all drawn into the divine talisman by Ling Xiao. Moreover, it started to erupt with powerful energy ripples. Ling Xiao's heart force was being rapidly consumed as well. There were more than 10,000 spatial lines in the divine escape heavenly talisman. They involved the mysterious laws of space. As Ling Xiao carved them with his heart force, the law lines took shape. The divine escape heavenly talisman also began to emit a mysterious golden light. However, what Ling Xiao did not expect was that his mental strength was almost completely depleted after he drew over 9,000 spatial lines. If this continued, the God Escape Heavenly Talisman would probably be completely destroyed. I was too careless. I didn't expect this God Escape Heavenly Talisman to be so difficult. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly in his heart. It looked like this God Escape Heavenly Talisman was really going to fail. However, Ling Xiao did not give up just like that. Even if his mental strength was depleted, he still planned to give it a try. Even if he did not succeed, he would still gain a lot of experience. In the end, Ling Xiao's mental strength was still exhausted. A feeling of extreme exhaustion emerged from his entire body. It was as if he was about to fall into a deep sleep and completely fall into a deep slumber. At this moment, the great empty heart charm scripture suddenly started to circulate on its own. A crisp sound rang out as if some kind of bottleneck had been broken. The originally exhausted mental strength was instantly replenished. Rumble, boundless mental strength surged like the sea, causing the void around Ling Xiao to tremble slightly. The great empty heart charm scripture had broken through to the 3rd level. This kind of sudden breakthrough was like breaking down and then re-establishing. He had finally broken through the last barrier and almost destroyed the divine escape heavenly talisman. Fortunately, Ling Xiao stabilized his mind. With abundant mental strength surging, he finally imprinted the tens of thousands of space lines on the God Talisman. In an instant, the God Talisman emitted a golden light. It was flowing with brilliant colors, ancient and mysterious. The God Escape Heavenly Talisman was completed. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. The mental strength required to refine one God Escape Heavenly Talisman was more than the mental strength required to refine dozens of 5 elements talismans. At this moment, Xianxia only wanted to have a good sleep. He felt that he was on the verge of exhaustion. However, Xianxia did not relax. Instead, he forcefully circulated the great empty heart charm scripture. As he recovered his mental strength, he comprehended the process of refining the God Escape Heavenly Talisman. He benefited greatly. The God Escape Heavenly Talisman, I'm afraid that I can only refine one a day at most. Xianxia sighed softly. Following that, he spent a few more days refining 9 God Escape Heavenly Talismans before returning to the ancient city from the great empty temple. 105 elements talismans and 10 God Escape Heavenly Talismans are worth at least 300 drops of sacred liquid. The cost is only a few drops of sacred liquid. What a huge profit! However, there are not many people who can refine God talismans as efficiently as I can. Xianxia sighed. No wonder divine talisman masters had such a high status and no one dared to offend them. Other than the fact that divine talisman masters could take out dozens of powerful God talismans at any time, they could explode with terrifying power. Another reason was that divine talisman masters were simply too rich. Perhaps a divine talisman master could take out a flawless sacred weapon and directly fight those of a higher level. I've been in seclusion for more than a month. I'm afraid the people from the 3 great academies can't wait any longer. Since you want to know the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl, I'll fulfill your wish. Xianxia's eyes revealed a trace of coldness. Now that he had the God Escape Heavenly Talisman in hand, he was much more confident of escaping from the Sky Lightning Sea. Xianxia guessed that the 3 great academies were probably waiting for him at this moment. They wanted to find the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl from him. Xianxia also planned to look for the Thunder Pearl after selling this batch of God talismans. Aries College's generational tournament was coming soon. After obtaining the Thunder Pearl, Xianxia returned to Aries College to participate in the generational tournament. At that time, as long as he could obtain first place, he would have the opportunity to participate in the Aries Temple's assessment and enter the Aries Temple. That way, Xianxia would be one step closer to his goal. After more than a month of closed-door training, Xianxia finally came out. He brought all the divine talismans to the Talisman Treasure Pavilion and found the shopkeeper, Lin Song. Child Dragon, what kind of divine talisman do you want to buy this time? Lin Song's eyes lit up as soon as he saw Xianxia, and he asked eagerly. He was a smart man and knew that Xianxia had a divine talisman master behind him. Although he had not verified it, he had already started to think of ways to befriend Xianxia, and he directly gave him all kinds of discounts and large sums of money. Xianxia was very satisfied with such a smart man, so he was naturally willing to take care of his business. I'm not buying divine talismans this time. I'm selling a batch of divine talismans on behalf of my elders. Do you accept it? Xianxia's eyes flashed, and he smiled slightly. A batch of divine talismans? Lin Song was shocked. He quickly looked around, suppressed the ecstasy in his heart, and led Xianxia into a quiet room. Child Dragon, is the divine talisman master behind you really willing to sell divine talismans to us? Don't worry, the price is not a problem. Lin Song was grateful and glad. Fortunately, he had befriended Xianxia and invested a lot of money. In fact, he was not sure whether there was a divine talisman master behind Xianxia at that time. And now, Xianxia had really given him a surprise. Yes. It's a batch of divine talismans, a total of 105 elements divine talismans and 10 divine escape heavenly talismans. Xianxia smiled faintly and took out all the divine talismans. 110 divine talismans complemented each other, exuding a mysterious and strange fluctuation. The light was so dazzling that Lin Song could not open his eyes at once. Lin Song could not suppress the ecstasy in his heart, and he immediately checked them carefully. The result made him excited. These 110 divine talismans were all upper grade, and they were full of divine power and strong Dharma aura. There was almost no loss of power, and they were high-quality divine talismans that had just been refined. What made Lin Song even more odd was that the Divine Escape Heavenly Talisman was a top-grade divine talisman, and it was extremely difficult to refine it. This also meant that there was a divine talisman grandmaster behind Ling Xiao. Those who could become divine talisman grandmasters could only be cultivated by those big holy lands and forces. Ling Xiao's background made Lin Song even more odd. Young Master Long, I'm willing to buy these 105 elements divine talismans at the price of 2 drops of saint liquid each. What do you think of 10 divine escape heavenly talismans at 10 drops of saint liquid each? Lin Song gritted his teeth and directly quoted a high price. Moreover, the price he quoted was actually practically the selling price of the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. In other words, he didn't earn a single drop of sacred liquid from these 110 divine talismans, and he gave all the profits to Ling Xiao. Shopkeeper Lin, 300 drops of holy liquid is indeed a sky-high price. But in this way, I'm afraid your Talisman Treasure Pavilion won't have any profits, right? Ling Xiao asked with some surprise. He was even more surprised by Lin Song's generosity and boldness. Young Master Long is right. It's true that we can't make any profit from these 110 talismans. However, it can increase the reputation of our Talisman Treasure Pavilion and allow us to obtain more trading shares. Moreover, you don't have to worry about selling these 110 divine talismans at all. I promise you that as long as you bring me any divine talismans in the future, I will buy them at this price. Lin Song smiled faintly. In the ancient city, although consumables like divine talismans were expensive, their sales were extremely hot. Although there was also a divine talisman master behind the Talisman Treasure Pavilion, the divine talismans he refined were far from enough to satisfy the sales of the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. This caused the Talisman Treasure Pavilion to fall into an extremely awkward situation. Although buying divine talismans from Ling Xiao wouldn't make any profit, it could help the Talisman Treasure Pavilion retain more customers. In the long run, it would be beneficial to the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. As for profits, divine talismans were originally a huge profit. The divine talismans refined by the divine talisman master behind the Talisman Treasure Pavilion were already able to allow the Talisman Treasure Pavilion to earn a huge profit. However, Lin Song didn't know the speed of Ling Xiao's divine talisman refinement. Perhaps even 10 divine talisman masters wouldn't be as fast as Ling Xiao. Since Lin Song was willing to pay a high price, Ling Xiao immediately agreed. All right. Shopkeeper Lin, out of the 300 drops of holy liquid, you can give me 280 drops of holy liquid. For the remaining 20 drops of holy liquid, exchange them all for the highest quality blank divine talismans. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. No problem. Lin Song immediately agreed. The highest quality blank divine talismans were far more valuable than ordinary blank divine talismans. However, Ling Xiao still managed to exchange 20 drops of holy liquid for 200 of them. With the highest quality blank divine talismans, Ling Xiao could not only refine the Divine Escape Heavenly Talisman more easily, but he could also try to refine the highest quality 5 elements divine talisman. Only then would he be able to unleash a powerful force. The highest quality 5 elements divine talisman was probably comparable to the Great Circle of the Heavenly God Realm. Even the attack of a God King Realm expert wasn't something those ordinary 5 elements divine talismans could compare to. Ling Xiao left the Talisman Treasure Pavilion. When he returned to the inn, he coincidentally met Feng Xing, Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, Feng Ye, and Yin Tian Song. Other than that, there was also Feng Chong from the Imperial College. Senior Brother Long, so you are really here. Feng Ye's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. 2 years ago, after the battle at Sky Devil Valley, Ling Xiao had asked them to return to Ares College first. However, Ling Xiao himself had disappeared for 2 years. If not for the fact that they had sensed through Ling Xiao's Ares token that Ling Xiao was still alive, they would have thought that Ling Xiao had been killed by the demons. At this moment, when they saw Ling Xiao, Yi Liangchen, Xian Wang, and the others were very excited. In these 2 years, their cultivation had also improved by leaps and bounds. Especially Xian Wang, who had already reached the late Heavenly God Realm. Yi Liangchen, Feng Ye, and Yin Tian Song had also broken through to the Great Circle of the True God Realm. This made Ling Xiao extremely surprised. In the short span of 2 years, the cultivation of these people had improved too quickly. Didn't you guys return to the Aries College? Everyone was naturally very happy that old friends wanted to meet. Ling Xiao chatted with everyone for a while before asking with some doubts. Xianwang explained, 2 years ago, after the battle at the Sky Devil Valley, we returned to the college and cultivated in the college for a period of time. Firstly, it was to find you. Secondly, it was to break through in actual combat. Therefore, in these 2 years, we have spent most of our time in the divine devil space. In these 2 years, the conflict between the human race and the demon race in the divine devil space had become more and more intense. Although it was extremely dangerous, a large number of ancient ruins had been excavated. Many people had found great opportunities in the divine devil space and soared to the sky. It was the same for Yi Liangchen, Fengye, and the others. According to them, they should have found the inheritance of a half-step sage and obtained a large amount of sacred liquid. Therefore, their cultivation could improve by leaps and bounds. This time, Xianwang and the others went out to hunt the demon race with Fang Chong. When they returned to the ancient city, they happened to meet Fang Xing. After hearing the news of Ling Xiao, they came to find him. P.S. I recommend the Xuanhuan novels of my good brothers. Everyone who is short of books can take a look. Myriad Sword Ancestor, Immemorial Dragon Emperor Technique, Firmament Sword Emperor. Ling Xiao briefly explained what had happened in the past 2 years. He said that he had gone deep into the mythical space to kill demons and obtain some opportunities. After cultivating for 2 years, he returned to the ancient city. Big brother, I heard that you killed that demon god king? But those bastards from the Great Zhou College are really useless. Even if you did get the Thunder Pearl, you can't give it to them. Yi Liangchen said indignantly after hearing about how Ji Huang and the others had picked a fight with Ling Xiao. Fang Cheng's eyes flashed as he said slowly, although the 5 colleges are on the same side, the 9 Imperial Obelisk is getting stronger and stronger while the War God Shrine is getting weaker. Hence, the Sky Sword College, Tyrant College, and Great Zhou College's disciples are all arrogant and often bully the Aries College's disciples. Junior brother Long, you have to be careful. Don't leave the ancient city alone. So what if the 9 Imperial Obelisk is powerful? They're just a bunch of nouveau riche. Big brother, if those bastards from the Great Zhou College don't know what's good for them, we'll kill them all. Yi Liangchen laughed coldly. Ling Xiao said indifferently, it's best that the Great Zhou College doesn't come looking for me. If they don't know what's good for them, I don't mind teaching them a lesson. What are you going to do next? Are you going to return to the college? Ling Xiao looked at Xianwang and the others. Xianwang smiled and said, Senior brother Long, there's a piece of news that you don't know about. The sacred spirit pool has appeared in the Sky Thunder Sea. Many experts are planning to head there. We're also planning to try our luck. Senior brother Long, do you want to come with us? Sacred spirit pool? A glint flashed across Ling Xiao's eyes as his heart trembled slightly. The sacred spirit pool was a mysterious place formed by the pure sacred power left behind by powerful saints after they had transformed into the Way. However, when ordinary saints transformed into the Way, some were able to retain their physical bodies, while others were unable to do so. The conditions to form the sacred spirit pool were extremely harsh. Several saints had to transform at the same time in a sealed space to form the sacred spirit pool. There were big and small sacred spirit pools, and they contained boundless sacred spirit chi. Although it wasn't as pure as the sacred liquid, it wasn't far off. It far surpassed ordinary divine chi. If he could cultivate in the sacred spirit pool, his cultivation speed would increase by 10 times or even 100 times. What Ling Xiao did not expect was that the sacred spirit pool would actually appear in the Sky Thunder Sea. Ling Xiao had originally planned to go to the Sky Thunder Sea to look for the Thunder Source Pearl. However, the Holy Spirit Chi was not only useful to the human race masters, it was also extremely useful to the demon race masters. Since this news had spread, it was likely that many demon race masters would also head to the Heavenly Lightning Sea. It was destined to be a bloody battle. When did the sacred spirit pool appear? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he asked the Xian King. A human powerhouse discovered the enchantment of the sacred spirit pool in the Sky Thunder Sea. It should be a secret realm. I'm afraid it will be broken open soon. However, the Heavenly Lightning Sea is full of dangers. If you want to find the sacred spirit pool in there, I'm afraid you'll have to endure extreme danger. The Shan King said slowly. Since the sacred spirit pool has appeared, we can't miss it. How about we depart together in 3 days? Ling Xiao looked at everyone and said. No problem. Fang Xing, Xian Wang, and the others naturally had no objections. Even Fang Chong decided to go with Ling Xiao. Senior brother Fang, did Jinsei enter the Taishangdao Palace? Ling Xiao looked at Fang Chong and asked. This was the question he was most concerned about. Junior brother Long, don't worry. Jinsei's aptitude is superb. She has already been accepted as a disciple by one of the Taishangdao Palace's saints. Fang Chong said with some emotion. It was extremely difficult for the Taishangdao Palace's disciples to enter the Taishangdao Palace. Moreover, even if they did enter the Taishangdao Palace, they would only be inner disciples. However, someone like Jinsei could be said to have reached the heavens in a single bound. The moment she entered the Taishangdao Palace, she was taken in by a saint. This was the treatment of a true disciple. Fang Chong was extremely envious. That's good. Ling Xiao was slightly relieved. Jinsei had entered the Taishangdao Palace. With her Taishangdao body's peerless aptitude, she would definitely be able to cultivate the Taishangdao scripture. Sooner or later, they would meet again. However, Ling Xiao also knew that it would be very difficult to cultivate to the sentient state, understand the past and present, and recover her memories. However, Ling Xiao could afford to wait. For the next 3 days, Ling Xiao chose to go into seclusion. He used 30 drops of sacred liquid to accelerate time by 30 times in the flowing time divine palace. He obtained 90 days. During this time, he did not cultivate. Instead, he continued to refine divine talismans. In total, he refined 405 elements divine talismans and 10 divine escape heavenly talismans. If 405 elemental divine talismans were thrown out at once, even a God King realm expert would be killed instantly. These were the trump cards that Ling Xiao had prepared. The divine escape heavenly talismans would allow him to escape safely and return to the Taishangdao Palace. Ling Xiao also prepared a divine escape heavenly talisman for each of Fang Xing and the others. The ancient city had been bustling with noise and excitement these days. Ever since the news of the sacred spirit pool appearing in the heavenly thunder sea had spread, many experts had rushed towards the heavenly thunder sea. Even though the heavenly thunder sea was a legendary forbidden area full of dangers, it still couldn't stop their footsteps. The Talisman Treasure Pavilion's divine talismans were sold out because of the news of the sacred spirit pool. Many people even chose to increase the price to purchase the divine escape heavenly talismans. This made Lin Song grin from ear to ear, and he felt incomparably grateful to Ling Xiao. 3 days later, Ling Xiao came out of seclusion and met up with the Xian Wang and the others. They also rushed to the Sky Thunder Sea. Long Outyen and the others have already left the Taishangdao Palace. It looks like they're heading to the Sky Thunder Sea. Ji Huang's eyes flashed as he spoke to Ji Yuanlong. Should we chase after them? Ji Yuanlong asked. No need. I'll send a Divine King clone to follow Long Outyen. As soon as I discover the whereabouts of the Thunder Origin Orb, I'll immediately take action. You don't have to follow them. You should lead the disciples to the Sky Thunder Sea to search for the sacred spirit pool. As long as you can break through to the Divine King realm, you might be able to enter the top 10 or even the top 3 during the Academy tournament. Ji Huang looked at Ji Yuanlong as he spoke slowly. His eyes were filled with satisfaction. Elder, don't worry. I'll definitely enter the top 10 in the Academy tournament. Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed with determination. Very good. You can go now. Ji Huang smiled faintly. The news of the sacred spirit pool appearing in the Sky Thunder Sea spread throughout the Taishangdao Palace. It wasn't just the human experts. Even the elite disciples of the 5 great academies left the Taishangdao Palace and flew towards the Sky Thunder Sea. The Celestial Lightning Sea was a vast inland sea with a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles. Because it was enveloped by endless lightning all year round, even the seawater contained dense lightning energy. That was why it was called the Celestial Lightning Sea. There were many strange mountain ranges floating in the sea of heavenly lightning. These mountain ranges all contained dense lightning energy. Some of them even contained top-grade materials for forging weapons. However, they were also extremely dangerous, especially the terrifying lightning. Even divine kings would die if they came into contact with them. In the past, very few people would come to the Sky Lightning Sea to train. However, because of the news about the sacred spirit pool, many people came to search for it. Although Xianxia and the rest used the divine teleportation talisman, it still took them nearly 10 days to reach the Sky Lightning Sea. Rumble, in front of them was an endless sea. The black seawater was turbulent and surging. Waves surged and hit the 9 heavens. Blazing lightning was emitted, causing the sky to tremble violently. Above the void, dark clouds pressed down. Thick thunderbolts shot down from the 9 heavens into the heavenly thunder sea below like a mountain range. It was a spectacular sight to behold. Red, black, silver, gold, and even white lightning bolts intertwined with each other, emitting an aura that made one's heart tremble. From afar, Xianxia could see that the lightning bolts floating in the Sky Lightning Sea were emitting an extremely dangerous aura. Even with his powerful physical body, he would be severely injured if he was hit by the lightning bolts. Everyone, be careful. The Sky Lightning Sea is full of danger. Let's move together. Don't act on your own. Especially don't touch those dangerous things. Xianxia warned the group again. Then, he led them into the Sky Lightning Sea. They carefully avoided the area of the lightning storm and tried their best to fly towards the calmer parts of the sea. At the same time, they slowly searched for traces of the sacred spirit pool. As long as the sacred spirit pool was born, the holy light would illuminate the world, and the aura that would soar into the sky would instantly alarm everyone. Therefore, Xianxia and the rest did not deliberately search for it. They only flew slowly towards the Sky Lightning Sea, and the direction was where the Thunder Essence Pearl was. Xianxia felt that since the Thunder Essence Pearl was a treasure of lightning, if they could obtain it first, they should be able to easily avoid the terrifying lightning bolts in the Sky Lightning Sea. Junior brother Long, if we search aimlessly, I'm afraid it won't work. Feng Chong said hesitantly as he looked at the blazing lightning around him. Oh? Does senior brother Feng have a better way to find the sacred spirit pond? In this Sky Lightning Sea, if the sacred spirit pool does not appear, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult to find it in advance. Xianxia said slowly. You're right. However, I have a feeling that the sacred spirit pools usually appear in areas close to thunderstorms. Why don't we search around the edges of the thunderstorms? Maybe we'll find something. Feng Chong said. I'm afraid it's still too dangerous to search at the edge of the thunderstorm. If the thunderstorm is triggered, we will all be buried in it. The Xian King's eyes flashed as he slowly spoke. The thunderstorms in the heavenly lightning sea were the most dangerous and difficult to control. No one knew when they would erupt. Just as Feng Chong was about to say something, Xiao's eyes suddenly trembled as he looked at the thunder mountain in front of him. Rumble, it was a thunder mountain floating in the sea of lightning. It was thousands of meters tall and was completely black. However, streaks of scorching holy light shot into the sky, giving off ancient and mysterious ripples. The sacred spirit pond? Instantly, everyone's eyes lit up. No one would have thought that their luck would be so good. They had just arrived in the heavenly lightning sea and coincidentally encountered the birth of the sacred spirit pond. Moreover, it was so close to them. Let's go. Let's take over this sacred spirit pond first. Xiao's eyes flashed sharply as he made a prompt decision and flew towards the Thunder Mountain at top speed. Naturally, the rest of the group followed closely behind, their eyes filled with excitement and surprise. Whoosh! Whoosh! In just a few breaths' time, Xiao and the rest landed on the Thunder Mountain. At the summit of Thunder Crash Mountain, there was an ancient stone pool. It was only 10 feet wide, and there was a thick layer of red mist around it, as if a mysterious flame was flowing through it. There was a thin layer of liquid within the stone pool. It was crystal clear, and it was as hot as fire. This was the sacred spirit pond, and it was a fire-attributed sacred spirit pond. However, this sacred spirit pond was relatively small and contained very little divine spiritual energy. No matter what, it was still a sacred spirit pond. To Xiao and the rest, it was already an unexpected surprise. This sacred spirit pond can accommodate 5 or 6 people to cultivate. You guys should hurry up and cultivate in it. Absorb the divine spiritual energy, and I will help you block the outsiders. Ling Xiao quickly said. Okay. Everyone looked at each other and knew that this was not the time to be pretentious. They all sat down cross-legged in the sacred spirit pond and began to circulate the divine spiritual energy in their bodies to absorb the divine spiritual energy. Boom, streams of scorching divine spiritual energy were like flowing flames, instantly enveloping them and rushing towards their limbs and bones. The divine spiritual energy in the sacred spirit pond began to decrease at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, stood in front of the sacred spirit pool and gazed into the distance. He could feel that there were several figures flying towards them at high speed. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh! 3 young men dressed in black with 3 ancient swords on their backs landed on Thundercrash Mountain. Their eyes were burning with passion as they instantly saw the sacred spirit pond. Among the 3 young men in black, the leader was a late-stage heavenly god while the other 2 were mid-stage heavenly gods. Without hesitation, they pulled out the ancient swords on their backs and rushed towards the sacred spirit pond. Kid, get out of my way if you don't want to die. The leading young man in black roared and stabbed his sword towards Ling Xiao. Get out of my way. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold as he roared. Boom, the sound of a dragon's roar exploded in the void. Terrifying sound waves radiated in all directions, containing extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Ling Xiao threw a punch forward and a golden fist print rose into the sky like the sun. At this moment, Ling Xiao's blood and qi rose like a human-shaped divine dragon. He emitted an extremely terrifying fluctuation, causing the faces of the 3 young men in black to change drastically. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Crack, Ling Xiao's punch was like a millstone that could obliterate all living things. Unparalleled divine power, it directly destroyed the ancient swords in the hands of the 3 young men in black. Then, it slammed into their chests. The 3 young men in black were terrified. Their chests instantly caved in, and they spat out mouthfuls of blood as they were smashed into the sky lightning sea. Rumble, black waves were stirred up in the sky lightning sea. The 3 young men in black were scared out of their wits. How would they dare to covet the sacred spirit pool? All of them fled into the distance. However, a bolt of silver lightning appeared in the sky lightning sea and struck the 3 of them, turning them into ashes. What a terrifying lightning! Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. That bolt of silver lightning was ancient and mysterious. It even looked like it was about to take on a human form. After killing the 3 young men in black, it instantly disappeared into the sky lightning sea. The appearance of the sacred spirit pool would cause a phenomenon. The influence of the heavenly phenomenon was also related to the size of the sacred spirit pool. The larger the pool, the stronger the heavenly phenomenon. Following that, a few more waves of experts who coveted the sacred spirit pool arrived. However, they were all repelled by Ling Xiao. There were some who saw that the sacred spirit qi in the sacred spirit pool was about to be completely refined by Xianwang and the others. It wasn't worth it to continue attacking, so they left. Under Ling Xiao's protection, no one dared to cause trouble in the sacred spirit pool. Just as Xianwang and the rest were about to finish refining the sacred spirit qi, Ling Xiao sensed another figure flying towards them at high speed. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He realized that it was a black donkey. Its entire body was shiny and shiny. It had large ears and its eyes darted around. It looked very cunning and wretched. Like a bolt of black lightning, it charged towards Ling Xiao in an instant. Behind the black donkey were 2 fierce-looking burly men dressed in animal skins. They were hot on its tail. They also arrived at Thundercrash Mountain. The 2 burly men's vital energy and blood surged. Their physical bodies were extremely strong. They were both in the advanced stage of the heavenly god realm. Each of them carried a huge axe. They stared at the black donkey as if they could devour it. Ling Xiao thought that the donkey was here to snatch the sacred spirit pool. Just as he was about to attack, the donkey flashed and appeared in front of Ling Xiao. It hugged Ling Xiao's leg and howled loudly. Hee-haw, help me stop those 2 bastards. Ling Xiao's face darkened. Black donkey, who are you calling son? Do you believe that this young master won't kill you? Ling Xiao's expression was unfriendly, feeling that he had been taken advantage of by this black donkey. Ling Xiao, it's me. I am the white dragon horse. Help me get rid of these two bastards first. I have been chased by them for months. The black donkey's voice was suddenly transmitted into Ling Xiao's consciousness. It was filled with anxiety. Ling Xiao was stunned. You are White Dragon Horse. How did you become like this? Where have you been all these years? Didn't you go to the demon realm? Ling Xiao widened his eyes in disbelief. He never thought that he would meet the White Dragon Horse here. Moreover, the White Dragon Horse had turned into a donkey. Even Ling Xiao did not recognize it. Sigh. It's a long story. Hurry up and help me deal with these two bastards. The black donkey's voice was full of helplessness. Brat, hand over that black donkey. A burly man dressed in animal skin stared at Ling Xiao and said coldly. Although they had also discovered the sacred spirit pool, the sacred spirit qi in the sacred spirit pool had almost been completely refined by the Xian Wang and the rest. Although they were disappointed, they did not say anything. Their attention was focused on the black donkey. My two friends, this black donkey is my friend. May I know how it offended you? Ling Xiao was helpless, but he still cupped his fists and bowed to the two burly men in animal skin. He knew the White Dragon Horse's nature. It was even more shameless than the old goat. Ling Xiao was afraid that the White Dragon Horse had done something that angered the heavens. That would be awkward. It's your friend? Looks like you two are accomplices? How dare you steal the treasure of our sacred gate? You all deserve to die. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the two burly men in animal skin. The murderous aura around them spread and enveloped Ling Xiao and the black donkey. Ling Xiao, don't listen to their nonsense. They are humans who have surrendered to the demon race. They have abandoned the human bloodline. They are traitors to the human race. Hurry up and kill them. The White Dragon Horse transmitted its voice to Ling Xiao. Surrendered to the demon race? Killing intent flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He also felt a trace of the demon race's aura from the two burly men in animal skin. Although it was a little mixed, it was no different from the experts of the demon race. Ling Xiao had never had a good impression of those who had betrayed the human race and surrendered to the demon race. He would kill them all on sight, at this moment, no matter how the White Dragon Horse had offended the two men in front of him, they had to die. You betrayed the human race and willingly became the lackeys of the demon race. How dare you show your face here? Today, I will take your heads and offer them to the ancestors of the human race who died in battle. Ling Xiao said coldly. The divine energy around him rose, and he threw a punch at the two burly men in animal skin. You're courting death. The murderous intent in the eyes of the two beast-skinned men burned fiercely. Black demonic light surged around their bodies. Their blood and chi rose, and black demonic lines appeared on their skin. They swung the huge mountain-splitting axes towards Ling Xiao. It had to be said that the two burly men in animal skin were extremely powerful. The two mountain axes were like two divine mountains pressing down. They were heavy and ancient, and contained a sharp edge that could break through everything. Unfortunately, their opponent was Ling Xiao. Boom, Ling Xiao's body shone brightly, and it was as if there were 5 bright suns blooming on his chest. Unparalleled divine energy gathered on his fist, and it seemed to form the shadow of the god of war, blooming in the void. The fist force of the god of war King Fist, combined with the power of the immortal body, exploded with terrifying combat strength. Boom, the two mountain axes trembled violently, and the light from the axes exploded, and the sound of metal clashing could be heard. The two burly men in animal skin felt as if they were struck by lightning, and they lost all feeling in their arms at this moment. You! How is this possible? Their eyes were filled with disbelief. However, Ling Xiao didn't respond to them at all. He leaped forward, and his fists were like dragons. The resplendent roar of a dragon resounded, and the ancient and vast fist force enveloped the two burly men in animal skin. Kill! The two burly men also felt a great sense of danger. Their eyes were filled with killing intent, and they roared angrily and rushed into the sky. The demonic light around them rose, and the animal skin on their bodies exploded. The demonic lines on their bodies wriggled, and they emitted a howling sound as they pierced towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Their auras also began to surge at this moment, and they charged towards Ling Xiao at the same time. Rumble, demonic chi filled the sky, and the two beast-skinned burly men's bodies also expanded at this moment. At the same time, countless tentacles appeared around their bodies, covering the sky and covering the earth. They wanted to completely bind Ling Xiao. At this moment, the two men no longer looked like humans. They had completely turned into demons. This was demonization. Many traders of the human race who were willing to join the demon race were able to use this kind of demonization. Once they were demonized, their combat strength would increase tremendously, and they would possess extremely powerful strength. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's gaze turned cold as he unleashed all the energy in his body. He no longer held back. His fists were like dragons, filled with a monstrous battle intent. They were like small suns as they flew towards the two burly men. The unparalleled power of his fists stirred up the void in all directions, causing the sky lightning sea to boil violently, creating streaks of blazing lightning. Boom, an earth-shattering collision erupted, and a dragon's roar shook the 9 heavens. In an instant, a resplendent fist imprint enveloped the area, containing an indestructible and terrifying divine power. It directly shattered all the tentacles that filled the sky into powder. The blazing demonic light also shattered instantly and was swept away by Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes were cold as the two fist imprints pierced through the 9 heavens, breaking through all obstacles and landing on the chests of the two men. They were like balloons that had exploded, instantly exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Even their primordial spirits didn't manage to escape. Their souls were completely destroyed. 2 late-stage heavenly gods died in Ling Xiao's hands just like that. Hee-haw, how many years has it been? Why are you so perverted? The black donkey's eyes widened as he stared at Ling Xiao in disbelief. His donkey's face grew even longer. Ling Xiao's face instantly darkened as he slapped the donkey's head. Bastard, if you take advantage of me again, I'll slaughter you and make you into a donkey stew. Why are you so wretched? The black donkey said gloomily, I'm not a black donkey, I'm a white dragon horse. It's a long story. You don't even know how I've been through these past few years. It's simply too sad. After that, the black donkey began to tell his story with tears and snot running down his face. It turned out that the white dragon horse had also been sent into the mythical space. Moreover, it was by itself. There was no one else with it. However, a divine beast like the dragon horse was extremely rare even in the divine realm. According to legends, it was the mount of the ancient celestial emperor. Thus, the white dragon horse met with a tragedy. The humans wanted to capture it as a mount, and even the demons didn't want to let it go. If it wasn't for its innate ability and extreme speed, it would have been captured long ago. For the past few years, the white dragon horse had been hiding from place to place. After suffering a few losses, it finally learned to be smart. After its cultivation had broken through to the true god realm, it used the art of transformation taught to it by the emperor to transform into the appearance of a black donkey. It also concealed all of its aura. Only then was it able to escape from the pursuit of everyone. However, this fellow's character didn't change. After transforming into a black donkey, it became even more arrogant. It went around robbing those who wanted to capture it previously. In the past few years, it relied on cheating, trickery, and robbery to increase its cultivation at an extremely fast speed. This time, it had followed the two fellows from the Saint Gate and knocked them unconscious. After snatching their Holy Spirit bracelets, it had wanted to flee. In the end, the two fellows weren't weak at all. Moreover, they had all kinds of strange methods, and they had chased it all the way here. Don't underestimate the Holy Spirit bracelet. This Holy Spirit bracelet is a special treasure refined from the bones of a saint. It can sense the location of the Holy Spirit pool within 1,000 miles. With the Holy Spirit bracelet, we can find the Holy Spirit pool before it appears. After that, we can set a seal on it. The Holy Spirit pool will be ours. The black donkey shook its head and said proudly. It spat out a milky white bracelet from its mouth. It looked crystal clear and exuded a faint holy glow. It was incomparably pure and holy. You really know how to cause trouble. Remember to call me Long Out Yen in the future. You are the black donkey. Don't expose my identity. Ling Xiao glared at the black donkey and said. Long Out Yen? How dare you trick your cousin? You must have done a lot of bad things in the divine world, right? Hee. When Long Outyen arrives in the divine world and finds out that his cousin has done a lot of good things for him, I'm afraid he will fight you to the death. The black donkey said gloatingly. It opened its mouth and laughed wretchedly. Don't worry. I can still use the name Long Outyen for another 97 years. Ling Xiao said with a smile. The door of the divine world would only open in a few more decades. Ling Xiao would strive to have enough strength to protect himself in these 90-odd years. At this moment, Xian Wang, Yap Liangchen, and the others walked out of the Holy Spirit pool after absorbing all the Holy Spirit Qi. Big brother, is this black donkey your mount? It looks so ugly. Why don't we kill it and braise it? Yap Liangchen stared at the black donkey and asked curiously. Hee ha, you are the ugly one. Your whole family is ugly. Ugly bastard, how dare you laugh at me? Do you believe that I won't slap you to death? The black donkey was enraged. He glared at Long Outyen and said. Motherf asterisk cur, how dare you take advantage of me? Do you believe that I won't let lightning strike you to death? Yap Liangchen looked at the black donkey with a black face. He felt that this bastard deserved to be taught a lesson. Let lightning strike me? Do you think you are a saint or an emperor? How dare you boast? If you dare to be arrogant again, I will trample you to death. The black donkey said with a cold smile. Black donkey, if I don't open your eyes, do you really think that I can't do anything to you? Heavens, let me strike this bastard with a few bolts of lightning. Yap Liangchen stared at the black donkey and shouted to the sky. Ling Xiao and the others' lips twitched. They could feel their eyelids twitching. They quickly backed off a few hundred feet to distance themselves from the black donkey. The black donkey was confused. He looked at Ling Xiao and the others and said, Why are you running? Even if lightning strikes, it won't hit me. My speed is unparalleled. Rumble, however, as soon as the black donkey finished his sentence, a thunderous roar could be heard. A few bolts of lightning struck from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The black donkey didn't even have time to react before he was struck by the lightning. Motherf asterisk cur, the black donkey cried out in pain. His eyes were filled with disbelief. All the black hair on his body stood up. His body was covered in patches of black and white. There was even black smoke coming out of his body. He looked extremely pitiful. Black donkey, if you scold me again, do you believe that I won't let lightning strike you again? Yap Liangchen said with a cold smile. Motherf asterisk cur, I don't believe this. It must have been a coincidence. The black donkey was stubborn. However, when he saw the faint smile on Yap Liangchen's face, he felt a chill down his spine. Strike him. Yap Liangchen said calmly. Rumble, instantly, a few more bolts of lightning struck the black donkey. They contained an extremely violent energy and struck the black donkey. Don't do that. I was wrong. The black donkey howled in agony. Even with its extreme speed, it was unable to escape the streaks of blazing lightning. It was in an extremely miserable state as it was struck by lightning. Ling Xiao and the rest took a few steps back as their mouths twitched. They had witnessed Yi Liangchen's evil ways before. The black donkey was so arrogant just now. Now that it had been taught a lesson, it was foaming at the mouth and rolling its eyes. Ling Xiao was gloating. The white dragon horse was such a troublemaker. Now that Yi Liangchen was here to deal with it, the black donkey became obedient. Big brother, I was wrong. Are you really a saint? Did you pretend to be like this to fool me? You're really awesome. The black donkey was completely convinced. Or rather, it was scared of being struck by lightning. It looked at Yi Liangchen with a fawning look. It's good that you know you were wrong. Be obedient in the future. Yi Liangchen patted the black donkey's head and said with a smile. The black donkey was in tears as it felt that its future was bleak. All right. Stop fooling around. We are going to look for the sacred spirit pool. The black donkey is a friend of mine. He snatched the Holy Spirit ring from the holy gate. He can sense the presence of the sacred spirit pool. It would be best if we can find a sacred spirit pool that hasn't appeared yet. Then, we can set a seal on it and no one will disturb us. Ling Xiao spoke and stopped Yi Liangchen and the black donkey from fooling around. Holy Spirit ring? That is an incredible treasure. If we have the Holy Spirit ring, we will be able to find the sacred spirit pool more efficiently. Feng Chang's eyes lit up. He had heard of the Holy Spirit ring before. Of course. The Holy Spirit ring that I snatched can sense the presence of the sacred spirit pool within 1,000 miles. If you follow me, I will let you live a good life. The black donkey laughed proudly. It had forgotten about being struck by lightning just now. Black donkey, come and check if there is a sacred spirit pool nearby. Ling Xiao looked at the black donkey and said. The white dragon horse would have to appear as a black donkey for a long time. Unless it could become a demonic overlord one day, a divine beast like the dragon horse would be worth the effort of a saint. All right. The black donkey took out the Holy Spirit ring. Wang, the Holy Spirit ring floated in the void, and exuded a misty light. It seemed as if a mysterious black sea had appeared above it, and several thunder mountains were floating on top of it. The panoramic view of the Sky Lightning Sea region within a radius of 1,000 miles appeared in the Holy Spirit bracelet. There's no sacred spirit pool within a radius of 1,000 miles. That's not right, what's that? The black donkey looked at the Holy Spirit ring and said in disappointment. But suddenly, its eyes widened as it saw one of the thunder mountains emitting a golden luster. The golden light was very obscure. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to see it. A golden sacred spirit pool. This is definitely a giant sacred spirit pool. We're rich, we're really rich. Ha ha ha, if it's a large sacred spirit pond, it's enough for each of us to break through to the next realm. Let's go and take a look. The black donkey's eyes widened in excitement. Even in the entire Sky Thunder Sea, there probably weren't many giant sacred spirit ponds. The formation of the sacred spirit pool had something to do with the cultivation of the Saint Plain cultivator and the conditions of the Great Path assimilation. If it was a huge sacred spirit pool, the cultivator would have been at least the most powerful of the saints. Let's go. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he made a prompt decision to lead the group towards the sacred spirit pool. Not long after Ling Xiao left, a figure dressed in a black dragon robe appeared on the Thunder Mountain. It was the elder of the Great Zhou Academy, Ji Huang. Long Out Yen, I'd like to see how you're going to escape from me this time. Ji Huang's eyes were cold as he emitted a cold murderous intent. He instantly disappeared into the void and chased after Ling Xiao. He still followed us? I don't know if it's Jian Kuan or Ji Huang, but Ji Huang is the most likely. Since you want the Thunder Origin Pearl, I'll fulfill your wish. Ling Xiao stood in the air as a strange light flashed in his eyes. Ever since he left the ancient city, he had already sensed that someone was following behind him. Moreover, it was a divine king expert. He guessed that it was most likely Ji Huang. Long Ma, take them to the sacred spirit pool first. There's a guy following me. I'll meet you guys after I shake him off. Ling Xiao transmitted his voice to the black donkey. The black donkey's eyes flashed and said, Who is it? Do you need help? No, I can handle it. Ling Xiao shook his head and said. Then, he transmitted his voice to King Xian, Yi Liangchen, Fang Chong and the rest. He told them that he had something to do and needed to leave. He did not mention that someone was following him. Everyone nodded in agreement and followed the black donkey towards the sacred spirit pool. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he changed his direction and headed towards the Thunder Origin Pearl. According to the Demon God King, the Thunder Origin Pearl was hidden in a cave in the depths of the Sky Thunder Sea. Not only was there the Thunder Origin Pearl, there were also the Demon God King's treasures. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. Ji Huang was a divine king expert with extraordinary combat strength. With Ling Zhao's current cultivation, he was naturally no match for Ji Huang. The only thing that Ling Xiao could use to deal with Ji Huang was the Golden Warrior and the divine talismans that he had refined. If the Golden Warrior were to attack, Ling Xiao was confident that he could kill Ji Huang. However, Ling Xiao did not want to waste any time. After all, the Golden Warrior had obtained the inheritance of the Great Void Emperor. Now, he was probably being targeted by many people. If Ji Huang leaked the news, it would be troublesome. If he did not use the Golden Warrior, he would only have a few hundred divine talismans left. The thunderstorm in the Sky Thunder Sea is extremely terrifying. Even if a divine king expert was not killed by the thunderstorm, he would be severely injured. If I can find a place where the thunderstorm is chaotic, there is a high chance that I can severely injure Ji Huang or even kill him, Ling Xiao thought in his heart. His speed was extremely fast. He was like a bolt of golden lightning flying in the sky above the Sky Thunder Sea. Because he had concealed his aura, he did not attract any thunderstorm from the sky above the Sky Thunder Sea. Long Yaoyan actually separated from those people. It seems like he is searching for the Thunder Origin Pearl. Very well, when you find the Thunder Origin Pearl, I will send you on your way. Behind Ling Xiao, Ji Huang was hiding in the void. He followed Ling Xiao from a distance and his eyes lit up. At this moment, he was even more certain of his guess. Long Yaoyan definitely knew the whereabouts of the Thunder Origin Pearl. Rumble, after flying for tens of thousands of miles, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He plunged into the Sky Thunder Sea and began to dive into the depths of the Sky Thunder Sea. In the Sky Thunder Sea, the black seawater was bone-chilling and contained the strange power of lightning. When Ling Xiao entered the Sky Thunder Sea, he felt his body tremble as if there was an endless amount of electricity running through his body. Ling Xiao could feel that although the power of lightning in the Sky Thunder Sea wasn't strong, it wasn't something that ordinary people could withstand. Those below the true God realm would definitely die. If they were unfortunate enough to encounter a powerful lightning, even those at the heavenly God realm would be severely injured. The sea region that Ling Xiao had chosen looked relatively calm, but Ling Xiao could feel that the lightning energy in the sea was even denser. The lightning energy intertwined with each other, emitting a terrifying aura. If he were to trigger it slightly, it would probably form a thunderstorm. Ling Xiao planned to set up a trap for Ji Huang here. Even if he couldn't kill him, he had to severely injure him in order to get rid of him. Ling Xiao dived into the depths of the sea. However, he suddenly felt a sense of danger behind him. Without thinking, he immediately shifted to the side. Boom, a golden lightning bolt exploded at Ling Xiao's original position. It was as bright as a small sun and contained terrifying fluctuations. Ling Xiao was shocked. Only then did he see that the golden lightning bolt was shot out by a golden electric eel that was a few feet long. The golden electric eel's body seemed to be made of metal. There were mysterious runes on its fine scales. Its body was surrounded by golden lightning and its blood-red eyes were filled with cruelty. The golden electric eel was a special beast in the Sky Thunder Sea. Although it didn't have much intelligence, it was extremely ferocious and could shoot out lightning. However, when Ling Xiao saw the golden electric eel, his eyes lit up. There's actually a golden electric eel here? Golden electric eels live in groups and love the Sky Thunder Wood the most. If I can find the Sky Thunder Wood, I can easily trigger a thunderstorm. With my God talisman, I can plot against Ji Huang. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart. However, when the golden electric eel saw that its attack missed, it rushed towards Ling Xiao again. Boom, the blazing golden lightning enveloped Ling Xiao. At the same time, the golden electric eel opened its bloody mouth and wanted to swallow Ling Xiao. The golden electric eel felt a nice smell from Ling Xiao's body. It felt that if it swallowed this human, it would benefit it greatly. Therefore, it directly attacked Ling Xiao. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's gaze turned slightly cold. Although this level of lightning was very strong, Ling Xiao was confident that he could withstand it directly. His current physical body was extremely terrifying, and it was not something that a golden electric eel could shake. Rumble, the black seawater surged. Ling Xiao punched out, and the surrounding seawater seemed to be compressed, turning into a black water ball. In an instant, a vacuum state was formed, and it rushed directly towards the golden electric eel. The black water ball collided with the golden lightning and instantly exploded. A snow-white blade light slashed down, containing an unparalleled sharp energy fluctuation. 7 styles of adjudication. Ling Xiao performed the 7 styles of judgment with his palm blade. The blade aura was vast and powerful, and it was invincible. As the blade slashed down, the ferocious head of the golden electric eel was directly chopped off by Ling Xiao. Fresh blood spurted out and dyed the surrounding sea red. A bright light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes. He immediately retracted his aura to the extreme and dived into the deep sea. He could feel that there were still golden electric eels in the deep sea. Behind him, Ji Huang followed at a distance. Although he maintained sufficient caution, he was getting more and more excited. This was because he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the Thunder Pearl. When he thought of the terrifying power of the Thunder Pearl, Ji Huang's heart became incomparably hot. Once he obtained the Thunder Source Pearl, he would be like a fish in water in the heavenly lightning sea. Not to mention a mere Long Out Yin, even the powerhouses of the other great academies or the powerhouses of the Devil Clan would not be his match. Whoosh, Ling Zhao's figure dived down tens of thousands of feet like an arrow. The light in the deep sea became increasingly dim. The surroundings were pitch black, and there was no light at all. However, Ling Xiao pursued the aura of the golden electric eel and swam into the deep sea. Although the living conditions in the Sky Thunder Sea were very difficult and there were not many fishes, there were still some strange creatures that lived here. Most of these creatures had the lightning attribute, and they were quite powerful. However, Ling Xiao did not alarm them, so it was still very peaceful. Ling Xiao finally arrived at a mountain range at the bottom of the sea. He could see that there were hundreds of golden electric eels swimming in the mountain range. The weakest was only a few feet long, and the strongest was 1,000 feet long. It was like a giant golden dragon, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. That golden electric eel was probably their king. Ling Xiao could feel that its aura was incomparably terrifying. It had probably reached the level of the Divine King realm. In the mountain range, there were a few purple trees growing. They were only a few feet tall, and the branches and leaves were sparse. Purple. Lightning lingered around them, emitting an incomparably pure power of lightning. Sky Thunder Wood. Ling Zhao's eyes suddenly lit up. Those few purple trees were the Sky Thunder Wood. The Sky Thunder Wood was a kind of top-grade refining material. It could even be used to refine sacred weapons. However, its growth was very slow and harsh. It had to grow in places where lightning gathered. These few Sky Thunder Wood that were a few feet tall had probably grown for hundreds of thousands of years. No wonder it could support the growth of a group of golden electric eels. It was indeed a treasure like the Sky Thunder Wood. Now, he already had the Sky Thunder Wood, and even a group of golden electric eels as assistants. The key now was how to lure Ji Huang into the trap, Ling Xiao secretly thought in his heart. Ji Huang was probably observing him not far away at this moment. He had to make Ji Huang believe that there was indeed the existence of the Thunder Origin bead here. However, Ling Xiao did not dare to take the risk. Ordinary golden electric eels might not be able to discover his existence, but that golden electric eel king made him very wary. However, Ling Xiao was very patient and prepared to wait for a period of time. The golden electric eels also needed to go out to hunt. It was impossible for them to always stay in their nest. Could the Thunder Origin bead really be in this mountain range? Looks like it's extremely possible. After all, this is a place where lightning gathers. Moreover, there's a treasure like the Sky Thunder Wood. Looks like I'm really going to strike it rich this time. Not far away, Ji Huang stared at the few purple Sky Thunder Wood. His eyes were filled with greed and a blazing light. This was a treasure that could refine sacred weapons. Moreover, there were so many Sky Thunder Wood. To martial artists who cultivated the Thunder Dao divine ability, it was absolutely a supreme treasure. He did not act rashly. He wanted to see if Long Out Yin really found the Thunder Origin bead. In any case, he had enough patience. Ling Zhao's luck was not bad. 3 days later, the golden electric eel king left its nest slowly with dozens of golden electric eels. It should be out hunting. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. When he could no longer sense the golden electric eel king's aura, he immediately sneaked into the mountain range carefully. Ling Xiao calculated the distance and position while sneaking in. If I want to trigger a thunderstorm, I can't be too far away from the Sky Thunder trees. If that's the case, that should be the best place. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. He saw a cave on the mountain wall beside the Sky Thunder trees. It was only a few feet away from the Sky Thunder trees and was surrounded by purple lightning. He had already observed that the cave was where the golden electric eel king lived. Outside the cave, there were a few golden electric eels guarding the cave. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Suddenly, 2 black iron warriors appeared beside him and headed in another direction. Ling Xiao sneaked into the surroundings of the cave. Boom! Not long after, the 2 black iron warriors began to stir up a huge commotion. The mountain range in the distance shook violently. Huge rocks exploded. The 2 black iron warriors joined forces to launch a sneak attack and killed a golden electric eel. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Suddenly, all the golden electric eels were enraged. Their attention was attracted by the two black iron warriors. They charged directly at the two black iron warriors. Good chance. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up, and he instantly shot towards the cave. All the golden electric eels were attracted by the black iron warriors. Therefore, they did not notice Ling Xiao's movement. They were completely enraged and began to besiege the black iron warriors. The moment Ling Xiao entered the cave, he crushed an impenetrable defense talisman that he had prepared long ago and sealed the cave. The impenetrable defense talisman could form a boundary that could withstand a blow from a divine king expert. It was enough to stop Ji Huang for a moment. After entering the cave, Ling Xiao immediately began to set it up. More than 105 elements divine talismans were placed on both sides of the cave, and the 5 elements divine talismans were connected to each other. Once detonated, it would definitely form a chain reaction and erupt with the most terrifying attack. Moreover, there were several heavenly thunder trees outside the cave, emitting powerful thunder law fluctuations. Once a violent explosion occurred here, it would definitely wrap around the heavenly thunder trees at such a close distance. At that time, a thunderstorm would surely form. Now, it would depend on when Ji Huang barged in. After Ling Xiao was done, he relaxed slightly and began to size up the cave. The cave was extremely wide. Ling Xiao discovered that there were actually many gems, natural treasures, and even broken god artifacts and saint treasures. They all emitted resplendent light, illuminating the entire cave as if it was daytime. This golden electric eel king was just like the dragons. It liked to collect all kinds of treasures, especially those shiny gems. Thunder crystal, thunder dragon's withered vine, violet night divine lotus. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. These were all top-notch treasures of heaven and earth. Moreover, there were even a few stalks of divine medicine of the highest grade. This made Ling Xiao extremely excited. What a great harvest! Ling Xiao chuckled and did not look carefully. Naturally, he did not stand on ceremony and kept all the treasures. Ji Huang, who was outside, saw Ling Xiao enter the cave, and a trace of doubt appeared in his eyes. Isn't this the cave of the golden electric eel king? Could the thunder origin pearl be here? He was a little suspicious and felt that something was wrong. However, he could not say what it was. Buzz, in the next moment, he felt a powerful rune power explode and seal the entrance of the cave. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. Is this kid trying to run away? The divine escape heavenly talisman is in the sky thunder sea. Due to the restriction of the thunder law, it is impossible to directly teleport back to the ancient city. It seems like I have to make a move. Ji Huang couldn't hold it in any longer. He leaped up and charged into the cave. Boom, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he threw out a punch. The purple fist print was extremely domineering and contained an indestructible energy fluctuation. It was like a purple thunder dragon that blasted on the barrier formed by the impenetrable defense talisman. Crack, the huge enchantment directly exploded, and Ji Huang instantly walked into the cave. In the next moment, he was stunned. Ling Xiao was standing in front of him with a smile, as if he had been waiting for him. Aren't you tired after following me all the way? However, everything can end now. Ling Xiao said with a smile, as if he was chatting with an old friend. Explode. However, in the next moment, Ling Xiao's face became cold and ruthless. He changed his face faster than flipping a book. Oh no! Ji Huang was shocked and felt the threat of death. Without thinking, he wanted to leave the cave. However, it was too late. Boom! 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 Hundreds of divine talismans were detonated by Ling Xiao. They were like the most dazzling fireworks, exploding in front of Ling Xiao. Ji Huang was the first to bear the brunt and was enveloped by the blazing and terrifying divine light. How powerful was the explosion of hundreds of divine talismans? It was like hundreds of heavenly gods exploding at the same time. The chain reaction was enough to make a divine king's scalp go numb and his heart tremble. Dazzling divine light bloomed, and the earth trembled. The endless seawater seemed to be boiling. The cave could no longer withstand the terrifying energy fluctuations and collapsed. Rubble flew everywhere as lightning flickered. Furthermore, under that terrifying power, they were directly shattered into pieces. Bastard! Long Out Yin, I will tear you into pieces! Ji Huang roared crazily, and his eyes were filled with rage. Divine light bloomed around him, and rays of dazzling light were emitted. He activated the powerful defensive divine weapon around him, and there were even defensive talismans that covered his entire body. In the face of such a terrifying chain of explosions, he used all of his defensive techniques. At the same time, Ji Huang was in disbelief. How could Long Out Yin dare to use such a technique? With hundreds of divine talismans exploding at the same time, a heavenly god would definitely die. Long Out Yin was so close to him. Was he not afraid that he would be killed by the explosion? No matter how Ji Huang looked at it, he felt that Long Out Yin would not die together with him. In the next moment, Ji Huang was dumbfounded. This was because he saw that Ling Xiao, who was standing in front of him, had disappeared. Ji Huang didn't have time to think too much before that violent energy erupted and completely enveloped him. Ling Xiao had already planned everything out beforehand. When he detonated the 100 talismans, he had already entered the Great Void Temple through his mind realm. Therefore, he seemed to have disappeared into thin air. Even Ji Huang did not expect it. Rumble, endless divine light exploded and the 5 elemental laws were extremely chaotic. Blazing flames, sharp Gungjin Qi, vast seawater, thick mountains, and tough wood spiritual Qi all wrapped around Ji Huang. Runes exploded on Ji Huang's body one after another. The powerful artifacts and defensive runes that he had activated were all destroyed by the destructive attack and shattered one after another. Just this one explosion had exhausted all of Ji Huang's means. Moreover, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning and was injured by the terrifying power. However, this was only the beginning. The chain reaction caused by the explosion of the 100 talismans also triggered the power of the sky thunder would not far away. Suddenly, blazing lightning exploded and intertwined with each other, causing an even more terrifying divine light storm. Boom! 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 Bolts of lightning intertwined and the sky thunder sea began to boil at this moment. It was as if the endless power of lightning was being guided by the sky thunder wood and gathered towards the mountain range. A terrifying thunderstorm was formed. Black, silver, gold, and white lightning intertwined with each other and formed an extremely chaotic energy fluctuation. Block it for me! Ji Huang roared and the divine power around him boiled. The terrifying thunderstorm suppressed him, leaving him no space to dodge. He could only try his best to activate the divine power around him. Rumble, he gritted his teeth and burned more than half of his essence, blood and lifespan to cast a powerful forbidden skill. Instantly, a purple barrier formed around him and protected him completely. The thunderstorm was too terrifying. Even Ji Huang was not confident that he could block it. At this moment, he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have discovered his tracks and even set up such a terrifying trap. Ji Huang originally planned to use a Divine King avatar to follow Ling Xiao. However, he felt that it was not safe and followed with his real body. But now, it was a tragedy. His real body was trapped by this terrifying thunderstorm, and he had encountered the greatest calamity of his life. Crack, the entire mountain range exploded, and endless divine light gushed out. Even the golden electric eels that were chasing after the black iron warriors were swept up by the thunderstorm and turned into a bloody mist in an instant. Only a few golden electric eels managed to escape, and their nest was completely destroyed. Terrifying divine light shrouded Ji Huang as the thunderstorm enveloped the entire area, shattering the entire mountain range. When the thunderstorm finally dissipated, Ji Huang's figure was also sent flying. However, at this moment, he looked incomparably miserable. Half of his body had exploded, his aura was weak, and his face was as pale as a sheet of paper. His eyes were filled with monstrous hatred and killing intent. At this moment, his hatred for Ling Xiao had already reached its peak. Even if he used up all the resources in the world, it would still be difficult to wash away this hatred. This trap that Ling Xiao had set up was interconnected. He had made use of his eagerness to obtain the Thunder Origin Bead, and in the end, severely injured him. This sort of injury might not be able to recover even in a few dozen years. It had directly injured his divine Tao source, and in the end, he didn't even hesitate to summon the small world within his body in order to withstand this thunderstorm. At this moment, his small world was already full of scars, as if it was about to shatter. Ah ah ah. Long Out Yin, I swear here that I will definitely torture you until you beg for death. I will roast your primordial spirit in the 9 underworlds fire for thousands of years, and I will let you die without a burial place. Ji Huang roared crazily, and his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were blood red. He constantly looked around, trying to find out where Ling Xiao was. He was sure that Ling Xiao was definitely not dead. At this moment, he might be hiding somewhere nearby. Therefore, he had to find Ling Xiao and wash away the humiliation and hatred. Roar. However, at this moment, a strange roar suddenly sounded. Then, a golden lightning bolt suddenly shot over, containing an incomparably terrifying killing intent. Ji Huang's expression changed. Suddenly, he saw that not far away, the golden electric eel king, which was thousands of feet long, was rapidly approaching. Its body was emitting terrifying lightning, and its eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Obviously, it thought that Ji Huang was the culprit behind all this. The golden electric eel king was extremely fast, and the golden lightning bolts were like heavenly pillars, coming down on Ji Huang from above. Ji Huang roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. The hatred in his heart for Ling Xiao increased a little. All this was caused by Ling Xiao. Unfortunately, the golden electric eel king thought that he was the culprit and attacked him. If he was at his peak, he could naturally defeat or even kill the golden electric eel king. However, he was severely injured now, and his strength was only 10 or 20%. How could he be a match for the golden electric eel king? Boom! Ji Huang tried his best to activate the divine power around his body to resist the golden lightning bolts, but he was directly blasted a few hundred feet away, and he was coughing blood continuously. Bastard! When I recover, I will come and take your life. Ji Huang looked at the golden electric eel king with hatred. He did not dare to stay any longer, and he fled for his life. Roar! The golden electric eel king seemed to hate Ji Huang to the extreme. It stirred up the vast sea, and the lightning bolts were constantly shooting towards Ji Huang. It also followed closely behind Ji Huang, as if it would not stop until it killed Ji Huang. The golden electric eel king led the many golden electric eels to chase after Ji Huang, and the sea gradually calmed down. Buzz, not long after, when a slight fluctuation of the void spread out, Ling Xiao reappeared in the sea. It seems that Ji Huang is not dead. However, even if he is not dead, I am afraid that he has been severely injured. This time, it is time to change positions. I would like to see if you can escape from my pursuit. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed, and he thought to himself as he looked at the place where the thunderstorm was raging. Eh? That is Sky Thunder Wood? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He originally intended to chase after Ji Huang, but he saw a few purple lights among the broken boulders below, exuding the pure law of thunder. It was the Sky Thunder Wood. What Ling Xiao did not expect was that the Sky Thunder Wood was not destroyed in such a terrifying thunderstorm. Instead, it was preserved. Ling Xiao cleaned up a little and immediately saw that there were 5 heavenly thunder wood below a pile of rubble. The 5 pieces of Sky Thunder Wood were as thick as a bowl and 30 to 40 feet long. They were top-grade materials for refining holy treasures and were especially suitable for refining holy swords. My heaven-swallowing sword is in for a treat this time. After swallowing the Sky Thunder Wood, it should be able to evolve into a godly monarch weapon. Ling Xiao thought in his heart. He took out the heaven-swallowing sword. The heaven-swallowing sword shone brightly and was enshrouded in a mysterious light. The weapon spirit within was the Khanate Essence Soul King. At this moment, it was about to break through the shackles of heaven and earth and possess its own intelligence. And this piece of Sky Thunder Wood should be able to greatly accelerate the weapon spirit's evolution. With a thought, the heaven-swallowing sword immediately exuded incomparable joy and excitement as it pounced towards a piece of Sky Thunder Wood. Wang, the Sky Thunder Wood instantly shone brightly. Streaks of purple auspicious gas overflowed from it and rushed towards the heaven-swallowing sword. The majestic essence within the Sky Thunder Wood began to be swallowed by the heaven-swallowing sword. The Sky Thunder Wood disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the heaven-swallowing sword seemed to have eaten too much. It returned to Ling Xiao's primordial spirit contentedly to be nourished. When the heaven-swallowing sword completely digested this piece of Sky Thunder Wood, it should be able to evolve again, Because the heaven-swallowing sword now had the connate essence Soul King as its weapon spirit, it seemed to have endless potential and could evolve continuously. Ling Xiao didn't know where the limit of the heaven-swallowing sword was. Perhaps it could really evolve into a supreme holy treasure. Ji Huang, I hope you don't die so easily. A bright light flashed through Ling Xiao's eyes. He put away the remaining 4 pieces of heavenly lightning wood before shooting off into the distance. Ling Xiao was prepared to take this opportunity to retrieve the Thunder Source Pearl before chasing after Ji Huang. The location of the Thunder Source Pearl was not far from here. It was about 100,000 miles in an underwater abyss. Ling Xiao moved stealthily in the dark sky Thunder Sea. He restrained his aura as if he had become a part of those fish creatures. Soon, he approached the underwater abyss. Rumble, in the distance, a faint demonic light spread out, emitting a flickering light. Could it be a demon race expert? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. According to the Demon God King's explanation, he had built a dwelling in the depths of the sea and healed there for 2 years, avoiding the pursuit of the 5 great academies. In the end, he had placed his treasures and the Thunder Origin bead here. However, Ling Xiao could sense the auras of Mo Guang and the Devil Path powerhouses in front of him. Ling Xiao slowly snuck over. In front of him, a huge underwater abyss appeared in front of him. Although it was called an abyss, it was more like a huge underwater mountain range that had been cleaved in the middle, forming an unfathomably deep abyss. Furthermore, demonic light was gushing out from it. Ling Xiao could see that above the abyss stood a group of powerful devil race experts with powerful auras. The leader was a young man in a black robe. He had a handsome face and his eyes emitted a blue light. His body was strong and healthy like a dragon. He exuded an arrogant and dignified aura that looked down on all living beings. It's actually him? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. This black-robed youth was the genius from the Heavenly Devil clan whom he had met 2 years ago in the Heavenly Devil Valley, Bo Jia. Behind Bo Ji, there were 2 demon god kings and over 100 demon heaven realm experts. Their eyes were cold, filled with cruelty and bloodlust. Young master, everything has been arranged. As long as you give the order, the sacred spirit pool will open. At that time, all the humans in the Sky Thunder Sea will be at your disposal. A demon god king cupped his hands towards Boji and said very respectfully. Very good. This time, I want the people from the 5 academies to die without a burial place. And that brat called Long Out Yin, hurry up and find him. We must not let him leave alive. A trace of killing intent flashed in Boji's eyes. Yes. Young master, don't we need to send people to guard this abyss passageway? If it is destroyed by those despicable humans, then our escape route will be cut off. The demon god king said. No need. This abyss passageway can't be destroyed even by divine king realm experts. It's impossible for the humans to discover this place. Even if they do, they don't have the ability to destroy it. Let's go. This time, I want to obtain all the sacred spirit pools in the Sky Thunder Sea to help me break through to the monarch realm. Boji sneered. With a wave of his sleeve, he immediately led the group out of the abyss and flew towards the Sky Thunder Sea. The abyss at the bottom of the sea is actually a passageway to the demon realm? Damn demon god king, how dare he hide it from me? Ling Xiao cursed in his heart. That demon god king was also cunning. He actually deleted all the information about the abyss passageway from his memory. He probably had sinister intentions. If Ling Xiao swaggered into the abyss at the bottom of the sea and encountered the experts of the demon race, then it would be fun. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao was a little uncertain about whether the Thunder Source Pearl was hidden here. No matter what, let's go and take a look first. These demon bastards are scheming again. What is the sacred spirit pool that they are talking about? Ling Xiao thought in his heart. He knew that Boji was scheming, but he didn't know what they were planning. Ling Xiao waited for a while. After confirming that there was no aura of the demon race, he carefully sneaked into the abyss. The demon god king directly dug a cave dwelling in the abyss. According to the location in Ling Xiao's memory, Ling Xiao found traces of the cave dwelling 1,000 feet below the abyss. Rumble, there was black demon chi rolling in the surroundings. The abyss below was bottomless, and he didn't know where it led to. Ling Xiao's eyes flickered with divine light. He could see strange patterns flickering on the walls of the abyss below. This abyss passageway is indeed extremely sturdy. It's almost impossible to destroy it. Ling Xiao took a glance and entered the cave dwelling that the demon god king had opened. The cave dwelling that the demon god king had opened was not big. Moreover, it was covered with a simple aura concealing array to prevent others from spying on it. There was no powerful killing array inside. Ling Xiao walked in and found that it was an incomparably huge cave. Inside the cave, there was a stone couch, a stone table, and a few stone stools. There were 2 jade boxes on top of the stone table. Although they looked very ordinary, Ling Xiao could faintly feel the lightning radiating from them. Gotcha! Ling Xiao opened the jade box with lightning radiating from it. Suddenly, a purple pearl floated up. The purple bead was the size of an infant's fist. It was coiled with purple lightning. And it emitted an ancient and mysterious fluctuation. If one looked at it carefully, it seemed like an eye that contained an icy cold and merciless fluctuation. It also seemed like it contained the origin energy of the Tao of lightning, and it was unfathomable. This was the Thunder Source Pearl. Ling Xiao inspected it carefully. The Thunder Origin Orb looked crystal clear with purple light lingering around it. He did not find any special tricks or traps. Ling Xiao put down the Thunder Origin Orb and opened another jade box. There was a piece of milky white jade in the jade box. It looked mysterious, ancient, and very smooth. This is a fragment of the creation jade disc? Ling Xiao's eyes widened. He immediately recognized it. This piece of milky white jade was a fragment of the creation jade disc. He did not expect the demon god king to have obtained it. The fragments of the creation jade disc were scattered all over the divine world. Ling Xiao had only obtained a part of it in the void realm. This fragment of the creation jade disc was not much smaller than the one in Ling Xiao's hand. I'll keep it first. Ling Xiao hurriedly kept the fragment of the creation jade disc in the wordless heavenly book. If the aura of this treasure leaked out, it might cause a disaster. Ling Xiao was dancing on the edge of a knife. Whether it was the creation jade disc or the wordless heavenly book, he could not leak any information. In the end, Ling Xiao found a very ordinary Qianquan pouch on the stone bed. It contained a few heavenly treasures and a few divine weapons. As for divine medicines and divine pills, there was not a single one. The demon god king must have devoured them all when he was healing. Ling Xiao kept all these things. This time, his biggest gain was the fragment of the creation jade disc and the Thunder Origin Orb. Ling Xiao planned to integrate the fragment of the creation jade disc in the Void Temple. However, he could refine the Thunder Origin Orb now. Buzz. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit slowly imprinted itself on the Thunder Origin Orb and began to refine this holy treasure. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation, it was very difficult to completely refine a holy treasure. It would take a long time. However, Ling Xiao only wanted to refine the Thunder Origin Orb and make use of it. Boom. However, when Ling Xiao was refining the Thunder Origin Orb, the orb suddenly vibrated. A piece of purple scripture slowly appeared in Ling Xiao's mind. Thunder Emperor Technique. Vaguely, Ling Xiao seemed to have arrived at the beginning of the primordial age. In the endless primordial void, there was a mysterious figure in purple robes. His body was surrounded by endless thunderbolts, and he stood tall in the heavens and earth, emitting a vast and majestic aura. He was like an emperor who controlled endless heavenly thunder. Bolts of purple lightning exploded around him. Suddenly, the void trembled violently. Countless powerful devils in front of him were turned into ashes by the lightning. This was the true intent of the inheritance. The true intent of the Thunder Emperor technique had completely merged with Ling Xiao's Sea of Consciousness. It's actually the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk's Lightning Emperor technique? That's a supreme saint art. It's on the same level as the War God Hall's purple firmament world-destroying thunder. It's unparalleled in power. Why would it appear in this thunder source bead? Ling Xiao was completely shocked. His eyes were filled with disbelief. The Thunder Emperor technique was as famous as the purple firmament world-destroying thunder in the realm of the gods. They were both supreme saint arts that cultivated the Thunder Tao. They were peerless techniques that pointed directly to the origin of the Thunder Tao. However, the Thunder Emperor technique was a supreme martial art of the 9 imperial gates. Even in the Great Zhou College, they only had the basic martial art of the Thunder Emperor technique, the Thunder Emperor technique. Just like the Ares College, they only had the basic martial art of the Purple Firmament world-destroying Thunder Dao, the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique. Ling Xiao did not expect to be able to obtain the Thunder Emperor technique so easily. The martial art of the 9 Imperial Gates? This is really a good thing for me. Ling Xiao laughed. No wonder Jian Kuan and Ji Huang were so nervous about the Thunder Soar Speed. However, Ling Xiao suspected that they did not know that the Thunder Emperor technique was in the Thunder Soar Speed. Otherwise, they would have gone crazy and chased the Demon God King all over the world. However, the Demon God King was also miserable. Perhaps because he was from the demon race, he had no way of activating the Thunder Emperor technique in the Thunder Soar Speed. Now, Ling Xiao had taken advantage of him. After Ling Xiao refined the Thunder Soar Speed, he realized that the Thunder Soar Speed was indeed a treasure of the Thunder Dao. It could control the power of lightning. As long as he had the Thunder Soar Speed, the violent lightning in the Sky Lightning Sea was no longer a problem for Ling Xiao. The Thunder Soar Speed that Ji Huang had spent so much effort to obtain had landed in Ling Xiao's hands in the end. It's time to leave. No matter what Bo Jia's scheme is, I have to find the White Dragon Horse and Yi Liangchen first. Ling Xiao thought to himself. When he thought of Bo Jia's scheme, he felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Ling Xiao left the cave and flew above the abyss. If I can find a way to destroy the abyss passageway, Bo Jia and those demon bastards will not be able to pass through here and return to the demon world. However, it won't be that easy to destroy the abyss passageway. Let's try it first. Ling Xiao's gaze fell on the abyss below and a thought appeared in his mind. However, after he carefully inspected the abyss passageway, he was immediately disappointed. He also understood why Bo Jia did not send anyone to guard the abyss passageway. It was because the abyss passageway was incomparably sturdy. Even a divine king would not be able to destroy it. Since there were no true divine kings in the divine devil space, Bo Jia was naturally not worried. Even if Ling Xiao were to create another thunderstorm like how he ambushed Ji Huang, with hundreds of divine talismans exploding in a chain reaction, it would not have much of an impact on the abyss passageway. A normal thunderstorm would not work at all. However, if I could create a super thunderstorm, it might be effective. However, I can't do it alone. Ling Xiao thought about it carefully and decided to give up for the time being. If he could find the help of a divine king, with the help of the Thunder Soar Speed and the mysterious Kuan sword, he might be able to give it a try. Ling Xiao left the abyss at the bottom of the sea and flew towards the sacred spiritual pool where Yi Liangchen and the rest were. Rumble, a thunder mountain floated above the heavenly thunder sea. At this moment, the sky was extremely gloomy. Bolts of lightning fell from the 9 heavens, continuously striking the white figure below. Those bolts of lightning were the real heavenly thunder. They contained an ancient and terrifying fluctuation, as if they were going to kill all living things. This was a god's tribulation, a divine king's tribulation. The white figure below looked to be thousands of feet long. It was a white snake that was as thick as a water bucket. Its body was surrounded by lightning as it raised its head and roared towards the sky. It was not in a good condition at this moment. Bolts of divine tribulation fell on it, causing its skin to split open. Blood dyed the thunder mountain red and its aura became extremely weak. It seemed to be showing signs of transforming into a dragon. A purple horn appeared on its head, and 2 claws grew out of its abdomen. Although it had been tortured too. The brink of death by the divine tribulation, its aura became more and more majestic and mysterious. At this moment, the white snake's divine king tribulation had reached its final stage. The last terrifying bolt of divine tribulation fell from the 9 heavens. It was like a purple lightning pillar that pierced through the 9 heavens and 10 earths, emitting an eternal light. Boom, when the purple lightning struck, it was as if the entire sky had been dyed purple. At this moment, the white snake shot up into the sky. Terrifying divine energy surged around its body as lightning exploded. Its eyes were filled with madness and determination. An earth-shattering collision caused the surrounding void to shatter. The purple lightning enveloped the white snake. The terrifying divine lightning destroyed its vitality and even blew up half of its body. Even the thunder mountain was shaved off by the divine lightning and turned into dust with a loud rumble. However, the white snake still persevered. the thunderclouds in the void dissipated. Although the white snake's aura was very weak, a majestic vitality surged out of its body and began to repair its damaged body. Buzz, the white snake's body flashed and turned into a woman in a white dress. She was tall and slender, with jade-like skin and a flawless face. However, she had an extremely cold aura. At this moment, her face was extremely pale and the corner of her mouth was full of blood. Her aura was extremely weak and even standing up was difficult for her. She sat cross-legged on the Thunder Crash Mountain and began to heal her injuries. Her cultivation base had finally broken through to the Divine King realm. Boom. However, at this moment, a terrifying fist seal suddenly enveloped her. It contained a terrifying killing intent and was extremely fierce. Who's there? The woman in white's eyes flashed and her slender jade-like hand blocked the attack. Boom. Heaven and earth trembled and a muffled sound was heard. The woman in white looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She was blasted dozens of feet away and slammed into the mountain wall. She spat out a mouthful of blood. A middle-aged man in a black dragon robe appeared on the Thunder Crash Mountain. Although he looked very pale, he stared at the woman in white with undisguised passion. The man in the dragon robe was Ji Huang. Ha ha ha. A white snake with the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon. If I can swallow you, my injuries will definitely heal quickly. Ji Huang laughed heartily. He was extremely excited. He had been secretly hiding by the side when the woman in white was transcending her tribulation. He wanted to take advantage of the fact that the woman in white had just transcended her tribulation and had yet to recover from her injuries to launch a surprise attack. Previously, he had been severely injured by Ling Zhao's scheme. Later, he had been chased by the Golden Electric Eel King. He had escaped with great difficulty. Just as he was looking for a place to heal his wounds, he had been attracted by the celestial phenomenon of the woman in white undergoing her tribulation. What made him excited was that this woman in white was actually a demonic beast, a white snake. Furthermore, she possessed the bloodline of the Thunder Dragon. If he could devour and refine this white snake, he would definitely be able to recover quickly. Despicable. The white-robed woman's eyes were cold as she said coldly. Hee hee, no matter what you say, you're dead for sure today. Ji Huang's eyes were blazing. This white snake's demon pill was a great supplement for him, allowing him to quickly recover his cultivation. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and he threw a punch at the woman in white. Crack, the woman in white's eyes revealed a trace of determination. She suddenly spat out a purple demon pill, which was as dazzling as the demonic sun. At the same time, all the essence and blood in her body seemed to be burning at this moment, pouring all of it into the demon pill. The demon pill's aura became more and more terrifying, and it shot at Ji Huang at an extremely fast speed. Bastard! You're crazy! Ji Huang roared. His face was extremely ugly, and he quickly retreated, trying to avoid the terrifying attack of the demon pill. He could see that this woman in white was very unyielding. She was willing to risk damaging her demon pill and even self-destructing it to fight him to the death. If the woman in white really self-destructed her demon pill, then his efforts would really be in vain. Fight! Ji Huang gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His hands quickly formed a seal, and mysterious runes flashed in the void. In an instant, they turned into an incomparably mysterious net of laws, enveloping the woman in white's demon pill. Rumble, the demon pill was trembling violently, and Ji Huang was desperately trying to suppress it. In the end, the demon pill was finally suppressed. Ji Huang's face became paler, and his aura was incomparably weak. However, he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and his eyes revealed an incomparably excited look. You want to self-destruct your demon pill? You'd better be obedient and let me refine it. Ji Huang sneered. He grabbed the woman in white's demon pill with one hand and walked toward her. The woman in white laughed bitterly, and a trace of despair appeared in her eyes. She did not expect to end up in this situation. Rumble, however, all of a sudden, a blazing saber light swept across the sky. It was as vast as the Milky Way. It was mighty and contained an unparalleled sharpness. Bastard! It's you? Ji Huang's face changed slightly. The blazing saber light contained a vast sacred brilliance that was incomparably terrifying, and it made his scalp tingle. However, in the next moment, he saw the young man in white with a flawless sacred sword in his hand. It was Long Outyen. This was the 7 forms of adjudication. Ling Xiao used the Xianxia sword to activate it, and it contained an unparalleled fluctuation of divine power. Even in the face of a divine king, it could pose a threat to him. At this moment, Ji Huang had been injured several times, and his combat strength had almost fallen to the divine king realm. This saber strike had put him in great danger. Rumble, Ji Huang retreated in an extremely sorry state, and at the same time, he struck out with his palm. The blazing lightning turned into a purple shield, and he wanted to block Ling Xiao's saber strike. A crisp sound was heard, and the purple shield exploded. The terrifying saber light exploded, and one of Ji Huang's arms was chopped off by Ling Xiao. Blood spurted out, and Ji Huang's screams resounded in the void. Long Outyen, I'm going to kill you. Ji Huang roared, and his voice contained monstrous hatred and anger. Previously, he was tricked by Ling Xiao, and almost died in the nest of the golden electric eels. Now, he had met Ling Xiao again. His eyes seemed to be spitting fire, and his teeth were about to shatter as he glared at Ling Xiao. Kill me? I'm afraid it won't be me who will die today, but you. Ling Xiao sneered, and his eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. Swallow it and heal yourself quickly. Ling Xiao threw a jade bottle to the lady in white, and at the same time, transmitted his voice to her. Ling Xiao naturally recognized the lady in white. She was the white snake he saw outside dazzling Gold Mountain City. Bai Susu. Ling Xiao did not expect to see Bai Susu here, and she was forced into such a state by Ji Huang. Thank you. Bai Susu was slightly stunned. Although she recognized Ling Xiao, she did not know why Ling Xiao wanted to save her. After all, she did not know that Ling Xiao was hiding among the Golden Warriors in the Great Void's secret realm. However, she knew her current situation, and she chose to accept it. There were 50 drops of sacred liquid in the jade bottle, and Bai Susu swallowed them all. Suddenly, a majestic vitality enveloped her, and her severe injuries were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Whoosh, even the monster pearl that was imprisoned by Ji Huang turned into a ray of light and flew back into her body. Ji Huang's expression changed immediately. Although he didn't take Long Outyen seriously, the fact that Long Outyen had a flawless holy treasure in his hands was enough to make him extremely wary. Bai Susu had obtained Ling Xiao's holy liquid. If she recovered from her injuries, he would be the next one to run away. Ji Huang had the thought of retreating. He was not in a good state at the moment. If he continued to stay, he would most likely be humiliated. Ji Huang, haven't you always wanted to kill me? Let's settle this today. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed with killing intent. He could see Ji Huang's intention of retreating. However, he had finally met Ji Huang. How could he let him run away just like that? Now that Ji Huang was severely injured, Ling Xiao believed that he was not much stronger than the demon god king that he had killed. Boom! Ling Xiao's divine energy surged as he threw a punch at Ji Huang. His fist was extremely ferocious as it exploded with golden light. Streaks of battle intent exploded, making him look like an invincible god of war. Every punch contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Ji Huang's expression changed when Ling Xiao used the immortal body to activate the King of War fist. Long Outyen, you're courting death. Ji Huang also had his own pride. He had never thought that a mere mid-heavenly god would dare to speak so arrogantly. On top of that, he was filled with hatred towards Ling Xiao. He immediately attacked Ling Xiao without caring about anything else. If it were not for Ling Xiao, he would not have fallen to such a state. Boom! Lightning flashed around Ji Huang's body as he threw out a palm strike. The dazzling lightning was like a lightning dragon that charged at Ling Xiao. It was extremely terrifying. What Ji Huang cultivated was the Great Zhou Academy's Thunder King Divine Art, and its advanced martial art was the Thunder Emperor technique. Ji Huang had already cultivated the Thunder King Divine Art to the perfection stage. Every strike of his was like a king controlling heavenly thunder, and its power was unparalleled. In addition, the environment of the Sky Lightning Sea was filled with dense lightning energy. It was easier for Ji Huang to use the Thunder King Divine Art. Bang! The fist and palm collided. Blazing light exploded and the void trembled violently. Streaks of purple lightning shot towards Ling Xiao, intending to completely destroy his physical body. However, Ling Xiao had cultivated the indestructible war body. His physical body was extremely strong. 5 small suns seemed to light up on his chest. They intertwined with each other and formed a vast vortex. The majestic thunderbolt power contained in Ji Huang's palm was instantly devoured and dissolved by Ling Xiao's physical body. A numbing power spread out. Ling Xiao could feel that under the tempering of the lightning, his physical body was actually showing signs of improvement. Kill. Ling Xiao's battle intent was boiling as he fought with Ji Huang in close combat. He executed the King of War fist to the extreme. Every punch was like an ancient divine mountain pressing down. The momentum was vigorous and unparalleled. At the same time, Ling Xiao secretly refined a few more drops of the holy liquid, and the depleted divine power in his body began to fill up again. The Xianxia sword was Ling Xiao's most powerful weapon, but unfortunately, with his current cultivation, he could only use it once, so he had to constantly replenish his divine power. Boom! 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 Ling Xiao and Ji Huang clashed violently. Every blow was earth-shattering, containing extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Divine light swept in all directions, shaking the Thunder Mountain until it seemed like it was about to collapse. The surrounding heavenly thunder sea stirred up monstrous waves. Ling Xiao became more and more courageous as he fought. At times, he was like a dragon soaring in the sky. At other times, he was like an agile ape leaping thousands of feet. The King of War fist in his hand exploded with extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. Although Ji Huang's King of Thunder divine art was very strong and could even trigger the most terrifying purple heaven divine thunder, it was easily dissolved by Ling Xiao. At this moment, the thunder pearl was hidden in Ling Xiao's body. After the terrifying purple heaven divine thunder was refined by Ling Xiao, most of it was integrated into the thunder pearl. Ji Huang could feel that Ling Xiao was like an unfathomable abyss, swallowing all the power he had erupted. If this continued, he was afraid that he would really die in Ling Xiao's hands. How can this bastard have such terrifying combat strength? Ji Huang gritted his teeth. He finally understood how Ling Xiao killed the demon god king. Most likely, Ling Xiao did not use tricks at all. Instead, he killed the demon god king with his strength. The killing intent in Ji Huang's eyes grew more and more intense, almost to the point of insanity. The heavy injuries he had suffered were all caused by this bastard in front of him. His killing intent towards Ling Xiao was so strong that it would be difficult to wash it away. Therefore, logic told him that he should escape now. However, he was still unwilling to give up. He wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao. Moreover, as long as he killed Ling Xiao, he would be able to capture his primordial spirit and interrogate him for the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl. Until now, Ji Huang still could not forget about the Thunder Pearl. Thunder King explosion! Ji Huang roared. Suddenly, the aura around him began to surge crazily at this moment. Rumble! Terrifying lightning exploded in all directions, forming a thunderstorm domain behind him. Terrifying killing intent spread out, and an incomparably mysterious shadow seemed to be rushing out of the thunderstorm. As Ji Huang's palm struck towards Ling Xiao, the mysterious shadow bathed in lightning bolts brazenly charged towards Ling Xiao. Ji Huang used the forbidden technique of the Thunder King divine technique. He wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao with one blow. Are you finally going to go all out? Ji Huang, don't you want the Thunder Pearl? What do you think this is? A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and he immediately sneered. Whoosh, a purple thunder pearl flew out of Ling Xiao's mouth. It exuded an ancient and mysterious aura. In an instant, it soared into the sky like a purple sun, illuminating the void. Thunder Pearl? Ji Huang cried out in surprise, his eyes revealing a look of disbelief. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have already obtained the Thunder Pearl. However, his face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. His eyes became extremely passionate. As long as he obtained the Thunder Pearl, not only would his cultivation be able to recover rapidly, but he would also be able to advance further. However, he suddenly noticed the half-smile on Ling Xiao's face. He could not help but have a bad feeling. Rumble, the Thunder Pearl shone brightly. In an instant, endless lightning bolts exploded. The surrounding lightning bolts seemed to gather at this moment, transforming into bolts of purple lightning. Vaguely, a purple-robed Thunder Emperor seemed to appear in the Thunder Pearl. He controlled all living things and pressed his palm towards Ji Huang. This This is the Thunder Emperor technique? How can you know the Thunder Emperor technique? Ji Huang couldn't believe what he was seeing. However, Ling Xiao used the Thunder Pearl to display the power of the Thunder Emperor technique, which caused him to panic. The Thunder King Divine Exercise was only the basic martial art of the Thunder Emperor technique. Even if Ling Xiao had only grasped the surface of the Thunder Emperor technique, with the support of the Thunder Source Pearl, this attack became incomparably terrifying. Ji Huang instantly fell into an incomparably dangerous situation. However, this was just the beginning. Clang, a snow-white saber light illuminated the sky as the Xianxia sword became even more dazzling. Ling Xiao poured all of his godly energy into the Xianxia sword, instantly forming a 10,000 zhang long saber light. In the blade light, Ling Xiao's gaze became as hard as iron. The power of the 7 styles of adjudication exploded. Rumble, the entire sea area was illuminated by the blade light. It was like a heavenly emperor judging all living beings, or a saint teaching all living beings. This blade contained the true meaning of adjudication and the ultimate killing intent. I can't accept this. Ji Huang roared crazily. He finally felt the threat of death. However, the forbidden technique he had used, Thunder King Explosion, was directly devoured by the Thunder Origin Pearl. Furthermore, when that palm descended, it was as if he had been struck by lightning. It was as if his entire body had been fixed in place by the purple lightning, and he had suffered an unimaginable injury. In the next moment, the mysterious Kuan sword slashed down. The resplendent blade gleam reflected Ji Huang's eyes of despair. His entire body exploded from this slash. Ji Huang's body exploded into a bloody mist in the void. Swoosh, within the blood mist, a purple figure shrieked as it tried to break through the void and escape. Ling Xiao could see that it was Ji Huang's primordial spirit. However, it was a pity that the Thunder Origin Pearl shone brightly and a purple lightning bolt shot out from the sky. Ji Huang's primordial spirit was completely destroyed. The Great Zhou Academy's Divine King expert, Ji Huang, was dead. Swoosh, the Thunder Source Pearl and the mysterious Kuan sword instantly flew back into Ling Xiao's body. Ji Huang's miniature world was also destroyed by the mysterious Kuan sword, and the items inside were all turned to ashes. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't obtain any spoils of war. You are Long Out Yan? I didn't expect your strength to rise so quickly. Even Ji Huang died in your hands. Bai Susu stood up and looked at Ling Xiao with shock and complicated emotions in her eyes. When he met Ling Xiao outside dazzling Gold City, Ling Xiao was only at the Divine Spirit realm at that time. His strength was also extremely weak. However, he never thought that Ling Xiao would grow to such a level in just a short 2 years. However, Bai Susu did not know that the golden armored man in the Void Realm was also Ling Xiao. Otherwise, she would have been even more shocked. I was just lucky. May I know your name? We seem to have met once outside dazzling Gold City. Ling Xiao glanced at Bai Susu and asked despite knowing the answer. I am Bai Susu. We have indeed met once. I am the white snake outside dazzling Gold City. Bai Susu nodded. So that's how it is. What a coincidence. Have you recovered from your injuries? Ling Xiao asked with a smile. Not yet, but I've already stabilized my injuries. I'll be completely healed after a period of time. I still have to thank you for your holy liquid and saving my life. Bai Susu said seriously. If it were not for Ling Xiao, she would have died in Ji Huang's hands. We can't stay here for too long. I'm afraid the commotion just now will attract the attention of others. Let's leave this place first. Ling Xiao said to Bai Susu. Bai Susu nodded and said, all right. Whoosh, Ling Xiao and Bai Susu retracted their auras and flew into the distance. The two of them flew in the direction of Yi Liangchen and the others. Ling Xiao's eyes moved slightly. He could sense that Bai Susu had disappeared into the void. Even his primordial spirit could not sense Bai Susu's existence. If he did not know that Bai Susu was right next to him, he would have thought that he had encountered a ghost. What a mysterious aura concealment technique. Ling Xiao's eyes glowed. Buzz, however, at that moment, the wordless heavenly book suddenly trembled slightly. It was as if it had encountered a treasure that excited it. It was exuding a wave of desire. Ling Xiao could sense that what attracted the wordless heavenly book's attention was Bai Susu's mysterious aura. Could it be that Baisusu's aura concealment technique is a secret technique from the wordless heavenly book? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. In fact, he had already sensed that Baisusu's aura concealment technique was extraordinary when he was in the void realm. However, he did not have the chance to comment on it. However, if it was really a secret technique from the wordless heavenly book, it would be a pleasant surprise for Ling Xiao. Miss Bai, what kind of aura concealment technique are you cultivating? It's so mysterious. Ling Xiao asked the question that was on his mind. I once obtained an incomplete version of the heaven shrouding secret technique. It has an amazing effect on concealing one's aura. Do you want to learn it? I can teach you. Baisusu's eyes flashed as she said calmly. She had a cold personality. Although she was grateful to Ling Xiao, she did not show it on her face. Seeing that Ling Xiao was so interested in the aura concealment technique, she said it out loud. Heaven shrouding secret technique? It's said to be one of the most widespread, mysterious, and powerful techniques in the divine realm. Miss Bai, you're really lucky. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up as he said with a smile. In the divine world, the 108 secret techniques in the wordless heavenly book were mysterious and unfathomable. Many people knew about them. However, the 108 secret techniques were either collected by the major forces or completely lost. It was impossible for an ordinary person to obtain them. For example, the 1st to 12th secret techniques were known as the 12 sky techniques. They were now the secret techniques of the 12 immortal sacred grounds in the divine realm. It's just an incomplete version. I'm afraid it's only 10% or 20% of the heaven shrouding secret technique. It's nothing much. This is the inheritance crystal of the heaven shrouding secret technique that I obtained. It just so happens that I have one more chance to inherit it. I'll give it to you. Baisusu said calmly. Then, a black crystal appeared in her hand and she handed it to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not stand on ceremony. He took it and said, "Thank you, Miss Bai. I'm indeed very interested in the heaven shrouding secret technique. However, I won't take it for free. Why don't I exchange it with sacred liquid?" Ling Xiao was extremely excited. Although it was only an incomplete version of the heaven shrouding secret technique, he had the wordless heavenly book. He only needed a catalyst to obtain the complete wordless heavenly book. Therefore, the incomplete version of the heaven shrouding secret technique was a priceless treasure to him. There's no need for that. You saved me previously and gave me 50 drops of sacred liquid. A mere incomplete version of the heaven shrouding secret technique is nothing. Baisusu shook her head and said. In that case, thank you very much. Miss Bai, why did you choose to undergo your tribulation in the Sky Lightning Sea? You will attract the attention of others. Moreover, undergoing your tribulation in the Sky Lightning Sea will increase the power of your divine tribulation by several times. Ling Xiao asked curiously as he looked at Baisusu. The heavenly lightning sea contained dense lightning energy. Given Baisusu's strength, she should have been able to pass her God King tribulation easily if she had chosen any other place. However, she was almost on the verge of death in the heavenly lightning sea. In the end, she was even targeted by Ji Huang. It's a long story. Baisusu smiled bitterly. However, she did not hide the truth from Ling Xiao. Instead, she told him everything that had happened. It turned out that Ling Xiao and the Talisman King had obtained the Great Void Emperor's inheritance in the Void Realm. This attracted the attention of the sages and old ancestors of the 3 Holy Lands. They even sent Lei Qianjue and the others to investigate. Initially, most of the experts in the Void Realm were captured. Baisusu was the only one who was not discovered because she had the sky shrouding secret technique. Later on, Baisusu obtained the Thunder King herb in the Void Realm. This allowed her bloodline to revert to its ancestral state. The Thunder Dragon bloodline in her body became even stronger. In the end, she used a sacred talisman to teleport in order to leave the Void Realm. However, she did not expect to be teleported to the Sky Lightning Sea. When she arrived at the Sky Lightning Sea, she could no longer suppress her cultivation. The lightning energy directly triggered her Divine King tribulation. She had no choice but to undergo her tribulation. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. Baisusu was able to use the incomplete version of the sky-shrouding secret technique to fool Lei Qianjue and the other two half-saints. This showed how profound the sky-shrouding secret technique was. Once Ling Xiao cultivated the complete version of the sky-shrouding secret technique, even sages would not be able to see through him. By then, he would be much safer. Ling Xiao had been worrying about how to hide his identity after entering the combat god temple. It seemed like the sky-shrouding secret technique had come at the right time. Miss Bai, let's rest for a while on that Thunder Mountain. I'll study the sky-shrouding secret technique. You can take the opportunity to heal your injuries. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, Ling Xiao and Baisusu saw a huge lightning mountain in front of them. Ling Xiao asked Baisusu. All right. Baisusu replied with a nod. Whoosh whoosh, Ling Xiao and Baisusu landed on Thunder Crash Mountain. The mountain was covered with smooth and sparkling rocks, and a faint layer of lightning radiated from them. Ling Xiao and Baisusu sat down cross-legged in front of a mountain wall. A sliver of anticipation appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He took out the black crystal and placed it on his forehead. He began to accept the inheritance of heaven shrouding. Rumble, a vast and ancient torrent of information gushed into Ling Xiao's consciousness. In that instant, it was as if the world had flipped over, and the chaos was vast. Ling Xiao saw that in an ancient world, yin and yang were changing, and the 5 elements were alternating. It was as if the world had turned into a mustard seed, and also as if it had encompassed the entire chaos. The wordless heavenly book between Ling Xiao's brows also shone brightly in that instant. Because the wordless heavenly book had devoured the corpse of the great devil saint, it had accumulated 99% of its power. Now, with the remnant of the wordless heavenly book as a catalyst, it immediately triggered a change in the wordless heavenly book. Rank 17 of the heavenly star constellation, heaven shrouding, a golden scripture was integrated into Ling Xiao's primordial spirit. It seemed to contain the ultimate mystery of the world, and also like the first ray of light that separated heaven and earth. It was incomparably mysterious. Ling Xiao's primordial spirit was wrapped up by a mysterious aura, and it seemed to have disappeared in an instant. This is the heaven shrouding. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with excitement. The heaven shrouding was the highest-ranked secret skill that he had obtained other than the heaven-devouring secret skill. It was incomparably mysterious and profound, and it immediately attracted his attention. Although the Destiny secret skill was ranked second in the heavenly star constellation, Ling Xiao only obtained a remnant of it. He did not obtain the complete secret skill. At the beginning of the ancient Tao, at the beginning of the universe, there were thousands of changes. Deification to mortals, heaven shrouding, spirit fusion, and even eternity, the mysterious scripture rang in Ling Xiao's consciousness like a huge bell. Ling Xiao was intoxicated, as if he was enlightened. He began to have an extremely deep understanding of the heaven shrouding secret skill. The heavens and earth were like chaos, and living beings were like dust. The heaven shrouding secret skill was derived from the concept of being one with the heavens and earth. It had all sorts of wonderful uses. The so-called aura concealment technique was only the lowest level of use for the heaven shrouding secret skill. Once Ling Xiao used the heaven shrouding secret skill, he could perfectly conceal himself. Even a saint would not be able to discover anything wrong. Furthermore, Ling Xiao could even raise his cultivation level and disguise himself as a divine king or even a sage. However, this disguise was only a disguise of his aura. If he used it, he would probably be seen through instantly. The more Ling Xiao comprehended the heaven shrouding secret skill, the more he felt the power of the heaven shrouding secret skill. It was not much weaker than the heaven devouring secret skill. Overall, the heaven shrouding secret skill solved the problem that Ling Xiao was most worried about. Even if he entered the war god temple in the future, as long as he used the heaven shrouding secret skill to conceal his aura and the many treasures in his consciousness, even a saint would not be able to discover anything wrong. Ling Xiao used a total of 3 days to completely accept the inheritance of the heaven shrouding secret skill. The heaven shrouding secret skill is very important to me, but the 12 sky arts are still the most important. If I can obtain the 12 sky arts, I'll be able to completely control the wordless heaven shrouding secret skill. I might even be able to return it to its peak condition. Ling Xiao thought to himself. The 12 sky arts were the foundation of the wordless heaven shrouding secret skill. Ling Xiao would obtain the heaven-shrouding secret skill sooner or later once he entered the War God Temple. However, he still needed to plan carefully as to how to obtain the other 11 secret skills. After refining 50 droplets of Saint Liquid in 3 days, Baisusu's cultivation had completely recovered. She had completely become a god king. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense that the bloodline of the lightning dragon within Baisusu was becoming more and more powerful. Before long, she would completely evolve into a primordial lightning dragon. That would be an extremely terrifying existence even among the dragons. Miss Bai, where do you plan on going next? Ling Xiao glanced at Baisusu and asked. Baisusu was slightly surprised. She said calmly, I don't know either. Maybe I'll stay in the divine space for a while before leaving. Ling Xiao smiled, Miss Bai, since you don't have anywhere to go, I have a suggestion. I'll hire you to protect me for a while, and I'll pay you well. What do you think? Baisusu glanced at Ling Xiao deeply before nodding, all right. You've saved my life, so I can follow you for a while. I'll leave when you really don't need me anymore. Aren't you going to ask me what I'm going to give you in return? Ling Xiao asked. You saved me. That's the best reward you can give me. Baisusu said calmly. Ling Xiao smiled. He realized that although Baisusu looked cold on the outside, she was very pure on the inside. After all, an ordinary supreme god would have a high status in the realm of the gods. They would not be willing to be someone's subordinate. Ling Xiao looked at Baisusu and said seriously, Miss Bai, I see that you've been cultivating alone all this time. The purple firmament lightning art from the Combat God Hall and the Lightning Emperor skill from the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk are the most suitable skills for you to cultivate. I promise that I'll get you one of them. That's my reward. Purple Firmament Lightning Art? Lightning Emperor skill? This time, it was Baisusu's turn to be shocked. Even with her cold personality, she couldn't help but reveal a hint of shock and excitement in her eyes. If you can get me one of the 2 skills, I'm willing to acknowledge you as my master. Baisusu bit her lips as she looked at Ling Xiao seriously. It was obvious that these 2 peerless techniques were very important to her. You don't have to acknowledge me as your master. I believe in your promise. Ling Xiao said with a smile. His heart skipped a beat. When Baisusu heard about the purple firmament lightning art and the lightning emperor skill, her eyes shone brightly. Baisusu must be someone with a story. It was already unusual for a white snake to possess the bloodline of the thunder dragon. Ling Xiao guessed that Baisusu inherited the bloodline of the lightning dragon from her father or mother. Young Master Long, you can call me Susu from now on. Baisusu suddenly said. Susu? All right. Ling Xiao was stunned for a moment before he said with a smile. The 2 of them left the lightning mountain and flew towards Xianxia and the black donkey. Back then, the black donkey used the Saint Spiritual bracelet to detect a huge Saint Spiritual pool. If it was really a huge Saint Spiritual pool, it would be enough for Xianxia and the rest to cultivate for half a month or even a month. If he was not mistaken, they should still be cultivating in the Saint Spiritual pool. In the Sky Lightning Sea, on top of a gourd-like lightning mountain. At the mouth of the gourd, there was a huge Holy Spirit pool. It was more than 1,000 feet in radius, and it was enveloped in golden Holy Spirit chi. It was shining brightly, and auspicious steam was rising. It was very peaceful. The black donkey had found the Holy Spirit pool using the Holy Spirit bracelet, and it contained a boundless amount of Holy Spirit chi. Right now, the black donkey, Xian Wang, Yap Lianchen, Feng Ya, Feng Xing, and Feng Chong were all standing next to the sacred spirit pool, facing off against a few powerful young men. Junior sister Xian Wang, you've already cultivated in this sacred spirit pool for so long. Shouldn't you let your senior brothers cultivate for a while? We are all brothers and sisters of Aries College. You can't possibly keep everything to yourself, right? A young man in a silver robe sneered. If Ling Xiao was here, he would definitely recognize him as Chu Yunfei. Beside Chu Yunfei stood a young man in a golden robe. His face was indifferent, and his temperament was extraordinary. There was a mysterious fluctuation around his body, and when his eyes opened and closed, it seemed as if there was a strange lightning overflowing from them. This young man in a golden robe had already reached the great circle of the heavenly god realm. He was Chu Yunfan, ranked 10th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, and also Qu Yunfei's older brother. Behind them, there were a few young men and women in black robes. Each of them had a powerful aura, and they were all heavenly gods. Senior brothers, we were the first to discover this sacred spirit pool. If you need it, please go and find it yourselves. Xianwang's eyes were cold as she spoke. Yap Liangchen, Fengya, and Fangxing were furious. Qu Yunfei and Qu Yunfan were very domineering. They actually wanted to chase Xianwang and the others away and then monopolize the Holy Spirit pool. This made them extremely angry. Hee-haw, who do you think you are? This Holy Spirit pool belongs to me, not your Ares college. If you don't want to die, scram. The black donkey's eyes widened, and they were filled with hostility. Bastard! Who gives you the right to speak here? Junior sister Xianwang, is this your pet? If you don't teach him well, I don't mind helping you kill him. Qu Yunfei's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He looked at Xianwang opposite him, and his eyes were filled with jealousy and greed. This Xianwang, who had just entered the college for less than 2 years, had a higher cultivation than him. She had already reached the late stage of the heavenly god realm. Moreover, the Xian king's face was peerlessly beautiful and refined. That kind of graceful and noble aura filled her heart with fire, making her want to take him for herself. Compared to the Xian king, Su Feifei was simply a commoner, not worth mentioning. Damn it, you're the pet. Your whole family are pets. Do you believe that I won't kick you to death with my hoofs? Stupid pig head, get out of my sight. The black donkey was enraged. His eyes were filled with coldness, and his black fur seemed to emit lightning. You're courting death. Killing intent flashed in Qu Yunfei's eyes, and he instantly reached out to grab the black donkey. In his opinion, a mere black donkey dared to speak rudely to him. It didn't matter whose pet it was, it had to die. Boom, Qu Yunfei used the Tiger King's divine claw, which contained an indestructible power. Every claw mark seemed to be able to tear through space. It was incomparably terrifying. Although he couldn't see through the black donkey's cultivation, it was a mere demonic beast. It definitely couldn't block his Tiger King's divine claw. You're courting death. The black donkey sneered and instantly moved. Whoosh, no one saw how the black donkey moved. They only saw a flash of white light, and the black donkey instantly disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, a black donkey hoof appeared behind Qu Yunfei, and then it suddenly kicked down at his head. Bang, a muffled sound rang out. Qu Yunfei felt his vision blur, but he felt like his head had been struck by lightning. He couldn't help but feel his vision go black, and he almost fell from the sky. However, before he could react, the black donkey's hoof landed on his face again. Qu Yunfei's face felt like it had been hit by a divine mountain 1,000,000 times. It was instantly flattened, and his face became a bloody mess. Pfft! Qu Yunfei suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and he was directly sent flying. Everyone was dumbfounded. This black donkey's mouth was very annoying. They had all experienced it before, but they didn't expect the black donkey to be so fast. It was like a ghost, and they couldn't even see a trace of it. Qu Yunfei's cultivation was at the mid-stage heavenly god realm, and he was about to be played to death by the black donkey. Qu Yunfan's gaze turned cold. He stretched out his hand, and a burst of divine power erupted. Suddenly, Qu Yunfei's figure landed beside him. Arg! Beast, I'm going to kill you. Qu Yunfei was about to go crazy. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He wanted to continue attacking the black donkey. Yunfei, you're not its match. Let me do it. Qu Yunfan said calmly. Big brother, kill that black donkey. I want to eat braised black donkey meat. Qu Yunfei gritted his teeth and stared at the black donkey. Sure. Qu Yunfan said calmly. Then, he stepped forward. Boom, his body emitted a terrifying aura. The lightning in the void seemed to be distorted, forming a vast lightning domain around him. 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique? Fangxing's eyes narrowed. He recognized that Qu Yunfan was practicing one of the 9 great techniques, the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique. The 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit Technique could control the 5 elements thunder. Its attack power was unparalleled. It was one of the top techniques among the 9 great techniques. Chu Yunfan used the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique to defeat everyone and stand at the 10th place of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. In the Sky Thunder Sea, the Five Thunder Heavenly Spirit technique's power would be amplified several times. Here, even the eldest senior brother of the Heavenly Spirit technique might not be Chu Yunfan's match. Junior sister Xianwang, junior brother Feng, were all on the same side. I don't want to hurt everyone's friendship. Hand over the black donkey and the sacred spirit pool, and I'll let you go. Chu Yunfan said calmly. Impossible. Xianwang's gaze turned cold as she said firmly. Fangxing gritted his teeth and also did not back down. He stood beside Xianwang. Senior brother Chu, although I'm not a disciple of Aries College, aren't you being a little too overbearing? It's not nice to snatch something from a fellow disciple. Fang Chong, who was as gentle as jade, could not help but say angrily. If you're not a disciple of Aries College, don't speak. Otherwise, you'll be implicated. If you don't agree, then don't blame me for being rude. Chu Yunfan said coldly. Fang Chong was infuriated, and his face turned ugly. Hee, senior brother Fang, don't talk to this shameless bastard, lest you lose your dignity. When Chu Yunfei took over High Heaven Pavilion, he was beaten up by my big brother. Now I'm here to take revenge. Yi Liangchen sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. That's right. I despise this kind of scum who only dares to attack their own people. If you have the ability, why don't you go and rob the Holy Spirit pool of the devil race? Go and snatch the Holy Spirit pools of other academies? You only dare to be ruthless to your own people. What the hell do you think you are? The black donkey sneered and chimed in with Yap Liangchen. Oh? Does that mean all of you are related to that Long Out Yin kid? I've been looking for him all this time, but unfortunately, he only knows how to hide. Since that's the case, I'll have to capture all of you and force Long Out Yin out. Chu Yunfan said calmly as if he was not affected by Yap Liangchen and the black donkey. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Come on, I'll give you a few kicks. The black donkey sneered coldly. Black donkey, let me help you. Let's kill this bastard together. Yap Liangchen stood out and said disdainfully. Even Ling Xiao did not expect the black donkey to collude with Yap Liangchen. Moreover, it seemed like they were very close. Initially, Xianwang and Fangxing were worried that the black donkey would not be able to defeat Chu Yunfan. However, when they saw Yap Liangchen, they could not help but take a few steps back. This Jinx's destructive power was too strong. Especially in a chaotic place like the Sky Lightning Sea, his destructive power was endless. Previously, everyone was worried about the black donkey. Now, they were silently mourning for Chu Yunfan. You're courting death. Chu Yunfan's eyes flashed coldly. Although the black donkey was fast, Chu Yunfan did not think much of it. On the other hand, Yap Liangchen was only at the great true immortal realm. He was simply courting death. Hee, you'll know who's the one courting death later. Bastard, come on, let me give you a few hundred kicks to taste. The black donkey sneered coldly. Its eyes were filled with cunning. In the next moment, a ray of white light flashed and it disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. The black donkey's original form was a white dragon horse. Its innate ability was to travel through the heavens. It was extremely fast. When it moved, it was as if it had teleported. In an instant, it appeared behind Chu Yunfan. The black donkey wanted to use the same trick again. It wanted to defeat Chu Yunfan with one kick. Boom, Chu Yunfan's expression didn't change. It was as if he had already predicted the donkey's move. Lightning flashed around his body, and 5 dazzling lightning bolts appeared behind him and shot towards the donkey. The black donkey was shocked. Chu Yunfan's reaction was really fast. However, it was extremely fast. In a flash, it disappeared behind Chu Yunfan and appeared above Chu Yunfan's head. It wanted to kick Chu Yunfan with one of its hooves. Boom, Chu Yunfan's eyes lit up. He immediately threw a punch at the black donkey. A terrifying fist print exploded. It was as if there were many lightning bolts intertwining with each other. It contained a vast amount of fist energy. The black donkey was sent flying. Yi Liangchen, what are you waiting for? The black donkey was so angry that it screamed. It was hit by Chu Yunfan's fist. The blazing lightning made its body numb. Even its speed was affected. Chu Yunfan seemed to have noticed the change in the black donkey's speed. He suddenly let out a long roar. The roar shook the void. A dazzling lightning spear formed in his hand. It was extremely powerful. Suddenly, it pierced towards the black donkey. Chu Yunfan, don't you know that you're in big trouble? All lightning bolts in the heavens, listen to my command. Kill this bastard. Yi Liangchen stood out arrogantly. He pointed one of his fingers at the sky and the other at the ground. He looked extremely arrogant. When King Xian and the others saw Yi Liangchen standing out, their mouths twitched. They all backed off a few hundred feet at the same time. When Chu Yunfan heard Yi Liangchen's words, he was slightly stunned. He diverted some of his attention to see what Yi Liangchen was up to. However, nothing happened even after half a day. His lightning spear arrived in front of the black donkey in an instant. Crack, however, a purple lightning bolt suddenly shot out from the sea of lightning. It stirred up the lightning bolts in all directions. Chu Yunfan's spear could not help but tremble slightly. It actually stopped for a moment. This is my chance. Boom, Chu Yunfan's lightning spear exploded as if it was hit by an ancient mountain. Chu Yunfan could feel his arm going numb. He could not help but take a few steps back. Eh? Chu Yunfan's eyes twinkled. The purple lightning from the Sea of Thunder was too coincidental. It blocked his spear and made his spear stop for a second. Chu Yunfan's spear was about to pierce through the black donkey's body. However, was it really a coincidence? Chu Yunfan could not help but look at Yi Liangchen suspiciously. What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Black donkey, kill him. Yi Liangchen sneered arrogantly as he looked at Chu Yunfan from the corner of his eyes. All right. Hee-haw. Come on. Let's fight for another 300 rounds. The black donkey screamed and spat out a sharp sword chi of gung metal from its mouth. The sword chi contained an indestructible energy wave and shot towards Chu Yunfan. You're courting death. Chu Yunfan's face turned cold. He was infuriated by Yi Liangchen and the black donkey. Boom, Yi Futian stepped out and flashes of lightning rose around him. He threw a punch at the black donkey. His fist print seemed to encompass the heavens and the earth. His 5 fingers stretched out in the air, and it was as if the 5 elements divine thunder filled the air, trying to imprison the black donkey. The black donkey had extreme speed. However, it was not very powerful. As long as Chu Yunfan could restrict its speed, he would be able to deal with it. Clang, the gung metal sword chi shot out by the black donkey exploded in the sky. It turned into sharp divine light and shot towards Chu Yunfan's vital parts. It was extremely tricky. At the same time, the black donkey rolled its eyes and its body trembled slightly in the sky. In an instant, hundreds of afterimages were formed and shot towards Chu Yunfan from all directions. Boom, the lightning around Chu Yunfan's body exploded and formed a blazing lightning barrier. It deflected the divine light. Under Chu Yunfan's palm attack, numerous lightning bolts shot into the sky and destroyed all the black donkey's afterimages. In the end, Chu Yunfan's palm landed heavily on the black donkey. Boom, the black donkey exploded in the void and turned into nothingness. Not good. Chu Yunfan's eyes lit up. The black donkey in front of him was also a shadow. Then where was the real donkey? However, before Chu Yunfan had time to think, a bolt of lightning suddenly appeared behind him. It turned into a black donkey's hoof, and kicked the back of his head. Bang, Chu Yunfan suddenly blacked out and staggered. He couldn't even stand still. Trash, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the heavens. Chop him to death. Yi Liangchen sneered. Rumble, a mysterious chi was released from Yi Liangchen's body. Suddenly, the blazing lightning in the sea of lightning swept over. Purple, silver and golden lightning turned into lightning dragons. They were exuding a terrifying fluctuation. They intertwined with each other and formed a small thunderstorm. Chu Yunfan cultivated the 5 Thunder Heavenly Spirit cultivation method, but the terrifying thunderstorm instantly deprived him of his perception of the law of thunder and directly struck him in the face. Get out of my way. Chu Yunfan's eyes were solemn as he roared. The divine light around his body burst out, and his divine power rose. He leaped into the sky, trying to avoid the small thunderstorm. Bang! However, the black donkey's face appeared in front of Qi Yunfan's face in an instant. "You didn't expect this, right?" the black donkey said with a smile. Its face looked like it was asking for a beating. It then kicked Qi Yunfan with its hoof again. This time, the angle of the kick was very tricky. It was at the point where Qi Yunfan's divine energy was depleted. Qi Yunfan was knocked down from the sky. Rumble, the small thunderstorm completely exploded. The thunderstorm in the Sea of Lightning was extremely terrifying. It was formed by the chaotic lightning energy. Even a divine king like Ji Huang couldn't withstand the powerful thunderstorm. Although the power of the small thunderstorm was weaker, it was enough to threaten the life of a great circle heavenly god. Qi Yunfan was extremely depressed. However, at this moment, the lightning around him exploded. The chaotic energy rushed into his body and destroyed all the meridians in his body. Even though Qi Yunfan was very powerful, his internal organs were still injured by the chaotic lightning. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Puff, Qi Yunfan's face was extremely pale as he was thrown out of the thunderstorm. "Brother!" Qi Yunfei was shocked. His eyes were full of anxiety. He hurriedly rushed over and helped Qi Yunfan up. He even began to panic. His elder brother, Qi Yunfan, who had always been invincible in his heart, was seriously injured. And the one who heavily injured him was actually a black donkey. There was also a brat who was only at the grand completion true god realm. It made him feel that it was simply too sinister, especially Yi Liangchen. His words were like the law. It was as if all the lightning in the heavenly lightning sea were under his command. Even Qi Yunfan was severely injured by the lightning storm. Cough cough. Very good. It has been many years since someone could injure me so badly. You should be proud. Qi Yunfan's face was pale but his eyes were as cold and sharp as a blade. He stared at Yi Liangchen and the black donkey with a murderous look in his eyes. Boom, a terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Qi Yunfan's body. Senior brother Chu, we are all from the same sect. Why do we have to fight to this extent? Why don't we both take a step back and agree to let you enter the sacred spirit pool with us to cultivate? Fang Xing and King Xian looked at each other. There was a hint of worry in their eyes. They could see that Qi Yunfan's combat strength was extremely terrifying. They were too careless just now. If he unleashed his full combat strength, Yi Liangchen and the black donkey might not be able to stop him. You want to take a step back? It's too late. Qi Yunfan said coldly. He was completely enraged by Yi Liangchen and the black donkey. Swoosh! Swoosh! Suddenly, a few ear-piercing sounds could be heard. They landed beside Qi Yunfan and the others in an instant, emitting an extremely powerful aura. They were a few young men and women dressed in long black robes. The men were handsome, while the women were charming and charming. Their faces were brimming with confidence. Qi Yunfan, you've been cultivating for the past few years. You can't even defeat a brat at the complete true immortal realm. The muscular young man sneered. King Kong? Why are you here? Qi Yunfan's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. Even though King Kong's cultivation base was the same as his, great perfection heavenly god, King Kong's fighting prowess was extremely terrifying. He was the strongest expert in the current generation of Overlord College and was rumored to be on par with great senior brother Tiangang. Although Qi Yunfan had fought with him a few times, he had lost more than he won. The sacred spirit pool is good stuff. With the sacred spirit Qi, you can accumulate enough foundation to break through to the divine king realm. Why do you think I'm here? King Kong smiled faintly as he looked at the sacred spirit pool behind King Xian and the others. His eyes were burning with desire. This sacred spirit pool belongs to Ares College. It has nothing to do with you. You'd better leave. Qi Yunfan's eyes turned cold. He did not expect King Kong to be interested in the sacred spirit pool. He had long regarded the sacred spirit pool as his exclusive property. He did not expect King Kong to appear out of nowhere after suffering a loss at the hands of Yi Liangchen and the black donkey. Qi Yunfan, haven't I made myself clear enough? This sacred spirit pool belongs to me. If you don't want to embarrass yourself, you'd better leave now. King Kong's eyes turned cold as he glared at Qi Yunfan. Rumble, his body exuded an incomparably terrifying fluctuation as his blood and chi rose. It felt as if an archaean ferocious beast had been awakened. King Kong's body was covered with a layer of mysterious and bright Buddhist light. There seemed to be a mysterious chanting that sounded ancient and ethereal. Your Vajra battle body has already reached the advanced level? Chu Yunfan's face darkened as he said. The King Kong battle body was the same as the immortal body. They were both powerful body refining techniques. The great completion realm of the King Kong battle body was equivalent to the complete fourth stage of the immortal body. In the entire Ares College, only big brother Tiangang could defeat King Kong in terms of physical strength. Although Chu Yunfan did not want to admit it, he knew that he was no match for King Kong. That's right. I want to test Tiangang's indestructible battle body, but you are no match for me. Scram! King Kong sneered. Chu Yunfan's face darkened, and he stood there in silence. Big brother, are we really going to just let it go? Chu Yunfei was not willing to give up. That was a giant sacred spirit pool. There were probably only a few of them in the entire Sky Lightning Sea. Naturally, he was not willing to give it up. What else can we do? I'm no match for King Kong. Chu Yunfan said sadly. The rest of you, scram as well. However, this black donkey isn't bad. Give it to me and I'll let you go. King Kong glanced at King Xian, Yi Liangchen, and the others. Finally, he looked at Black Donkey. The Black Donkey was instantly enraged. You dog, who are you talking about? Do you believe that I won't kill you? Oh? She has quite a temper, but I like it. Such a black donkey with such character. If it's slaughtered, it should taste quite good. King Kong looked at Black Donkey in surprise, and there was a hint of passion in his eyes. Black Donkey felt goosebumps all over his body. He looked at King Kong with disgust and said, You dog, I'm not gay. If you dare to look at me like that again, I'll gouge your eyes out. Hee, it's good to have character. However, there's nothing I can do if you don't know what's good for you. I wonder who raised such an arrogant black donkey. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master. King Kong sneered and stared at Black Donkey. Rumble, his body was surrounded by a golden aura, and he exuded an extremely powerful aura. It was as if he was going to attack Black Donkey at any time. Who do you think you are? How dare you teach Black Donkey a lesson on behalf of me? Suddenly, a cold and indifferent voice exploded in the sky. Swoosh, swoosh. Two beams of dazzling light shot over from afar, and they instantly appeared above Thunder Mountain, exuding a powerful aura. It was a young man and a young woman. The young man was wearing a snow-white robe, and the young woman was wearing a fluttering white dress. They were Ling Xiao and Bai Susu who were rushing over. Junior brother Long? Ha ha ha. My elder brother is back. You bastards are dead meat. King Xian, Yap Liangchen, and the others were pleasantly surprised. King Kong's eyes flashed as he looked at Ling Xiao. He could tell that Ling Xiao was only a middle-stage heavenly god. Due to Bai Susu's heaven-shrouding secret skill, her aura was ethereal. Even King Kong could not tell her true cultivation level. Who are you? King Kong asked indifferently. Black Donkey is my mount. This sacred spirit pool is also mine. Who do you think I am? The people from Tyrant Academy are really domineering. I'd like to see how you're going to kill Black Donkey in front of me. Ling Xiao sneered, and a cold killing intent flashed in his eyes. Ever since Xiongba in the Void Realm, Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of the Tyrant Academy. Now that King Kong wanted to snatch the sacred spirit pool and kill the Black Donkey, Ling Xiao was filled with murderous intent. Do you need my help? Bai Susu asked Ling Xiao telepathically. No need. I'd like to see what's so special about Tyrant Academy's disciples. Ling Xiao replied with a cold smile. Long Out Yen? Brother, this kid is Long Out Yen. Chu Yunfei said to Chu Yunfan when he saw Ling Xiao. There was a complicated look in his eyes. Middle stage heavenly god realm cultivation level, and his indestructible war body has probably reached the 3rd or 4th level. This kid's strength has increased so quickly. Chu Yunfan narrowed his eyes. Chu Yunfei had asked him to teach Ling Xiao a lesson, but in just 2 years, Ling Xiao had reached the middle stage heavenly god realm. Xu Yunfan was shocked. Humph. So what if his strength has increased quickly? Now that he has met King Kong, he still dares to be so arrogant. No one can save him. Xu Yunfei sneered. Seeing that Ling Xiao was going to fight King Kong, he was secretly pleased. If King Kong could kill Ling Xiao, he would feel even better. You're called Long Out Yen? This name was really arrogant. Middle stage heavenly god realm cultivation level, and you've even cultivated the indestructible war body? However, you're not my match. If Tian Gang comes, he might be able to fight me. King Kong's eyes flashed as he sneered. Is that so? Then I'd like to give it a try. Ling Xiao said indifferently, but the sharpness in his eyes was getting stronger. Boom. You actually cultivated the undying war body to the 4th level? Looks like I've misjudged you. But if you want to fight me, let's see if you can take a punch from me. King Kong sneered, slightly surprised. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to cultivate the undying war body to such a level. Boom, he stomped his foot, and the void shook. The terrifying power even spread to the vast sea of lightning below. Beams of divine light shot up into the sky and exploded between heaven and earth. He abruptly threw a punch at Ling Xiao. His fist was incomparably blazing, illuminating the heavens in all directions. This was the Vajra Seal, one of the most powerful fist techniques in the Tyrant Sky Academy. When combined with King Kong's Vajra battle body, it actually exploded with terrifying power. King Kong's punch seemed to be able to destroy the world. The vast power of the punch enveloped the entire area. Good. Ling Xiao's eyes lit up. His fighting spirit rose, and the blood in his body seemed to be burning. The guardian deity seal had made him feel a little threatened, but it had also stimulated a strong fighting spirit in his heart. Gotcha, Ling Xiao also punched out. The god of war fist exploded. In the blazing divine light, a mysterious and ancient aura gushed out. It was as if an ancient god of war had punched out with an eternal fist. Both of their bodies were pushed to the extreme, emitting mysterious waves. Bang, it was as if 2 small suns had collided. With a loud bang, dozens of huge waves exploded in the sea of lightning with Ling Xiao and King Kong at the center. This was the pure power of the physical body. It was also the ultimate collision. Ling Xiao and King Kong were both sent flying at the same time. This punch was actually evenly matched. Your physical body is actually so strong? King Kong's gaze became serious. He could feel that Ling Xiao's undying war body was only at the 4th level. His 5 internal organs' divine palaces were not complete. Compared to his Vajra battle body, it was still a little weaker. But even so, Ling Xiao's physical body was actually not weaker than his. That incomparably fierce aura was even stronger than his. As expected of the Vajra battle body. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he nodded. King Kong was also a talented individual. Like him, King Kong had achieved godhood through his physical body. If Ling Xiao had not cultivated both the indestructible battle body and the ancestral dragon's secret skill, he might not have been King Kong's match in terms of physical body. Again. King Kong gritted his teeth. The battle intent in his heart was completely ignited, and he began to treat Ling Xiao as a real opponent. Boom. 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 King Kong's chi and blood rose all over his body, emitting a dark golden light. His entire body seemed to be made of metal. Every punch he threw out produced bursts of explosive sounds. Ling Xiao and King Kong continued to collide. In an instant, they had blasted out hundreds of punches. Both of them were imposing like 2 immemorial sacred mountains colliding. It was extremely intense. It had to be said that the Vajra before him was extremely powerful. The Vajra battle body combined with the Vajra seal made him seem like a Buddhist Vajra with boundless divine power. Ling Xiao also had to unleash all of his combat strength to be able to fight against King Kong. The collision between the two of them was like a real dragon soaring into the sky. The surrounding sky thunder sea exploded violently, and the thunder mountains trembled as if they were going to shatter at any time. Ling Xiao and King Kong were extremely fast. Countless afterimages appeared in the void, and the crowd could not even see the two of them clearly. Junior Brother Long's combat strength is actually so strong? Could it be that Junior Brother Long can really fight Senior Brother Big Dipper? Fangxing was so shocked that his mouth was agape. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Big Dipper was the idol of everyone in Aries College. He was also Fangxing's idol. King Kong was even said to be able to fight Big Dipper to a draw. Now that Fangxing saw Ling Xiao and King Kong fighting to such an extent, he felt that it was unreal. Big Brother is awesome. Big Brother is so powerful. Yi Liangchen chuckled. His eyes shone brightly as if he was not surprised at all. This kid is getting stronger and stronger. Black Donkey also whispered at the side. The two brothers, Chu Yunfei and Chu Yunfan, were even more shocked. Big Brother, am I seeing things? Is this guy really Long Out Yen? 2 years ago, he was only slightly stronger than me. How can he be so strong now? Chu Yunfei was on the verge of breaking down. He was like a deflated balloon. There was no longer any hatred in his heart for Ling Xiao. In fact, there was even a trace of uncontrollable fear spreading in his heart. To be able to fight King Kong, even if Long Out Yen is not as strong as Big Dipper, he should be close. He is stronger than me. Chu Yunfan said calmly. There was a bitter smile and a sigh at the corner of his mouth. He was even a little relieved that he did not listen to Chu Yunfei and find trouble with Ling Xiao. Otherwise, he would have been humiliated. Compared to such a peerless monster, Chu Yunfan had to admit that he was not as strong as Ling Xiao. Hearing Chu Yunfan admit that Long Out Yen was stronger than him, Chu Yunfei could not help but feel discouraged. He no longer had any thoughts of finding trouble with Long Out Yen. Right now, he was even thinking about how to make Long Ao Tian not hate him. Should he tie up that little slut Su Fei Fei and give her to Long Ao Tian? Speaking of which, all this trouble was caused by that little bitch behind his back. Boom, there was another earth-shattering collision. Like a tsunami, the heavenly lightning sea created monstrous waves. Bolts of lightning exploded and swept towards Ling Xiao and King Kong. However, when the dazzling fist exploded, those bolts of lightning could not even get close to Ling Xiao and King Kong. They exploded in the void. Ha ha ha. This feels good. King Kong laughed heartily as he looked at Ling Xiao with an even more passionate gaze. He was called a battle maniac in Overlord College. Not only the disciples of Overlord College, but many elders were also annoyed by him. Now that he met Ling Xiao, who was on par with him, he was naturally excited. Fight! Ling Xiao also let out a roar, his eyes blazing with passion. In the battle with King Kong, he felt that the immortal war body was improving rapidly. He even had a deeper understanding of the King of War Fist and other martial arts. Gotcha, the two of them went from the void to the vast heavenly lightning sea. Then, they charged towards Thunder Crash Mountain that was floating on the sea. They were like two human-shaped tyrannosauruses, smashing Thunder Crash Mountain into smithereens. However, a sudden change occurred in the heavenly lightning sea that no one had expected. Boom, above the heavenly thunder sea in the distance, a dazzling divine light soared into the sky. Thousands of auspicious colors, thousands of rays of light, an ancient and mysterious heavenly palace slowly floated up, appearing in front of everyone's eyes. It was an incomparably majestic heavenly palace. It floated in the sky and was supported by resplendent clouds. It was surrounded by incomparably gorgeous symbols. Mysterious celestial music lingered in the air. The heavenly palace was golden in color. It was crystal clear and exuded an ancient and majestic aura. It was like the palace of the ancient heavenly emperor. Anyone who looked at it would feel their heart tremble. The heavenly palace has appeared. Everyone, let's go. That's the palace of the ancient heavenly emperor. It contains countless treasures, scriptures of the great emperor, and ultimate emperor weapons. It's full of treasures. Get out of my way. Everyone in the sky lightning sea started to go crazy. Their eyes were filled with a blazing light. No one knew where the news came from. It was said that there was a heavenly emperor's palace in the heavenly lightning sea with countless treasures. Now, seeing that the heavenly palace had really come into being, everyone immediately began to go crazy. The heavenly palace? This aura. It's definitely beyond the level of a supreme god. It might not be the palace of the heavenly emperor, but it's at least the palace of a saint. Chu Yunfan's body trembled, and his eyes were filled with shock. Brother, let's go then. The treasures in the heavenly palace. If you can get a powerful inheritance or a saint treasure or emperor weapon, you'll be rich. Chu Yunfei's eyes lit up as he encouraged them. Let's go. Chu Yunfan was also tempted. He glanced at Ling Xiao, King Kong, and the others and left decisively. He brought Chu Yunfei and the others and flew toward the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace has appeared? After another fierce collision, King Kong and Ling Xiao's blood boiled. Their bodies exuded a powerful aura. King Kong stared at the majestic heavenly palace in the sky. His eyes were also filled with passion. Ha ha ha. Long Outyin, it's so fun to fight with you. Now that the heavenly palace has appeared, why don't we stop fighting for a while? I'll fight with you after I get the treasures in the heavenly palace. King Kong laughed and said. The heavenly palace? I'll be waiting for you to challenge me anytime. Ling Zhao's eyes glinted as he spoke. Good. Let's go. King Kong couldn't wait any longer. That huge and majestic heavenly palace had completely captured his attention. He no longer had any intention to continue fighting with Ling Xiao. Instantly, he led the Overlord College disciples towards the heavenly palace. Junior brother Long, there might really be a supreme treasure in that heavenly palace. Why don't we go and try our luck? Fang Xing and the others also walked over, their eyes filled with excitement. The appearance of this heavenly palace is too strange. I'm afraid there's a problem. Ling Xiao looked at the crowd and said slowly. Oh? Why is that so? Fang Xing and the others asked curiously. Ling Xiao said, I once met Bo Jia from the Sky Devil tribe and many other demon race experts at the bottom of the Sky Lightning Sea. At that time, they were discussing some sort of conspiracy. I heard the words heavenly palace from them. Ling Xiao roughly explained the situation of his encounter with Bo Jia at the bottom of the Sky Lightning Sea. Ling Xiao already had some suspicions. Now that a heavenly palace had appeared out of nowhere, his suspicions were magnified. He guessed that this heavenly palace was most likely created by Bo Jia. Bo Jia from the Sky Devil tribe? That bastard likes to scheme. Big brother, let's go and kill those bastards together. Yi Liangchen exclaimed. There was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. He had experienced the battle in the Sky Devil Valley 2 years ago. Naturally, he knew that Bo Jia had schemed against everyone in the Sky Devil Valley. He wanted everyone to become food for his world-etching bugs. If Ling Xiao had not exterminated the world-etching bugs, the human race experts would have suffered heavy casualties in that battle. Therefore, Yi Liangchen had a deep impression of Bo Jia. Although the Sky Devil tribe is a sage demon race in the demon world, they are the most similar to humans. They are also known as the smartest demon race. They are good at scheming. If this heavenly palace was really created by them, it might be possible. Lord Xian's eyes lit up as he said slowly. Then what should we do? Many human race experts have been attracted to the heavenly palace. Are we not going to do anything? Fang Chong was a little anxious. Speaking of which, he was a gentleman with a strong sense of justice. He always wanted to do something to save the human race from the abyss of suffering. So what if they are the bastards of the Sky Devil tribe? Why don't we just charge in and kill them all? Is there a need to go through so much trouble? The black donkey sneered, appearing extremely arrogant and haughty. However, everyone automatically ignored the black donkey's words. This fellow loved to boast. If the demons were so easy to kill, then there wouldn't be so many human experts who died in the fiend god space over the years. Needless to say, according to the information provided by Ling Xiao, the demon clan had at least 2 demon god kings and over 100 heavenly god realm powerhouses. This was only on the surface. As for how many powerhouses there were in the dark, no one knew. Buzz, suddenly, the wordless heavenly book in Ling Zhao's mind trembled slightly. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. A deep light flashed in his eyes as though he had thought of something. He looked at everyone and said slowly, no matter what, we should go to the heavenly palace to take a look. We should try to find out what the demon race is up to. However, it's best that we stay together. Once we discover danger, retreat immediately. Hearing Ling Zhao's words, everyone expressed their agreement. The heavenly palace in the distant sky was ancient and mysterious, vast and majestic. It was full of temptation for everyone. Even though everyone already knew that it was very likely a conspiracy of the Heavenly Fiend clan, they still could not help but want to take a look. Swoosh! 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 Ling Xiao and the others leaped up together and flew towards the heavenly palace in the sky. As Ling Xiao flew towards the heavenly palace, he carefully sensed the reaction of the wordless heavenly book. At the same time, he verified his guess and was closer to the truth. If it's really that kind of thing, Boji really wants to play big this time. Does he really think that he can capture all the humans in one fell swoop? Ling Xiao's eyes became extremely deep and serene. The reason why he chose to go to the heavenly palace was because he felt that although it was a crisis, it was also a great opportunity for him. If he planned it well, he might be able to improve his cultivation and obtain great benefits. The heavenly palace was tens of thousands of feet tall. Its entire body looked like it was made of gold. It was majestic and surrounded by endless divine light. At this moment, the door of the heavenly palace was completely open. A mysterious aura gushed out, invigorating everyone who took a whiff of it. It was the purest saint spiritual qi. Everyone felt that the heavenly palace was like an extremely huge Holy Spirit pool. The Holy Spirit qi was endless, and it was extremely pure. Figures flew over from afar. When they saw the door of the heavenly palace open, they all entered the heavenly palace excitedly. When Ling Xiao and the rest arrived in front of the heavenly palace, they saw that the human experts had already disappeared into the heavenly palace. When the two doors of the heavenly palace opened, the saint spiritual qi gushed out. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was like the mouth of an archean ferocious beast, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. Junior brother Long, are we going in directly? Fangxing looked at the door of the heavenly palace in front of him. Although he was excited, he still asked Ling Xiao cautiously. Let's go in first. At least, there shouldn't be any danger for now. The corner of Ling Xiao's mouth twitched slightly. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He was now 100% sure how Bo Jia had set up such a huge heavenly palace. This was not the heavenly palace at all. It was the illusion demonic ancient tree. Finally, Ling Xiao saw the illusion demonic ancient tree for the first time in the realm of the gods. In the war god's world, he had encountered the illusory demonic ancient tree a few times. Each time, he had encountered the illusory demonic ancient tree, which had brought him great danger. However, it had also brought him countless opportunities. This was because the origin energy contained in the illusion demonic ancient tree was extremely important for repairing the wordless heavenly book. The illusion demonic ancient tree was the mother tree of the demon clan. Legend had it that there was an illusion demonic ancient tree in the demon realm. The first generation of demon clan ancestors grew from the illusion demonic ancient tree. Therefore, in the demon realm, the illusion demonic ancient tree was the belief and totem of the demon clan. Only the most powerful demon clan had the illusion demonic ancient tree. And was extremely precious. Ling Xiao was puzzled about how the heavenly palace could appear out of thin air in the heavenly thunder sea. Now, he was completely sure that it was not a heavenly palace. An illusion. Of the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Of. Both of these were extremely difficult to achieve. However, Ling Xiao knew that the human clan experts were not in any danger for the time being. Since Boji had taken out the illusion demonic ancient tree, he would not be satisfied with just killing a few human clan experts. He would definitely attract more human clan experts, including divine king experts. Therefore, Ling Xiao led King Xian and the rest into the heavenly palace. Rumble, dazzling light shone before them. Streaks of divine light bloomed like lightning. Ling Xiao and the rest felt that the light in front of them had changed. They appeared in a foreign space. To be exact, they were in a dazzling galaxy. They were surrounded by dazzling stars that sparkled like jewels. They lit up the lonely and dark sky. The galaxy stretched for hundreds of millions of miles. It was extremely beautiful. The group stood on top of the galaxy. Countless resplendent light clusters floated in front of the crowd. These light clusters were like stars that could be touched with one's hands. When Ling Xiao and the rest appeared, they saw many people collecting the dazzling light balls. Some of them were even fighting over the treasures in the light balls. Hand over the Heavenly King scripture in your hand. Otherwise, you will die. Why should I? I got this scripture first. Go get it yourself if you have the ability. A group of middle-aged men in black robes surrounded a young man in white. They stared at the page of golden scripture in the young man's hand with greed. Although the young man in white was a little afraid, he still said stubbornly. Many human race experts found that although there were many bright balls of light, only a few would appear after a certain period of time. Only then could they be collected by the crowd. Therefore, the person who obtained the treasures in the light balls became the target of everyone. There were scriptures, peerless martial arts, powerful holy treasures, incomparably precious elixirs. There were all kinds of treasures in the light balls. It could be said that it had completely aroused the greed in everyone's heart. Ha ha ha. I got a holy treasure. If you are not afraid of death, come and take it. A thin young man roared crazily. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He held a black saber in his hand. It flowed with a mysterious holy light. The saber light was blazing and bright. There were several corpses lying at his feet. They had died extremely miserably. I got the legendary eternal creation elixir. This peerless holy sword is mine. All of you, get out of my way. Anyone who gets in my way will die. This scripture belongs to me. All of you, go to hell. Many experts of the human clan went completely crazy. Their eyes were filled with excitement and exhilaration. Due to the appearance of the treasures in the light balls, it immediately caused a fight between the crowd. There were endless screams. Many human clan experts were killed in the Star River. Soon, the void was filled with a thick smell of blood. Junior brother Long, do you think the treasures in the light balls are real? Fangxing and Fangchong were eager to try, but they were also very cautious. You can give it a try. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said noncommittally. Can we really snatch them? Yi Liangchen's eyes lit up. Go ahead. Ling Xiao nodded. He also wanted to verify what the treasures in the light balls were. This was because Ling Xiao could feel that the holy light emitted from the holy treasures did not seem fake. After all, it was difficult to kill so many experts even in an illusion. All right. Ha ha ha. Let's go and snatch one for fun. Yi Liangchen and the black donkey were excited. Boom, at this moment, a bright light burst out from the Star River. Suddenly, 7 or 8 light balls flew out from it. Everyone could see that there were powerful weapons, mysterious elixirs, and even inheritance scriptures in the 7 to 8 balls of light. The inheritance scriptures that appeared in the 3 balls of light became the target of everyone's intense competition. Rumble, above the galaxy, many human experts fought fiercely over the 7 to 8 balls of light. All of them attacked with all their might, trying to snatch the great opportunity in the balls of light. Whoosh, the black donkey was the fastest. This guy was very cunning. When the balls of light flew out, he had already calculated the location of the balls of light. In addition to his extreme speed, he snatched one of the bright balls of light and flew back to Ling Zhao's side in an instant. Hee hee. No matter how cunning they are, they still have to drink my foot-washing water. Hurry up and see what's inside. The black donkey laughed proudly. Then, he handed the ball of light to Ling Xiao so that he could check the page of golden scriptures in the ball of light. That's right, the black donkey had snatched one of the 3 balls of light that contained the inheritance scriptures. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he took the ball of light. Divine light burst out from his hand and the ball of light exploded into a rain of light, revealing the inheritance scriptures within. Mysterious light lingered and runes filled the air. This page of inheritance scriptures looked extremely ancient, as though it contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Seeing this page of inheritance scriptures, Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, Fang Chong, and Fang Xing were all attracted. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. It's actually the seed of the demonic illusion ancient tree? No wonder it's so realistic. It can even simulate the mysterious aura of the inheritance scriptures. Ling Zhao's eyes seemed to turn golden at this moment. He activated the textless heavenly book and the secret skill of destiny. In front of Ling Xiao, the world seemed to have turned into chaos. Lines of precepts ran in all directions. Ling Xiao glanced at the inheritance scriptures in his hand and could tell that it was the seed of the demonic illusion ancient tree. It exuded a rich and majestic origin energy. This galaxy was the trunk of the demonic illusion ancient tree. It was 1,000,000 feet tall and stood between heaven and earth. It exuded an extremely terrifying aura. However, Ling Xiao only took a closer look. After engraving the full appearance of the demonic illusion ancient tree in his heart, he stopped instantly. The illusory fiend ancient tree in front of him was too terrifying. Ling Xiao did not want to alert the enemy, not to mention that Boji and the others had yet to appear. Many experts of the human race had been attracted by the treasures in the galaxy. At this moment, they were not vigilant at all. In Ling Xiao's eyes, they had become food for the phantom devil ancient tree. It was just that the conspiracy of the devil race had not yet begun, so they appeared to be very calm. The seed of the illusory demonic ancient tree was about the size of a fist. It was branded with many mysterious patterns that looked like the pattern of a demon god. It was ferocious and terrifying, and it emitted a strange aura. Ling Xiao could feel that the aura was able to affect one's primordial spirit. Not only would it cause one to sink deeper into the illusion of the heavenly palace, but it would also trigger the desire to kill. What a vicious plan. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. Just the seeds of the illusory fiend ancient alone were enough to cause many human experts to kill each other. Whoosh, at this moment, a burly man in a black robe flew towards Ling Xiao. He was emitting a strong murderous aura. Looking at the ball of light in Ling Xiao's hand, his eyes were burning with greed. Most importantly, his cultivation level had already reached the Divine King realm. Kid, hand over the Inheritance Sutra in your hand, and I will spare your lives. The burly man in the black robe said coldly. That's the third of the 3 demons equal to heaven, Qi Wang's son? How dare he snatch something from a disciple of Ares College? How bold! Someone's eyes flashed as he could not help but exclaim. Apparently, he had recognized the burly man in the black robe. The 3 demons equal to heaven were 3 infamous bandits in the mythical space. Each of them was of the Divine King realm. They were extremely powerful and ferocious. Not only did they hunt down experts of the devil race, but they also hunted down experts of the human race. Therefore, most people would avoid the 3 demons equal to heaven. No one had expected Qi Wang's son to be eyeing the Inheritance Sutra in Ling Xiao's hand. So what if he's from Ares College? Hanli from Ares College is not here. How can a few ordinary disciples be a match for Qi Wang's son? I'm afraid they will just hand it over obediently. What can they do? Qi Wang's son is already a divine king. Even Xu Yunfan would not stand up for them. Everyone was discussing among themselves as they looked at Qi Wang's son in awe. Big brother, there's no need to offend Qi Wang's son for those bastards. Long Outyen is too arrogant. Let Qi Wang's son teach him a lesson. Xu Yunfei said with a cold smile. Xu Yunfan furrowed his brows, but he did not say anything in the end. Qi Wang's son, are you trying to make an enemy out of Ares College? We were the ones who got the Inheritance Sutra, why should we give it to you? Fangxing stared at Qi Wang's son coldly and said. That's right. Qi Wang's son, don't push it too far. The Imperial College is not a pushover. Fang Chong said coldly. Seeing that both Fang Xing and Fang Chong had spoken, and that the students from Ares College and Imperial College had gathered together, Qi Wangsuan's eyes flashed. Ares College and the Imperial College were famous for being protective of their students. However, these 2 colleges were extremely powerful. If they offended them, the 3 demons equal to heaven might not be afraid of them, but they would have to suffer a lot in the future. However, Qi Wang's son had the pride of a divine king. He sneered and said, so what if you are from Ares College and the Imperial College? I was the one who wanted the Inheritance Sutra first. I didn't expect you to steal it from me. Hand it over and I won't do anything to you. In fact, Qi Wang's son was right. He had his eyes on the Inheritance Sutra for a long time. However, before he could do anything, Black Donkey had stolen it from him. Naturally, he was not happy about it. Moreover, the strongest among the disciples from Ares College and the Imperial College was only in the late heavenly god realm. He did not care about them at all. You really want the Inheritance Sutra? Ling Xiao suddenly raised his head and looked at Qi Wang's son with a strange expression. Qi Wang's son was taken aback, but he still sneered and said, that's right. As long as you hand it over, I won't do anything to you. Alright, the Inheritance Sutra is yours. Ling Xiao said calmly and threw the Inheritance Sutra to Qi Huangsun. Everyone was stunned. Xian Wang, Yap Liangchen, Fang Xing, and Fang Chong were all confused by Ling Zhao's actions. However, they were reassured by Ling Zhao's look. They knew that Ling Xiao had his reasons for doing so. Very well. Kid, at least you know what's good for you. Qi Huangsun was taken aback by Ling Zhao's words. However, he quickly took the book and walked away with a cold smile. Qi Huangsun did not want to fight with the students of Aries College and Imperial College in front of so many people. It was a good thing that Ling Xiao was willing to hand it over. As for those who didn't get to watch a good show, they looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and disdain. Even though they knew that Ling Xiao was no match for Qi Huangsun, they did not expect a student of Aries College to hand over the book just because of a few words from Qi Huangsun. Brother, did you see that? Long Outyen is a coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Just one Qi Huangsun is enough to scare him. He is a disgrace to Aries College. Chu Yunfei sneered. Hearing the mockery of Ling Xiao from the surrounding people, he felt very pleased in his heart. Bully the weak and fear the strong? I don't think so. Do you think King Kong is a pushover? Chu Yunfan's eyes flashed with a strange light as he said slowly. Chu Yunfei's face froze when he heard Chu Yunfan's words. King Kong was the most outstanding student of the Overlord College. His King Kong battle body and King Kong seal were well known. Even though he was only in the great circle of the heavenly god stage, many people said that he had the combat power of a divine king. Ling Xiao was able to fight King Kong to a draw. Why would he be afraid of Qi Huangsun? Thinking of this, although Chu Yunfei was not convinced in his heart, he still fell silent. Yunfei, tell all the students not to fight for those balls of light. If I'm not mistaken, there's something wrong with those balls of light. Chu Yunfan suddenly opened his mouth and said. There was a deep light in his eyes. What? Big brother, why? Those balls of light contain incomparably precious treasures. Chu Yunfei immediately asked anxiously. Let's take a look first. Listen to me, don't move. Although Chu Yunfan didn't know what was wrong, he suddenly felt a little scared, as if there was something evil hidden in those light balls. Junior brother Long, why did you give that scripture to Qi Huangsun? Fang Xing couldn't help but ask Ling Xiao with a puzzled look. Ling Xiao glanced at the crowd. Their eyes were filled with doubt as they waited for him to explain. After all, they didn't think that Ling Xiao was afraid of Qi Huangsun. Listen carefully to what I'm about to say, but don't reveal any strange expressions. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he transmitted his voice to everyone. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts and secretly nodded their heads. That's not an inheritance scripture at all, but the seed of the illusory demonic ancient tree. The heavenly palace you see is not a heavenly palace, but an illusory space formed by the illusory demon ancient tree. Ling Xiao slowly told everyone what he had seen. Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, and the rest looked calm on the surface. However, when they heard Ling Zhao's words, their hearts were in turmoil. The illusory demonic ancient tree, everyone knew what the illusory demonic ancient tree meant. The illusory demonic ancient tree was the ancestral spiritual root of the demon race, but it was also a nightmare for the human race. During the war between the demon race and the demon race, the illusory demonic ancient tree had caused a lot of casualties to the human race. The thought of falling into an eternal dream, being turned into a mindless puppet, and being turned into fertilizer for the illusory demonic ancient tree, deeply infuriated every human cultivator. If they knew that the illusory demonic ancient tree had appeared in the mythical space, not only the 5 academies, but also the 3 immortal sanctuaries would be alarmed. Junior brother Long, if we're really trapped in the illusory demonic ancient tree, I'm afraid we won't be able to escape. Fang Chong's eyes were filled with worry. Don't worry, everyone. The Phantom Fiend ancient tree is not an invincible existence. At the very least, I've already discovered its existence. So, what we need to do now is to not touch those seeds of the Phantom Fiend ancient tree and find a way to escape. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he spoke to everyone. He did not plan on letting anyone know that he was going to use the wordless heavenly book against the illusory demonic ancient tree. Ling Xiao had taken the risk to enter the heavenly palace because he wanted to discover the illusory demonic ancient tree's weakness and find an opportunity to kill it in a single strike. Soon, more and more human cultivators entered the heavenly palace. Disciples from the 5 academies had also come. Senior sister Qinglian of the Taishangdao Palace had also entered. When she saw Ling Xiao, Fan Chong, and the others, she brought people to meet up with Ling Xiao. Qinglian's expression became extremely solemn when she heard Ling Xiao mention the illusory demonic ancient tree. She immediately used a special method to contact the god kings of the Taishangdao Palace, wanting to inform them of this matter. In the endless void, Boji stood in the air with a group of demon race experts, radiating an extremely majestic presence. Below Boji, there was a 1,000,000-foot-tall illusory demonic ancient tree rooted in the void. Its thick roots were dormant like dragons, reaching into the depths of the void and absorbing the endless void's energy. The illusory demonic ancient tree was luxuriant with branches and leaves that covered the sky. It radiated a monstrous demonic chi. Its leaves were as black as ink, branded with mysterious patterns, as if they were phantoms of a demon god. From where Boji stood, he could see that the illusory demonic ancient tree seemed to have formed a huge barrier around it. It was like a bubble, misty and mysterious. The human cultivators had already entered the barrier and were immersed in the heavenly palace's illusory demonic realm. Young master, there are already over 1,000 human cultivators who have entered the heavenly palace. There are even 3 god kings. Can we make our move now? Behind Boji, a god king with a tiger's head and a human's body bowed respectfully to Boji. His aura was terrifying and his eyes were cruel. Let's wait a little longer. The god kings of the 5 academies had yet to arrive. If we make our move now, wouldn't we be letting them off easy? This time I will kill all the god kings of the 5 academies to avenge Close and the other 2. Boji sneered, his gaze becoming incomparably deep and serene. Young lord, the human race is full of cunning and cunning. I'm afraid that the 5 academies have a treasure that can deal with the illusory demonic ancient tree. That would be troublesome. Another demon god king behind Boji advised. He was covered in snake scales and had a feminine aura. Among the 5 academies, the only thing that can threaten the illusory demonic ancient tree is the Thunder Pearl. However, the Thunder Pearl was severely damaged and went missing a few thousand years ago. Therefore, there is no power that can threaten the illusory demonic ancient tree. Listen to my command. As long as the divine kings of the 5 academies enter the heavenly palace, immediately take action and kill them all. Don't let any of them escape. Boji sneered as his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He had paid a huge price this time to convince the elders in the clan to allow him to use the illusory demonic ancient tree. The illusory demonic ancient tree was a trump card that the Heavenly Fiend clan had left in the mythical space a long time ago. It was extremely secretive and almost no one knew about it. If not for Boji's high status in the Heavenly Fiend clan, he would not have used the illusory demonic ancient tree. Moreover, in order to cooperate with Boji's operation, the Heavenly Fiend clan had decided to send experts to attack the ancient city and take it down completely once the illusory demonic ancient tree was exposed. By then, the human race would be severely injured and the Heavenly Fiend clan would have a bridgehead to attack the realm of the gods. Therefore, the illusory demonic ancient tree was the most important part of the plan. Whether or not they could attract the godly kings from the 5 academies and kill them was the key to the success of the plan. However, Boji did not say this out loud. As long as the plan succeeded, Boji might be able to become the next young clan leader of the Heavenly Fiend clan. At the thought of this, Boji was filled with excitement and fanaticism. Long Out Yen, you're here too. This time, I'll catch you with my own hands and burn you to ashes. Boji's deep gaze landed on Ling Xiao, revealing a trace of deep hatred and murderous intent. It's Boji's aura? A sharp light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he casually glanced at the sky. He instantly felt Boji's gaze on him. Ling Xiao also sensed the hatred and killing intent in Boji's eyes. Ling Xiao sneered coldly in his heart and said, "If you want to kill me, then let's see if you have this ability. But this illusionary fiend ancient tree is mine." While everyone was fighting over the balls of light, Ling Xiao had been looking for a flaw in the illusory fiend ancient tree. How to sneak into the illusory fiend ancient tree and destroy it with the wordless heavenly book? That was the question Ling Xiao had to consider. Although the illusory fiend ancient tree was strong, the wordless heavenly book was its nemesis. Ling Xiao already had several experiences dealing with the illusory fiend ancient tree. However, the most important thing was how to escape unscathed. Perhaps I can use the Thunder Origin Pearl to create a super thunderstorm? Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat as his eyes lit up. Ling Xiao had already started to refine the Thunder Origin Pearl and had also obtained the Thunder Emperor technique. The Thunder Origin Pearl was a Thunder Dao treasure that could control the Thunder Law. In the Heavenly Lightning Sea, it could be said that it was the best opportunity to trigger endless heavenly lightning. If he used the Thunder Origin Pearl to create a super thunderstorm, not only could it divert everyone's attention, but it would also cause great damage to the illusory fiend ancient tree. At that time, Ling Xiao could take the opportunity to enter the illusory fiend ancient tree's body. However, in this way, the Thunder Origin Pearl could be exposed. However, it was much better than the wordless heavenly book being exposed. Moreover, if he planned it well, perhaps the Thunder Origin Pearl would not be exposed. Ling Xiao thought quickly in his heart as he watched more and more experts from the human clan enter the heavenly palace. Moreover, the fight for the balls of light was getting more and more intense. There were already quite a number of casualties. Junior Brother Long, the Godly King Realm experts from the 5 academies have arrived. They are about to break through the illusion. At this moment, Qinglian suddenly transmitted a message to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked, "How many Godly King Realm experts from the 5 academies have arrived? If there are too few, I'm afraid there is no way to break through the illusion formed by the illusory fiend ancient tree." "Don't worry. This time, the 10 Godly King Realm experts have all arrived. They even brought along the Taijing Sacred Cauldron. No matter what, we must destroy the illusory fiend ancient tree." Qinglian smiled faintly. The Taijing Sacred Cauldron? Ling Xiao's heart calmed down. The Taijing Sacred Cauldron was the treasure that suppressed the Taijing Ancient City. It was related to the Taijing Ancient City's fate. It was a flawless sacred treasure with terrifying power. There was a sacred cauldron in each of the 33 ancient cities in the mythical space. According to legend, the 33 sacred cauldrons were a set of top sacred treasures. Not to mention the ordinary demon clan, even a group of saints would be suppressed directly. It seemed that the 5 academies attached great importance to the illusory fiend ancient tree. They even brought out a treasure like the Taijing Sacred Cauldron. Rumble. Suddenly, the vast starry sky began to tremble violently. The void trembled violently as heaven and earth roared. It was as if some ancient and majestic force was violently attacking the heavenly palace. Has it already begun? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The experts from the 5 academies were indeed fast. However, with the experts from the 5 academies taking the lead and creating chaos, Ling Xiao could take advantage of the chaos to trigger the super thunderstorm outside the heavenly palace. 10 figures stood in the air, each of them exuding a terrifying aura and exuding a vast fluctuation of divine power. In front of them, there was a black ancient cauldron that was tens of thousands of feet tall. It was like an immemorial sacred mountain, exuding a monstrous divine light. This was the Taijing Sacred Cauldron. Dazzling light filled the air, auspicious vapors rose, and streaks of divine light traversed the void like divine chains of order. As the 10 godly kings poured their divine power into the Taijing Sacred Cauldron to activate it, the cauldron slammed into the heavenly palace and erupted with a tsunami-like momentum. The entire heavenly palace began to tremble violently. However, on top of the Taijing Sacred Cauldron, a 1,000,000-foot-tall illusory fiend ancient tree appeared. It looked like a torrential demonic light and was incomparably terrifying. Under the illumination of the Taijing Sacred Cauldron, the true form of the illusory fiend ancient tree was completely revealed. It really is the illusory fiend ancient tree. These demon bastards are really courting death. Let's attack together and destroy them for me. Han Li's eyes flashed sharply as he sneered. Boom, as his voice fell, the 10 godly king powerhouses all used powerful divine abilities and charged towards the vast heavenly palace in front of them. Damn it! How did the people from the 5 academies discover the illusory demonic ancient tree? Above the illusory demonic ancient tree, Boji saw the 10 divine kings with the heavy sacred cauldron and began to attack the illusory realm formed by the illusory demonic ancient tree. He originally planned to lure the divine kings from the 5 academies into the illusory realm and kill them all. However, he didn't expect that the 10 divine king realm experts in the ancient city would move out at the same time, and they even brought the ancient cauldron with them. Young lord, could it be that someone saw through the illusory realm of the illusory demonic ancient tree and informed the people from the 5 academies? The tiger-headed demon god king's eyes flashed coldly as he asked Boji. Impossible. Even divine kings and half-saints might not be able to see through the illusory realm formed by the illusory demonic ancient tree. Those bastards from the human race are all attracted by the great fortune. It's impossible for them to see through this. Boji denied flatly. Young lord, it seems like our plan has to be carried out in advance. With the illusory demonic ancient tree in full force, even the 10 demon god kings will die without a doubt. The demon god king who looked like a poisonous snake said slowly. Since they don't know what's good for them, let's send them all to hell. Boji's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Although the situation had changed, he did not think that the 10 divine kings and the heavy sacred cauldron could deal with the illusory demonic ancient tree. Moreover, as long as they could delay the 10 divine kings, they would be like turtles in a jar after the Sky Devil clan's experts broke through the ancient city. They would die without a doubt. Rumble, as Boji formed a seal with his hands, a strange sound wave spread out from his mouth. The originally calm illusory demonic ancient tree began to riot at this moment. It emitted a monstrous demonic light and the resplendent light balls fell down instantly. The illusory demonic ancient tree's seeds emitted a strong aura that completely triggered the killing intent in the hearts of the human race experts. Ha ha ha. There are so many treasures and they're all mine. All of you, scram. Whoever dares to snatch my treasures will die. The experts of the human race went completely crazy. In front of their eyes, the dazzling Milky Way suddenly exploded. Thousands of dazzling light balls appeared in front of them, each of them revealing treasures that could make people go crazy. Boom! Immediately, many human experts could no longer hold back and began to fight fiercely. In order to fight for the treasures in the balls of light, one after another, blood spilled in the sky. However, what they didn't notice at all was that the corpses and blood that flowed from their bodies mysteriously disappeared into the galaxy. However, at this moment, everyone was dominated by the thought of killing, and they didn't notice the various changes at all. Damn it! Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly became extremely cold. He could see that the corpses and blood were all devoured by the illusory demonic ancient tree. Moreover, the illusory demonic ancient tree was bursting with an even more intense killing aura. Rumble, the heavy sacred cauldron shone brilliantly. It was incomparably holy and mysterious. After another violent collision, the incomparably magnificent heavenly palace was completely shattered. Although the illusion formed by the illusory demonic ancient tree was powerful, it couldn't withstand the power of the heavy sacred cauldron and completely shattered. At this moment, where was the heavenly palace in front of everyone? Where was the Milky Way? A 1,000,000 feet tall illusory demonic ancient tree took root in the void and floated above the heavenly thunder sea. Black branches drooped down and danced wildly like black poisonous snakes, entangling many human experts and even beginning to devour their flesh and blood. Boom! Streaks of black demonic light flashed across the void like lightning. The illusory demonic ancient tree let out an incomparably sharp demonic howl, causing many human experts to feel dizzy. Their vision turned dark, and their movements became incomparably sluggish. What is this? Where is the heavenly palace? Where are my treasures and opportunities? Oh my god, is this the legendary illusory demonic ancient tree of the demon clan? How can it be so terrifying? Don't kill me. Let me go. Run. Many human experts seemed to have just woken up from a dream. They all screamed and fled in all directions, their eyes filled with terror. Qinglian, Xianwang, Fangxing, Yi Liangchen, and Fang Chong had all maintained sufficient vigilance due to Ling Zhao's warning. The moment the illusion shattered, they all quickly escaped from the illusory demonic ancient tree's attack range. Everyone, let's leave this place first. We can't participate in this kind of battle. The illusory demonic ancient tree's power is too terrifying. Let's leave the heavenly thunder sea first. Ling Xiao said quickly to the crowd with a serious look in his eyes. The illusory demonic ancient tree's power was incomparably terrifying. It far surpassed any illusory demonic ancient tree that Ling Xiao had seen before. Even divine kings seemed insignificant before the illusory demonic ancient tree. Susu, protect them well. At the same time, Ling Xiao secretly transmitted his voice to Bai Susu. Junior brother Long, aren't you coming with us? Qinglian glanced at Ling Xiao and asked. You all go first. Don't worry about me. I'll go and see if I can help. A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes as he dived into the sky lightning sea. Rumble, in the sky above the heavenly thunder sea, the 10 great divine kings controlled the heavy Saint Cauldron and were engaged in an intense battle with the illusory demonic ancient tree. Every collision was as terrifying as a landslide. Although most of the human experts who had fallen into the illusion had woken up due to the heavy Saint Cauldron breaking the illusion, they had all lost their lives to the illusory demonic ancient tree. Only Chu Yunfan, King Kong, and a few other divine kings who were more vigilant managed to escape from the illusory demonic ancient tree's attack. Moreover, the 10 great divine kings had blocked most of the illusory demonic ancient tree's attacks for them, allowing them to survive. Even so, a large number of human experts were still killed and devoured by the illusory demonic ancient tree. The aura of the illusory demonic ancient tree was getting more and more terrifying. Moreover, Bo Jia had brought many spear-wielding experts from the demon clan to kill the human experts who were trying to escape. Capture Long Outyen for me. I want to kill him with my own hands. Bo Jia's eyes were cold and filled with cruelty. As he chased after the human experts, he did not forget to order his subordinates to capture Ling Xiao. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already entered the heavenly thunder sea. Buzz, the thunder origin bead floated in front of Ling Xiao, emitting a mysterious and majestic aura. Streaks of purple lightning spread out, and the incomparably violent lightning laws in the sky seemed to be attracted by the thunder origin bead at this moment, gathering towards the thunder origin bead. P.S. 4th update. Brothers, rest early. In the future, there will be 4 chapters every day. Muyu will try to explode again in a few days. Thank you. The Thunder Source Pearl was a treasure bestowed by the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk. With the Thunder Source Pearl, Sky Sword, Tyrant, and the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy improved by leaps and bounds when they cultivated the Thunder King divine technique. It was as if the heavens were helping them because the Thunder Source Pearl could gather the law of thunder and control the divine lightning of the heavens. The heavenly lightning sea contained the majestic law of thunder and was extremely chaotic. It was like a barrel of gunpowder that would explode once ignited. The Thunder Source Pearl was the fuse. Under Ling Xiao's urging, the Thunder Source Pearl shone brightly like a purple divine sun. It attracted the vast amount of lightning from all directions and gathered towards the sea. Rumble, above the sky, dark clouds pressed down and strong winds howled. Endless lightning gathered and intertwined, as if forming a vast lightning domain. Purple, silver, and golden lightning converged, containing an incomparably terrifying destructive power, enveloping the illusory demonic ancient tree. At the beginning, no one noticed this change. However, when the endless thunderbolts intertwined and turned the place into a blazing thunderstorm, everyone felt that something was amiss. Especially Boji and the other experts of the Devil Clan, their faces turned green. Can anyone tell me why a thunderstorm is formed here? And why is it such a terrifying super thunderstorm? Boji's face was gloomy, his eyes filled with anger and disbelief. Although the illusion fiend ancient tree was extremely terrifying, it was the same as the other demon experts. It was afraid of attacks with extreme yang energy, such as fire and lightning, which could cause multiple times the damage. Only when a demon became a saint could they completely make up for this weakness. But now, a super thunderstorm was about to erupt. Even if the illusion fiend ancient tree could withstand it, it would probably be severely injured by the super thunderstorm. The 10 god kings had brought along the heavy sacred cauldron, which was already troublesome enough. Who would have thought that a super thunderstorm would appear at this time? It was simply one disaster after another. Young master, the source of the super thunderstorm is in the heavenly lightning sea. I think someone is behind this. I'll go and kill him. The god king, who looked like a venomous snake, had a murderous look in his eyes. He instantly sensed the source of the super thunderstorm. Capture him for me. No matter who he is, anyone who dares to ruin my plans must die. Boji's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He flew into a rage and roared while gnashing his teeth. Yes. The demon god king's eyes were cold as he shot towards the heavenly lightning sea. Rumble, however, at this moment, the incomparable lightning nomological laws started to boil like boiling water. Terrifying divine light swept out in all directions as bolts of lightning exploded. They traversed the void like divine chains of order, containing extremely terrifying energy fluctuations. The divine light was like a blazing net that enveloped the entire illusory demonic ancient tree. Dense lightning bolts, as thick as mountains, fell from the ninth heaven and unleashed the most terrifying attack on the illusory demonic ancient tree. The illusory demonic ancient tree seemed to have sensed the danger as well. Numerous black branches, like poisonous snakes, traversed the void and constantly contended against the lightning bolts. At the same time, it emitted a black demonic aura that formed a huge boundary, like a heavenly canopy, to protect itself. The super thunderstorm was too terrifying. Even a divine king expert would die if he was not careful. There were even a few experts from the human clan who did not manage to escape in time. They were swept up by the super thunderstorm and exploded into a bloody mist in an instant. This place seemed to have become a sea of lightning. Unparalleled lightning bolts were everywhere. The demon god king did not even have time to enter the heavenly lightning sea. Xianxia had already kept the thunder source pearl and then used the sky-shrouding secret technique to conceal his aura. In an instant, he disappeared from the demon god king's senses. After the demon god king rushed into the heavenly lightning sea, not only did he not discover anything, but he was also severely injured by the super thunderstorm. He coughed up blood and was sent flying. This is a good opportunity. Fellow Taoists, let's break the defense of the illusory demonic ancient tree together. It will definitely be severely injured. Elder Han Li's eyes lit up as he suddenly roared. The divine power around him was frantically poured into the heavy sage cauldron. The other 9 divine kings also knew that this was a good opportunity. They all erupted with their strongest powers and began to give it their all. Buzz, the heavy sage cauldron shone brightly like an eternal divine mountain. It emitted an ancient and heavy aura. A mysterious sound wave spread out as if it was the chanting of ancient ancestors. It also seemed like the blessing of the gods and devils in the heavens. It made the heavy sage cauldron's light surpass everything in an instant and become eternal. Boom! The heavy sage cauldron suddenly slammed towards the illusory demonic ancient tree. A powerful holy light spread out, causing this attack to contain the power to destroy the heavens and earth. No! Bo Xia roared as his eyes instantly turned red. The threat of the heavy sage cauldron was too great. It even surpassed the 10 divine kings. After all, it was the treasure of destiny of the heavy ancient city. Even if the illusory demonic ancient tree wanted to deal with the heavy sage cauldron, it would have to pay a great price. Now, the illusory demonic ancient tree was covered by the super thunderstorm and was trying its best to resist the destructive power of the super thunderstorm. At this moment, the power of the heavy sage cauldron had completely erupted. The illusory demonic ancient tree had no way to resist. It could only watch as the heavy sage cauldron slammed into the black barrier. Crack, as if the heavens and earth were collapsing, the black barrier instantly shattered. The heavy sage cauldron was filled with eternal holy light as it slammed into the illusory demonic ancient tree. In an instant, countless black branches exploded and turned into fine powder. The illusory demonic ancient tree also let out an extremely tragic howl. The heavy sage cauldron broke through the layers of demonic light and slammed into the tree trunk, creating a huge black hole in the illusory demonic ancient tree. At the same time, the super thunderstorm also completely erupted. It poured into the broken trunk of the illusory demonic ancient tree like a flash flood, causing even more damage. Good chance. Xiao's eyes flashed with divine light. He instantly used the heaven-shrouding secret technique. His entire body seemed to have become part of the endless thunder. His speed was extremely fast. He did not alert anyone at all as he flew directly into the body of the illusory demonic ancient tree. Roar! 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 The illusory demonic ancient tree seemed to be completely enraged. It actually let out a roar like an archaean fierce beast. Endless demonic light surged around it, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. The vast heavenly thunder sea actually separated to 2 sides at this moment, revealing an unfathomable abyss at the bottom of the sea. Endless demonic chi gushed out from the heavenly thunder sea. You despicable and shameless humans, leave your lives behind today. Boji roared again and again. His hands rapidly formed seals, and incomparably strange syllables came out of his mouth. Moreover, behind him, the shadow of an incomparably mysterious illusory demonic ancient tree seemed to have appeared. standing at the peak of the Milky Way, propping up the vast heavens and earth. There seemed to be a strange connection between him and the illusory demonic ancient tree. Under his control, it started to attack the experts of the human tribe in a frenzy. Oh no! The illusory demonic ancient tree is going berserk. Take advantage of its weakness and kill it quickly. Han Li's face changed as he roared. The berserk state of the illusory demonic ancient tree was when it was severely injured and on the verge of death. Although it had to pay a huge price, it was enough to make the illusory demonic ancient tree invincible. Needless to say, Boji was controlling the illusory demonic ancient tree and the experts of the demon tribe were watching from the side. The situation was getting more and more critical. Rumble, the heavy sage cauldron was once again activated by the 10 great divine kings. Its aura was terrifying as it launched an extremely fierce attack on the illusory demonic ancient tree. Every collision was like a tsunami. The aura was monstrous, causing countless branches of the illusory demonic ancient tree to explode. The tree was also turned into dust by the endless thunderbolts. Even so, the aura of the illusory demonic ancient tree was still gradually increasing. Especially after devouring the demonic light that erupted from the bottom of the sea, its power increased rapidly. Although the heavy sage cauldron had cut off the demonic realm power that erupted from the bottom of the sea, it still gave the illusory demonic ancient tree a chance to breathe and counterattack. Rumble! 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 The collision between the heavy sage cauldron and the illusory demonic ancient tree became more and more intense. However, Han Li and the others' faces were turning pale. They vaguely realized that the heavy sage cauldron was showing signs of not being able to suppress the illusory demonic ancient tree. If this continued, they might not be able to do anything to the illusory demonic ancient tree when their divine power was exhausted. Black Donkey, do you think that super thunderstorm was caused by Big Brother? Why do I feel that it was caused by him? On a thunder mountain at the edge of the battlefield, Yi Liangchen looked at the intense battle in the distance with suspicion as he asked Black Donkey. Hee, isn't that obvious? Other than that brat, who else could make such a big scene? The super thunderstorm is fatal to the illusory demon ancient tree. It seems like we should be able to exterminate the illusory demon ancient tree this time. The Black Donkey snickered, looking very confident. This time, the devil race had set up a trap in the heavenly palace, which had attracted countless experts of the human race. However, except for a few who were more vigilant and managed to escape after the heavenly cauldron broke through the illusion, most of the others were killed by the illusory devil ancient tree. Everyone's hearts were filled with worry for this battle. The strength of the illusory demonic ancient tree was like a huge mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts. However, you shouldn't be worried about this battle. You should be worried about the ancient city. The devil race has attracted the experts of the 5 great academies here. Even the ancient city's cauldron has been brought here. Now that the ancient city is empty, if the devil race's experts break into the ancient city, it will be a big joke. The Black Donkey's eyes flashed as he slowly said to everyone. His words immediately caused the expressions of Xian Wang, Qinglian, Fang Sheng, and Fang Chong to change. Their attention was focused on the battle in front of them. However, after the Black Donkey's reminder, they suddenly felt that the possibility of this happening was very high. If the ancient city fell into the hands of the devil race would have a bridgehead to attack the god realm. That would be a devastating blow to the human tribe. In the past few years, although there were casualties in the war between the human tribe and the devil race, the human tribe was able to completely shut out the devil race because of the 33 ancient cities. They even treated the devil race as training and hunting targets. Qinglian's expression became extremely solemn. This possibility is very high. The heavenly devil race is very cunning and treacherous. Now that the ancient city is weak and there is no heavy holy cauldron to suppress it, once the devil race's experts attack, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone, I will return to the ancient city first and contact all the experts to resist the devil race. You all think of a way to inform the 10 great divine king elders. Tell them to immediately return to the ancient city after ending the battle here. Qinglian quickly said to everyone. Yes. Fang Chong nodded and said with a serious look. After Qinglian finished speaking, she immediately left the Sky Lightning Sea and used the Divine Escape Heavenly Talisman to quickly return to the ancient city. I hope the 10 great divine kings can kill the illusion demonic ancient tree as soon as possible. Otherwise, the ancient city will be in danger. Fangxing muttered to himself with a look of deep worry in his eyes. Rumble, in the distance, the collision between the heavy holy cauldron and the illusion demonic ancient tree became more and more intense. For a moment, it seemed to be in a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. Hanli and the other 10 great divine kings' eyes were filled with anxiety. In the sky lightning sea, the divine power in their bodies could not be replenished. On the other hand, the illusion demonic ancient tree's power seemed to be endless. Moreover, it could absorb the energy in the endless void through its roots. If this continued, they were afraid that they would soon run out of divine power and would not be able to activate the heavy holy cauldron. Fellow Taoists, we can't go on like this. Otherwise, we won't be able to hold on for long. Hanli said with a serious look. Fellow Taoist Han, do you have any good ideas? A white-haired old man's eyes flashed as he asked. He was an elder of the Sky Sword Academy and sword intent surged around him. His entire being was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, its sharpness radiating in all directions. The illusion demonic ancient tree is now severely injured. The reason it is still in a stalemate with us is because of Bo Jia of the Heavenly Devil clan. I plan to take action later and think of a way to kill Bo Jia. Then, you guys will take the opportunity to attack the illusion demonic ancient tree. It should be effective. Han Li's eyes revealed a trace of decisiveness as he slowly said. Fellow Taoist Han, if you leave the protection of the heavy holy cauldron, I'm afraid you will be in great danger. Not only the 2 demon god kings, but even the illusion demonic ancient tree will attack you. An old woman from the Imperial Academy said slowly. We can't care so much. If this continues, we will all die. We have to take some risks. Wait for my command. When I take action, you guys will attack the illusion demonic ancient tree. Han Li said resolutely with a trace of crazy and powerful fighting spirit in his eyes. In that case, fellow Taoist Han, be careful. Boom, the heavy sacred cauldron and the illusory demonic ancient tree collided violently once again. Demonic light rose, causing the surrounding void to tremble violently. Just as Han Li was about to make his move, the illusory demonic ancient tree suddenly let out an incomparably shrill and angry howl. The illusory demonic ancient tree's aura seemed to rapidly weaken at this moment, as if something was sucking away its vitality. It was incomparably angry and even somewhat fearful. Good chance. Continue to attack the illusory demonic ancient tree. Han Li's eyes lit up as he said decisively. Although he did not know why the illusory demonic ancient tree had undergone such a drastic change, he knew that this was a good opportunity. As the saying goes, take advantage of the enemy's weakness. As long as he seized the opportunity to severely injure the illusory demonic ancient tree, the illusory demonic ancient tree would undoubtedly die. Rumble, the heavy sacred cauldron shone brilliantly and once again blasted towards the illusory demonic ancient tree. At this moment, inside the illusory demonic ancient tree's body, Ling Zhao's aura was ethereal and mysterious, completely shrouded by the heaven-shrouding secret skill. His body was covered by a layer of demonic light, but the wordless heavenly book was madly devouring the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree. At this moment, Ling Zhao was like a black hole, exuding an incomparably terrifying devouring power. The wordless heavenly book floated in Ling Zhao's sea of consciousness, shining brightly like the sun. Ling Zhao's glabella glowed. The majestic demonic power in the illusory demonic ancient tree had no resistance in front of the wordless heavenly book and began to be devoured frantically. It was precisely because the wordless heavenly book was devouring the power of the illusory demonic ancient tree that strange changes were occurring in the outside world. This was also the reason why Ling Zhao did not dare to release the wordless heavenly book and expose it completely in front of everyone. Otherwise, the illusory demonic ancient tree would have been completely devoured by the wordless heavenly book. Even with the heaven-shrouding secret skill's concealment, the majestic power and life essence of the illusory demonic ancient tree were constantly being devoured by the wordless heavenly book. It even began to emit incomparably terrifying fluctuations. Boom, the vast energy was devoured by the wordless heavenly book, and strands of essence surged into Ling Zhao's body, turning into a vast ocean of energy. Ling Zhao's divine force began to fill up rapidly, pushing his cultivation to skyrocket. Xianxia had used over 100 drops of saint liquid to break through to the mid-sky god realm. Originally, it would have taken a long time to break through to the late sky god realm or even the great circle sky god realm even with the support of the saint liquid. However, the life essence of the illusory fiend tree was not inferior to the saint liquid at all. Furthermore, it was extremely vast. Even though most of the energy had been devoured by the wordless heavenly tome, just a sliver of energy was enough to push Xiao's cultivation to an extremely terrifying level. Early middle stage of the heavenly god stage, middle stage of the heavenly god stage, high stage of the heavenly god stage, peak of the heavenly god stage, the life source in Xiao's body also became more and more majestic. His entire body radiated a strange light. His body was crystal clear, his divine force was vast like the ocean, and his soul was pure and flawless. As the wordless heavenly tome devoured the energy of the illusory fiend tree, Xiao's heart force also began to slowly grow. Before long, Xiao's cultivation had broken through to the late sky god realm. Moreover, the breakthrough was still ongoing. Bastard! Who's devouring the energy of the illusory fiend tree? Xianxia, tiger demon, go kill that bastard for me. Boji was about to go mad with rage. His eyes were filled with insanity. He was mentally connected to the illusory demon ancient tree. The moment the illusory demon ancient tree began to act strangely, he also sensed that there was a mysterious existence within the illusory demon ancient tree that was madly devouring and stealing its power. Most importantly, the speed at which the existence was stealing the energy of the illusory fiend tree was terrifying. In such a short period of time, the illusory fiend tree had lost 1% of its energy. If this continued, it would not be long before the illusory fiend tree was completely sucked dry. At the same time, a great sense of fear enveloped Boji. He could not think of any living being that could devour the energy of the illusory fiend tree with such terrifying efficiency. If this continued, the Heavenly Fiend clan's plan would really fail completely because of this unforeseen event. If that happened, even if Boji returned to the clan, he would probably receive the harshest punishment. Yes. Xianxia and Tiger Demon's eyes flashed. Under Boji's guidance, they instantly flew towards the illusory fiend tree. Hanli had been watching Boji's movements. When he saw that Xianxia and Tiger Demon had left Boji and were flying towards the illusory fiend tree, he immediately followed. Boom! Dark golden blood rose from his body. He stood tall as he threw a punch at the two demon god kings. The terrifying fist print seemed to be able to punch a hole in the sky. Hanli's undying war body had been cultivated to the 5th level, triple deity transformation dragon. His physical body was extremely terrifying. He could even take on a godly monarch weapon with his bare hands, let alone two demon god kings. You're courting death. Xianxia and Tiger Demon's expression changed. Their eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Bang! The two demon god kings also attacked at the same time, taking Hanli's fist head-on. Suddenly, the void rumbled and the heaven and earth trembled. That unparalleled divine power exploded. Hanli's figure only swayed slightly, but Xianxia and Tiger Demon were sent flying dozens of feet away. Their blood was in turmoil, and their eyes were filled with shock. The two of them had never fought with Hanli, so they could not imagine that a human expert could have such terrifying physical strength. Demon brat, you want to check out the situation inside the illusory fiend tree, right? Hee, with me here, you won't be able to go anywhere. Hanli sneered. His eyes were filled with frenzied battle intent. He had long guessed that something must have happened to the illusory fiend tree. Otherwise, it would not have weakened so rapidly. Although he did not know the reason, as long as the demons wanted to do something, he would naturally stop them. He had to stop the two demon god kings, Xianxia and Tiger Demon. If the situation inside the illusory fiend tree was not resolved, it would naturally become weaker and weaker. In the end, it would be completely killed by them. Kacha, the heavy sacred cauldron was filled with resplendent light. It attracted the lightning that filled the sky, turning into divine chains of order. It instantly pierced through the illusory fiend tree, causing its injuries to worsen. The wordless heavenly book was the nemesis of the illusory demonic ancient tree. No matter how strong the illusory demonic ancient tree was, once the wordless heavenly book invaded its body, it would constantly devour the tree's energy and life essence until it was completely devoured. Ling Xiao had encountered the illusory demonic ancient tree several times from the war god's world to the divine world. It could be said that he was more scared than hurt. Relying on the wordless heavenly book's ability to devour the illusory demonic ancient tree, his cultivation base increased greatly. In Ling Xiao's eyes, the illusory demonic ancient tree was simply a gift. Every time it appeared, it was a great opportunity for Ling Xiao. Originally, Ling Xiao did not know how long it would take to break through to the complete heavenly god realm. However, with the help of the illusory demonic ancient tree, Ling Xiao's breakthrough time was greatly accelerated. After refining a large amount of the illusory demonic ancient tree's life essence, Ling Xiao's cultivation base was pushed to the complete heavenly god realm in one go. One must know that in the divine world, even for those with peerless talent like Tian Gang, Ji Yuanlong, and Qinglian, it would still take them hundreds of years or even longer to cultivate from the divine spirit realm to the heavenly god realm. However, Ling Xiao had only been in the divine world for 3 years and he had already reached his current level. This kind of breakthrough speed could simply be described as world-shaking. After all, the cultivation of the divine realm required constant polishing of the small world and Godhead, comprehending the laws of heaven and earth, and then finding one's own path to the divine path. With his cultivation base reaching the complete heavenly god realm, coupled with Ling Xiao's combat strength, he was not afraid to fight anyone from the 5 major academies. After breaking through to the complete heavenly god realm, Ling Xiao began to suppress his cultivation base. He did not choose to break through in a hurry. Instead, he used the majestic energy of the illusory demonic ancient tree to temper his physical body and cultivate the indestructible war body. On his chest, the 5 viscerous sacred palaces emitted a bright light, like 5 small suns. The divine light was dazzling. As the wordless heavenly book gave back more and more energy, his physical body also became more and more powerful. His entire body was like a crystal clear, untainted by dust, mysterious and unfathomable. At this moment, Bo Jia was about to go crazy. The 2 demon kings, Serpent Ku and Tiger Mo, were stopped by Han Li. The heavy cauldron was bombarding the illusory demonic ancient tree. The illusory demonic ancient tree was facing both internal and external threats. And it was gradually becoming unable to bear it. Rumble, a large number of branches and leaves exploded, and the trunk of the phantom demon ancient tree was severely damaged. The endless demonic energy was reduced to nothingness by the lightning. Damn it! If I find out who's behind all this, I'll definitely kill him and tear him to pieces. Boji's eyes were bloodshot, and his entire being had gone crazy. The trap he set up with the illusory fiend ancient tree could have been said to be foolproof, but who would have thought that so many unforeseen events would occur? At this point, the illusory fiend ancient tree was actually beginning to be unable to withstand the pressure and was about to be destroyed. Boji's heart could not help but tremble at the thought of how furious the elders would be if the illusion demon ancient tree was destroyed. Boji already had the thought of retreating. If he continued to stay, he would not be able to escape death once the illusory demon ancient tree was killed by the heavy Saint Cauldron. However, he was not willing to run away just like that. Even if he wanted to escape, he had to do something. Rumble, after another violent collision, the heavy Saint Cauldron blasted a huge hole in the huge illusory fiend ancient tree. Endless demonic light spewed out, and the illusory fiend ancient tree's aura became increasingly weak. The thought in Boji's mind instantly became firm. Humans who have been forced, don't you want to destroy the illusory fiend ancient tree? Since that's the case, let's die together. Ha ha ha. Boji's eyes were filled with madness as he suddenly roared. Rumble, he formed a seal with his hands and communicated with the true spirit of the illusory fiend ancient tree. An extremely violent aura erupted from the illusory fiend ancient tree, and an extremely chaotic aura surged as if it was about to self-destruct. The self-destruction of the illusory fiend ancient tree was much more terrifying than the self-destruction of a godly king expert. Even if a sage-to-be expert was present, there would be nothing left of him in the self-destruction of the illusory fiend ancient tree. Within the illusory fiend ancient tree, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed when he realized that Boji actually wanted the illusory fiend ancient tree to self-destruct and perish together with the 10 human godly kings. Ling Xiao could not help but sigh in admiration. Boji was truly ruthless. Although Ling Xiao could devour the energy of the illusory fiend ancient tree, once the illusory fiend ancient tree decided to self-destruct, Even Ling Xiao with the wordless heavenly book would not be able to stop it. What a pity. Ling Xiao sighed softly. Then, he directly dug out the dozens of illusory fiend ancient trees cores from the illusory fiend ancient tree. He instantly turned into a mysterious stream of light and left the illusory fiend ancient tree, entering the sky lightning sea along with the lightning that filled the sky. The wordless heavenly book had already refined more than half of the illusory fiend ancient tree's life origin, but there was still a small portion of energy that had not been completely refined. Ling Xiao naturally felt that it was a pity that the illusory fiend ancient tree would self-destruct. Oh no! When the godly kings heard Boji's words, their expressions changed as they frantically activated the heavy Saint Cauldron. Weng, the heavy Saint Cauldron shone brightly, exuding an incomparably strange energy that enveloped the godly kings. Even Hanli, who had repelled Serpent Ku and Tiger Demon at the last moment, entered the defensive range of the heavy Saint Cauldron. Boom, the illusory fiend ancient tree emitted a terrifying demonic light. Demonic chi was so dense that it seemed to form countless phantoms of the demon god. A mysterious sound wave spread out, and the entire illusory fiend ancient tree exploded in an instant. The terrifying energy swept out in all directions. The power of the illusory fiend ancient tree's self-destruction directly broke the barrier of the divine devil space, tearing the sky apart and sweeping out in all directions, turning the dozens of lightning mountains in the surroundings into dust. The heavy Saint Cauldron was the first to bear the brunt of the impact. Endless divine light exploded as the heavy Saint Cauldron hummed. The 10 godly kings were struck by lightning as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Their auras weakened, and their eyes were filled with incomparable shock. If it wasn't for the power of the heavy Saint Cauldron, they wouldn't have just been injured. Their souls would have been completely scattered by now. Boji was incomparably ruthless this time. He made the illusory fiend ancient tree explode, enveloping all the demon race experts within it. Serpent Ku, Tiger Demon, and many other demon race experts were turned into dust in this explosion. However, Boji had disappeared before everyone's eyes, and no one knew where he went. We must capture Boji, he must die. A demon god king's eyes were cold, and his voice was incomparably chilling. He began to search for Buishuan's traces and aura. Ling Xiao, who was originally in the heavenly lightning sea, wasn't too affected by the explosion. He had already escaped the range of the illusory fiend ancient tree's self-destruction. Boji still managed to escape? But I'm afraid you won't be able to escape this time. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed sharply. He instantly flew away from the heavenly lightning sea towards the abyss demon world's passageway. Rumble, the self-destruction of the illusory demon ancient tree turned the heavenly thunder sea into a vacuum. Endless thunderbolts gushed out, forming a chaotic thunder territory. Many human clan experts who did not manage to escape in time were turned into ashes. Moreover, if not for the heavy sacred cauldron blocking most of the power of the explosion, the area would have expanded. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, after the explosion of the illusory fiend ancient tree calmed down, the eyes of the 10 great divine kings flashed as they flew towards the area where the illusory fiend ancient tree exploded. The heart of the illusory fiend ancient tree was not left behind? Did Boji take it all away? Han Li's eyes flashed as he said with disappointment. The reason why they were so diligent was to obtain the heart of the illusory fiend ancient tree. They were already divine kings. If they wanted to embark on the divine path in the future, the accumulation of divine kings was very important. The heart of the illusory fiend ancient tree contained boundless energy that was extremely important to them. Probably not. Boji only detonated the illusory fiend ancient tree and fled. He did not have the time to collect the heart of the illusory fiend ancient tree. I'm afraid it's someone else. A middle-aged man in a dragon robe from the Great Zhou Academy said slowly as his eyes flashed. He looked very similar to Ji Huang. He was Ji Huang's twin brother, Ji Jun. He was the vice principal of the Great Zhou Academy. He held a high position and was extremely powerful. Someone else? It can't be. Who can take the heart of the illusory fiend ancient tree away under our noses? A white-haired old man from the Sky Sword Academy frowned slightly as he said in disbelief. That's not necessarily true. Don't forget that the illusory fiend ancient tree was originally very powerful. Coupled with Boji's control, even if we used the heavy sacred cauldron, it would be very difficult to suppress it in a short period of time. However, the illusory fiend ancient tree suddenly became extremely weak. Someone must be stealing the power of the illusory fiend ancient tree. The heart of the illusory fiend ancient tree must be in the hands of that person. If we can find him, we can get the heart of the illusory fiend ancient tree. Ji Jun's eyes flashed with a glimmer. The person in the dark, I'm afraid that he has already left. It's probably very difficult to find him. Moreover, he has the ability to avoid the detection of so many of us. I'm afraid his strength is not below ours. Han Li shook his head and said. He didn't have much hope. Let's search. Ji Jun said noncommittally. Whoosh, at this moment, Fang Xing, Fang Chong, and the others flew over from afar. Greetings, elders. Something big has happened in the ancient city. Fang Xing was sweating profusely. Fang Chong's face was also filled with anxiety. What happened? The expressions of Han Li and the others changed, and they immediately asked solemnly. When the elders were besieging the phantom demonic ancient tree, the experts of the Heavenly Devil clan suddenly charged into the ancient city. They are now engaged in a fierce battle and the ancient city is in imminent danger. Elders, please hurry back to the ancient city. Fang Xing hurriedly said. These bastards are really courting death. Let's go. Han Li, Ji Jun, and the others looked at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. They drove the cauldrons into the sky and flew towards the ancient city. Their hearts were incomparably heavy. As for the phantom demonic ancient tree heart, they had already thrown it to the back of their minds. If the ancient city was breached by the Heavenly Devil clan, it would definitely be a huge matter that would shock the entire divine world. They brought the cauldrons out. Now that the ancient city was empty, if the Heavenly Devil clan had long planned this, the ancient city would really be in danger. On the other side, Ling Xiao used the sky-shrouding secret technique to conceal his aura. It was as though he had turned into a part of the lightning as he traveled through the heavenly lightning sea. Ling Xiao guessed that Bo Jia would definitely want to return to the devil world through the abyss passageway at the bottom of the heavenly lightning sea. Hence, Ling Xiao simply went in the direction of the abyss passageway. Ling Xiao used the teleportation secret technique to travel thousands of miles in an instant. His speed was extremely fast, and soon, he arrived at the abyss passageway. The abyss passageway in front of him was still pitch black. It was spewing out black demonic light as though there was an incomparably mysterious and ancient aura escaping from it. Bo Jia shouldn't be here yet. Ling Xiao's gaze flickered as he guessed that Bo Jia should not be here yet. Ling Xiao went directly to the entrance of the abyss passageway. With a flash of light in his hand, dozens of divine talismans appeared. He used an extremely ingenious method to hide them in those black rocks. Moreover, their auras intertwined with each other, fusing into one with the surrounding demonic aura. Ling Xiao believed that these divine talismans would definitely give Bo Jia a huge surprise. After all, Bo Jia was a genius powerhouse of the Heavenly Devil clan. He had many tricks up his sleeves and definitely had a lot of treasures on him. Ling Xiao only hoped to kill him in the shortest time possible. He had never thought of fighting him alone. If a few demon god kings rushed out of the abyss passageway, it would be a big joke. Ling Xiao arranged everything and once again concealed himself in the sea. Not long after, Bo Jia indeed appeared. Bo Jia was dressed in a black robe. His figure was robust, and his face was full of vigilance. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger. He simply could not understand how his ingenious plan had failed. In the end, he was even forced to detonate the illusion fiend ancient tree. Every time he thought of the fellow who had stolen the energy from the illusion fiend ancient tree, he gnashed his teeth in anger. He could not wait to tear that fellow into pieces. If it was not for that bastard, the illusion fiend ancient tree would have killed all the powerhouses of the human clan. Bo Jia was furious. If he had the chance to catch that bastard, he would definitely turn him into ashes to vent the hatred in his heart. Now, I can only return to the clan. But I will be back sooner or later. Bo Jia stood at the entrance of the abyss passageway and looked up as he muttered to himself. Since you are here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Why don't you leave your life behind? At this moment, an indifferent and calm voice rang out in the sky thunder sea. Who is it? Bo Jia's body trembled. His eyes suddenly became incomparably cold as he looked in the direction of the voice. Oh no. However, Bo Jia suddenly felt an extremely palpitating feeling. He did not even think about it and wanted to flee to the side. Clang, a snow-white saber light lit up silently. Like a vast heavenly river, it slashed down from the sky above Bo Jia. It contained a monstrous holy brilliance and was unparalleled in its sharpness. This was a flawless holy treasure saber. Bo Jia immediately sensed it. Rumble, the blazing blade light slashed on the small black shield, bursting into dazzling divine light. The void rumbled as lightning spurted out. The scene was terrifying. Boji was forced to descend and enter the abyss passageway due to the terrifying divine power of the blade. However, an even greater crisis had erupted. Rumble, dazzling divine talismans lit up around Boji and intertwined with each other. Divine light crisscrossed like divine chains. Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted in an instant, forming an incomparably chaotic domain that enveloped Boji. This was the killing trap that Ling Xiao had set for Boji. He used the mysterious Kuan sword to force Boji into the abyss passageway before detonating dozens of divine talismans. It was as if dozens of heavenly gods were detonating around Boji at the same time. The terrifying energy multiplied. Even a true divine king would be severely injured by the explosion, let alone Boji, who was only in the complete heavenly god realm. He could not avoid this killing trap. Who is it? I'll definitely kill you. Boji roared angrily. His eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent and anger. At this moment, he was on the verge of going crazy. He was already full of resentment when he was forced to detonate the Phantom Fiend ancient tree. He did not expect that someone would set up an ambush and trap at the abyss passageway, instantly putting him in danger. Rumble, black demonic light gushed out from Boji's body. Countless ancient talismans appeared on his black robe and intertwined with each other, forming a powerful defensive barrier that resisted the power of the dozens of divine talismans. However, when the 5-elemental divine talisman exploded, the power of the 5 elements reinforced and restrained each other, causing the chaotic domain to become even more terrifying. Even the powerful defensive treasure on Boji's body was instantly torn apart. Boji was enveloped by a terrifying divine light. Only his miserable shrieks could be heard as blazing demonic light gushed out from within. Kill. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely cold. Golden blood rose from his body as if there were 5 small suns erupting from his chest. The invincible battle body was fully activated by him. Then, a dazzling fist burst out. It was like the fist of a celestial emperor, suppressing all enemies and containing peerless killing power. Ling Xiao knew that those dozens of talismans would most likely not be able to kill Boji, so he didn't give Boji any chance to catch his breath and directly unleashed another fatal blow. Rumble. When the explosion of the divine talisman gradually dissipated, Boji rushed out of it with his body in tatters. He kept coughing out blood and his eyes were filled with crazy killing intent. At the same time, Ling Xiao's fist was right in front of him. Long Out Yin, you deserve to die. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. When Boji realized that all of this was caused by Ling Xiao, he was about to go crazy. Monstrous demonic light erupted from his body. His eyes turned black and white at this moment, as if yin and yang were intertwined. A black and white divine light intertwined and shot toward Ling Xiao. It was like the light of yin and yang that separated life and death. It shot towards Ling Xiao's forehead, wanting to destroy his primordial spirit directly. This black and white divine light was extremely terrifying. Even if a divine king expert was caught off guard, he would probably be severely injured. However, Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. He didn't care about it and continued to throw a punch at Boji. You're courting death, Boji said with a sneer. The black and white divine light was his innate ability, the demonic lines of life and death. It targeted the primordial spirit directly and its power was extremely terrifying. However, it also placed a heavy burden on Boji. If it wasn't for his extreme hatred for Ling Xiao, he wouldn't have used the demonic lines of life and death. Puff, the demonic lines of life and death shot into Ling Xiao's forehead. Ling Xiao's punch also landed heavily on Boji's chest. Boji's body trembled. His incomparably strong physique had been destroyed by Ling Xiao's punch. Ling Xiao's invincible battle body was at level 4 complete realm. In addition to his already terrifying physique, His punch was extremely powerful. Even a divine king expert wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Therefore, it could be said that Boji had hit an iron plate. What made Boji feel incredulous was that Ling Xiao didn't seem to be injured at all when the demonic lines of life and death shot into his forehead. Boji also lost the ability to sense the demonic lines of life and death. How is this possible? How can you resist the attack of the demonic lines of life and death? Do you have a saint treasure that defends the primordial spirit? Damn it! Boji gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger. Although he was a genius of the heavenly demon clan, he wasn't qualified to have a saint treasure. Moreover, the most powerful half-step saint treasure had been completely destroyed. Now, it couldn't even resist Ling Xiao's attack. He guessed that Ling Xiao must have a saint treasure that defends the demonic lines of life and death in his sea of consciousness. However, what he didn't expect was that Ling Xiao didn't have a saint treasure that defends the primordial spirit but the wordless heavenly book. The moment the demonic lines of life and death shot into Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness, it was swallowed by the wordless heavenly book. Buzz, Boji's primordial spirit floated in the void. He trembled slightly and wanted to shoot into the abyss passageway. He was completely terrified. Ling Xiao's strength was far beyond his imagination. It was very likely that he would die here. Leave your life here. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. The mysterious Kuan sword was mighty and blazing. Another sword slashed down at Boji. Grandpa, save me. Boji's eyes revealed a trace of despair. He couldn't help but roar crazily. Boom, suddenly, a vast and majestic aura erupted from Boji's primordial spirit. Dazzling demonic light gushed out and an old man with white hair and beard emerged. He looked sage-like and was no different from a human clan expert. However, he had a pair of extremely demonic blue eyes and an incomparably majestic face. Who dares to kill my grandson? A monstrous voice exploded in the heavenly thunder sea. It was like a sudden clap of thunder that made Ling Xiao's ears buzz. In front of this old man, he felt like a small boat in the middle of a raging storm. He was in danger of capsizing at any time. A saint, this old man must be a saint expert. Ling Xiao's heart trembled. That terrifying and eternal aura could trigger the power of the laws of heaven and earth. Only a saint could do that. Behind Boji, there was actually a devil saint. This was something that Ling Xiao did not expect. However, Ling Xiao didn't show the slightest fear. He sneered and said, "It's just a primordial spirit brand. What's there to be arrogant about? Die. Get lost." The old man's eyes flashed with killing intent as he slapped his palm across the sky. The terrifying palm print was like a divine mountain that pressed down on the heavens. In Ling Xiao's eyes, it was as if the palm came from an endless distance, causing his body to tremble. Bang, the mysterious Kuan sword was sent flying by the old man's palm. This old man's strength was terrifying to the extreme. However, Ling Xiao could see that the old man's figure had become much more illusory after the attack. "Brat, I'm Demon Saint Bo Yu of the Sky Devil clan. How dare you kill my grandson? Even if you hide in the divine world, I'll kill you," the old man said coldly. His aura was extremely violent as it pressed down on Ling Xiao, trying to destroy Ling Xiao's will. "So what if you're Demon Saint Bo Yu? Get over here if you can. How dare a mere primordial spirit imprint speak so arrogantly? Today, Bo Jia will die without a doubt. No one can save him." Ling Xiao was completely ruthless as his eyes revealed a trace of cold killing intent. Rumble, the purple thunder origin orb flew out of Ling Xiao's body like a purple divine sun, bursting with incomparably gorgeous light. Streaks of lightning spurted out, forming a huge purple lightning net that covered the sky and enveloped Bo Yu. "Human brat, you're courting death." Bo Yu's face changed immediately. The power of lightning had a great restraining effect on the primordial spirit. Although Bo Yu was a demon saint, the power of his primordial spirit imprint wasn't strong. It was easily restrained by the power of lightning. Moreover, the Thunder Origin Orb was a supreme treasure of lightning, a flawless sacred treasure. Under Ling Xiao's control, it erupted with incomparably terrifying power. Rumble, although Bo Yu erupted with powerful strength, destroyed most of the power of lightning, and even wanted to escape with Bo Jia's primordial spirit, there was no other way. In the end, streaks of lightning exploded and destroyed Bo Yu's primordial spirit imprint. Human brat, I'll remember you. One day, I'll kill you with my own hands. Before Bo Yu's primordial spirit imprint disappeared, it left behind an indignant and angry voice that reverberated in the sky lightning sea. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Mr. Long, please spare me. Boji's eyes were filled with fear. Even the brand that Bo Yu had left in his soul had been destroyed by Ling Xiao. He had lost all hope of escaping. His life was basically in Ling Xiao's hands. The Thunder Origin bead emitted a blazing light. Bolts of lightning intertwined and enveloped Boji's primordial spirit, making it impossible for him to escape. What a spineless person. Ling Xiao sneered, but he did not show any mercy. The power of the Thunder Origin bead exploded, and Boji's primordial spirit was instantly pierced by the lightning, turning into ashes. His soul was completely destroyed. Ling Xiao did not take Bo Yu's threat to heart. Putting aside the fact that Bo Yu was unable to enter the Divine Realm, even if he did, the saints of the Divine Realm were not to be trifled with. Moreover, Ling Xiao was confident that he would be able to find his own path to the Divine Path and become a saint in a short period of time. Boji was killed by Ling Xiao, and his small world was opened by Ling Xiao. There are actually so many deity crystals? Ling Xiao's eyes flickered. Boji's small world actually contained tens of millions of deity crystals. Other than that, there were also many heavenly treasures, some of which were unique to the Devil Realm. Ling Xiao did not take a closer look and kept all of them. I wonder how the ancient city is doing. However, the 10 great divine kings have already brought the ancient cauldron back. There shouldn't be too much danger. Now that this matter is settled, it's time to return to the college. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself. Calculating the time, the generational competition was about to begin. After the generational competition, it would be time to enter the Ares Temple. All of Ling Xiao's efforts were for the sake of entering the Ares Temple. This time, Ling Xiao could be said to have gained a lot in the God and Devil space. His cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and his indestructible war body had also reached the peak of the 4th level. He was just one step away from breaking through to the 5th level, the triple Deity Dragon Transformation Realm. With Ling Xiao's current cultivation and combat strength, he was confident that he could defeat all the disciples of Ares College. Even the legendary number 1 on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, Big Dipper Sr., was no exception. However, if I break through too much at once, I'm afraid it'll be easy for people to suspect my cultivation. It's better to conceal it. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. He immediately used the heaven-shrouding secret technique and revealed his cultivation to be at the middle heavenly god realm. Otherwise, if people saw that his cultivation had reached the great circle of the heavenly god realm, they would probably suspect that he had devoured the energy of the illusory demonic ancient tree. Although this abyss passageway was extremely sturdy, Ling Xiao now had the Thunder Pearl in his hands. He was confident that he could destroy it. Once again, he used the Thunder Pearl and triggered the endless thunder law in the Sky Thunder Sea. It formed a super thunderstorm and completely destroyed the abyss passageway. After that, Ling Xiao soared into the sky and flew towards the ancient city at extreme speed. Devil Realm. In a strange region, there was a black mountain that towered into the starry sky. It exuded an ancient and majestic aura, and there seemed to be endless stars revolving around it. An old man in a black robe, with white hair and a beard, and blue eyes, slowly opened his eyes. A cold murderous intent filled the air. Long Out Yen from Ares College? I'll remember you. A cold voice rang out, and a strange sound wave spread out. The dozens of bright stars around him turned into nothingness. Whoosh, a burly man in animal skin flew up the mountain. His blood was boiling, and his face was ferocious. His eyes were cruel and bloodthirsty, but at this moment, he knelt down respectfully. Master, the abyss passageway that leads to the ancient city has been destroyed. The burly man in animal skin said. If it's destroyed, then so be it. Send the order to our spies. Capture Long Out Yen from Ares College for me. I want him alive. The black-robed old man was Bo Yu. His cold voice rang out in the void. Yes. The burly man in animal skin replied respectfully. He then turned around and flew down the mountain. After Ling Xiao left the Sky Thunder Sea, he took out a divine escape heavenly talisman and returned to the ancient city. When Ling Xiao returned to the ancient city, he realized that the battle in the ancient city had ended. However, the city defense array of the ancient city had been completely destroyed. A few of the city walls had collapsed, and the experts in the ancient city had suffered heavy casualties. The air was filled with the smell of blood. A few god kings stood in the sky. Their eyes shone coldly as they scanned the surroundings cautiously. The grand heavy sacred cauldron floated in the center of the grand ancient city. It shone with a powerful light, purifying all the demonic qi in the city. Junior brother Long, you're back? Fang Xing and Fang Chong were taking care of the injured human clan experts. When they saw Ling Xiao, their eyes were filled with joy. It seems like the demonic race experts' scheme didn't work. The humans won. Ling Xiao said with a smile. Then, he looked at Fang Xing doubtfully and said, Senior brother Fang, where are Yi Liangchen and Black Donkey? Have they returned to the college? Ling Xiao realized that Yi Liangchen, Black Donkey, Xian Wang, Feng Ya, and Yin Tiansong were not with them. Fang Xing and Fang Chong's faces changed, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. What's going on? Ling Xiao's face darkened. He felt that something had happened. Junior brother Long, junior sister Xian Wang and junior brother Yi have been taken away by Vice Principal Ji Jun of the Great Zhou Academy. It is said that Elder Ji Huang of the Great Zhou Academy was killed and Ji Yuanlong said that it was related to them and you. Fang Xing's face revealed a hint of anger. What? Ling Zhao's body trembled and his eyes were filled with anger. Elder Ji Huang is a divine king expert and he is extremely powerful. How could junior sister Xian Wang and junior brother Yi kill him? The Great Zhou Academy is so arrogant. Are the elders of the academy not going to do anything about it? Ling Zhao's voice was extremely cold and he was completely enraged. Ji Huang was killed by Ling Xiao but he did it cleanly. He believed that even the people of the Great Zhou Academy would not be able to find any evidence. Even if the people of the Great Zhou Academy were suspicious, they should be suspecting him. Why would they suspect Xian Wang and Yi Liangchen? Speaking of which, they were probably implicated by Ling Xiao. Fang Chong also nodded and said, Junior brother Long, you are right. Ji Yuanlong said that you were the one who killed Elder Ji Huang. However, since you have not returned, Vice Principal Ji Jun took Xian Wang and Yi Liangchen away for questioning. However, you don't have to worry. Elder Han is also here. He will not let them suffer. The people of the Great Zhou Academy are really domineering. I want to see what they are going to do. Senior brothers, where are they? Please take me there. Ling Xiao sneered and suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart. The people of the Great Zhou Academy had provoked him time and time again. He had long wanted to kill them. If the Great Zhou Academy dared to hurt Xian Wang and Yi Liangchen this time, Ling Xiao would not mind turning the great ancient city upside down. Junior brother Long, don't be rash. The people of the Great Zhou Academy, Sky Sword Academy and Overlord Academy are searching for you everywhere. Elder Han wants me to tell you that once you return to the great ancient city, immediately use the teleportation array to return to the academy. As long as you are fine, they will not dare to harm junior sister Xian Wang and junior brother Yi. Fang Xing hurriedly advised Ling Xiao as he was afraid that Ling Xiao would act rashly. Ji Huang's status in the Great Zhou Academy was extremely high and he was also Ji Jun's younger brother. Now that he was killed for no reason, Ji Jun was about to go crazy. As for the Sky Sword Academy and the Overlord Academy, they naturally stood on the side of the Great Zhou Academy. The Ares Academy and the Imperial Academy were already at a disadvantage. If Ling Xiao appeared, it would definitely give them an excuse to make a move. Long Outyin, you're finally here. Principal Ji Jun has ordered that you are suspected of murdering Elder Ji Huang. You have committed a heinous crime, so come with us obediently. Don't even think about running away. Otherwise, we can kill you on the spot. A cold voice suddenly exploded in the void. Whoosh! 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 3 figures flew over from afar. Each of them had a powerful aura. Their faces were cold, and their eyes were filled with cold killing intent. They were 3 young men in black robes. They were all in the great circle of the heavenly god realm and were disciples of the Great Zhou Academy. They immediately surrounded Ling Xiao. Moreover, the three of them exuded powerful sword intent and surged with divine power. Their auras were extremely terrifying. It was as if Ling Xiao dared to act rashly, they would immediately attack and kill him on the spot. Suspected of murdering Elder Ji Huang? Could it be that you're all blind? Tell me, how could I, a mere heavenly god, kill a godly king elder of the Great Zhou Academy without a sound? Ling Xiao sneered coldly. Cut the crap. Whether you killed him or not, we'll know when Principal Ji Jun interrogates you. I advise you not to resist. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. One of the young men in black robes sneered. To the three of them, Long Outyen was only in the middle heavenly god realm. It was impossible for him to kill Elder Ji Huang. However, this was the vice principal's order. They had to bring this brat back. Moreover, there had always been friction between the Ares Academy and the Great Zhou Academy. They were naturally more than happy to let the disciples of the Ares Academy suffer a little. Who does Ji Jun think he is? Is he even fit to interrogate me? You want to slander me without any evidence? Who do you think you are? Get lost. I'll look for Ji Jun myself. There's no need for you to bark here. Ling Zhao's voice was incomparably cold. He was about to lose control of his anger and killing intent. The moment the Great Zhou Academy arrived, they treated him like a criminal. Ling Zhao's heart was filled with coldness. They were merely 3 disciples in the great circle of the heavenly god realm. Ling Xiao had killed more than one godly king realm cultivator, let alone these 3. After hearing Ling Zhao's words, the young man in black robe sneered and said, Long Outyen, I think you want to do this the hard way. Since you don't listen to our orders, don't blame us for being rude. Rumble, the young man in black robes had an indifferent expression. Divine power rose around his body. He slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao. This palm contained a few hidden forces and was extremely vicious. Obviously, he wanted to injure Ling Xiao and make him suffer. If Ling Xiao was only in the middle heavenly god realm, he might not have been able to block this attack. You're courting death. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed coldly as he punched out, boom, like a bolt of golden lightning, the ferocious fist aura exploded. It was like a golden sun in the sky, illuminating millions of miles of mountains and rivers. The majestic blood energy gushed out and Ling Xiao's aura changed drastically. He was like an ancient divine beast that had awakened from a deep slumber. This caused the young man in black robe's expression to change drastically. Gotcha, when the fist and palm collided, endless divine light exploded. However, the young man in black robe's expression turned extremely ugly. He felt an irresistible divine power explode. His arm exploded into a mist of blood and he was instantly sent flying. Boom, the young man in black robes crashed into the ground far away, causing the ground to tremble violently. The young man in black robe's aura became extremely weak and he let out a miserable cry. You're courting death. The other 2 young men in black robes were shocked and furious. They did not expect Long Outyen to possess such terrifying combat strength. They immediately took out the 2 ancient swords behind their backs. The blazing light illuminated the void like 2 heavenly rivers and slashed towards Ling Zhao's head. These were 2 godly king weapons. Under their control, they contained an incomparably terrifying destructive power. Humph! Ling Xiao snorted coldly. The blood energy around him surged. He reached out with both hands and the golden blood energy condensed into mysterious lightning runes in his palms. The 2 ancient swords were grabbed by his hands and they were still trembling violently. Killing intent flashed in the eyes of the 2 black-robed youths. Seeing that Ling Xiao dared to take on the godly king weapons with his bare hands, they immediately activated their ancient swords, wanting to completely cut off Ling Zhao's arms. Rumble, Ling Zhao's hands suddenly clapped together, and the 2 ancient swords collided with each other, triggering a monstrous divine light. The runes within exploded, and the 2 powerful godly king weapons seemed to have suffered different degrees of damage, and began to wail. Swoosh swoosh, Ling Xiao pushed out horizontally, and the 2 ancient swords were directly thrown out, instantly breaking free from the control of the 2 black-robed youths. Their faces changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with incomparable terror. The Ling Xiao in front of him was simply too violent. That kind of terrifying physical body made people feel despair. It was as though anything that stood in his way would be completely destroyed by him. However, before they could react, two golden palm prints had already slapped across the sky. Crack, the two palm prints were as fast as lightning, directly blasting on their chests. Instantly, countless ribs were broken, and their chests caved in. Blood spurted from their mouths as they were directly sent flying. In the blink of an eye, three great perfection heavenly gods were severely injured. Fang Xing and Fang Chong were dumbfounded. Junior brother Long has become stronger again. Fang Xing exclaimed, but there was not a trace of jealousy in his heart. That's right. I'm afraid junior brother Long's combat strength is enough to compete with senior sister Qinglian, senior brother Tiangang, and King Kong, and even win. Fang Chong also nodded and exclaimed in admiration. Previously, the intense battle between Ling Xiao and King Kong had already shocked them greatly. However, that was only a collision of physical bodies, and the two of them did not truly fight with their full strength. Fang Xing and Fang Chong only thought that Ling Xiao had the strength to fight King Kong, but he might not necessarily be a match for King Kong. Yet now, Ling Xiao had defeated three disciples at the peak of the heavenly god realm so easily. The scene was extremely shocking and astounding. Perhaps even King Kong and Ji Yuanlong might not be able to defeat three great perfection heavenly gods so quickly. Phew. I feel good. I'll let you live today, but if you still dare to act so arrogantly in the future, be careful that you don't die a proper death. Lead the way, I'm going to meet that so-called Vice Principal Ji Jun. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as a sharp glint flashed across his eyes. The three black-robed young men glared fiercely at Ling Xiao. Their eyes were filled with anger and fear, but they did not dare to say anything more. They supported each other as they stood up and walked in the direction of the city lord's estate. Ling Xiao's expression was very calm as he followed behind. Go. Let's follow them and take a look. No matter what, we can't let the people from the Great Zhou Academy be too arrogant. Fang Xing and Fang Chong looked at each other and decided to chase after Ling Xiao. They faintly guessed that with Ling Xiao's fiery temper, it was very likely that the city lord's mansion would be turned upside down by him. In a palace deep within the city lord's mansion, 5 figures stood at the top. Their auras were extremely powerful and unfathomable. They were all divine kings. On the 2 sides below them stood Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, Feng Ye, Yin Tiansong, and He Donkey. Other than the 5 of them, Bai Susu, Chu Yunfan, and Chu Yunfei were also present. On the other side stood Ji Yuanlong and a few disciples from the Great Zhou Academy. Xian Wang, when you were cultivating in the sacred spirit pool, where did Long Outyin go? Ji Jun's eyes flashed as he looked at Xian Wang and asked. After the confrontation with Ji Yuanlong in the palace, Xian Wang and Yi Liangchen told her how they found the sacred spirit pool and cultivated in it after they left the ancient city and entered the Sky Lightning Sea. Xian Wang did not hide this point. She only said that after they entered the giant sacred spirit pool to cultivate, Ling Xiao left them to search for the sacred spirit pool alone. Xian Wang also knew that the people from the Great Zhou Academy were only suspicious and did not have any evidence. Moreover, she had already discussed with Ling Xiao. She only needed to tell the truth. There was no need to make up any lies. After all, Chu Yunfan and Chu Yunfei clearly knew that Ling Xiao wasn't with them. I don't know where senior brother Long went. However, if Principal Ji suspects that junior brother Long has something to do with Elder Ji Huang's death, please show me the evidence. Xian Wang said indifferently. His expression was calm. Ji Jun frowned slightly. Xian Wang's calm expression made him unhappy. However, he did not know why, but he felt that Xian Wang was somewhat familiar. However, he did not know where this feeling came from. In the end, he only snorted coldly. Humph. Whether Long Outyin killed Ji Huang or not, we will know after we capture him. You are Bai Susu, right? What is your relationship with Long Outyin? When did you meet? Ji Jun's gaze fell on Bai Susu as he asked indifferently. According to Chu Yunfan and Chu Yunfei, Bai Susu had returned to the sacred spirit pool with Ling Xiao. Perhaps Bai Susu was a better breakthrough point. Long Outyin is my master. We have known each other since before the Great Void Trial. This time, by chance, we met in the mythical space. Bai Susu said coldly as if she was just stating a fact. She did not even look at Ji Jun. Did you and Long Outyin kill Ji Huang together? Hurry up and confess. Ji Jun's eyes suddenly shone brightly. thunder roared out of his mouth. An extremely powerful sound wave exploded in the palace and enveloped Bai Susu. Bai Susu had used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to show that she was a late-stage heavenly god. In Ji Jun's opinion, Bai Susu would definitely confess if she was caught off guard. Although he did not have any evidence, he had a feeling that Ji Huang's death must have something to do with Long Outyen. Even if Long Outyen did not kill Ji Huang, Long Outyen had something to do with it. No. Bai Susu said indifferently, as if she wasn't affected by Ji Jun's words at all. However, her eyes had turned colder. Ji Jun's brazen attack on her immediately triggered a trace of anger and killing intent in her heart. Ji Jun, I have tolerated you for a long time. You have interrogated me for so long, but you have not found anything. If you have evidence, take it out. If you don't, get lost. The Aries College has no obligation to waste time with you here. Seeing Ji Jun attack Bai Susu, Han Li's temper flared up. He slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Ji Jun's nose, his eyes filled with anger. That's right. Daoist Ji, everything is just your suspicion. Furthermore, I heard that Long Outyen was only a heavenly god. How could he have killed Daoist Ji Huang? I think Daoist Ji Huang died in the hands of the demon race. Elders, please listen to what I have to say. Suddenly, the calm Ji Yuanlong's eyes flashed as he cupped his hands towards the five of them. Yuanlong, if you have anything to say, just say it. Ji Jun looked at Ji Yuanlong and said. Elders should know that Long Outyen killed the demonic god king, but the Thunder Source Pearl disappeared. At that time, Elder Ji Huang suspected that Long Outyen had taken the Thunder Source Pearl for himself, so when Long Outyen entered the Sky Thunder Sea, Elder Ji Huang followed Long Outyen to find the whereabouts of the Thunder Source Pearl. After that, Long Outyen left the Aries College and chose to act alone. Hence, I have reason to suspect that Long Outyen went to look for the Thunder Pearl. After following Long Outyen for a few days, Elder Ji Huang's life jade shattered. Hence, I have reason to suspect that Elder Ji Huang's death must be related to Long Outyen. Ji Yuanlong said calmly. But his words made the eyes of the two elders from the Sky Sword College and Overlord College light up. Thunder Source Pearl. These three words seemed to have some kind of magical power that instantly attracted their attention. The Thunder Source Pearl was a flawless sacred treasure bestowed by the 9-layered Imperial Obelisk. It was a treasure for practicing lightning-based martial arts. All these years, the three colleges had been searching for the whereabouts of the Thunder Source Pearl, but to no avail. Now that they heard about the Thunder Source Pearl from Long Outyen, and according to what Ji Yuanlong said, they were even more suspicious that the Thunder Source Pearl was on Long Outyen. Yuanlong is right. Ji Huang's death must be related to Long Outyen. As long as we capture him and search his soul, we will know. Ji Jun sneered. I agree too. If Aries College really has a disciple who dares to kill his elders, how is he different from a demon? He must be severely punished. Sky Sword College's elder Jian Kuan's eyes flashed as he said calmly. That's right. I also agree to continue the investigation. No matter what, we must find the real culprit who killed Ji Huang. Overlord College's elder was a burly man with a ferocious face. At this moment, he also sneered. Han Li's brows immediately furrowed. He knew that the reason why the Sky Sword Academy and the Overlord Academy helped the Great Zhou Academy was not because they wanted to find the culprit. There were many conflicts between the three academies, and it was definitely because of the news about the Thunder Origin Orb. Although Ji Yuanlong's words didn't contain any substantial information, he did mention the possibility that the Thunder Origin Orb might be with Ling Xiao. This indirectly affected the two of them. What a deep scheme, Han Li couldn't help but glance at Ji Yuanlong. Everyone, I've thought of another suspicious point. I'm afraid none of you have thought of it. Ji Jun's eyes flashed as he suddenly said. When we were attacking the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree, a super thunderstorm suddenly appeared in the Sky Lightning Sea. Don't you think it's too much of a coincidence? However, as long as one could control the Thunder Origin Pearl, creating a super thunderstorm was not a difficult task, so now I suspect that the person who created the super thunderstorm is Long Outyen. The Thunder Pearl must be in his hands. According to your sect's disciple's statement, after we broke through the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree's illusion, Long Outyen took the opportunity to leave, right? Combining all these suspicious points, I'm completely certain that the person who secretly created the super thunderstorm, devoured the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree's energy, and snatched the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree's heart must be Long Out Yin. The content of Ji Jun's words was too explosive. Instantly, the 5 Divine King Realm experts' eyes involuntarily shrank. Even Han Li's heart was shaken. As much as he didn't want to admit it, Ji Jun's deduction was indeed very reasonable. After all, there were too many coincidences in the process. Even Han Li suspected that Long Out Yin used the Thunder Origin Pearl to trigger the super thunderstorm. However, if this was confirmed, it would be a great disadvantage for Long Out Yin. With the Thunder Origin Pearl and the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree's heart, the Sky Sword Academy, Overlord Academy, and the Great Zhou Academy would definitely not let Long Out Yin go. Even the Imperial Academy might be tempted. Ji Jun, these are just your conjectures. Long Out Yin's cultivation is merely at the Heavenly God realm. How could he use the Thunder Origin Pearl to trigger the super thunderstorm under our noses and even devour the Phantom Fiend Ancient Tree's energy? Do you think he's a saint? If Long Out Yin was really a saint, I'm afraid even if he killed Ji Huang, you wouldn't even dare to fart, right? Han Li sneered, his eyes filled with undisguised mockery. Although he somewhat agreed with Ji Jun's conjecture, as a member of the Ares Academy, he naturally couldn't help Ji Jun deal with Long Out Yin. Moreover, he had long been unhappy with that bastard Ji Huang. This time, Ji Huang was killed by someone, and he was secretly delighted in his heart. Not to mention that he didn't know whether Ji Huang was killed by Long Out Yin. Even if it was really Long Out Yin, he would definitely help cover it up. Han Li's words caused everyone to be slightly stunned. That's right. Long Out Yin's cultivation is only at the Heavenly God realm. It's impossible for him to cause such a huge commotion under our noses. I also think it's impossible for him to do it. The old lady from the Imperial Academy nodded. Humph. Han Li, don't you dare cover up for the murderer. If you find out that my brother's death is related to Long Out Yin, I will make him pay with his blood. Ji Jun's eyes flashed with killing intent as he said coldly. Boom, at this moment, the door of the palace was kicked open by someone. Pay with his blood? What right do you have to make me pay with his blood? You said that Ji Huang's death is related to me, then show me the evidence. Don't make groundless guesses here. Otherwise, even if you are the vice principal of the Great Zhou Academy, you will have to give me an explanation. Ling Zhao's eyes were cold as he walked in from outside the palace. His voice was clear and agitated. The 3 black-robed youths were all bruised and swollen, and their breathing was weak. They supported each other as they staggered into the palace. Immediately, they knelt down in front of Ji Jun and began to cry. Vice Principal, you must make a decision for us. This Long Out Yin is too arrogant and savage. We went to bring him back for questioning, but he seriously injured us without any explanation. He's simply crazy. When the 3 black-robed youths saw Ji Jun, it was as if they had seen their savior. One by one, they held. They're talking nonsense. Elder, they were the ones who attacked junior brother Long first. Fangxing's face was filled with anger as he looked at Han Li and pleaded. Everyone's eyes couldn't help but shrink. You've rebelled, you've really rebelled. Long Out Yin, you murdered Elder Ji Huang, and now you beat up 3 seniors. This is simply unforgivable. Kneel down and accept your death. Ji Jun was completely enraged. His gaze was incomparably cold and contained an icy killing intent. Ling Xiao sneered and said, Ji Jun, don't accuse me. I'm a disciple of Ares College, not a disciple of your Great Zhou College. They want to deal with me, don't tell me I'm not allowed to fight back. Since when can your Great Zhou College discipline my Ares College's disciples as you wish? Ling Zhao's gaze was clear as he looked at Ji Jun without any fear. At Ling Zhao's current cultivation level, he was only a step away from the Divine King realm. The pressure that the Divine King realm gave him was not as great as before. And with Ling Zhao's current combat strength, coupled with his various trump cards and methods, even if it was a Divine King realm expert, so what, Ling Xiao was confident that he could win, or even kill, a battle. Long Out Yin, did you kill my brother Ji Huang? Tell me honestly, and you can avoid physical pain. Otherwise, no one can save you today. Ji Jun's eyes were red as he said in a cold voice. Although he had no evidence, He believed that this brat in front of him must have something to do with Ji Huang's death. Ji Jun, threatening is not a good move. With me around today, Long Outyen this brat, I'm protecting him for sure. Han Li said with a cold laugh, opposing Ji Jun. Han Li, today I will avenge my brother. Whoever dares to stop me will be my enemy. Do you really want to go against me? Ji Jun's entire body exuded an incomparably majestic aura, causing the void to tremble slightly. You think I'm afraid of you? Ji Jun, you don't have any evidence. You want to touch my Ares College's disciples based on your conjecture? You'll have to kill me first. Han Li sneered. His entire body exuded a vast power of blood and qi. A dark golden light lingered around him, making him look like an indestructible god of war. Seeing that Ji Jun and Han Li were about to fight, the other 3 Divine King Realm experts hurriedly came forward to persuade them. No matter what, the 5 great academies were still on the same side on the surface. They still had to maintain a friendly relationship on the surface and couldn't fall out with each other. Elders, I have a way to determine whether Long Outyen killed Elder Ji Huang or not. Ji Yuanlong suddenly said, a strange look in his eyes. Oh? What is it? Ji Jun's eyes flashed. Using the ether-heavy sacred cauldron to perform the Heart Inquisition, Great Tao can interrogate a martial artist's heart and obtain the truest answer. No one can lie in the heart-questioning Grand Tao. All you need to do is ask Long Outyen questions in the heart-questioning Grand Tao, and all the answers will be clear. Ji Yuanlong smiled. Tao of conscience? These words made Ji Jun's eyes light up. The grand heavy sacred cauldron was able to break through the illusions of reality and directly interrogate a cultivator's mind. Therefore, with the suppression of the grand heavy sacred cauldron, the demon race was unable to sneak into the grand heavy ancient city because there was no way to hide from the grand heavy sacred cauldron's interrogation. Using the grand heavy sacred cauldron to perform the heart-questioning Grand Tao and directly interrogate a martial artist's heart, they would definitely be able to obtain the truest answer. That's right. We will definitely be able to find the truest answer in the heart-questioning Grand Tao. At that time, we will know whether Ji Huang's death is related to Long Outyen. Sky Sword Academy's elder Jian Kuan also nodded. No. Why should Long Outyen be interrogated by the heart-questioning Grand Tao? You have no evidence to prove that Long Outyen killed Ji Huang. I don't agree. A divine light flashed in Han Li's eyes. He immediately shouted and rejected the offer. In fact, Han Li himself also believed that Long Outyen should be related to Ji Huang's death. After all, there were too many coincidences in between. Even if Long Outyen did not kill Ji Huang, Long Outyen could not escape responsibility. Therefore, he naturally did not agree to let Long Outyen be interrogated by the heart-questioning Grand Tao. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao confessed everything in the heart-questioning Grand Tao, then even Han Li would not be able to save him. Han Li, why don't you agree? I think you have a guilty conscience. Being interrogated by the heart-questioning Grand Tao will not affect him at all. Otherwise, I will just search his primordial spirit. Why go through so much trouble? Ji Jun sneered. Many of the Ares College's disciples were furious. The Great Zhou College was too overbearing. Just based on their guesses, they wanted Ling Xiao to be interrogated by the heart-questioning Grand Tao. However, the Sky Sword Academy and Overlord College both supported Ji Jun. The 3 colleges were in the same boat. A strange look appeared in Ling Xiao's eyes. He had naturally heard of the heart-questioning Grand Tao. It was to interrogate the truest feelings and answers in one's heart. All lies could not be hidden. If it was an ordinary heavenly god or even divine king realm expert, they would probably have to obediently confess everything in the heart-questioning Grand Tao. However, this did not include Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had obtained the inheritance of the Great Void Emperor and had already cultivated the Great Void Heart Charm scripture to the 3rd level. With Ling Xiao's current heart realm power, even if he lied, he could not only deceive others, but he could also deceive himself. The heart realm power was ever-changing and everything was controlled by the heart. The so-called heart-questioning Grand Tao was a joke to Ling Xiao, who had the heart realm. With the heart realm as a cover, the heart-questioning Grand Tao could not find out anything from Ling Xiao. Even if it knew, it would be what Ling Xiao wanted it to know. Heart-questioning Grand Tao? Alright, I agree. Ling Zhao's lips curled into a mocking smile as he said indifferently. Ji Yuanlong's eyes narrowed. Looking at Ling Zhao's calm expression, he instinctively felt that something was wrong. He was certain that Ling Xiao had something to do with Ji Huang's death. He originally thought that Ling Xiao would not accept the heart-questioning Grand Dao, but Ling Zhao's sudden agreement made him waver. Could it be that Ji Huang's death really had nothing to do with Ling Xiao? No, Ji Yuanlong immediately denied it. This must be Ling Zhao's bluff. Long Outyin, don't worry. As long as you don't want to be interrogated by the heart-questioning Grand Dao, no one can force you. With me around, no one will hurt you. Han Li glanced at Ling Xiao and persuaded him softly. He was afraid that Ling Xiao was being impulsive. If an accident really happened in the end, it would not be easy to clean up the mess. Thank you, Elder Han. I have a clear conscience and am not afraid of being interrogated by the heart-questioning Grand Dao. However, I have a condition. Ling Xiao smiled at Han Li. His expression was indifferent. What condition? Ji Jun said coldly. If under the interrogation of the heart-questioning Grand Dao, you are certain that Elder Ji Huang's death is related to me, then I will naturally be at your disposal. However, what if you are certain that I have nothing to do with it? Ji Jun said coldly, if we're sure that you have nothing to do with Ji Huang's death, we won't pursue the matter further. You think you're going to resolve the matter by saying you won't pursue the matter further? There's no such thing. You want me to cooperate with you when you're slandering me without any evidence? Do you really think that I'm easy to bully? Ling Zhao's eyes revealed a cold glint. Then what do you want? Ji Yuanlong said coldly. Very simple. Ling Zhao's gaze fell on Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong. His voice was incomparably cold. If you're sure that I have nothing to do with Ji Huang's death, I want the two of you to kowtow and apologize to me. How dare you? Ji Jun's gaze turned cold. He did not expect Ling Xiao to raise such a condition. He was a mighty divine king, the vice principal of the great Zhou College. If he had to kowtow and apologize to Ling Xiao, it would be a great humiliation. It would be harder for him to accept than death. Ji Yuanlong's eyes revealed a hint of murderous intent. Han Li laughed coldly. I think this condition is very good. What right do you have to slander a disciple of the Aries College without paying any price? If Long Outyin was wrongly accused by you, you must kowtow and apologize. This condition is very reasonable. The old woman from the Supreme Dao Palace also nodded. The elders from the Sky Sword College and Overlord College frowned. Ling Zhao's condition was too difficult to accept. Ji Jun was the vice principal of the Great Zhou College. He was powerful and had a high position. If he had to kowtow to Ling Xiao, not only would he find it hard to accept, but the Great Zhou College would also be humiliated. Ji Yuanlong was the most outstanding genius of the Great Zhou College. He was proud and arrogant. If he really kowtowed to Ling Xiao, it would leave a shadow in his heart and he would never be able to recover from it. However, they could not refuse. After all, they had forced Ling Xiao to accept the interrogation of the path of conscience. Ling Zhao's unwillingness and anger were understandable. If you can't accept it, then forget it. However, I don't have the time to accompany you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong looked at each other and finally nodded. They believed that Ling Xiao must have something to do with Ji Huang's death. As long as the interrogation of the path of conscience revealed anything, Ling Xiao would have to die. Since that was the case, why not accept Ling Xiao? Good. I promise you. Ji Jun's gaze was cold to the extreme, but he still nodded. Empty words have no proof. I want the two of you to swear the great oath of the heart. Ling Xiao said. Ji Jun's gaze turned cold. Long Outyin, don't go too far. Could it be that you think that I, the vice principal of the Great Zhou Academy, would go back on my word? Ling Xiao smiled coldly and said, going too far? Is it me who has gone too far, or is it your Great Zhou Academy who has gone too far? I'm sorry, but I really don't believe in the character of your Great Zhou Academy. You really have the possibility of going back on your words. After swearing the great oath of the heart demon, I can now accept the interrogation of the great Tao of conscience. Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's gazes were incomparably cold and murderous. If looks could kill, Ling Xiao would have been killed countless times by now. Their anger had reached its peak, and they wanted nothing more than to slap Ling Xiao to death. Han Li sneered and said, Long Out Yen is right. Since you've agreed, then swear the great oath of the heart demon. If you're unwilling, I think you're deliberately going back on your word. Seeing Ji Jun and the others from the Great Zhou Academy suffer, Han Li was also incomparably happy. If Ling Xiao could force Ji Yuanlong and Ji Jun to kneel in the end, Han Li would probably be even more excited. Alright. I swear the great oath of the heart demon. Ji Jun's teeth were about to shatter, but in order to let Ling Xiao accept the great Tao of conscience, he could only suppress the anger in his heart. He was roaring in his heart. Let this bastard be arrogant for a while more. After the interrogation of the great Tao of conscience, it would be the death of this brat. In the end, Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong both swore the great oath of the heart demon. The great oath of the heart demon was equivalent to forming a contract with their own heart demons and the great Tao of the God realm. If they violated the great oath of the heart demon, they would be devoured by their heart demons. If it was light, they would lose their cultivation. If it was heavy, they would be burned to death by karmic fire. Therefore, most people did not dare to easily swear the great oath of the heart demon. This was also because Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong firmly believed that Ling Xiao had something to do with Ji Huang's death, so they agreed to swear the great oath of the heart demon. However, when Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong swore the great oath of the heart demon, they both played a little trick. The content of their great oath of the heart demon was that only if Ling Xiao had nothing to do with Ji Huang's death, and if he did not obtain the Thunder Origin Pearl and did not steal the energy of the illusory demon ancient tree and the illusory demon tree heart, would they kneel and apologize to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, are you confident? I heard that the great Tao of conscience is very strange. If something happens to you, it will be fun. The black donkey sent a voice transmission to Ling Xiao gloatingly. Don't worry, a mere great Tao of conscience can't do anything to me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly. Not to mention that he had opened up the heart realm, and the power of the heart was ever-changing. When the power of the great Tao of conscience was projected into the heart realm, it could not affect his true emotions at all. Moreover, he had the wordless heavenly book. With the wordless heavenly book's wonders, it was easy to block the power of the great Tao of conscience. It could be said that the so-called interrogation of the great Tao of conscience was a joke from the beginning. Unfortunately, Ji Yuanlong did not know that Ling Xiao had obtained the great void heart charm scripture and the wordless heavenly book. Can we start the great Tao of conscience now? Ji Jun said coldly. No problem. I hope you won't go back on your words later. Ling Xiao said faintly and calmly. Ji Jun snorted coldly and looked at Ling Xiao as if he was looking at a dead man. In his heart, Ling Xiao was already on the blacklist of must kill. Swoosh! 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 The 5 great elders instantly rushed into the sky and began to activate the heavy sacred cauldron floating in the sky. The heavy sacred cauldron was a powerful flawless sacred treasure. Under the activation of the 5 great elders, the heavy sacred cauldron emitted a mysterious light, like a resplendent pillar of heaven, shooting down from the sky. Rays of light were dense, and the light in the pillar of heaven fluctuated, as if there was an endless world being born and destroyed. It was incomparably mysterious. A mysterious domain appeared in front of everyone. This was the great Tao of conscience. Those who entered would be interrogated by the heavy sacred cauldron. At that time, all of their secrets would be exposed. Long Out Yin, the great Tao of conscience has been opened. Why don't you go in? Ji Jun stared coldly at Ling Xiao and scolded coldly. As you wish. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked directly into the mysterious domain. His entire body was enveloped by a brilliant light. Boom, it was a world of brilliant light. The great void cauldron floated in the void like an ancient divine mountain, vast and majestic. The 5-colored divine light enveloped Ling Xiao, and an incomparably mysterious scene changed in front of his eyes. It was as if countless worlds were born and destroyed. It was extremely strange. Using the great void cauldron to form the path of self-examination, the host could ask the person being interrogated 5 questions, and these 5 questions were all direct to the heart. The person being interrogated would definitely give the truest answer. In the Great Void Cauldron, unless one could prove their Tao and become a saint and use their saint path to resist the interrogation of the Great Void Cauldron, even an expert in the Divine King realm would have to give an honest answer. Warriors had their own secrets and opportunities, so no one was willing to be interrogated by the Great Void Cauldron. Therefore, Ling Zhao's calm acceptance surprised everyone. Is this the Great Void Cauldron? It's a domain similar to the Heart Realm with powerful heart force, but it's still far from my Heart Realm. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he observed this mysterious domain. The Great Void Cauldron's Great Void Cauldron could only be considered a domain, not a real world. A real world needed its own laws to be perfect. Although Ling Zhao's Heart Realm was still very weak, it had its own laws. With Ling Zhao's will as the law, it could be said that Ling Xiao was the creator of the Heart Realm. He could create and destroy worlds with a thought. Of course, the Heart Realm was still an illusory world, but with Ling Zhao's cultivation, the Heart Realm would eventually become a real existence similar to a great world. Ling Xiao now suspected that the Void Realm was formed by the Great Void Emperor's Heart Realm. If that was the case, it would be too terrifying. Facing the so-called Great Void Cauldron, Ling Xiao was relieved. Boom, an earth-shattering sound exploded, shaking Ling Xiao to the point that his eyes narrowed. In front of him, Jijun appeared in the void. He wore a dragon robe and stood upright, exuding a vast and mysterious aura. It was as if he was an invincible heavenly emperor, suppressing eternity with a monstrous aura. This was Jijun's projection in the Great Void Cauldron, responsible for interrogating Ling Zhao's heart. It had the power of a saint. Long Outyin, who triggered the super thunderstorm in the Sky Lightning Sea and stole the energy of the illusion fiend ancient tree? Jijun's face was indifferent as his voice exploded in Ling Zhao's ears. In an instant, it was as if the entire world was pressing down on Ling Xiao. A mysterious power enveloped him and surged into his body, forcing him to give the truest answer in his heart. That kind of energy was incomparably vast. Even a Divine King expert couldn't compare to it. If it was an ordinary person, they would have confessed everything by now. Boom, with a single thought, Ling Zhao's heart realm trembled slightly. Majestic heart force spread out from his body, instantly dispelling the power and laws of the Tao of Conscience. On the surface, it looked like Ling Xiao was already controlled by the path of conscience, but in reality, it did not affect him at all. However, Ling Xiao knew that he couldn't make it too obvious, so his gaze became a little sluggish as he softly spat out 4 words, "I don't know." Jijun's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of surprise. Strictly speaking, his first question was 3 questions, but the angle of the question was a little tricky, so he asked them all at once. This was also to minimize the possibility of wasting as much as possible. After all, there were only 5 chances to ask questions. If Ling Xiao admitted that he was the one who created the super thunderstorm, then the Thunder Source Pearl would definitely be on Ling Xiao, and the one who stole the energy of the illusion fiend ancient tree would also be him. However, Ling Zhao's "I don't know" immediately messed up Jijun's plan. Could it really not be Long Outyin? Jijun began to have doubts in his heart. After all, in the path of conscience, he didn't suspect that Ling Xiao would lie. Everyone could also hear Jijun's question. After hearing Ling Zhao's answer, Han Li, Fang Xing, Qing Xian, and the others unconsciously heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Ji Yuanlong and the others' expressions turned ugly. Hee, I knew that this guy is the most cunning. Even Zhao Ritian, that unkillable guy, was tricked by him. If you dare to bet with him, I'm afraid you'll lose everything in the end. Black Donkey was gloating in his heart. He opened his mouth wide and laughed in a very annoying way. Second question, Long Outyin, did you see Ji Huang in the Sky Lightning Sea? Jijun stared at Ling Xiao and asked. Although the Thunder Source Pearl was also very important, finding the beast that killed Ji Huang was what Jijun wanted to know the most. Jijun's voice was like thunder, exploding in Ling Zhao's ears. Majestic energy surged into his body, still forcing him to answer the truest question in his heart. I did. Ling Xiao still had a dull look in his eyes as he replied. However, his answer shocked Jijun. At the same time, he gritted his teeth in hatred. This bastard was too cunning. Jijun's intention in asking this question was to get Ling Xiao to answer how he saw Ji Huang. In the end, Ling Xiao only answered with 2 words. Strictly speaking, he did answer, but this wasted Ji Jun's chance to ask a question. Yi Liangchen, King Xian, and the others suppressed the laughter in their hearts. They knew Ling Xiao the best, and at this moment they all knew that Ji Jun had been fooled. Ji Jun suppressed the anger in his heart and asked the third question, describe how you saw Ji Huang in the Sky Lightning Sea. Ji Jun originally wanted to ask Ling Xiao where he saw Ji Huang, but he was afraid that he would be tricked by this cunning kid again. If he directly said the name of the place, it would be really ket up. Ling Xiao's voice was a little stiff as he said, King Xian, Yi Liangchen, Fengye, Yin Tiansong, and Fangxing entered the Sky Lightning Sea to look for the sacred spirit pool. On the way, we met my good friend, Black Donkey, and learned the whereabouts of the giant sacred spirit pool from him. Then, we successfully found the sacred spirit pool. When they were cultivating in the sacred spirit pool, I was preparing to go to the Sky Lightning Sea to train. I accidentally found the abyss passageway that led to the demon world at the bottom of the Sky Lightning Sea. Boji and many demon experts came out of the abyss passageway. At this time, Elder Ji Huang also appeared in the abyss passageway. He was discovered by the demon race, and the two sides engaged in an intense battle. Later, I saw that the battle was very fierce, so I quietly left. Then, I cultivated in the Sky Lightning Sea for a period of time, and returned to look for King Xian, Yi Liangchen, and the others. Ling Zhao's words were completely fabricated, but it was half true and half false. If Ji Jun really went to the Sky Lightning Sea to search, he could indeed find traces of the existence of the abyss passageway. More importantly, no one would doubt the credibility of these words said in the Tao of Self-Examination. P.S. The first update is posted first. I have something to do tonight, and the remaining 3 updates may be updated very late. Abyss passageway? Ling Zhao's words caused Ji Jun's expression to change. Even Han Li, Jian Kuan, and the other elders revealed a trace of seriousness in their eyes. The demon clan had always been elusive, and the passageway into the divine devil space was incomparably secretive and extremely difficult to find. If there was an abyss passageway in the Sky Lightning Sea, it would be a major event that would shake the entire divine devil space. Ji Jun's brows furrowed. Although he suspected that Ji Huang's death was related to Ling Xiao, he couldn't find any flaws in Ling Zhao's answer, which meant that Ji Huang's death had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. If that was the case, then the real culprit of Ji Huang's death would be Bo Jia of the Heavenly Devil clan, but Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's expressions were incomparably ugly. They had previously sworn the Great Heart Demon oath. Could it be that they really had to kneel down and kowtow to Ling Xiao and apologize? Ji Jun was unwilling to give up. He coldly snorted and asked the 4th question, since you saw the battle between Ji Huang and Bo Jia with your own eyes, why didn't you say so earlier? Ling Xiao slowly replied, I know that destroying the abyss passageway is a great merit, but because I didn't want anyone else to take the credit, I was going to tell Elder Han Li about this matter and let him destroy the abyss passageway. That's why I didn't say anything. Ha ha ha. Good boy. Han Li couldn't help but laugh. His eyes were filled with incomparable satisfaction as he looked at Ling Xiao with increasing satisfaction. This boy was quite smart and knew how to give him credit. However, Ling Xiao must be telling the truth. He didn't like the people of the Great Zhou Academy and had many conflicts with the disciples of the Great Zhou Academy. This was almost a well-known fact. Ji Jun, this is already the 4th question. It seems that Long Outyen has nothing to do with your brother's death. If you still can't get anything out of him, you'll really have to kowtow to Long Outyen and apologize. Han Li looked at Ji Jun with a cold smile. I don't need you to remind me, I know. Ji Jun coldly snorted, but his expression became more and more unsightly. His expression fluctuated, and his heart faintly felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't say why. He didn't think that Ling Xiao could resist the great path of conscience, so where did the problem lie? He started to feel anxious. The thought of kneeling down and kowtowing to Ling Xiao and apologizing was worse than killing him. Ji Jun's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said coldly, Long Outyen, you watched Ji Huang and the demon race fight, but you didn't come forward to help or ask for help. Ji Huang was indirectly killed by you, isn't it? Ji Jun's voice was like thunder, rumbling in all directions, causing the faces of Han Li and the others to instantly change. Lord Ji, you're shameless. Ji Huang died in the hands of the fiend race. What has it got to do with Long Outyen? He's just a mere heavenly deity, how can he possibly go and help? What's the difference between that and seeking death? Han Li was enraged. He could see Ji Jun's sinister intentions. This was a guiding question. As long as Ling Xiao believed that Ji Huang's death was related to him, then Ji Jun would not have to fulfill the Great Oath of the Heart. It could be said that this last question was Ji Jun forcefully linking Ji Huang's death to Ling Xiao. Ji Jun did not even look at Han Li, but stared at Ling Xiao, waiting for Ling Xiao's answer. Ling Xiao's expression was calm as he said indifferently, Ji Huang died in the hands of the fiend race. His death has nothing to do with me at all. Rumble, as soon as Ling Xiao's voice fell, lightning flashed in the void. Rays of five-colored divine light gushed out. The heavy holy cauldron trembled slightly and instantly broke away from the control of the five great divine kings, flying back to the center of the ancient city. The great Tao of conscience had ended. Ling Xiao's gaze recovered clarity in time and revealed a trace of shock. But he was sneering coldly in his heart. Ji Jun, this old thing, was indeed not a good person. His intentions were extremely sinister. If not for the fact that he was not controlled by the heavy holy cauldron at all, he might really have fallen into Ji Jun's trap. But now it seemed that Ji Jun's death, the thunder source bead, and the energy of the illusionary devil ancient tree had nothing to do with Ling Xiao. In other words, even if Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong wanted to renege on the debt, it was impossible, unless they were willing to bear the consequences of the heart demon backlash. As expected, Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's expressions became extremely ugly. Ji Jun's gaze changed, and even a trace of killing intent filled the air. He naturally did not want to kneel and kowtow to Ling Xiao, but he had already sworn the Great Heart Demon Oath. Other than fulfilling the Great Heart Demon Oath, there was one more thing, and that was unless Ling Xiao died. He even had an impulse in his heart to directly kill Ling Xiao, but Han Li seemed to have seen through his thoughts. He sneered and directly blocked in front of Ling Xiao, Ji Jun, if you agree to bet, you must admit defeat. After the interrogation of the Great Tao of Conscience, everyone saw that Long Outyen had nothing to do with Ji Huang's death. You will fulfill the Great Heart Demon Oath now. The aura around Han Li rose, and blood chi filled the air. It was as if as long as Ji Jun dared to make a move, he would launch a thunderous attack. In close combat, almost no one present could be Han Li's match. Long Outyen, I admit that I have wronged you. As long as you agree to not let us fulfill the Great Heart Demon Oath, I am willing to give you 100 drops of holy liquid as compensation. Ji Jun's gaze changed, but in the end, he took a deep breath and suppressed the murderous intent in his heart. He slowly said to Ling Xiao. Junior brother Long, the 5 academies are united. I hope that you can give us a way out and don't go overboard. If you need any help in the future, feel free to look for me. Ji Yuanlong said with a smile. He looked very humble and gentle, just like an elegant young master. If he hadn't single-handedly caused Ling Xiao's current predicament, he might have been able to deceive everyone. The two of you kneeling down and apologizing is only worth 100 drops of holy liquid? It seems like your dignity is really cheap. But unfortunately, I am not lacking in holy liquid. Now, please fulfill the Great Heart Demon Oath. Ling Xiao sneered, his eyes were filled with mockery. He could naturally feel the murderous intent in Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's hearts. Since they were already enemies, there was no way he would be merciful. That's right. When you forced my brother to accept the Great Tao of Conscience, why didn't you say that you would give him a way out? Cut the crap, quickly kneel down and kowtow. Yi Liangchen said with a cold smile. Hee, this is called the evils we bring upon ourselves are the hardest to bear. Now you know that the 5 academies are united? Where did you go just now? Hypocrites who are two-faced are the most hateful. Black Donkey also grinned, and echoed Ji Liangchen's words, mocking Ling Xiao. The Great Zhou Academy's disciples glared at each other, their eyes filled with murderous intent. Even Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's eyes were extremely cold. However, they had to bow down now. If Ling Xiao refused to back down, they would really be finished. Long Outyen, the 5 great academies are of the same branch. Do you want to affect the relationship between our 2 academies because of this? We'll see each other all the time. Leave some leeway so that we can meet again in the future. Forcing someone to a dead end won't do you any good. Ji Yuanlong's face also darkened. Leave some leeway? Heh, these words of yours are really disgusting. The Great Zhou Academy is indeed a group of shameless people. I only have one request, and that is to follow the Great Oath of the Heart Demon and kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you can leave. Ling Xiao sneered and turned his head away. He was too lazy to look at Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's faces. Bastard! Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's faces darkened. They gritted their teeth and the killing intent in their eyes was almost tangible. The two Divine King experts from Sky Sword Academy and Overlord Academy frowned. Long Outyin, as long as you're willing to give up on the Great Oath of the Heart Demon, they'll be willing to exchange any treasure. Whether it's a saint treasure or a saint pill, as long as you say it, there's no problem. I hope that you can spare them this once for this old man's sake. Jian Kuan said with a bitter smile. Long Outyin, don't be too arrogant. Although you're talented, there are too many geniuses in the divine world. However, many of them died before they could mature. They were too arrogant and didn't know how to restrain themselves. I hope that you won't end up like them. The burly man from the Overlord Academy sneered, half persuading and half threatening. I, Long Outyin, don't need the two elders to worry about my future. I only asked them to kneel down and apologize. I didn't ask for their lives. Do you really think that my life is not as important as their dignity? Cut the crap and fulfill the Great Oath of the Heart Demon. Ling Xiao said coldly. He didn't give them any face at all. The two elders were close to the Great Zhou Academy. They wore the same pants as Ji Jun. Ling Xiao didn't have a good impression of them. Good. Very good. I'll fulfill the Great Oath of the Heart Demon now. But Long Outyin, remember this. From today onwards, we'll fight to the death. Ji Jun's eyes revealed a trace of madness as he looked at Ling Xiao with resentment. Then, he directly knelt down in front of Ling Xiao, bowed 3 times and kowtowed 9 times. In the end, he said, I was wrong. Then, he directly turned around and left the city lord's mansion. Ji Yuanlong's eyes were also filled with crazed killing intent. He also chose to fulfill the Great Oath of the Heart's Demon, kneeling down and apologizing to Ling Xiao. The eyes of the Great Zhou Academy's disciples were all red. Each of them looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of hatred. After Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong knelt down and apologized to Ling Xiao, they no longer had the face to continue staying here. They glared at Ling Xiao with venomous eyes before turning to leave the mythical space and returning to the Great Zhou Academy. It could be imagined that Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. Even if Ling Xiao didn't kill Ji Huang, the two sides had already formed an irreconcilable grudge. Today, Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong's dignity was trampled to pieces by Ling Xiao. However, Ling Xiao didn't care at all. Regardless of whether it was Ji Jun or Ji Yuanlong, he didn't put them in his eyes. Not to mention that he would soon break through to the Divine King realm. Even with his current cultivation and many tricks, it wouldn't be difficult to kill Ji Jun. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong should be aware of this. The two elders from the Sky Sword Academy and the Overlord Academy also left with ugly expressions. Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong had suffered such a great humiliation that even they felt ashamed. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This is my Ares Academy's disciple. Since they dared to lay their hands on our Ares Academy's disciples, we have to fight back like this. However, Long Outyin, you should hurry back to the academy. Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong must hate you to the extreme. I'm afraid they will use underhanded methods. Han Li laughed heartily as he looked at Ling Xiao with eyes full of undisguised admiration. Then, he gave Ling Xiao a warning. Elder Han, don't worry. If they dare to lay their hands on me, I will definitely make them regret it. However, you're right. I should return to the academy. The generational competition is about to begin. Ling Xiao smiled slightly, his expression was very calm. That's right. The generational competition is related to the change of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard ranking and even whether or not you can enter the War God Temple. Therefore, you must work hard. If you can enter the top 10, your chances of entering the War God Temple will be much higher. Han Li smiled slightly. Although he knew that Ling Zhao's combat strength was not bad, he didn't know how terrifying Ling Zhao's true combat strength was. Otherwise, he would have thought that Ling Xiao had the strength to fight for the Hidden Dragon leaderboard and fight with the Big Dipper. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Han. Ling Xiao nodded and then transmitted his voice to Han Li. Elder Han, these are the coordinates of the Abyss Passageway. Bo Jia has been killed by me and the Abyss Passageway has been destroyed by me. If you have the chance, you should go there and see if you can find any clues. Alright. Han Li's eyes flashed as he looked deeply at Ling Xiao. He naturally knew that Bo Jia was strong, but he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be able to kill Bo Jia. This indeed surprised him. It seemed that Long Outyan was stronger than he had imagined. He was looking forward to seeing how far Ling Xiao could go in the generational competition. Ling Xiao, the people of the Great Zhou Academy are vengeful. This time, Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong must hate you to the core. You must be careful. Xian Wang suddenly transmitted her voice to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao looked at Xian Wang with some doubt and transmitted his voice, don't worry, I will be careful. However, since you are the princess of the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom, you should have recovered a lot of your cultivation. When do you plan to return to the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom? Xian Wang shook her head and said, now is not the time. I'm afraid something unexpected has happened in the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom. My current cultivation is still too low. Once I enter the War God Temple and become a true disciple of the War God Temple, I'll have to trouble you to return to the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom with me. Ling Xiao could see that when Xian Wang mentioned the Great Zhou Divine Kingdom, there was a trace of deep worry between her brows. However, since she didn't say anything, Ling Xiao tactfully didn't ask. No problem. Ling Xiao smiled and said. After that, Ling Xiao, Xian Wang, Yap Liangchen, and the rest returned to the Ares Academy through the teleportation point in the ancient city. Bai Susu and Black Donkey naturally followed Ling Xiao back. The generational competition was getting closer and closer. Ling Xiao's heart was filled with anticipation. He didn't know how strong the legendary Big Dipper Sr. was. Ling Xiao hoped that he could have a battle with him. P.S. Third update. Everyone, rest early. If you miss one update today, you can make it up tomorrow. Thank you. Wang, in the center of Ares College, the teleportation array shone brightly. A wave of energy rippled through the air, and Ling Xiao and the rest appeared in Ares College. In the surroundings, the mountains were tall and straight. Clouds and mist drifted about. Heaven and earth were high and far away. It looked very quiet. I'm finally back. Ling Xiao took a deep breath as a look of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Over the past 2 years, he had been cultivating in the space of gods and devils. He had been fighting against the human race and the devil race in order to improve his strength and prepare for the generational competition. If he couldn't even win the generational competition, how could he enter Ares Temple and become the temple master? He could even become the god of war of the entire Ares Temple. This was Ling Xiao's ambition. He was moving towards his goal step by step. Let's go back to Ling Xiao Pavilion. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he led the group back to Ling Xiao Pavilion. After Ling Xiao left the teleportation formation, a few sneaky figures appeared in the surroundings. Every one of them had an extremely excited look in their eyes. Long Outyan is back. Let's report to the Black Tortoise King. Long Outyan offended the Black Tortoise King. He's dead meat. Let's report this to the Black Tortoise King. He'll definitely reward us. I heard that the Black Tortoise King obtained the inheritance of a saint in a secret realm and cultivated a peerless divine technique. This time, he is preparing to fight for the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon ranking, or even the first place. There are even rumors that even big senior brother Tiangang might not be his match. We must hug the Black Tortoise King's thigh. Let's see who dares to offend us in the future. The few figures whispered for a while and left the teleportation circle quickly. It was a towering mountain with a majestic aura. It was as if a divine beast, the black tortoise, was hibernating. It was thick and ancient. At the top of the mountain was a grand palace with 3 flamboyant words carved on it. Black Tortoise Palace, this was the residence of the Black Tortoise King Lu Wu. The top 9 disciples in the Hidden Dragon leaderboard were also known as the 9 Great Kings. They each occupied a palace and were the strongest disciples of this generation. The Black Tortoise King Lu Wu was no exception. Although he was only the son of the dazzling Gold City's city lord, after entering Ares College, his talent exploded and he advanced by leaps and bounds. There were even rumors that Lu Wu had been cultivating in a secret area for the past few years and obtained the inheritance of a powerful sage. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds, and he was only half a step away from the Divine King realm. In the Xuanwu Palace, Lu Wenqing and Lu Yan stood below. Their eyes were filled with fanaticism and excitement as they looked at Lu Wu. Lu Wu wore a black robe. His figure was robust and valiant, and his skin was crystalline like jade. His entire body emanated a vast and heavy aura. His eyes seemed to contain a dark starry sky, unfathomable, making people feel as if they would sink into it forever. "Brother! You must avenge my father. I'm sure that Long Outyen is the one who killed my father." Lu Wenqing's eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent as he spoke through gritted teeth. More than 2 years ago, he had sent a letter to the dazzling Gold City Lord Lu Yangfeng to kill Ling Xiao. He wanted to snatch the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance from Ling Xiao. But later, Lu Yangfeng's nameplate was broken but Ling Xiao was safe and sound. Lu Wenqing was about to go crazy. He had been sending people to keep an eye on Ling Xiao's whereabouts for the past 2 years and contacted his brother Lu Wu. He wanted Lu Wu to avenge Lu Yangfeng. Not long ago, when Lu Wu came out of seclusion and heard the news of Lu Yangfeng's death, his murderous intent exploded. He even said that he would not rest until Long Outyen was dead. So when Long Outyen returned to Aries College today, the news immediately spread to the Black Tortoise Palace. "Long Outyen? It doesn't matter if he killed father or not, he will definitely die. But I'm afraid that he will admit defeat immediately after entering the divine battle arena. Then I won't have the chance to kill him." Lu Wu's eyes were filled with murderous intent and his voice was bone-chilling. He had considered more. Although Aries College allowed people to enter the arena to fight, they did not support life and death battles. Even if they entered the arena, they could choose to admit defeat. Then what should we do? Are we just going to watch him be free and unfettered? I can't accept this. Lu Wenqing's eyes were red and he smashed a wooden table beside him into powder. Lu Yan's eyes flashed and he said slowly, "Brother Lu, if you want to kill Long Outyen, it's not impossible. But you can only wait until the generational competition. During the generational competition, you can choose to have a life and death battle. At that time even the dean can't stop you. Anyway, there are still more than 2 months. Once the time is up, it will be Long Outyen's death." "There are still more than 2 months. But I can't wait that long," Lu Wenqing said through gritted teeth. Lu Wu's eyes became incomparably deep as he said coldly, "Maybe, we can directly kill our way into High Heaven Pavilion and cripple Long Outyen first." Previously, when Lu Wu came out of seclusion, he had completely destroyed High Heaven Pavilion, leaving only ruins. Because of Lu Wu's status and Lu Yan's grandfather, Lu Feng, the college did not punish Lu Wu. After hearing Lu Wu's words, Lu Yan's heart could not help but tremble. If Lu Wu really killed his way into High Heaven Pavilion, this level of personal conflict would probably alarm the dean. At that time, it was not certain whether Long Outyen would be crippled or not. Lu Wu would definitely be punished. However, Lu Yan thought for a while and said, "Brother Lu, the dean is not in the college now. A few of the vice deans and elders have also gone to the mythical space. As long as you don't cause too much of a commotion, my grandfather should be able to suppress this matter." "Very good. I have the world talisman. When the time comes, I can cripple Long Outyen directly. Even the elders won't know," Lu Wu said expressionlessly. In his heart, he hated Ling Xiao to the extreme. He had even taken out a treasure like the world talisman. According to legends, the world talisman was a holy talisman that could only be refined by a saint who had comprehended the Saint Tao. It contained boundless spatial energy, and even a God King powerhouse could not break through the shackles of the world talisman. Moreover, Lu Wu believed that even if the elders found out that he had crippled Ling Xiao, they would still turn a blind eye to it. After all, the astral tournament would begin after the generational competition. An ordinary disciple versus a genius disciple, who even had hopes of becoming the champion of the astral tournament, was something that the elders would be able to weigh clearly. "Good. Brother, I want that Long Outyen to kneel at my feet and beg for death. Also, I want him to spit out the inheritance of the Black Tortoise Sage." Ling Xiao and the others returned to the High Heaven Pavilion. However, when they saw the High Heaven Pavilion in front of them, their eyes were filled with anger. High Heaven Pavilion had been completely destroyed and turned into ruins. The surrounding bamboo forest had been burned to ashes. Even the waterfall behind it had been cut off. Everywhere, there were broken fences and dilapidated walls. The stone tablet with the words High Heaven Pavilion had been smashed into pieces with a single punch. There was even a pile of feces on it. This was a provocation, an extremely arrogant provocation. Bastard! Who the hell did this? Don't let me catch you, or I'll summon a billion bolts of lightning to kill you. Yap Liangchen said angrily. Hee-haw, Long Out Yin, who is so arrogant to actually dare to cripple your High Heaven Pavilion? Let's go, let Master Donkey help you vent your anger? Black Donkey asked in surprise. However, its face was filled with an unkind smile. It looked very despicable and deserved a beating. It was as if it was happy to see Ling Xiao being humiliated. Xianwang frowned and said coldly, although the High Heaven Pavilion is your residence, it was built by the school. How dare they act so recklessly? Don't tell me the school elders don't care? Fengye said angrily, Senior Brother Long, this means that the school elders must be covering for them. This is too despicable. Why don't we go to the dean and seek justice for us? Hee, little ya, you're too kind. We have to fight back against these bastards. Didn't they destroy our High Heaven Pavilion? Wouldn't it be better if we find those bastards and cripple them? Yin Tiansong said with a sinister smile. Everyone said angrily. In the end, they all looked at Ling Xiao. They wanted to see how he was going to solve this matter. Ling Xiao's expression was very calm, but there was a trace of coldness in his eyes. Looking at the ruins in front of him, Ling Xiao could feel how arrogant and despotic the person who destroyed the High Heaven Pavilion was. No need to go through so much trouble. I think I know who it is. Ling Xiao said indifferently. In Aries College, he had only offended two groups of people. One group was the brothers Chu Yunfei and Chu Yunfan. However, they were currently in the God Devil space and had yet to return. The other group was Lu Wenqing and Lu Yen. Lu Wenqing's elder brother was the Black Tortoise King, Lu Wu. His father, Lu Yangfeng, had died in Ling Xiao's hands. Therefore, Ling Xiao guessed that it was most likely Lu Wu's doing. Hee, Senior Brother Long, these bastards definitely know who destroyed High Heaven Pavilion. Yap Liangchen and Yin Tiansong caught a disciple who was spying on them from afar. They sneered and started to threaten him. In the end, the disciple confessed that the murderer was the Black Tortoise King Lu Wu. Upon hearing Lu Wu's name, the crowd instantly exploded. What bullshit, Black Tortoise King? Big brother, let's kill our way to the Xuanwu Palace and tear it apart. Let's kill that Lu Wu. Since the academy doesn't care, then don't blame us for being impolite. Yi Liangchen sneered. That's right. A mere Black Tortoise King dares to bully our senior brother Long? You're simply courting death. Yin Tiansong also sneered. Now, everyone knew Ling Xiao's true combat strength. He could even fight against the great senior brother of the Overlord College, King Kong Ling Xiao. How could the Black Tortoise King be compared to him? In short, they had blind faith and worship in Ling Xiao. Not to mention the Black Tortoise King Lu Wu, Ling Xiao might even be able to defeat the great senior brother Tian Gang. They had all obtained great benefits in the Divine Devil space, and each and every one of them was elated, wishing they could walk sideways. How could they allow others to bully them? Lu Wenqing, Lu Wu, you guys are really courting death. Ling Xiao said calmly. His eyes were filled with cold-killing intent. What angered him the most wasn't Lu Wu's destruction of High Heaven Pavilion, but the fact that the academy didn't do anything to punish Lu Wu. Not to mention punishing Lu Wu, they didn't even restore High Heaven Pavilion to its original state. Ling Xiao knew that this was the academy's way of indulging Lu Wu. They thought that Lu Wu was more valuable than Ling Xiao. Since that was the case, Ling Xiao would turn the academy upside down today. He would let the academy know whether Lu Wu or Ling Xiao was more important. Swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh. At this moment, a few powerful figures swept across the sky. Long Out Yin, give me back my father's life. Lu Wenqing's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at Ling Xiao. His eyes were filled with hatred. He and Lu Yen stood on the left and right respectively. Lu Wu stood in the middle. His aura rose and a black divine light lingered around him. His eyes were incomparably deep as they fell on Ling Xiao. Lu Wenqing, your father is dead? What does it have to do with me? You guys destroyed my high heaven pavilion. Today, I will settle the score. Ling Xiao said calmly. As for Lu Yongfeng, he naturally died in Ling Xiao's hands. However, he would never admit it. Bastard! You still don't want to admit it? My father followed you into the divine devil space. You're fine, but he's dead. If you didn't kill him, who else could it be? Lu Wenqing gritted his teeth and said. Why did your father follow me into the divine devil space? Why didn't I know about it? Ling Xiao sneered. Follow you? Of course, Lu Wenqing was suddenly speechless. He was too impatient. Was he really going to say that his father was there to snatch the Black Tortoise Saint's inheritance from Ling Xiao? Let me say it for you. Your father followed me to snatch the treasure from me, right? However, it's a pity that the divine devil space is filled with danger. There are many experts from the demon clan. Perhaps Lu Yongfeng was unlucky and encountered an expert from the demon clan. He was killed by the demon clan. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao sneered coldly. Hee, I've seen shameless people before, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Your father wanted to snatch my brother's treasure and was killed by the demon clan. What does it have to do with my brother? Yi Liangchen said sarcastically. Hee ha, what does your father look like? Does he look like me? Black Donkey squinted and looked at Lu Wenqing carelessly. Lu Wenqing's face immediately turned green. He stared at Black Donkey with a murderous look and said, Where did this beast come from? Long Out Yin, take care of your beast. Otherwise, I don't mind killing it for you. Hee ha, how dare you call your father a beast? You unfilial son of a bitch, get the hell out of here. Black Donkey licked his face and sneered. I'm going to kill you. Lu Wenqing was so angry that smoke came out of his nostrils. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent as he threw a punch at the Black Donkey. The Black Donkey's aura didn't seem strong. It was probably at the true God realm. However, Lu Wenqing's cultivation had already reached the middle heavenly God realm. Lu Wenqing knew that he wasn't Ling Zhao's opponent. However, if he could kill this Black Donkey, he would be able to vent his anger. Lu Wenqing's speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of the Black Donkey. Lu Wu's face was still cold. He didn't stop Lu Wenqing. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao. However, Yi Liangchen and the others didn't dare to look. Everyone could imagine what would happen to Lu Wenqing. Lu Wenqing's fist was extremely powerful. It was ferocious and domineering. When it was about to hit the Black Donkey opened its mouth and laughed. Bang, with a muffled cry, Lu Wenqing saw a huge Black Donkey's hoof kicking over, directly landing on his face. Lu Wenqing screamed miserably as he was sent flying like a meteor. Half of his face was flattened by the kick. He was in so much pain that tears flowed out of his eyes. His blood mixed with his tears, making him look incomparably miserable. Eh? The Black Donkey suddenly lashed out with its hooves, and even Lu Wu was unable to stop it in time. Lu Wenqing was sent flying, and he only had enough time to catch Lu Wenqing. Big brother, kill it for me. Kill it. Lu Wenqing was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He roared loudly. When he thought about how he was kicked by a Black Donkey, he was so angry that he almost fainted. That King Black Donkey was too cunning. It obviously had the strength of a heavenly god, but it pretended to be weak. Even Lu Wu was fooled. Lu Wenqing had kicked an iron plate. Yi Liangchen and the others were laughing so hard that their mouths were almost crooked. The Black Donkey was indeed despicable. However, it was really satisfying. Buzz, at this moment, a bright light shone in Lu Wu's hand. It instantly turned into a vast and majestic space. It covered everyone and the area. Everyone felt the light in front of them change. The mountains, rivers, and earth became unfamiliar. The ruins of High Heaven Pavilion disappeared, replaced by a strange world. This is a world talisman? Fangxing's body trembled, and his face became extremely ugly. Senior brother Lu, what are you planning to do with the world talisman? Fangxing had a bad feeling about this. What are you doing? Of course it's to kill. Lu Wu said with a faint smile, but that smile was extremely cold. His entire body was exuding an extremely terrifying killing intent, making him look like the god of death who had just walked out of hell. Rumble, an extremely terrifying aura emanated from Lu Wu's body. He stood in the void. Divine light rose and murderous aura permeated the air. He locked onto Ling Xiao, who was in front of him, as if he was about to launch a thunderous attack at any moment. Senior brother Lu, you can't do this. Private battles are prohibited in the academy. If you have any grudges with junior brother Long, you can totally go up to the god battle arena. Fangxing said coldly. He did not expect Lu Wu to be so crazy as to kill Ling Xiao here. It's still too troublesome to enter the deity battle arena. If you choose to admit defeat, I won't be able to do anything to you, right? Long Outyin, you've entered Ares College for less than 3 years, and you've already broken through to the middle heavenly god realm. This talent is indeed amazing. However, you're still going to die today. Lu Wu said calmly, as if he was chatting with an old friend. However, the content of his words sent chills down one's spine. Oh? Are you so sure that I'm the one who killed your father? Ling Xiao asked curiously. I'm not sure. However, after I kill you, imprison your primordial spirit, and interrogate you, I'll naturally know whether or not you killed my father. Lu Wu said calmly. Then aren't you afraid of killing people? Aren't you afraid that the academy will punish you? How are you different from the demons if you use such methods on your fellow disciples? Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. He was not angry at all. This is a world where the strong are respected. You've offended me, but you don't have enough strength, so you can only die. As for the academy, I believe that when they see my value, they won't punish me. If you want to blame someone, then blame yourself for being too weak. Lu Wu said calmly. Oh? What a good the strong are respected. So, you're saying that if I'm stronger than you, I can kill you, and the academy won't punish me? Ling Xiao said calmly. That's right. Unfortunately, you won't have the chance. Lu Wu's voice became cold. Boom, the aura around Lu Wu became extremely dangerous. A mysterious aura rose, and it was as if there was an endless amount of chi of heaven and earth around him. It made him look heavy and powerful. Tisk, what's with the act? Long Outyin, go and kill him. Black Donkey said unhappily. Hee, you're just the 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, and you dare to be so arrogant? I guarantee that I'll beat him up until his mother can't recognize him. Yap Liangchen sneered. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, if that's the case, please enlighten me, senior brother Lu. Actually, I really want to kill you too. As soon as Ling Xiao finished speaking, his aura changed drastically. Boom, golden blood rose, and Ling Xiao's body emitted a clear dragon's roar. He was surrounded by an immortal and powerful aura. Finally, he threw a punch at Lu Wu, king of war fist. Ling Xiao's eyes were extremely sharp. Just like his fist, it was filled with explosive power as if it was going to suppress everything. Lu Wu's expression changed slightly the moment Ling Xiao made his move. He could see that Ling Xiao's cultivation was still in the middle heavenly god realm, but he had already cultivated the indestructible war body to the 4th level, the 5 vital organs palace. Reaching this level could be said to be invincible in the heavenly god realm. One had to know that among the disciples of Ares College, only big senior brother Tiangang had reached this level. Very good. 4th level of the indestructible war body? You're worth it for me to personally attack you. Lu Wu said calmly. Then, his 5 fingers stretched out in the air, and mysterious runes circled around his palm. Streams of chi of heaven and earth gathered in his palm, and finally turned into a ray of chi of heaven and earth. It smashed towards Ling Xiao. That's right, it smashed down. That ray of chi of heaven and earth was like a heavenly pillar. It was vast and mysterious, and it contained an extremely terrifying power. Mixed element chi? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed. What Lu Wu cultivated was actually one of the 9 ultimate techniques, the mixed element chi. The so-called mixed element chi was to use one's body as the foundation to absorb the power of heaven and earth. It was called the mixed element chi. It could be as light as a feather or as heavy as 1,000 mountains. It was a first-class killing technique, and it was extremely powerful. Boom, the war god King Fist collided with the mixed elemental energy, causing an earth-shattering sound to erupt, causing the surrounding sky to tremble violently. The fist imprint was unparalleled, and it exploded at the same time as the mysterious yellow divine light. Ling Xiao and Lu Wu's figures also passed through the layers of divine light and suddenly charged towards each other. Boom. Boom. Boom, Ling Xiao threw out hundreds of punches in an instant, and each punch contained an incomparably terrifying energy fluctuation. It was like an immemorial divine mountain suppressing the surroundings, wanting to completely destroy Lu Wu. The mixed elemental energy lingered around Lu Wu, sometimes like an ethereal cloud, sometimes like a surging sea, and sometimes like billions of sword chi piercing through everything. It could be said that it was impossible to guard against, but in Lu Wu's hands, it was actually magical and ever-changing. How can this bastard be so strong? Lu Wenqing's eyes were filled with disbelief as he gritted his teeth and said. Although he guessed that Ling Xiao's strength must be extremely terrifying since he killed Lu Yangfeng, he also guessed that Ling Xiao might have borrowed the power of the mysterious Kuan sword. However, at this moment, seeing that Ling Xiao's immortal battle body had actually reached the 4th level, his entire strength was extremely terrifying. It was hard for him to accept that he could actually fight Lu Wu to such an extent. It seems like this bastard must have obtained a great opportunity in the divine devil space, or else his strength wouldn't have increased so quickly. Lu Yan said with some jealousy. When they first entered Aries College, their cultivation levels were even higher than Ling Xiao's. Even their combat strength was not too far off. But now, not only had Ling Xiao's cultivation level caught up with them, even his combat strength was so terrifying that it was almost on par with the 9 great kings. If this continued, wouldn't Ling Xiao kill his way to the top of the 9 great kings' throne? This was something that Lu Wenqing and Lu Yan could not accept no matter what. It seems like this Lu Wu has had another fortuitous encounter. His strength is indeed extraordinary. He's almost on par with King Kong. Ling Xiao thought to himself. Although this Lu Wu in front of him was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, Ling Xiao discovered that he had already cultivated the mixed elemental energy to the Great Completion realm, which had both offense and defense. It was almost on par with King Kong. With this kind of combat strength, he was probably at least in the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard, and could even compete with Big Brother Big Dipper. Rumble, the more Ling Xiao fought, the braver he became. Every punch was like a celestial emperor suppressing all directions, powerful and unparalleled. Even if the mixed Yuan unity energy was unpredictable, it was still somewhat unable to withstand Ling Xiao's fierce attacks. Wang, with another punch from Ling Xiao, Lu Wu's body was enveloped in a black divine light. Profound yellow divine light filled the air, forming a profound yellow cauldron around him. When the fist landed on the surface of the profound yellow cauldron, dazzling runes immediately erupted and the profound yellow cauldron exploded, transforming into countless runes that scattered like a rain of light. In the end, they formed the profound yellow cauldron around Lu Wu. Ling Xiao could clearly feel that the mysterious yellow cauldron was formed by the transmutation unity qi. Its defensive power was extremely strong, and it was spinning like a top. Ling Xiao's fist force was actually reduced by more than 50% by the mysterious yellow cauldron. Whoosh, Lu Wu's eyes flashed and he extended his hand. Immediately, 5 black beams of sword qi shot towards Ling Xiao. They were extremely sharp. At the same time, Lu Wu pushed out both of his palms. A majestic aura gushed out like a tsunami, trying to blow Ling Xiao away. Lu Wu knew that Ling Xiao's body was extremely strong. That was why he suddenly unleashed the transmutation unity qi's ultimate killing power. He wanted to destroy Ling Xiao's body directly. The 5 sword qi were extremely terrifying. The black destructive power intertwined with each other. Even an expert of the Divine King realm would feel his scalp go numb. A divine light flashed in Ling Xiao's eyes, and 5 small suns lit up on his chest. That was the power of the 5 internal organs, which contained the essence of the 5 elements. Furthermore, they intertwined with each other, reinforcing and restraining each other. They were like flames in a furnace, providing Ling Xiao with an endless stream of divine power. Break! Ling Xiao roared. His fists were like 2 dazzling suns revolving around each other. A spiral force enveloped the 5 black sword qi like a black hole. It instantly devoured the 5-sword chi and turned them into dust. Ling Xiao's body was extremely ferocious, like a terrifying mountain. At this moment, his aura rose and the strength of his body reached its peak. He punched towards Lu Wu. Although Lu Wu's mysterious yellow cauldron was very strong, it was only formed by the transmutation unity chi. Now, under Ling Xiao's punch, Lu Wu's expression changed slightly. He actually felt a sense of danger. Dang, however, he didn't have time to think. Ling Xiao's punch had already landed on the mysterious yellow cauldron. A crisp sound reverberated in all directions. Terrifying sound waves spread out and blew up all the mountains and trees within a radius of 10,000 feet. Fortunately, this was the array world formed by the world symbol. Otherwise, if they dared to fight like this in Ares College, it would have attracted the attention of the elders. Gotcha! Countless spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the mysterious yellow cauldron. Then, it suddenly exploded. This time, it was completely shattered. The countless runes on the mysterious yellow cauldron were broken. Then, the punch didn't lose its momentum and directly hit Lu Wu's chest. Bang! Lu Wu was sent flying dozens of feet. Cough cough. You can actually break my transmutation unity chi. Your physical body is indeed very strong. Is this what you're relying on? However, if that's all you have, then you can go die. Lu Wu coughed, and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. However, his gaze became even sharper. Ling Xiao was actually able to break his mysterious yellow cauldron. It was equivalent to his transmutation unity chi at the great perfection stage. It was no match for Ling Xiao's immortal battle body. While his heart was shaken, he finally began to take Ling Xiao seriously. Clang! A blazing sword light rose, containing an extremely strange fluctuation. Lu Wu opened his mouth and spat out a white ancient sword. Its speed was extremely fast, and it contained an ancient and mysterious aura. The ancient sword cut through the sky and slashed down towards Ling Xiao. An extremely desolate and boundless concept spread out. It was as if the sea had turned into mulberry fields and countless lives had been annihilated. Only this sword was eternal and immortal. Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed. This sword actually contained a trace of the strange power of time. He finally understood what Lu Wu's trump card was. The great wilderness way of the sword, among the 9 ultimate techniques, although the immortal battle body was the most difficult to cultivate, it was only used to train the physical body. If one had a great opportunity, it was very easy to cultivate to the great perfection stage. In the current War God Temple, the Heavenly Hall was the most powerful faction. Other than the strength of the Heavenly Hall, the most important reason was that the art of aging heavens and earth was too terrifying. True disciples who cultivated the art of aging heavens and earth were famous even in the entire divine world, let alone in the War God Temple. Ling Xiao did not expect Lu Wu to be so ambitious to cultivate the great wilderness sword Dao, and even to the minor accomplishment realm. The speed of the sword was extremely fast and it was supported by the power of time. The moment Lu Wu attacked, it was already in front of Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao even felt a stinging pain between his eyebrows. Adjudication. Ling Xiao's face was calm and his eyes were as deep as the sea. He said 2 words calmly. Rumble, a snow-white blade light flashed. Ling Xiao pushed his palms apart and a mysterious blade light bloomed in front of him. It contained a power fluctuation that could adjudicate all living things. The 7 forms of adjudication, it was also one of the 9 ultimate skills. When the power of adjudication was cultivated to the extreme, it was the great Tao of adjudication that could dominate the world. It could decide the life and death of all living things and cause all living things to wither. The sword aura and blade light collided. It seemed to be silent and extremely calm. However, there was a sudden clap of thunder, followed by the explosion of countless rays of divine light. Boundless light enveloped the space, enveloping both Ling Xiao and Lu Wu. Clang! 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 However, this was just the beginning. As the ancient sword became brighter and brighter in the void, there was a terrifying holy path aura that spread out and slashed towards Ling Xiao. The sword in Lu Wu's hand was actually a sage-level treasure and it was extremely powerful. Every sword seemed to bring everyone into the great wilderness era where all living things died and the world changed. It contained the secrets of time. The great wilderness sword principle under Lu Wu's control had an extremely mysterious power. Ling Xiao continued to use the 7 forms of adjudication with the divine power in his body and collided with Lu Wu. Although he was at a disadvantage, Ling Xiao's gaze was still calm. He was trying to understand the secrets of the Great Wilderness Sword Principle. Ling Xiao could faintly feel that the Great Wilderness Sword Principle had a mysterious connection with his menstrual cycle. It was as if the Great Wilderness Sword Tao could trigger the power of menstruation. The Sui menstrual cycle and the reverse fate technique were passed down by the Scarlet Dragon War God, and as Ling Xiao practiced, he felt more and more that the Sui menstrual cycle and the reverse fate technique were extensive, profound, and mysterious, but these 2 peerless martial arts seemed to be somewhat incomplete. If Ling Xiao were to unleash his full strength, with his great circle heavenly god cultivation and the Xianxia sword, Lu Wu would not be able to withstand his attack, but in that case, he would not be able to understand the secrets of the Great Wilderness Sword Tao through Lu Wu. Rumble, rays of sword light rose. Lu Wu's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, but his gaze became extremely solemn. What he did not expect was that he would not be able to defeat Ling Xiao even if he used the Great Wilderness Sword Principle and a half-saint treasure. To think that a mere middle-stage heavenly god would possess such powerful battle prowess. If we allow him to continue growing, he'll definitely become a huge threat to us. No matter what, you must die. The killing intent in Lu Wu's heart burned even more fiercely. It had to be said that he was starting to feel jealous of Ling Xiao. He was usually extremely conceited and thought highly of himself. In the entire Aries College, other than the Big Dipper Sr., the other so-called kings were nothing in his eyes. But Ling Xiao in front of him made him feel shocked and incredulous for the first time. In front of Ling Xiao, it was as if his radiance had become extremely dim. Buzz, at this moment, Lu Wu's body emitted a mysterious wave of energy that seemed to distort the surrounding void. His gaze was incomparably deep, and a mysterious ray of light shot towards Ling Xiao as he uttered a word. Freeze! An incomparably mysterious and noble force instantly shrouded Ling Xiao as if a saint had descended. Lu Wu's voice actually contained some sort of power that made Ling Xiao unable to move in an instant. The ancient sword in Lu Wu's hand instantly pierced through the void and shot towards Ling Xiao's forehead. This is the power of the Sui menstrual cycle? Ling Xiao's body trembled. He finally understood that this was not the power of the Great Wilderness Sword Principle, but the power of the Sui menstrual cycle. Lu Wu also had the power of the Sui menstrual cycle, however, before Ling Xiao had time to think, the sword had already arrived in front of him. Boom! An incomparably terrifying aura instantly erupted from Ling Xiao's body, causing his aura to soar in an instant. His entire person became incomparably powerful and mysterious. He finally stopped suppressing his cultivation and directly restored his cultivation to the complete heavenly god realm. The power of the Sui menstrual cycle was also activated at this moment. As his cultivation erupted, it directly removed the power of the Sui menstrual cycle that imprisoned him. Clang! Lu Wu's sword stopped in front of Ling Xiao's forehead. Ling Xiao stretched out 2 fingers and caught the ancient sword. The sword radiance shot out as if it wanted to completely cut off Ling Xiao's fingers, but Ling Xiao still managed to catch it. You're still too weak, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. His other hand directly clenched into a fist and punched towards Lu Wu. Boom! This time, Ling Xiao did not hold back. His entire body's strength completely erupted. His terrifying physical body's qi and blood soared. Like a primordial ferocious beast that had awakened from a deep slumber, he violently slammed his fist against Lu Wu's chest. What? Lu Wu's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with disbelief. However, a crisp sound rang out, and a huge hole was blasted in his chest by Ling Xiao. His flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and his entire body flew out in an instant, smashing fiercely into a mountain in the distance, exploding with an earth-shattering sound. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Oh my god, when did this guy break through to the complete heavenly god realm? Black Donkey's eyes widened. His expression was filled with disbelief. Xian Wang, Yap Liangchen, Fengya, and the others were so shocked that their mouths were agape. After all, when they first saw Ling Xiao, his cultivation was only at the mid-heavenly god realm. How did he suddenly become a complete heavenly god? Everyone felt that their brains were not enough to process this. After all, when Ling Xiao devoured the energy of the illusory demonic ancient tree and raised his cultivation to the complete heavenly god realm, he used the heaven-shrouding secret technique to suppress his cultivation to the mid-heavenly god realm. Not to mention them, even Ji Jun and the others did not notice it. At this moment, Lu Wenqing and Lu Yan's expressions were as ugly as if their parents had died. Their bodies could not help but tremble. Rumble, Lu Wu rushed out from the ground in the distance, coughing up blood. His eyes were filled with shock and disbelief, and there was also a trace of hidden passion and greed. He looked extremely miserable at the moment. There was a huge bloody hole in his chest, and his body looked like it had been shattered. However, as Lu Wu continued to devour the energy of heaven and earth, his shattered flesh began to wriggle and gradually recovered. His aura also gradually strengthened. Ling Xiao could feel that there was an incomparably mysterious power in Lu Wu's body. It was ancient and majestic, and such a serious injury was completely healed in the blink of an eye. You also have that scripture on you. Lu Wu's voice was a little hoarse, but his eyes were filled with cold killing intent. Although Ling Xiao had used the Sutra of Ages very vaguely, he could still feel the power of time. That was why he was able to break through the power of imprisonment in an instant. Although the others didn't understand what Lu Wu was saying, Ling Xiao instantly understood. So, you also have it. Ling Xiao said calmly. His eyes were a little strange. Although the Sutra of Ages was passed down by the Scarlet Dragon War God, it was only an incomplete scripture. Until today, when he met Lu Wu, Ling Xiao finally understood that Lu Wu also had the Sutra of Ages. It seems that I have really underestimated you. Perfect heavenly god realm cultivation, and you also have that scripture. You have a big secret. Originally, I didn't want to take your life so quickly. But now, it seems that you have another reason to die. Lu Wu said coldly, his eyes were filled with undisguised killing intent. Oh? Is it because of that scripture? But are you so sure that you can kill me? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. After reaching the perfect heavenly god realm, Ling Xiao could be said to be invincible in the same realm. Not to mention Lu Wu, even senior brother Tiangang Ling Xiao could defeat him. However, Lu Wu still dared to say such words after seeing Ling Zhao's full strength. It meant that Lu Wu still had a trump card in his hand. Anyone who obtains that scripture, other than me, must die. Lu Wu stared at Ling Xiao, and his body began to emit an extremely terrifying aura. Rumble, the wind and clouds stirred as Lu Wu's Godforce soared. Vast amounts of law energy gathered around him and his aura instantly broke through the bottleneck of the Great Circle Heavenly God Realm, reaching the God King Realm. Divine kings were the kings of gods, and also the kings of heaven and earth. They were able to dominate the divine Tao, and their strength was incomparably powerful, far surpassing heavenly deity realm experts. Everyone's expression could not help but change. They had never thought that Lu Wu would actually break through to God King at this moment. Did he use some kind of secret technique? Even if I can temporarily break through to the Divine King realm, I'm afraid there will be a backlash, right? Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said indifferently. He could sense that Lu Wu had not truly broken through to God King. Instead, he had used some sort of secret technique to increase his cultivation temporarily. However, secret techniques like that usually came with an extremely great price. Even if there is a backlash, it's enough to kill you. A cruel look appeared in Lu Wu's eyes as the ancient sword in his hand shone brightly. His entire body exuded a vast and majestic sword intent as the ancient sword slashed down towards Ling Xiao. Boom, it was as though the surrounding void was trembling at this moment. Boundless laws filled the air, causing the void to become unstable. Sword chi spread out in all directions, forming a sword domain as it rushed towards Ling Xiao from all directions. After increasing his cultivation to God King realm, Lu Wu seemed to have broken through some kind of shackles, causing his combat strength to increase by more than 10 times. The great wilderness sword Dao shone brightly at this moment. Ling Zhao's eyes were incomparably sharp as the sword rain that filled the sky fell towards him. It was as though he had come to an ancient desolate land, where the heavens and earth were shattered and the void was in chaos. It was as though it wanted to turn him into dust. Boom, a sound similar to a dragon's roar erupted from Ling Zhao's body as his golden blood rose. The 5 little suns in his chest spurted out like a furnace that smelted the surrounding heavens and earth. He raised his palm and slammed it towards Lu Wu. The 5 little suns in his chest turned into a vast power of the 5 elements, gathered in his palm, and formed a majestic world of the 5 elements. this palm seemed to have destroyed the heavens and earth, recreating the chaos and splitting the five elements into eternity. This was the five elements sky ceiling style: the roar of a dragon, the cry of a phoenix, the roar of a tiger, the cry of a tortoise, and the majestic auspicious aura of a qilin. At this moment, the five elements sacred beasts circled around Ling Zhao's body, making him look like an immortal heavenly emperor that wanted to destroy all enemies. Rumble, the sword qi that filled the sky was turned into dust by Ling Zhao's palm. Finally, it slammed heavily on the ancient sword. Buzz, the ancient sword hummed as unparalleled divine power surged out. Lu Wu's body trembled as the ancient sword in his hand flew out. Even though he had overestimated Ling Zhao's combat strength, the five elements sky ceiling style still caused the surrounding heavens and earth to lose their color. However, Lu Wu's eyes were still incomparably deep. An ancient compass appeared in his palm. It looked like some kind of ancient stone that exuded ancient intent and Tao rhymes, intertwining with countless mysterious runes. The ancient compass suddenly bloomed with millions of rays of light that shot up into the sky. An incomparably vast and terrifying power of time stirred the void in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to come to a standstill in an instant. At this moment, whether it was Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, Bai Susu, the Black Donkey, Lu Wenqing, or Lu Yan, they were all frozen in place. Regardless of whether it was their physical body, primordial spirit, or thoughts, they were all frozen in place. Time had stopped. If it was said that Lu Wu had only used a trace of the power of time previously, he was now the heavenly emperor that controlled time, causing the entire world to stop for him. Ling Xiao was facing a huge crisis. This was because the main target of the terrifying power of time was him. Therefore, his entire body was frozen in the posture of punching out at this moment. The power of time, not to mention you, even a sage would not be able to resist it. Don't worry, I will inherit everything you have and even completely control the Sutra of Time in the end. Lu Wu's eyes were filled with fanaticism as he walked in front of Ling Xiao. Buzz, the ancient sword in his hand trembled slightly, exuding an unparalleled sharpness as it pierced towards Ling Xiao's forehead. Lu Wu wanted to completely kill Ling Xiao, however, the ancient sword did not pierce through. Do you know? Many people die because they talk too much. You talk too much. Ling Xiao said coldly. Ling Xiao said indifferently. His eyes were deep, but they revealed a blazing sharpness. Boom, it was as if a small sun had exploded in Ling Zhao's palm. At that moment, Ling Zhao's body exploded with terrifying divine power. Behind him, boundless divine light rose, and a peerless god of war appeared. Although the face was blurry, it was somewhat similar to Ling Xiao. Moreover, the god of war was standing on a huge golden dragon that spiraled tens of thousands of feet in length. The aura of the god of war and the aura of the dragon clan seemed to form a perfect balance on Ling Zhao's body. That was the power of the indestructible war body and the divine dragon body. At that moment, Ling Xiao seemed to have transformed into a peerless god of war. That terrifying aura seemed to be able to destroy everything. Lu Wu's expression changed drastically. Boom, Ling Zhao's palms exploded, and the ancient sword was directly sent flying by Ling Xiao. A terrifying palm print enveloped the surrounding void, and directly slammed into Lu Wu's body. Poof, this time, Lu Wu was not so lucky. Speaking of which, his physical body was not strong. After all, he only cultivated the primordial spirit and the great wilderness sword principle. He did not cultivate the indestructible war body. Therefore, Ling Zhao's palm directly shattered his physical body. Terrifying waves radiated in all directions, forming a majestic divine light storm. The world symbol, which was already on the verge of collapsing, exploded at this moment, and everyone reappeared in front of High Heaven Pavilion. Whoosh, the ancient compass in the void was extremely intelligent. It seemed to want to escape at that moment, but it was caught in Ling Zhao's palm. The compass contained an extremely majestic power of time. It struggled to escape from Ling Zhao's hand, but Ling Xiao directly absorbed it into the wordless heavenly book. With the wordless heavenly book suppressing it, no matter how strange the compass was, it could not do anything to Ling Xiao. Speaking of which, Ling Xiao had walked on the edge of life and death. If the wordless heavenly book had not broken through the power of time that enveloped Ling Xiao, he probably would not have been able to resist Lu Wu's killing move. Even Ling Xiao did not expect that strange compass to be so terrifying that it could stop time. Those who were in that domain were almost like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Cough cough, bastard, return the time compass to me. Lu Wu's physical body had been destroyed, but his soul had managed to survive. He directly absorbed the energy of the world around him and condensed a new body. However, his presence had become much weaker, and he coughed up blood. His gaze towards Ling Xiao was filled with frenzied killing intent. The time compass was obtained by Lu Wu along with the time scripture. It was incomparably precious as it could create a time-stop domain. Lu Wu had even used the time compass to kill 2 Divine King experts who coveted him. Now that he had used it on Ling Xiao, he only had 1 or 2 more uses left. This was a life-saving treasure, so how could he not be anxious? Lu Wu, you can't even protect your own life, and you still want the time compass? I think you should just obediently accept your death. Ling Xiao's gaze was incomparably cold. The killing intent in his heart rose to the extreme. Whoosh, he did not hesitate at all. The Xianxia sword shone brightly and turned into a snow-white blade light, slashing down towards Lu Wu. Since the world charm had been destroyed, the situation here would definitely be discovered by the elders of the academy. At that time, it would not be so easy to kill Lu Wu. He might as well take advantage of this opportunity to kill Lu Wu directly. Lu Wu's heart trembled. He instantly turned into a stream of light and quickly moved to the side. At the same time, he took out his ancient sword and blocked the Xianxia sword. Boom, Lu Wu's ancient sword was only a half-saint treasure. How could it block the full force of the Xianxia sword? A terrifying holy light exploded, and the ancient sword exploded. The resplendent runes shattered, forming a dazzling rain of light. A half-saint treasure was completely destroyed by the Xianxia sword. Lu Wu did not have time to care about his loss. He desperately dodged the Xianxia sword's killing blow. Damn it! Lu Wu's face was extremely ugly. He stared at Ling Xiao as if he was spitting fire. Until now, he still could not figure out how Ling Xiao was not affected by the time stop and was able to dodge his killing blow. One had to know that the time compass was incomparably precious. According to Lu Wu's guess, not to mention a divine king, even a saint would not be able to escape from it. However, Ling Xiao dodged it. Lu Wu felt that Ling Xiao was becoming more and more unfathomable. Was that time stop? I felt that my primordial spirit and thoughts were imprisoned. How could Lu Wu be so strong? Fang Xing's face was filled with an extremely ugly expression. He was also extremely angry. If Ling Xiao had not broken through the time-stop domain, Lu Wu would have killed all of them to ensure that the secret would not be leaked. How could Lu Wu be so strong? This must be the effect of that strange compass. Yi Liangchen was also a little scared. Time was a forbidden power. Other than the legendary ancient emperors, no one dared to say that they could control the power of time. At most, they could only use a little bit of it. That compass was strange. The feeling of their primordial spirit and thoughts being imprisoned made everyone's hair stand on end. They did not want to try it again. Long Out Yin, kill these bastards. Damn it, how dare they trick me? Black Donkey was the most vengeful. He looked at Lu Wu, Lu Wenqing, and Lu Yan with an unfriendly gaze. Lu Wenqing and Lu Yan's faces were extremely ugly. Their eyes were filled with unconcealable fear. Ling Zhao's strength was too terrifying. They did not expect that Lu Wu would not be Ling Zhao's opponent even after using all his means. Moreover, he was completely at a disadvantage and was heavily injured by Ling Xiao. If Ling Xiao continued to attack, the 3 of them would probably die here. Long Out Yin. You. What are you trying to do? This is Ares College. How dare you beat up your seniors? Do you want to die? Lu Yan stared at Ling Xiao and said fiercely, trying to scare Ling Xiao. After all, the world amulet was destroyed. Lu Yan and Lu Wenqing felt more confident in their hearts. In the college, Ling Xiao dared to kill Lu Wu. Even the dean would not tolerate him. Moreover, Lu Yan had already informed his grandfather, Lu Feng. Lu Feng would be here soon. With the vice dean, Lu Feng, around, Long Out Yin would have some scruples. What am I trying to do? Shouldn't you be the one asking this? Didn't you want my life? But now it seems that you won't be able to take my life, but I'm afraid you will have to leave your lives behind. Long Out Yin, I admit defeat. However, you can't kill me in the academy. I'll remember this. I'll kill you with my own hands one day. Lu Wu's eyes were cold as he stared at Ling Xiao. Boom, a beam of divine light shot up into the sky from his body and exploded in the void. It was like a brilliant heavenly thunder that shook the surroundings. Many disciples of the academy had already noticed the commotion, and some of them had even started to rush over. Lu Wu believed that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to make a move here. Moreover, Ling Xiao could not kill him. Speaking of which, Lu Wu felt somewhat fortunate. If it weren't for the fact that Ling Xiao's final strike was so terrifying that even the world symbol exploded, he would have been trapped in a cocoon and killed by Ling Xiao. I can't kill you? What a joke. Could it be that you think you can keep your life in the academy? Ling Xiao sneered, and the mysterious Kuan sword in his hand lit up once again. Buzz, holy brilliance filled the air and sword chi soared. The aura around Ling Xiao became extremely terrifying. A cold killing intent locked onto Lu Wu. Lu Wu's face changed. He didn't expect Ling Xiao to continue attacking him. However, he knew that he wasn't Ling Xiao's opponent. If Ling Xiao really attacked, he could only run for his life. Rumble, at this moment, a vast and majestic aura exploded and an old man in a crimson robe appeared in the void. His face was ruddy and his face was hale and hearty. He looked extremely majestic and his eyes were deep and sharp like an eagle. No one dared to look at him directly. He was Vice Dean Lu Feng and Lu Yan's grandfather. Grandfather, you're finally here. Long Outyen is too arrogant. He ignored the academy's ban and injured senior brother Lu in private. You must punish him severely. When Lu Yan saw Lu Feng, he immediately flew toward Lu Feng as if he had seen his savior. His eyes were filled with anger. He was the one who complained first and put all the blame on Ling Xiao. You're talking nonsense. It was Lu Wu who used the world symbol to kill junior brother Long. However, he wasn't junior brother Long's match and lost to him. Vice Principal Lu, we can all testify for junior brother Long. Feng Xing's eyes were filled with rage. He was so angry that he was about to tremble. This Lu Yan was truly despicable and shameless, causing everyone to be filled with righteous indignation. Lu Wenqing bowed deeply to Lu Feng and said, Vice Principal Lu, my big brother didn't want to kill Long Outyen, he just came to ask about my father. But this bastard not only killed our father, he also wants to kill my big brother to silence him. Vice Dean Lu, please uphold justice for us. Lu Wenqing's face was filled with grief, and his eyes were filled with anger. The eyes of the surrounding disciples were filled with doubt. They had not seen the battle between Ling Xiao and Lu Wu, so they did not know which side was real. However, they heard a piece of news. Long Outyen injured Lu Wu. This was big news that could shake the entire Aries College. Who was Lu Wu, the Black Tortoise King, who was ranked 9th on the Hidden Dragon rank, was extremely powerful. It was even rumored that he had received the inheritance of an ancient saint, which greatly increased his power. This time, there was even a chance for him to get into the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon rank. Therefore, he was the most popular candidate that everyone was paying attention to. But what no one expected was that he was injured by Long Outyen. Long Outyen was a new disciple who had just entered the school 3 years ago. Although he had defeated Chu Yunfei, it did not attract much attention. Now that everyone was told that Long Outyen had injured Lu Wu, everyone felt as if they were dreaming and could not believe it. After all, Ling Zhao's deeds in the god and devil space had not been spread out. Lu Feng's eyes were cold as he looked at Ling Xiao and said, Long Outyen, you dared to break the rules and hurt Lu Wu without permission. Do you know your crime? Lu Feng's voice was like thunder, and his face was dignified. He directly put a big label on Ling Xiao. Everyone's heart trembled. They knew that Lu Feng was determined to cover up for his grandson and Lu Wu. Ling Xiao smiled. However, his smile was somewhat cold as he stared at Lu Feng and said, Vice Principal Lu, are you deaf? Senior brother Feng just said that Lu Wu wanted to kill me, and I was only forced to fight back. I really don't know what crime I committed. As the vice principal, are you going to cover up for them? How dare you? Lu Feng's eyes flashed coldly as he stared at Ling Xiao and said, You said that Lu Wu wanted to kill you? Do you have proof? Lu Wu was injured by you, and this is very clear. I hope you don't quibble and admit your crime obediently. Maybe you can get lenient treatment. Ha ha ha. Vice Principal Lu, are you out of your mind? They can all testify for me. It was Lu Wu who took out the world talisman and wanted to kill me. Why do you listen to your grandson's words and not believe us? Even if you want to bend the law for your own benefit, you don't have to do it so obviously, right? Ling Xiao was so angry that he laughed. His eyes were full of ridicule. He really did not put Lu Fang in his eyes. This old man's strength was far inferior to Elder Han Li's, but he only knew how to abuse his power. It seemed like he was used to being high and mighty. TCH, you still have the nerve to be the vice principal? If you are not fair, we will complain to the vice principal. Yi Liangchen sneered. That's right. Let your vice principal take out this piece of trash. It can be considered as cleansing the school's atmosphere. Black Donkey laughed, revealing a mouthful of front teeth. There was a strange look in the eyes of the surrounding people. Lu Fang was used to abusing his power in the school. Even if they had any opinions, they would only discuss it in private. They would not dare to stand up for Ling Xiao. Long Outyen, how dare you insult your teacher and not follow the rules? You are simply arrogant to the extreme. Kneel down and accept your punishment obediently. Lu Fang's eyes turned cold, and a powerful aura suppressed Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's words were not polite at all. It was as if he had slapped Lu Fang twice. Lu Fang was instantly enraged, and a trace of cold killing intent appeared in his heart. He also knew that Ling Xiao did not have any background. Even if Ling Xiao's talent was not bad, and he could even injure Lu Wu, it was still not enough for him to take him seriously. Could it be that a mere celestial deity realm cultivation could defeat him, a god king? Lu Fang had already decided to teach this brat a lesson and let him know how powerful he was. Unfortunately, although his divine king aura was very strong, it did not affect Ling Xiao at all. He did not even need to use the wordless heavenly book. It was like a gentle breeze to him. Lu Fang, don't abuse your power here. I am not a soft persimmon that you can bully. If you don't want to die, get out of here. Ling Xiao's eyes turned cold as he stared at Lu Fang coldly. He knew that with Lu Fang present, he wouldn't be able to kill Lu Wu today. However, Lu Fang was brazenly protecting Lu Wu against him. This made him angry in his heart. Lu Fang didn't hesitate to attack him. Everyone's expression was one of shock. No matter what, Lu Fang was the vice principal of the college, a veteran divine king expert with unparalleled strength. Long Outyen dared to speak to Lu Fang in such a manner? Was he not afraid that Lu Fang would kill him out of anger? After all, the rules of Aries College were very strict. It was a big crime for a disciple to insult the vice principal. Everyone's expression was very strange as they looked at Lu Fang. Lu Fang's expression instantly became incomparably cold, and a deep killing intent surged in his eyes. Long Outyen, you dare to insult your teacher? You're so stubborn. Today, I have no choice but to capture you. Boom, a terrifying aura emitted from Lu Fang's body. He slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao, and a vast illusory mountain seemed to appear around him. That palm print covered the sky like an immemorial divine mountain, unparalleled in strength. This was one of the 9 ultimate techniques, the 5 divine mountain palms. It contained the weight and ferocity of a mountain, and was extremely powerful. Moreover, coupled with Lu Fang's divine king cultivation, this palm print had an extremely terrifying power. Everyone couldn't help but tremble. Lu Fang actually used the 5 divine mountain palms? How was he trying to capture Ling Xiao? He was simply trying to kill Ling Xiao with a single palm. Ling Xiao's eyes also revealed a trace of killing intent. Light blossomed from his body as if there were 5 small suns erupting from his chest. Boundless blood energy rose, and Ling Xiao's aura became unfathomable. His eyes were as bright as the sun and moon as he suddenly punched towards Lu Fang. The immortal battle body completely erupted. Ling Xiao's immortal battle body had been cultivated to the peak of the 4th level, and he was only one step away from the triple deity transformation dragon. Even when Lu Wu circulated the mixed elements unity qi, he was still unable to withstand Ling Xiao's full force attack. It was clear how terrifying his battle prowess was. Bang! The void shook violently as the golden palm print and the golden fist print collided. It was like 2 immemorial divine mountains colliding, and an earth-shattering energy fluctuation erupted. A terrifying sound wave radiated outwards and actually swept away many of the surrounding disciples. Each of them felt their blood boil and their eyes were filled with shock. As for Ling Xiao, he was thrown out of the dazzling divine light. Although his qi and blood were in turmoil, he did not suffer any injuries. It could be said that Lu Fang's 5 mountain godly palms had failed. Late divine king realm? It's a pity that he's lived like a dog. Ling Zhao's eyes became more and more dazzling, and his fighting spirit soared. He stared at Lu Fang with a sharp gaze. What? Lu Fang's eyes shook, and his face became extremely unsightly. He was a mighty late god king, yet not only did he fail to suppress Ling Xiao with the 5 divine palms, Ling Xiao had nullified it so easily. He immediately felt utterly humiliated. An old fellow who only knows how to take advantage of his seniority. For such a person to become the vice principal, it's simply a disgrace. The black donkey sneered, not bothering to be polite at all. I knew Big Brother was very powerful. What does a mere Lu Fang count for? Why don't we beat this old thing to death and show these bastards our strength? Yi Liangchen chuckled, and he was eager to give it a try. Lu Wu, Lu Wenqing, and Lu Yan's faces were incomparably ugly, and their faces were filled with shock. A great heavenly god was able to contend with a late divine king Lu Fang. Long Outyan's talent was too monstrous. The surrounding disciples could not help but compare Ling Xiao with Big Dipper Sr. Some of them even thought that Ling Xiao's strength might not be weaker than Big Dipper Sr. However, Ling Xiao had just entered Aries College for 3 years, and his speed of improvement was too terrifying. Long Outyan, you're courting death. Lu Fang was a little angry, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The aura around him completely erupted at this moment. A terrifying flame spread out from his body, making him look like a flame godly king that controlled the laws of fire in the heavens and earth. He was majestic and mysterious. However, at this moment, a lazy voice resounded in the void. Lu Fang, you've been living like a dog, haven't you? As the vice principal, how dare you get angry with a disciple? Are you trying to tear down the entire college? A light flashed in the void, and an old man with white hair and a large wine gourd on his back appeared. He was wearing a tattered robe, and he looked at Lu Fang lazily. Granduncle, why are you here? When Lu Fang saw the old man in front of him, the aura that he had gathered with great difficulty dissipated instantly. Although his face was ugly, he still spoke respectfully. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed. This old man was the arena elder. However, Ling Xiao hadn't expected the arena elder's seniority to be so high that even Lu Fang had to address him as martial granduncle. Moreover, Ling Xiao could sense that the battle stage elder in front of him was only a clone. However, the sense of danger that he gave Ling Xiao was far greater than Lu Fang's. Could he be? Ling Xiao's eyes narrowed, but he quickly regained his composure. The battle stage elder seemed to have noticed Ling Xiao's gaze. He looked at him and scolded jokingly, "You little brat, you only know how to cause trouble. You actually dared to fight with the vice principal. Why don't you go back and reflect on your mistakes?" Lu Fang's mouth twitched. Lu Wu, Lu Wenqing, and the others were instantly enraged. Ling Xiao dared to fight with the vice principal. According to the sect's rules, he would definitely be severely punished. However, the battle stage elder had brushed it off with a few words. Reflect on one's mistakes in seclusion? What kind of punishment was that? However, Lu Wu knew how terrifying the battle stage elder was. He was one of the 2 pillars of Aries College. Like the martial treasury elder, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the grand elder of the college. However, the 2 of them usually did not care about worldly affairs. One was guarding the battle stage, while the other was guarding the martial treasury tower. However, even the vice principal was very respectful to them. If the battle stage elder insisted on protecting Ling Xiao, even Lu Fang would not dare to say anything. Elder, it was Vice Principal Lu who did not distinguish between right and wrong. He protected Lu Wu, who wanted to kill me. This disciple did not do anything wrong. Please uphold justice. Ling Xiao looked at the battle stage elder and said indifferently. Everyone was slightly stunned. This Long Outyan did not know how to appreciate favors, right? The battle stage elder had clearly sided with him and only punished him to go back and reflect on his mistakes in seclusion. However, this brat was still unwilling to let it go. This was simply embarrassing the battle stage elder. The battle stage elder would not be angry and kill this bastard with a single slap, right? Some disciples thought maliciously. Brat, then what do you want to do? the battle stage elder said helplessly. However, he was not as angry as everyone thought. Elder, for your sake, I will not pursue the matter with Vice Principal Lu. However, Lu Wu wanted to kill me. He must give me an explanation. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Lu Feng's lungs were about to explode. His entire body was trembling, and his face was flushed red. He wanted nothing more than to slap Ling Xiao to death. What did he mean by not pursuing the matter with Vice Dean Lu? Who did this bastard think he was? If not for the presence of the arena elder, Lu Feng would have gone berserk. Lu Wu and Lu Wenqing's eyes were cold, and their hearts were filled with rage and killing intent. Did Long Outyan really want to kill them all? With the abilities of the arena elder, it was extremely easy for him to find out whether Lu Wu had attacked Ling Xiao or not. Thus, Lu Wu did not try to refute him. What kind of explanation do you want? The arena elder asked. It's simple. First, let Lu Wu rebuild the High Heaven Pavilion to its original state. Secondly, during the generational competition, I want to fight Lu Wuxing to the death and settle the grudge between us. Ling Xiao said indifferently. The arena elder frowned and slowly said, there is no problem with your first request, but you are both students of Ares College. Why must you fight to the death? You should know that after the generational competition is the Academy's tournament of the 100 Academies. The Academy is still waiting for you to win glory for the Academy. After all, Lu Wu's talent was well known, and the arena elder was considering the situation from Ares College's perspective. It was understandable that he didn't want Ling Xiao to kill Lu Wu. Moreover, Ling Xiao's second request wasn't really a request. After all, the generational competition already had a deathmatch. If Ling Xiao fought Lu Wu to the death, no one would be able to stop him. Elder, Lu Wu hates me to the bone. The two of us can't coexist. Ling Xiao said resolutely. No matter what, Lu Wu had to die. Even if Ling Xiao wasn't afraid of him, leaving such an unstable factor alive wasn't a good thing for Ling Xiao. It would only add to his troubles. Ling Xiao wanted to crush this trouble to death. Fine. I agree to both of your requests. Before the arena elder could say anything, Lu Wu suddenly stood up and agreed. His eyes were cold and deep, as if they contained an endless abyss. He stared at Ling Xiao and said, Long Outyan, the generational competition will be a death match. Big brother. Lu Wenqing, on the other hand, was a little anxious. Although he was full of confidence in Lu Wu previously, Ling Xiao's battle strength was too terrifying. Even Lu Wu, who had used all his means, was still defeated so easily. His heart was filled with worry, and he instinctively wanted Lu Wu to reject. Don't worry. Lu Wu glanced at Lu Wenqing and gave him a reassuring look. Very good. Lu Wu, you know that only one of us can survive, so wash your neck and wait for me in the generational competition. Ling Xiao glanced at Lu Wu and said. Perhaps other people thought that Ling Xiao and Lu Wu were fighting to the death because of their father's death, but only Ling Xiao and Lu Wu knew that the main reason was their menstrual cycle. Both of them wanted to steal each other's menstrual cycle. Alright, since you all agree, then I won't stop you. But you're too good at causing trouble. Before the generational competition, you'd better know your place. Don't cause any more trouble. The elder looked at Ling Xiao helplessly, but the last sentence seemed to have a hidden meaning, which made Lu Feng's expression turn even uglier. After he finished speaking, the elder's body flashed and he disappeared in front of everyone. Humph. Lu Feng looked coldly at Ling Xiao, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to have materialized. However, he did not continue to attack Ling Xiao. Instead, he turned around and left with Lu Yan. The crowd also left in twos and threes, but they still looked at Ling Xiao with reverence. Other than the fact that Ling Xiao's battle prowess was unparalleled, more importantly, it was because the arena elder was obviously biased. Even Lu Feng had to call the elder martial uncle. The elder's seniority was so high that it could scare people to death. With such a huge backer, it was likely that no one in Ares College would be able to touch Ling Xiao. You guys look after Lu Wu. Let him restore the High Heaven Pavilion to its original state. I'll be back soon. Ling Zhao's eyes flashed as he said a few words to Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, and the rest. He then turned around and flew into the distance. Just now, the elder had transmitted a message to him, asking him to meet at the sacred battle arena. In the valley where the sacred battle arena was located, there was an ancient pine tree, a stone table, 2 stone stools, and 2 white-haired elders. Ling Zhao's eyes were startled. He did not expect that the elder and Wuzong would both be here. "Brat, come and sit." After seeing Ling Xiao, the elder on the arena waved his hand at him. Ling Xiao walked over and sat down at the stone table. There were 3 glass cups on the stone table. They looked crystal clear and were not ordinary objects. The elder directly picked up the large wine gourd behind him and poured 3 cups of wine. The wine was sparkling and translucent, revealing a crimson-red color. It was like a flowing flame, containing a rich fragrance, causing Ling Xiao to feel greatly refreshed with just a whiff. "Come. Try the old ghost's blue sea blazing wine. The old ghost is too stingy. Even I have only drunk it a few times." Elder Wuzong smiled and picked up the glass cup. He sniffed it in an intoxicated manner and drank it in one gulp. "Great," Elder Wuzong said with a smile. His eyes lit up as he looked at the elder on the stage. "Last cup." The elder poured another cup for Wuzong and then covered the wine gourd like it was a treasure. He refused to take it out again. "Thank you, elder." Although Ling Xiao did not know the intentions of the 2 elders, he knew that the blue sea blazing wine was not ordinary. He did not stand on ceremony and drank it in one gulp. Boom! Ling Xiao felt a cold current enter his body from his throat. It was like a glass of ice water on a hot day. He felt cool from the inside out. It was extremely satisfying. However, after the blue sea blazing wine entered Ling Zhao's stomach, it became extremely hot in an instant. It was like a raging flame burning from the inside out of Ling Zhao's stomach. It burned towards his flesh, meridians, bones, and acupoints. In the end, it directly penetrated his limbs and gushed out from his pores. Ling Xiao felt as if he had gone through a baptism. His body seemed to have been tempered. In the combination of cold and hot energy, his body became more transparent and his qi and blood became denser. "Good wine. It's really satisfying." Ling Zhao's eyes lit up. The blue sea blazing wine contained more energy than the white drop of holy liquid. It seemed to be able to enhance the strength of his body. It strengthened his body a little, and he was one step closer to the 5th level of the undying war body. Ling Zhao's body was already extremely terrifying. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to increase his strength. "Thank you, elder," Ling Xiao said seriously to the elder on the stage. "You're welcome. I didn't expect you to reach such a high level in just 3 years after you got the undying war body. That's unbelievable," the elder on the stage exclaimed. When he passed the undying battle body to Ling Xiao 3 years ago, he didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so powerful. After all, even Big Dipper, who was said to be unparalleled in talent, took more than 100 years to cultivate the undying battle body to level 4. I was just lucky. I had a fortuitous encounter in the Godfiend space. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he didn't interact much with the elder on the stage and Wuzong, he couldn't help but feel close to them. This deepened his guess. "You don't have to be humble. I've heard some things about you in the Godfiend space. To be able to force Ji Jun and Ji Yuanlong to kneel and apologize, you're indeed fierce." "Ha ha ha. But I like it," the elder on the stage said with a smile. Wuzong glanced at Ling Xiao and said, "With your current combat strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to be in the top 3 of the Hidden Dragon leaderboard. You can even fight with Big Dipper. We don't have to worry about the generational competition. However, we would like to ask you a serious question." As soon as Elder Wuzong finished speaking, the arena elder's expression turned solemn. "Oh? What's the question?" Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat as he calmly asked. "With your current strength, it shouldn't be a problem for you to enter the War God Hall after the generational competition. However, there are 9 branches in the War God Hall. Have you thought about which branch you want to join?" The gazes of Elder Wu Chong and the battle arena elder landed on Ling Zhao's body with faint anticipation. Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. He had thought of many things, but he didn't answer directly. Instead, he asked, "In your opinion, which branch should I join?" The 9 branches of the War God Hall were the War Temple, Sky Temple, Earth Temple, Yin Temple, Yang Temple, Wind Temple, Thunder Temple, Fire Temple, and Mountain Temple. These 9 branches weren't a secret. Almost everyone knew about them. The current master of the War God Hall was a war god from the Sky Hall. Therefore, the Sky Hall was the strongest of the 9 factions. The legendary War God Hall was now incomparably weak. Although Ling Xiao had some guesses in his heart, he was still cautious and did not voice them out. The 2 elders looked at each other and said in a serious tone, "The battle hall is the most suitable place for you." "Oh? Elder, I've heard that battle hall has weakened, and many of its disciples have joined the other 8 factions. Battle Hall Supreme Saint Treasure, the sky-flipping seal, still has no master, so the position of Battle Hall's master is still vacant. Elder, why do you think Battle Hall is most suitable for me?" Ling Xiao smiled and asked in a noncommittal manner. The elder slowly said, "Long Out Yin, your physical body is extremely strong. It's the strongest we've seen in our lives. Moreover, you've already cultivated the immortal battle body to the peak of the 4th level. It won't be long before you break through to the 5th level. Once you're in Battle Hall, you can continue to cultivate the Indestructible Saint Technique. The Indestructible Saint Technique is the strongest Saint Technique in the War God Hall. If you can cultivate the Indestructible Saint Technique, you'll be able to sweep through everyone. It's even possible for your physical body to become a saint. Moreover, you'll have a great chance of obtaining the Sky-Flipping Seal's recognition. At that time, you'll become the master of Battle Hall, standing on the same level as the other 8 factions. If you can revitalize Battle Hall, it's not impossible for you to become the next war god." The elder's words were very provocative, and he was speaking the truth. The Indestructible Saint Technique was indeed the strongest Saint Technique in the War God Hall. It had unparalleled offensive power and an invincible physical body. The Sky-Flipping Seal was indeed a supreme saint treasure. If he could obtain the Sky-Flipping Seal's recognition, even the war god wouldn't be able to stop Ling Xiao from becoming the master of Battle Hall. However, the Indestructible Saint Technique was extremely difficult to cultivate. Even in the entire War God Hall, there were only a few people who could cultivate it to minor completion. Not a single person could cultivate it to greater completion. This was because the Indestructible Saint Technique required one's physical body to reach greater completion. However, not to mention the War God Hall, even in the entire God world, there were only a few people who could reach Saint Physique. It was thousands of times more difficult than reaching God Physique. Therefore, although the Indestructible Saint Technique was known as the #1 offensive saint technique, its status was very awkward. There weren't many people who chose to cultivate it in the War God Hall. As for the Sky-Flipping Seal, no one had ever been able to make it recognize anyone as its master. If it were someone else, they would have refuted the elder and Elder Wu Chang. Ling Xiao suddenly said, "Elders, could it be that you were once disciples of Battle Hall?" Although Ling Xiao's words were probing, his eyes were fixed on the 2 elders. He even secretly used the secret technique of fate to carefully sense their reactions. "That's right. We were indeed once disciples of Battle Hall. However, that was a matter of 1,000,000 years ago. Now, the 2 of us are just 2 cripples," the elder said with a bitter smile. His expression was somewhat bleak. "Since the 2 of you know that Battle Hall is in decline, why do you believe that I will join them?" Ling Xiao asked. It was just as he had guessed. Elder Wu Chang and Elder Wu Chang were once disciples of Battle Hall. Moreover, they were people from 1,000,000 years ago. However, why didn't they stay in the War God Hall? Why were they in this small War God College? Ling Xiao could sense that Elder Wu Chang and Elder Wu Chang were only clones. He didn't know where their real bodies were. "Because we sensed someone's aura from your body. That person is called the Scarlet Dragon War God," Elder Wu Chang said as he looked deeply at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's body trembled. His gaze wavered slightly. If he didn't know that the 2 people in front of him had no ill intentions, he would have directly left. In the divine realm, the name Scarlet Dragon War God was taboo. This was because it was related to the matter of 1,000,000 years ago. It was also related to the supreme treasure that caused the entire divine realm to go crazy, the wordless heavenly book. However, Ling Xiao couldn't understand what Elder Wu Chang meant. After all, he had hidden the wordless heavenly book very deeply. Even a sage wouldn't be able to discover the wordless heavenly book in his body. How did these two find it, or did they not find the wordless heavenly book, but something else? Ling Xiao suddenly thought of something. He couldn't help but feel moved. Elder Wu Cheng looked at Ling Xiao and explained, "Previously, I sensed the fluctuations of the reversal of fate technique from your body. Today, in the battle between you and Lu Wu, you used the power of the passage of time. In the entire divine realm, only the Scarlet Dragon War God can use both the reversal of fate technique and the passage of time at the same time. Therefore, you should have obtained his inheritance, right?" Elder Wu Cheng's words made Ling Xiao's heart tremble even more. The reversal of fate technique was a supreme holy technique created by the Scarlet Dragon War God. Although it was incomplete, it was incomparably strange and terrifying. There was only one way to sense the reversal of fate technique, and that was if the Elder Wu Cheng also practiced the reversal of fate technique. Scarlet Dragon War God was the previous war god of the War God Temple. The reason why he left the divine world a million years ago was because he obtained the legendary wordless heavenly book. Since you obtained the inheritance of the reversing fate technique and the menstruation technique, you should be his disciple, right? Is War God well? Wu Zhang's voice was somewhat fluctuating, and his eyes revealed a trace of expectation. Yes. I am indeed the disciple of Scarlet Dragon War God. I obtained the inheritance of the reversing fate technique and the menstruation technique. Master as well, and he is now in the devil world. Ling Zhao's heart slightly moved, and he said half-truthfully. At this point, he had nothing to hide. Ling Xiao gave a brief account of how he ascended from the war god's realm to the god's realm. However, what he said was only half true and half false. In particular, he emphasized that the Scarlet Dragon War God was still alive in order to distance himself from the wordless heavenly book. Ling Xiao could not let anyone know that the wordless heavenly book was in his possession. Even if Elder Wu Zong and Elder Arena in front of him were disciples of the War God Temple, and even said that they were loyal and devoted to Scarlet Dragon War God, Ling Xiao could not take the risk. Therefore, Ling Xiao left out some of the most crucial details and gave a rough description of his background. You are actually an ascender from the lower realm? So you obtained the 9 heavenly Tao primal chaos tablets left behind by the war god. No wonder you can open the door to the divine world and ascend to the divine world. The Elder Arena said with a slight shock. However, he and Elder Wu Zong were somewhat excited. The fact that Scarlet Dragon War God was still alive was simply the best news for them. Two elders, what is the relationship between you and Master? Ling Zhao's heart moved, and he slowly asked. I don't know if the war god has mentioned to you that he used to have 2 children, one called Void Pierce, the other called Chonghe. The Elder Arena seemed to be somewhat emotional and expectant. Dao children? Void Pierce, Chonghe? Hearing these 2 names, Ling Xiao couldn't help but tremble, and his eyes revealed a trace of incomparable surprise. In Scarlet Dragon War God's memories, there were indeed memories of the Void Pierce stage and Chonghe. Scarlet Dragon War God once saved 2 children. Later on, they became Scarlet Dragon War God's children and carefully taught him. However, Scarlet Dragon War God left the divine world because of the wordless heavenly scripture. Void Pierce stage and Chonghe regarded Scarlet Dragon War God as their master and father. Their loyalty to Scarlet Dragon War God was unquestionable. However, Ling Xiao had never thought that these 2 Daoist children were still alive. Ling Xiao greets Senior Martial Brother Pierce Stage and Senior Martial Brother Chonghe. Ling Xiao stood up and solemnly bowed to the Elder on the arena and Elder Wu Cheng. Although the secret technique of fate that Ling Xiao had obtained was incomplete, it could amplify Ling Xiao's perception by many times. Hence, Ling Xiao could clearly sense whether a person was sincere or malicious. The martial arts elder and martial arts elder in front of Ling Xiao did not have the slightest bit of malice towards him. Instead, they were filled with a sense of closeness, which was why Ling Xiao was so confident. However, the wordless heavenly book was still too important. Although Ling Xiao knew that the 2 of them did not have any malicious intentions, he still did not tell them. The martial arts elder was called Void Pierce Stage. He had obtained the inheritance of the fate-reversing technique. As for martial arts elder, his name was Chonghe. He had obtained the inheritance of the age and menstruation technique. From the fact that Scarlet Dragon War God had imparted these 2 supreme techniques to them, it could be seen that Scarlet Dragon War God trusted and had high expectations for them. Young Lord, please rise. We are not considered Lord War God's disciples. You are Lord War God's personal disciple. It is also God's will for us to meet young Lord in Ares College. Boyd Pierce stage sighed with emotion. His eyes were filled with anticipation as he looked at Ling Xiao. That's right. Since young Lord has obtained the inheritance of Lord War God, as long as you enter the War God Temple, you will definitely be recognized by the heaven-flipping seal. At that time you will become the master of the War God Temple. It will only be a matter of time. Chonghe also said with a faint smile. Senior martial brothers, Master once told me that although you two are master and disciple in name, you two are like father and son. Hence, you two are my senior martial brothers. However, why didn't you stay in the War God Temple? Instead, you came to this small Ares college? Ling Xiao came up with a white lie. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Boyd Pierce stage and Chonghe couldn't help but tremble. Their eyes turned red and slightly moist. Boyd Pierce stage suppressed the excitement in his heart and looked at Ling Xiao. 1,000,000 years ago, Lord War God was hunted down by countless experts in the divine world because he obtained the wordless heavenly book. He was forced to leave the divine world and enter the mortal world. Coincidentally, the war between the divine world and the devil world happened. Our War God Temple was like a headless dragon. We were schemed against and suffered heavy losses. Countless elders and experts died in battle. Boyd Pierce stage and Chonghe slowly recounted their experiences in the past 1,000,000 years. It turned out that after Scarlet Dragon War God disappeared, Boyd Pierce stage and Chonghe tried their best to support the War God Temple. However, they were unable to stop the decline of the War God Temple. After many years of bitter cultivation, the two of them finally touched the edge of the Saint Realm. However, because of an operation to hunt down the devil race, they were ambushed. In the end, their Saint Dao foundation was damaged and they had no hope of stepping into the Saint Realm for the rest of their lives. Right now, Boyd Pierce stage and Chonghe could only maintain the cultivation of the half-Saint Realm. Therefore, they left the War God Temple and entered the Ares College with the hope of selecting a few more genius disciples for the War God Temple. However, after so many years, there were only a few disciples who were willing to join the War God Temple. Moreover, even if there were some who were willing to join the War God Temple, they would still choose to change their allegiance halfway and be snatched away by the other 8 palaces. Senior brothers, you were ambushed while hunting down the devil race. I'm afraid the matter isn't that simple, right? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. You're right. We also suspected that there was someone in the War God Temple who secretly colluded with the devil race to target our War God Temple. It's just that we didn't find any evidence. Boyd Pierce stage said with a bitter smile. Senior brothers, do you have any suspects? Ling Xiao felt a chill in his heart. He felt that there was an invisible mastermind behind the scenes in the War God Temple who wanted to exterminate the War God Temple. Otherwise, even if the flipping sky seal didn't have a successor, the War God Temple wouldn't have declined for so long. Boyd Pierce stage and Chonghe looked at each other and said at the same time, it might be someone from the Thunder Hall. Ling Xiao suddenly thought of Xianxia when he heard the 2 words Thunder Hall. Furthermore, he had a faint feeling that it might be related to Xianxia. Senior brothers, don't worry. Once I enter the War God Temple, I'll definitely get to the bottom of this. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he said slowly. There's no rush. The upcoming generational tournament shouldn't be too difficult for you. However, the most important thing is still the Academy tournament. You have to do your best to obtain a good ranking. If you can get into the top 10, it will be extremely beneficial for you. Is the Astral tournament very important? Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he asked doubtfully. He had also heard of the Academy tournament's introduction. The Academy tournament was a martial competition between all the academies in the 10 celestial domains surrounding the Supreme Layer celestial domain. There were more than 100 academies participating in the tournament, as there were several hundred academies of various sizes. The Astral tournament was held once every 100 years, and the geniuses of the various academies would spar and compete. It was the grandest event in the grand-level celestial domain in the past 100 years. It just so happened that this year's Astral tournament was held a year after the generational tournament. However, Ling Xiao only had a rough understanding of the tournament, and he wasn't clear about its importance. Of course it's important. If one can rank among the top in the astral tournament, they will be rewarded with all sorts of divine weapons, spirit pills, and miraculous medicines. There might even be sacred treasures and sacred pills. However, these aren't the most important things. The most important thing is the opportunity to enter the void sacred world. Only the top 10 in every astral tournament will have the opportunity to enter the void sacred world. Xianxia explained. When he mentioned the illusionary saint world, his eyes revealed a tinge of excitement. Void sacred world? When Ling Xiao heard these 3 words, his body couldn't help but tremble. Of course, he had heard of the void sacred world. According to the legends, the void sacred world was an illusory world constructed by the ancient sages using their spiritual energy. It was said that the ancient sages wanted to gather their power to create a reincarnation cycle. After a living being died, their true spirits would enter the cycle of reincarnation and be reborn. This would change the heavens and the earth, and they would obtain immeasurable merits and obtain the opportunity to become an emperor. Unfortunately, how could creating a reincarnation cycle be so easy? It was said that even the celestial emperor of the ancient era had failed, let alone the ancient sages. However, in the end, the world constructed by their spiritual energy was preserved, and it was called the Void Sacred World. The Void Sacred World could be said to be the treasure trove of the ancient sages. It contained countless paths to the divine Tao, and even the opportunities and inheritances of the ancient sages. It was incomparably precious. If one could enter the Void Saint World when one was in the divine state, one could find one's own path to the divine path and create one's own divine path. This would increase one's chances of becoming a saint. This was a temptation that no one could resist. However, it was extremely difficult to open the illusory sacred world. Furthermore, there were only a limited number of people who could enter each time. Thus, even in the academy tournament, there were only 10 people who could enter. Ling Xiao naturally did not care about divine weapons or elixirs. However, he still wanted to fight for a place in the void sacred world. Young master, if you can comprehend your own Saint Tao in the void saint world, you will be able to save thousands or even tens of thousands of years compared to others. In the future, you will definitely soar into the sky and become unstoppable. That's why you must strive to enter the top 10 in this year's academy tournament. Xianxia exhorted. However, the competition in the tournament of the 100 academies was extremely intense. Several hundred geniuses from various academies were participating, but each academy had a different quota. Even for Aries College, only the top 10 could participate in the tournament of the 100 academies. Some of the weaker academies only had a single quota. Even the weakest participants in the academy tournament were at least at the late stage of the celestial stage or even the great perfection celestial stage, while the strongest had already broken through to the God King stage. Furthermore, if you can enter the top 10 in the tournament of the 100 academies and obtain a place to enter the void sacred world, when you enter the War God Shrine, you might be able to directly become a true disciple. You won't have to work your way up from being an inner disciple. This is an opportunity. Xianxia said slowly. All right. I'll do my best. Ling Xiao nodded and said. He had already thought it through. He was determined to obtain a place in the void sacred world. Ling Xiao chatted with his 2 seniors for a while longer before leaving. The High Heaven Pavilion had already been rebuilt by Lu Wu. For a great perfection celestial stage powerhouse, rebuilding the High Heaven Pavilion was a very simple matter. However, this had caused Lu Wu to lose a lot of face. After all, he had destroyed the High Heaven Pavilion in a fit of anger. Now that Ling Xiao had forced him to rebuild the pavilion, it was a huge blow to his prestige. After this battle, Long Outyan's name had spread throughout the entire Aries College, and he had slowly become a rising star. Ling Xiao returned to the High Heaven Pavilion and distributed over 100 drops of holy liquid to Xian Wang, Yi Liangchen, Feng Ye, Yin Tian Song, and the Black Donkey. Ling Xiao's cultivation had already reached the great perfection celestial stage. If he wanted to rely on the holy liquid to break through to the God King realm, he would probably need an astronomical amount of holy liquid. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's recent breakthroughs were too fast. Thus, he still needed to consolidate and accumulate. He had to suppress his cultivation for a period of time. Ling Xiao passed the first part of the Thunder Emperor technique to Bai Susu. Since it was a martial art from the 9 imperial gates, he didn't feel burdened at all. Furthermore, the Thunder Emperor technique was very compatible with Baisusu's body constitution. It would definitely allow her strength to soar. In the future, she would be of great help to Ling Xiao. Following this, Ling Xiao prepared to enter the God of War pagoda to cultivate in seclusion. There were still more than 2 months left. Ling Xiao was prepared to use the immense pressure of the God of War pagoda to train his physical body and see if he could find an opportunity to break through to the 5th level of the indestructible combat body. The 5th level of the indestructible combat body was the triple deity transformation dragon. It was practically a qualitative change. If the 4th level of the Great Perfection stage allowed him to fight against ordinary god kings, then the 5th level of the triple deity transformation dragon would allow Ling Xiao to defeat god kings with just his physical body alone. The power of the indestructible combat body was evident. Furthermore, as the indestructible combat body improved, Ling Xiao's divine dragon body also started to break through to the Great Perfection stage. The divine dragon body and the indestructible combat body seemed to have started to merge to a certain extent. Both of them had an extremely terrifying effect on Ling Xiao's physical body. Ling Xiao entered the God of War pagoda. The first level's tenfold combat strength didn't affect Ling Xiao at all. Following that, the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels didn't cause Ling Xiao to stop either. The 6th level's 320x gravity only caused Ling Xiao's feet to sink slightly. There were still a few disciples on the 6th level, but there was no one on the 7th level. Ling Xiao stepped onto the 7th level under everyone's astonished gazes. The gravity on the 7th level increased by 640 times. It was extremely terrifying, making Ling Xiao feel as if he was walking with an ancient divine mountain on his back. His footsteps also became extremely heavy. Terrifying pressure came from all directions, as if it was going to crush Ling Xiao, causing the flesh and blood all over his body to tremble slightly. 640x combat strength is still acceptable, but it's still not enough. Ling Xiao's eyes flashed as he walked step by step towards the 8th level. His footsteps seemed to be in the center of heaven and earth. It was as if the heavenly drums were beating loudly. Heaven and earth trembled as he finally disappeared from the 7th level of the God of War pagoda. Ling Xiao arrived at the 8th level. Boom, an incomparably terrifying pressure erupted, and before Ling Xiao could even stand firm, he was instantly forced to kneel down by the terrifying pressure of the tsunami-like force. Furthermore, Ling Xiao's bones were crackling violently as if they were unable to withstand such a terrifying force and were about to shatter completely. On the 8th level, the gravity was 1,280 times stronger. That terrifying force surged towards Ling Xiao from all directions. It was incomparably terrifying, as if it wanted to turn him into dust. Even though Ling Xiao's current physical body was extremely terrifying, as he cultivated both the divine dragon body and the indestructible battle body, he was still unable to withstand such terrifying gravity. On this 8th level, I'm afraid only those whose physical body has reached the 5th level of the indestructible battle body can withstand it. No wonder no one comes here, Ling Xiao thought to himself. His entire body was in excruciating pain. Traces of blood seeped out of his skin, and the tiny blood vessels in his body exploded. In the face of this terrifying gravity, he couldn't even stand up. However, Ling Xiao's eyes grew brighter. In such a harsh environment, every particle in his body seemed to become extremely active and started to devour the surrounding energy. Ling Xiao directly swallowed dozens of drops of the sacred liquid. Majestic energy spread throughout his body, surging towards his limbs and bones. It also merged with his physical body at an extremely fast speed. Under such terrifying pressure, Ling Xiao's physical body, which was already close to the limit, actually started to slowly strengthen again. In the last 2 months, Ling Xiao only wanted to increase his strength as much as possible. Under the stimulation of the immense pressure of the God of War pagoda, his cultivation became more and more stable. Demon Realm, on an ancient and dark mountain, Dark Ling Xiao stood at the peak, wearing a blood-red cloak. His black hair fluttered in the wind, and even his pupils were pure black. His eyes seemed to contain a dark whirlpool that was incomparably terrifying. At this moment, the aura around him was surging, and the demonic light was boundless. His entire body exuded an unfathomable aura. Around Dark Ling Xiao stood 7 figures with terrifying auras. There were both men and women, and all of them were terrifyingly strong. They held powerful demonic weapons in their hands, and their eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent as they looked at Dark Ling Xiao. These 7 figures were all at the perfected demon heavenly realm, only a step away from becoming demon god kings. They were all experts who had killed their way out of this year's god butchering convention. Each of them had a murderous aura around them. It was unknown how many living beings they had killed to condense such a murderous aura. In addition to the 7 of them, there were hundreds of figures with terrifying auras in the surroundings. They were all powerful experts of the demon clan. Their eyes were cold, and their auras intertwined, locking onto dark cloud in the center. The earth around Zhou Tian trembled as black runes shot through the air like chains, forming a super-killing formation. This was a killing trap, a trap that targeted darkness soaring sky. Master, it seems that these so-called genius experts have been scared out of their wits by you. No one dares to face you alone, so they brought a group of people to target us. Zhu Ganglai chuckled. His eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He carried a black 9-toothed rake and wore black armor. Although he was still extremely fat and tall, looking like a moving mountain of flesh, the terrifying baleful aura he gave off was not much weaker than the 7 figures. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's one person or a group. This time, the god-slaying convention doesn't need 10 people. I alone am enough. Since they have come out of their own accord, I can't be bothered to kill them one by one. I'll just kill them all. Dark Lingxiao said with an indifferent smile. His eyes were filled with an evil look. The blood-red cloak behind him was like a blood-red flag fluttering in the wind. It was unknown how many vengeful spirits and evil spirits it had devoured. It made him look like a grim reaper from hell, exuding an aura that made people's hearts palpitate. The god-slaying convention had been going on for nearly 3 years. The demon world was vast and unparalleled. It was not much smaller than the divine world. There were all kinds of low-level, middle-level, and high-level demon clans. There were countless of them. Many high-level demon clans existed in the form of ancient countries. Therefore, there were countless ancient countries on the continent of the demon world. The god-slaying convention was a grand event held every 10,000 years in the demon world. The 10 sects of the demon world would select their disciples through the convention. In the entire demon world, who didn't want to enter the 10 sects of the demon world, the heavenly devil ancient country was only a middle-level ancient country. Therefore, it only had 10 people to enter the 10 sects of the demon world. The god-slaying convention was very cruel. There were no rules at all. It was like raising venomous insects. It would only end when there were only 10 people left. Although the heavenly devil ancient country was only a middle-level ancient country, there were hundreds of thousands of demon clan experts participating. After nearly 3 years of killing, there were only a little more than 100 people left. Most importantly, everyone in the god-slaying convention knew that a madman had entered this year's god-slaying convention. Most of the hundreds of thousands of demon clan experts had died in the hands of Darkness Soaring Sky. Darkness Soaring Sky started from the divine spirit realm. After 3 years of continuous killing and devouring, he had broken through 3 major realms and reached the great circle of the devil heaven realm. There had never been anyone left alive in the hands of Darkness Soaring Sky. Moreover, he had spread the word that all the demon clans in the god-slaying convention were trash. There was no need for 10 people. He alone was enough. Therefore, Darkness Soaring Sky had aroused the anger and killing intent of all the demon clan experts. Previously, they had set up several killing traps to ambush Darkness Soaring Sky. In the end, Darkness Soaring Sky had calmly escaped and killed countless demon clan experts. As the number of participants in the god-slaying convention decreased, Darkness Soaring Sky became more and more ferocious. The 7 figures were the 7 kings who had appeared in the god-slaying convention. They had also killed countless demon clan experts. However, at this moment, they had joined forces and gathered all the surviving experts to set up a killing trap to kill Darkness Soaring Sky. Soaring Sky, this king doesn't believe that you can deal with so many of us alone. Today, you're dead. If you don't want to die, get over here and swear the great heart demon oath. Acknowledge this king as your master and this king will spare your life. Among the 7 figures, the one in the center was a young man in a black robe. He looked very similar to a human, but his body was covered in black scales. There was also a black bone spur on his back. His eyes were brown, and they were filled with cold killing intent. His name was Luo Ku, the ninth prince of the heavenly devil ancient country. He was also the leader of the seven kings. His strength was unparalleled. Although his bloodline was impure and he was only a branch of the heavenly devil clan, his status was incomparably noble. The 6 high-level demon clan experts beside him were all led by him. Luo Ku originally wanted to enter the 10 sects of the devil world through the god-slaying convention. However, he didn't expect to encounter a monster like Darkness Soaring Sky who only knew how to kill. End of chapter 14:12. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.